We are. Cool. Sorry, I meant to have that on the start screen while I was setting everything up. Oh well, it's what it is. Oh, hopefully everybody's having a great day. I am definitely worn out. Medicine's kicking my butt today again. My feet are 3 times the size they're normally supposed to be. But it is what it is. We're here. Trying to stream. Maybe play some games. We got out to go vote this morning, so another good thing done. Voted no on retaining the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania, so that's a goodie. I did want to read the verse of the day when we got started. So let's see, just make sure we have everything going. Running that need to be running. Followed. Da da da. Da da da. Da, 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 da. Some interesting X posts have been going on through the day. Obviously, it's election day, so Gavin Newsom at his worst as always. Have keep him open. Good. I think we're ready to roll. I was debating on starting to stream back to Twitch again today, but I don't think I'm going to. I don't want to give them that platform viewership. But anyway, let's see if we can get through this chapter today. Actually, the verses that I have for the day are verses 24 through 31 of Romans 1. Therefore God gave them up in their lust of their hearts to impurity, to the dishonoring of their bodies among themselves, because they exchanged the truth about God for a lie and worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this reason God gave them up to dishonorable passions. For the women exchanged natural relations for those that are contrary to nature, and the men likewise gave up natural relations with women, and were consumed with passion for one another, men committing shameless acts with men, and receiving in themselves the due penalty for their error. And since they did not see fit to acknowledge God, God gave them up to a debased mind, to do what ought not to be done. They were filled with all manner of unrighteousness, evil, covetousness, malice. They are full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, maliciousness. They are gossips, slanderers, haters of God, insolent, haughty, boastful, inventors of evil, disobedient to parents, foolish, faithless, heartless, ruthless. Though they know God's righteous decree that those who practice such things deserve to die, they not only do them, but get approval to those who practice them. I think this is a big verse for how the church has been corrupted by the world and by this LGBTQ movement. And there's so much corruption within a lot of these churches. It's just sickening and sad how they disgrace the name of God. And attack those that are at their weakest point lie to those that are lost and trying to be found, and continue to lie to them. But anyway, let's see if there's any news. I do want to try to get into a lot of Rivals games today, just because I feel like playing some video games, but my body's been hurt in the past few days. Weather doesn't do me good right now. Trying to bear with it and come on here and stream and at least mentally vent with you guys, or get away from whatever is going on in my body. Not that it's always the right answer, but sometimes it helps get away. All right, making sure we're good there. And I went to the AFK's one there. Rumble. We'll see if Rumble posts anything that hasn't been on my Discord for some reason. I don't know why. We'll see. We'll see if it does in like a half an hour. Give it some time. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. There were a lot of bomb threats this morning at the New Jersey polling stations. I think they've been found to be
Fox, and I do want to get you out
fake.
to some breaking news that we are following involving the elections today as we cover everything related to those elections. You can see right now, according to Fox and Friends, that is Mark Meredith there saying bomb threats have forced the closures at New Jersey polling places. Again, that is according to Mark Meredith with Fox News. And there are 2 bomb threats that have reportedly been received. I'm going to take down that banner, though, so you can actually read this full statement coming in from the Attorney General of New Jersey, that is Matthew Platkin. He says early this morning, law enforcement responded to threats that were received by email involving certain polling places in several locations. Law enforcement officers have responded at each affected polling place, and they have worked swiftly to secure these polling locations and ensure the safety of every voter. Some of these polling locations have already reopened to the public. At others, voters will be directed to a nearby polling location to cast their ballot. We are grateful to the brave law enforcement officers and the dedicated poll workers who are working tirelessly to ensure everyone's safety, and we are coordinating closely with our federal and local law enforcement partners. Voters should continue to have confidence that they can cast their ballot without fear of intimidation, and we will continue to work tirelessly to ensure a free, fair, and secure election. Make no mistake, we will not tolerate any attempts to interfere with our elections, and we will swiftly hold accountable anyone who seeks to interfere with the safety or security of our electoral process. If you identify any suspicious activity, please report it immediately so law enforcement by calling 911. Again, that is a statement there out of New Jersey as the elections are underway. The polling sites receiving several bomb threats. We'll keep you updated here as we do get much more information.
Yeah, I think there were false, crazy bomb threats. New Season 5 leaks of Marvel Rivals. What?
Yo, what's going on, guys? Still Bobs here. Welcome back to a brand new video here on the channel. Today, we have even more leaks for Season 5 and potentially the brand new map. And we also have the new skin coming before Season 5 in Marvel Rivals. But first up, let's get into the exciting news. XOX Leak just revealed voice lines for a bunch of heroes interacting on the Collector's Theme Park map. Now, if you didn't see my last video, the Collector's Theme Park is what we believe is going to be the Season 5 map. The reason being that it's already kind of been teased in the Season 4 gallery cards, and the Collector has an exhibit full of glass cages that encase creatures from all across the time stream. And in the Marvel Rivals lore, Mantis, Psylocke, and Jeff were all held captive there and managed to escape. And they said they would go back and free everyone. And now, in these voice lines, it's pretty apparent that that is what they plan to do. So let's start off with listening to the Psylocke voice lines interacting on the new Collector's Theme Park map, and you'll hear her talk about all the prisoners and their plans to set them free and what they have planned for the Collector himself.
I'm more interested in making sure that their captor is liberated from existence. I can speak from experience. It's just as unpleasant as you imagine. I vowed I would return here, and I will not leave until justice is served. I know, all too well. I was once one of the Collector's prized possessions. And then we can make the Collector pay for what he's done here. You're right. Everyone leaves here alive. Except the Collector. We should have burned this place to the ground behind us when we left.
So it sounds like they're going back for revenge, and Psylocke even says that she doesn't want the Collector to even make it out alive. So I think it's pretty safe to say that the objective of the Collector's theme park map will certainly be taking down the Collector and freeing all of the prisoners. Now we have a bunch more voice lines from the different heroes, and even a voice line that's talking about Deadpool. So next up, I'm going to show a bunch more of the other voice lines, and a lot of them do talk about the map itself, and they do reference that it is actually kind of a literal theme park. Not only does the Collector have his menagerie where he holds all of these creatures, but he does have a literal theme park here where there's actual rides, like a bit of a carnival, and you already know there's going to be so many Easter eggs here, so take a listen to a few more of these voice lines that talk about the new map.
Buckle up, kids. We're in for a hell of a ride.
No time for amusements. There are innocents here that require our aid.
I've worked in a carnival before, but this is something else.
This isn't a theme park. It's a prison. Sentient beings aren't meant to be held captive like this. But you escaped, and now we have the chance to free the others.
Yikes. It's like a cosmic Coney Island gone bad.
This place gives me the creeps, and that is not easy to do.
Hope these rides ain't got a height requirement.
I cannot bear the thought of being trapped in one of the Collector's cages. The Collector has caged so many innocent beings. How inhumane. Then we must make sure that every creature is liberated from this place.
No being belongs in captivity. We shall set them free.
I can transport them to Limbo, but I'm not sure that's any safer. Боже мой. So many innocents held prisoner in this place. This is going to be one hell of a ride.
But it is truly full of horrors. You can feel it too, can't you, Adam? Here we are again, back where our journey together began. I have escaped this horrid place before. I have no doubt I will do so again. Feel lucky that you are only here as a guest, and not as an exhibit. There are still innocents trapped here, Sai. They deserve their freedom as well.
If that's what it takes, so be it. But I'm open to other options. Is there any way we can set them free?
Not really Hulk's idea of fun.
Something tells me we're in for more chills than thrills here.
I happen to be a bit of a collector myself. So many tortured souls gathered for the taking.
No one deserves to be caged up like this. Not ever. Don't know what you just said, little buddy.
Interesting,
but I got a
points.
feeling we're riding the same wave.
So many people held against their will. Brings up some bad memories.
Seen enough kids in cages to last me a lifetime.
Now, also on the Collector's theme park map, the Collector does have his own private gallery where he's gathered many powerful artifacts to display to his wealthiest patrons. And in this next voice line from Rocket, it seems like he has plans to steal from the Collector in true Rocket fashion.
That we could make millions stealing the Collector's stuff while these idiots are busy fighting? The Collector can't build a gallery that can hold me, baby. Oh, sure. That was definitely next on my list, Quill. Or at least a close third.
So while these are just funny voice lines, we have already heard leaked voice lines between Rocket and Gambit, where it does sound like Rocket would love to go on a heist with Gambit.
A thief, huh? Ever stolen an Infinity Stone from an Elder of the Universe? Let's talk more when this battle's over. I might have the perfect job for you.
So if there are artifacts up to be stolen, I don't think there's anyone better for the job than Rocket, Rogue, and Gambit. So I think we're going to have a lot of fun on this map. Now, also in these leaked voice lines, there is one voice line between Wolverine and Deadpool in the game files for the Collector's theme park map. And it's Wolverine saying this to Deadpool.
I think I've finally stabbed you in the head one too many times.
So who knows what Deadpool has said to irritate Wolverine this time. But I think it's awesome knowing that the devs have planned Deadpool to be in the game since the start. Now, does this mean he's coming in Season 5? Well, no. I think we know Rogue and Gambit are on the way. But maybe he will be on the way soon. I think he'd be the perfect hero for the 1-year anniversary. So those voice lines are cool. They definitely paint an image of the Collector's theme park. And it sounds like a large part of this map is a literal theme park, which I think is going to be a really cool map. But definitely a bit of an eerie tone for a season that's supposed to be love and romance themed. I guess Gambit and Rogue are really going to have to shine a light on this next season. Well, anyway, don't worry, because we don't have to wait long before Season 5 is revealed. It's very likely that a trailer is going to be tomorrow on Wednesday. Who knows, it might even drop today, but I think tomorrow is pretty certain that we'll be getting the Season 5 trailer finally. Who's excited? Well, there's something else to be excited for this week, and that is the surprise new skin that's coming to Marvel Rivals in this week's store. On November 6th, we're going to be getting the Wolverine Dog Brother X Immortal Weapon skin. This is the Immortal Weapon Wolverine, where he's the chosen warrior of Hualdao, the Fire Dog. And it's actually going to be an epic skin bundled for 1,600 units, so it doesn't really have any special effect, but it looks so cool. His flaming claws. I'm just going to play the whole trailer so you can see what the skin has to offer.
Cool.
So yeah, a pretty awesome MVP screen, an awesome fire-breathing emote. I think this is a dope skin, and that means the other two Immortal Weapon skins, the Angela and Iron Fist skins, will be coming later in Season 5. So that's it for this video, guys. Let me know, are you excited for Season 5? What are your predictions, and what...
That's interesting. I'd like to know that they're very into it, to building the game. Ooh, Tommy. He did not get jailed. He was found not guilty, which is awesome news. I was a little worried about
well,
what
hello,
the
ladies
UK
and
court system
gentlemen,
would do with
welcome
him.
to 2C TV, your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we come to you guys with some good news from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Tommy Robinson, the enemy of the state, has now been cleared. I can confirm Tommy Robinson is not a terrorist. What a shock, ladies and gentlemen. He had his magistrates court section earlier on. We had the verdict, and the judge ruled that, in fact, Keir Starmer's police state were unlawfully decided to arrest him and use the counter-terrorism powers against him. But we're going to have Tommy joining me in a minute. And of course, we're going to take your questions as well live.
Sounds good.
But before we do that, Tommy thanked Elon Musk massively because Elon and his team helped Tommy's when it comes to his legal fees and everything else that happened, but also in terms of the platform on X that he's created. Let me bring on Tommy because I want to actually talk about the mainstream media as well, because some of the media guys were there, but they weren't too happy. Hello, Tommy. Welcome. How are you?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. How are you? Is it too dark? Let me just brighten this up a bit. One sec.
You're not dark. Stop being racist against yourself. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, you're good. You're good. All right. So, well, good day for you. But were you expecting this result, or were you thinking, well, they could go either way because this is
I was thinking
the judiciary in the UK? But you did have good lawyers. So, what were your thoughts? And explain to people what was the verdict exactly.
So, during my trial, my King's Counsel on one of the days said they have lost this case on 3 legalities today. Yeah? He said they've lost. But I said, I've been here before. I've been in this position before where we have proven the case unequivocally. We've proven it with evidence, and I've still lost. So I don't take the same confidence that you take. And if I'm honest, I never expected this today. Not the judgment that the judge handed down. He handed down an absolute hammer against the police, against their motivations for the case, against the legalities of the case. You know, the frustrating thing. So anyone watching this who's watched this play out, Maya, just 18 months ago, I was detained at the anti-Semitism rally. I was handcuffed. I was pepper sprayed at point blank range. I was physically assaulted by the police. Then I was given bail conditions not to enter my capital city. I was unlawful. When we went to court, it cost £53,000. We won the case. The judge then handed down a blistering attack on the police, saying everything they done was unlawful. Nothing changes. I didn't get the £53,000 back. Yeah, so nothing changes. So fast forward to where we are now. We've just had another blistering judgment by a judge saying that the reason the police detained me, which his words, his judgment, is because of who I am and my political beliefs. Now, what that means is that I was targeted by counter-terrorism on behalf of the British state in order to stop me as a journalist to get access to this. Now, and you know, the whole time this happened, Mayor, not one single journalist in the UK spoke up for me. Not one single journalist in the UK, I mean mainstream, you did, Dan Wootton did, the new media did. That's why there's a new media. If the old media want to understand why there's a new media, this is why, you absolute imbeciles. You're not standing on the side of truth, ever. You don't, even when it's in everyone's face and it's such a wrongdoing that the whole country can see it's a wrongdoing, you still double down. You still don't side on the side of press freedom or journalist freedom. So whilst all this was going on, no one supported us from the mainstream. They were all quite happy for it to happen. Even Nigel Farage, I pointed it out today. Nigel was questioned about this because at the time, Reform supporters were saying they wanted him to say something. Instead of having the balls to say something, say this is wrong, they shouldn't be doing this, he just made up that I had a fake passport.
Yeah, I'll put the video on for those who missed it in a second. But yeah, go on. And you know what? I'll be honest, like, probably I keep myself busy, and I kept myself busy recently in Israel. And for the last week, I have been stressed about this case because I've been expecting to go back to jail. I've been expecting to be in prison for the next 3 months. That's what I've been expecting. So,
I was kind of very surprised to hear that he got the not guilty verdict.
Not happy, mate. I'll be honest. I come out of court angry. Angry with the media portrayal. Remember, all the mainstream media, I'm going to dissect this tomorrow and do it in a video. All the mainstream media sat in my trial. So they saw exactly what the judge saw. And not one of their media reports anywhere in this case highlighted any of the unlawful wrongdoings by the police. They made all of this about a Bentley. Yeah, what they made it seem like there was some criminality about money. Yeah, the money was never under question. The evidence was given to the police where it come from. The car was not under question. They knew whose car it was. It was a friend's. It was getting transported because he was moving to Spain. There was no question about any of it. Yet the media portrayed this big, oh my God, he's at the border with this much money in this car. No, that wasn't the case. What they should have been concentrating on is the fact that Article 7 of the terrorism legislation was unlawfully and illegally used, and the police accepted that. So I'm still frustrated because the whole time while this played out in court, the media didn't report it. They just didn't report it.
But that's the, okay. So speaking of the media, I'm going to show you guys at home. This was the BBC's reaction. Far-right activist Tommy Robinson found not guilty of terror offence after not giving the UK access to phones. So firstly, there's no context here. Secondly, obviously when they go around calling everybody, including Tommy, imagine calling Tommy far-right. If these people meet an actual ethno-nationalist, I don't know if they know the difference, by the way. But that's the BBC. You mentioned even, obviously, the mainstream politicians, including Nigel Farage, were going around saying...
Why don't they say the fact? The fact is, the judge ruled that I was targeted and discriminated against because of my beliefs.
He was.
But this is the key point. Not just the media, but also the politicians. They've already decided the verdict before the trial. So this is what a leader of the political party said before the trial even finished. Let's go.
No, Tommy Robinson's been right about many things. He's just not the company that I choose to keep. You know, and even after that, we got, oh, Robinson's been arrested using terrorism laws, isn't there? And then we discover, no, actually, he wasn't arrested in London. He was arrested at the port of Dover, and it's something to do with a passport issue. And you know,
passport issue.
Listen, he has had some things very.
So yeah, what was that about?
Yeah.
Passport issue.
I was detained under terrorism legislation, which we now know was unlawful and targeted because of my political beliefs. And rather than speak up, you sat there like the coward you are because you didn't want to challenge the establishment. It's the same old story for Nigel. Doesn't want to rock the boat, don't want to challenge the establishment, too fearful of challenging actually, because when it happens to him or someone in reform, when they get stopped at the border and they get demanded access to their phones, which is unlawful, as has now been proven, but it's only proven because Elon Musk stepped in and helped me with the legal case for this. And do you know what? That in each of these cases, the process is the punishment. I've had this hanging over my head for 12 months. I've been arrested. All the media slurs all around the world that I'm a terrorist, that I'm linked to terrorism. All of this has gone everywhere. The damage is done. The damage against me personally is done. The damage and the stress and pressure has already been done. So even when I get a win, I don't feel like I've won anything. What have I won?
Am I correct to say that what we've seen over the last 10, 15 years, 20 years now, the media, they basically, just like what I said about the political leaders like Nigel Farage, they put you on the spotlight, they get you on the headlines before you've been found guilty of something. They basically decide that you are bin Laden. And then when you win, for example, or when they are proved wrong, they don't correct it or they don't apologize.
No,
so all people hear is
anymore.
what happened before. What they hear is you've been arrested, you were basically a terrorist. That's all they see, the headlines. They don't really see the BBC or GB News correcting it, right? Is that correct?
It's a weapon. Like I've looked at LBC, I've looked at the BBC, I've looked at Sky News. None of them gave the context today. The ruling was that the police targeted me because of my political beliefs. They discriminated against me. That's nowhere in their headlines. All that's in their headlines was found not guilty. That's all that's in the headlines. No context that the police have abused their power. Say that out loud. Counter-terrorism have actively targeted me because of my political beliefs. Now, that's the story here. Now, we knew that during the trial because we were all taking part in the trial and the police admitted it on the dock. So why did none of the media run that during the trial? They made it all about a car. All about a bloody car. They made the receipt of the car was in the car, £49,000. The gentleman who bought it, they're acting like it was far bigger than it was. The gentleman that bought it, they had all the paperwork there. I was transporting it. It's ridiculous. They knew that, but again, the police knew all of this before the trial. Now, the big question here is the Crown Prosecution Service are supposed to be independent. So they had all of this evidence before the trial. So they too, if they would have reviewed it, like the judge did, they'd have found that it was all bullshit. So why was I ever prosecuted? Why was I ever taken to court on terrorism legislation? Why wasn't I let go? Why didn't they decide the Crown Prosecution
Because they wanted to smear his name as far as they could take it.
Attacked with pepper spray and the Crown Prosecution Service, which are meant to be independent, when they reviewed the evidence, which there was none, why didn't they get rid of the charge? Why did they prosecute me? Because they prosecuted me so the media can pump it to the whole world to make me look like a criminal. Now, the public, what you've seen in the last 18 months, if we take the pepper spraying and the anti-Semitism, take my film Silenced, and take this case, those 3 criminal charges, imagine my last 10 charges, if you would have seen the evidence. Imagine if I'd have had the same backing back then of Elon Musk funding my lawyers back then, All of this, it frustrates me because I'm continually going through this lawfare. I now face, Mayor, my solicitor is saying today, we need to sit down and get ready for your next trial. My next trial's a year away. I need to prepare now for another trial. What for? This next trial is even worse than this one.
Yeah, this is the insanity part of it. And I'll go back to why there are no consequences when they basically are found to have either made a mistake or actually basically stitch you up. So both when it comes to the pepper spray thing, that incident, but also this time, any consequences when the police basically lied. Before we do that, the media, you mentioned a very interesting thing about the fact that they don't really give you the context now. Now that basically you won and you've been cleared, GB News was there, and lovely Dan Wootton, outspoken, of course, had on the ground Lauren Farrow, who went and approached the GB News. Guys, let me just show this video. I'm going to get your reaction on this because you've dealt with the media all your life now, and this just proves everything you've been saying and the reason that my channel exists and what you do every day with your outlet and Dan Wootton. Let's just watch this.
Hi there, you're live on the #1 independent news channel, Dan Wootton Outspoken. Just wondered why you're here when you
my gosh, running
Tommy.
like cowards. Look.
I just wondered, you won't feature Tommy, so why are you covering it? Sorry, you won't feature Ben Habib, Rupert Lowe, or Tommy Robinson. No, but I just want to ask you, why are you censoring people's news? Well, there you have it. More propaganda puppets, Dan. They won't say anything.
And then
that
she
is
goes to the other
why
one.
ITV or GB News?
Oh, GB News.
Okay, and so you're reporting today. Why won't you feature Tommy Robinson on GB News?
He's not here.
Oh, no, I know, but you don't feature him, Ben Habib or Rupert Lowe?
It's not a decision for me to make. I'm sorry.
Okay, and so are you giving full narrative coverage today?
It's interesting, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Are you giving full narrative coverage
Of course
today
not.
on Tommy Robinson?
We're covering the court case.
No, but are you giving full narrative, a full breakdown of exactly what was said inside the courtroom?
We're giving the coverage of this.
Okay, well, there we have it.
I do love Lauren. There we have it, as expected. It's bad though. I mean, we laugh, but it could be like ridiculous at times, only because we don't know what else to do. It's just too depressing if we don't laugh. But it's dangerous because if they can do these things to someone like you with a huge platform and a backing of Elon Musk, what could happen and what does happen to all those little people with like smaller platforms or no platforms, ordinary
Like
people?
young
We saw what
Bob.
happened last summer. What's going to happen to this country?
I've just watched footage of that young gentleman reporting for GB News, and I was stood behind him. He didn't try and interview. He didn't ask for an interview.
He was saying you weren't there. He said you weren't there.
I've just watched him standing reporting whilst I'm behind him. I've just watched it. So I've just watched it. My thing is, look, it's dangerous when the public believe GB News are the go-to channel for the truth. When even GB News have censorship levels of who's censored, why they're censored. Like Rupert Lowe, he used to be on there quite regularly. What was the reason why he was totally cut off? What's the reason? Give the public the reason. Why was he a commentator then he's not? Why was Ben Habib a commentator then he's not? I've never been allowed on there. Day one. Do you know I've sat down, Mayor, with a lot of their different presenters, a lot of whom I respect, yeah? And they've all asked to have me on the show to give my side of the story. Now, is it a fair journalist channel when you allow people continually to go on and lie about me, but I'm not allowed on to count and give my side of the story? Even like now, when I've been proven as unlawfully targeted by the counter-terrorism police, it's unlawful what they've done. The last two of my cases, it's been proven unlawful. Yet I'm continually labelled as a thug or a criminal, yeah, because of the weaponisation of the judiciary. And then the mainstream channel, like GB News, who's meant to be the alternative to the mainstream, they're meant to be different. They're meant to be different. But yet they're still, if we look at what happened to anyone who talks about vaccines, anyone who talks about, there's no difference. They still are governed, and there's still certain things you can't talk about, certain people you can't talk to. So it's frustrating. Yeah. I think it's a great clip. Well done, Lauren. I think she's.
Yeah, she's good. By the way, there are those who make excuses for GB News, but they say, well, it's Ofcom. It's nothing to do with Ofcom, actually. This is about the corporate control, because Ofcom also had Sky News and BBC News, Newsnight, and both of them had you on their channel before. It's not Ofcom. It's the power of the corporate and the advertisers, and of course those who are on the board and the investors. It's those guys are making the decision. That's why we call them corporate media, because they don't have the freedom. As you said, there might be one or two good presenters on these channels, and they might want to have you or me on there, but you know they're not allowed to. They're told not to. Tap on the shoulder. So I'm going to get some of your questions in the live chat, by the way. Let me know what you want to ask Tommy. But what's next now? What do you have planned?
What's next? Well, a meeting with the police about Unite the Kingdom. By the way, anyone who wants one of these, I'm just going to grift. You get them at nationware.co.uk.
It's in the description, guys.
Unite the Kingdom wristbands, key rings, everything. Unite the Kingdom is Britain's MAGA. You see the last event on September 13th? Wait till the next one. Yeah, but we just need to negotiate the right stuff with the police. I want to release the date. I know the date already. Yeah, I know the date. It's going to have worldwide global attention. People can say what changes. The mood of the nation has changed. Yeah, other parties can ride that wave. I don't care. We are awakening the public, awakening the population, and uniting them together. And people are, I'd say, this country now, we've given inspiration to many around the globe. People are watching Great Britain. Great Britain is going to be the battleground for free speech, the battleground for everything. I'm going over this week to meet with Dominic, Polish MP, for some interviews there to understand what Poland are doing, to meet some groups who are combating the open border immigration or the attempts at immigration into their country. So I've just come back from Israel But I've got my first meeting tomorrow. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this meeting? With all of my team from Urban Scoop. And this is just a set to finish off episode 6. It's the most important work I need to do is episode 6. But we needed a lot of the groundwork done, a lot of the research done, and we need a lot of surveillance done. So we have our meeting tomorrow, which I'm excited about, because then we're going to have, that date, just to hammer everything down so we can get our work done. But next for me is episode 6 of The Rape of Britain, a quick trip to Poland in between, seeing my kids a little bit, going to go to my mum's in a minute and get some salmon.
Yeah. But as I said, I'll put the link in the description, guys. Go get the merch. If we're doing plugins, obviously, we speaking of Poland, we've just also released a new series on 2CTV Plus called Why Poland Works, and it's basically about why Poland is the best in the European Union. And later tonight, we're going to cover the New York mayoral election. Hopefully, Mandon is not going to win, but for that,
we'll see about that.
I know, well, it's going to be close. We got 25% discount annual memberships if you use the promo code NYC25. Let me get some reaction. We have some questions from lovely people in the live chat, but first one actually it's a request. Comes from our good friend, Mr. Banana Man, Niak Orbani. There's a campaign, apparently, and he wants you to get involved if you have as he says, if you have the balls. Basically, there's a campaign to burn Khamenei's posters and pictures after everything has happened in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Apparently, worldwide, there's a whole campaign now. People are burning the photos. Are you gonna?
Will it wait till I'm with you? Can you print me off the biggest picture, Nyack, when I'm with you this week?
We have the biggest picture, yes.
Full-size picture of the scumbag. I'll happily burn it.
Absolutely. All right, so let me just see what you lovely humans are saying. Tony says, our brother is free and so he should be. Oh, Tommy Robbins. Tommy, I wrote to you in prison. Never did that before. I marked the envelope political prisoner. Really pleased for you today. How many letters did you get? Thousands?
I got 20,000 birthday cards in one day. 20,000. I'm not joking. 20,000 birthday
Wow.
So do you know, like each one of these things, each one of these attacks is meant to demoralise us, yeah? We're winning, okay? Momentum is with us, not them. We're rising. Look at your channel. I'm looking now, 1.2 million. Like, I remember that's gone quick because it was just under 1 million recently, wasn't it? So I've gone up 60,000 followers this week on YouTube. Now that I'm back on YouTube, using YouTube. Mine still ain't monetized, can't monetize it, but I'm back on YouTube. I think I've just looked, I'm number 47 rank in the world on X. We're winning. Future belongs to us. Momentum's with us. We're not stopping. And any one of these attacks and these court cases are meant to demoralise us. It just gives us big wind. It lets you, the public, see what they're doing. It lets you see the injustice. The British public don't like injustice. They can see it. They don't like bullying either. And it's an attempt by the state to continually bully us and silence us. The problem that the state don't realise, which I keep thinking, just wake the fuck up and look at it. It doesn't work. You're not going to stop. It don't work. You're not actually, it's not going to work. You just actually ignite us even more. You put more fire in our belly, you frustrate us. So
desperate.
Before going around.
They're desperate. Yeah, no. Anyway, Tommy, tell the rabbi for everything. You are the one spark of hope for me in my life. Your courage and honesty against all odds is inspiring. Could we expect you two together in Israel for amazing content? So you did so much in Israel. Wait, how long were you there? For 2 weeks or more than 2 weeks? Because it felt like you were there for 6 months.
Mate, we done 60 videos in 10 days.
How did you survive? How did you survive?
Content, and I think it was Israel's a beautiful country. Do you know what? For me, there's so much hatred against Israel, so much hatred against Jews, and most people who hate Israel have never been there. And most people, I'm looking at what's coming out of the American right. I'm thinking, well, none of you lot know what it's like to grow up around Islam. You have no idea what they're like.
No.
You have no idea what any of these organisations or these countries are like.
Well, because it was curtailed early on, but now they're not controlling anything.
Totally
no, I mean Trump is. Biden's not.
So I understand what they're like.
Nothing.
You know, I understand how aggressive they are. I understand the hostility. So I know what Israel feels like, surrounded by 23 totalitarian Sharia-driven shitholes with no human rights. Who want to wipe them off the face of the planet. But so many of these people, just like now, they've just arrested a planned ISIS attack with machine guns. It's like, who are you going to blame for that? It's like, wake up. You're siding with Hamas. You're siding with Iran. What the hell is going on? I'm watching it all. I'm watching it all. And I found it interesting to go there. I don't know, did you watch the mass migrant problem that's there? I went into South Tel Aviv, interviewed Jews who are being replaced. And do you know what? I spoke to government ministers, and said, if we didn't build the wall, they built a wall, then the Sudanese, Eritrean, there would be no Israel now if we didn't build the wall. Yeah? If we didn't build the wall, and that's what we need to do. We need to protect our country. So, yeah, I had a great time. And Maya, do you want to go? Would you go?
We're going back, because we have to. We are about to release our Israel documentary, October 7th documentary that we did a few months ago. We're gonna do we want to do a premiere both in London and in Israel. So I'll keep you posted. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back in a couple of months. That'll be good. Tony says, "2C, you will always be the real media. You always speak the truth, brother." Usually when I'm drunk, but yeah. And Rona says, "Yes, Tommy, love you." And okay, I want to see if there are any questions. Yeah, 1.2 million. All right, so let's... Oh, yeah, there we go. Sue says, do you think the judge decided so strongly because the eyes of the world and Elon Musk are watching? Will other people get this result?
I think certainly that the eyes of the world has helped. Certainly Ezra Levant travelling and reporting so the public could read everything that happened in the trial, which means the public already knew that they'd acted unlawfully. If it wasn't for Ezra being there, then none of the mainstream media reported any of the facts from the case. So the judge could have handed down a verdict, and no one would have known any different. But I think that certainly the new media, the citizen journalists, all of them that attended court, make it difficult for them. And I have to recognise the judge as being totally upstanding. I have to recognise that, because I criticise the judiciary a lot. I criticise judges a lot. He has restored some. He could have even sat on the fence with some things, but in his verdict, he slammed them. He absolutely slammed them, because he's probably sitting thinking, "How dare this come to my court? How dare you totally unlawfully target someone just because of their political beliefs, and not just target them with? You're not talking about a criminal damage charge. You're talking about terrorism. Like, wait, what the hell? You're talking about trying to make me a convicted terrorist. That's what you tried to do. You tried to make me a convicted terrorist based on nothing, based on your unlawful prejudice of my political opinions. And the hanging point for them was they didn't even put into evidence our interview. So, you know, they had to interview me for 3-4 hours. In court, they didn't even put into evidence because there was not one question about anything to do with terrorism. Every single question was about my legal, lawful activities as a journalist. So that's why they couldn't put it in court, because that would prove the reason why I was targeted, which we now know, which the judge knew anyway, was because of my political belief and my work as a journalist. That's why I was targeted by the British state. So
it's insanity. The Patriotic Christian says, "Tommy, please talk with me about baptizing at the next United Kingdom." What
I think that's a baptizing? Great idea. I'm gutted I didn't get baptized in Jordan, in the Jordan River, in Israel. I'm gutted, to be honest. Yeah, I'm gutted.
Someone who got baptized when you were in Israel? Someone got baptized.
It was
in your group.
Who
was it?
Republican.
Liam Tufts, but he didn't get baptized as a he get baptized. He admitted, he said it's nothing. It wasn't him getting baptized as a Christian. He just wanted to experience what it was like, and as he was there, and it is part of the experience. So,
and what's her name got baptized? Red Post. Coming up. Is it in here? She's running for Senate, I believe. We're not. Oh. Linger. Where is the lady I went to show you? Why can't I think of her name? There's the MP. She went on the top. Valentina Gomez. This lady was baptized in Jordan. She posted on her. She went to Israel with them as a group. Yeah, I got baptized in Jordan River, just like Jesus, same river, same Savior, 2,000 years later, still changing lives.
His name is Father, Son, Holy Spirit, in the mighty name of Jesus.
Woo! Woo! That's awesome.
I've come to Israel from the United States.
South Park conference in 2 weeks. Links below. Not fat. Skinny. What am I? No, she's fat.
Fair enough. That makes sense. Yeah. Cool.
I do wish I did, but then do you know what I thought? Do you know the Welsh priest who speaks at our events?
Yeah.
I thought if I was getting baptized, I want him to baptize me.
Yeah, he's lovely. He's great. Yeah. Jonathan says, thank you, Tommy, for what you do for this country. Peace, brother. Deep heat spray, ladies. Stay safe. We were gonna myself and our good friend Stefan Thompson from Visegrad. We came up with the idea of selling branded pepper sprays. Then we realized we can't sell it here. We can sell it in other countries, but not we'll get arrested.
No, Jack.
It's like selling drugs. Self-defense is illegal in the UK.
Yeah, it is. Sadly.
Defend yourself. No,
It's
we
so
can't have any of those pesky rapists getting hurt.
So embarrassing. Anyway, Sheila says, Tommy, I met you a few times in the Huntley Suite. Oh, that sounds sexy. I'm so glad you didn't take my advice. God bless you. Do you remember that? What is that?
Let me make sense of that.
Sheila?
Must be a prison officer.
Ah, well, you put your name. That's not safe.
Probably to stop, I'm guessing.
But I thought the Huntley Suite was a hotel.
No, the Huntley Suite is a suite that was built in Huntley at Belmarsh Prison.
Oh, that makes sense. Fair enough. Vanda says, I hope you enjoy your chocolate and Percy Pigs. What is the obsession with the Percy Pigs?
I love it. You know what? I've started clean today. So I've come out of there, I've gone to the gym, and I'm back on now a healthy regime because I've been in a bad regime. And
yes.
So I'm about to go get salmon cooked by my mother.
Brilliant. I'm guessing they didn't have Percy Pigs in Israel, right? No Percy Pigs.
What are Percy Pigs? I've never heard of that.
Sort your crisps out. They're pathetic.
I know. So bad.
They all banged on about these crisps that they said were the best. Wait till you have these crisps. They're a bag of nothing. It was a bag of nothing.
It's bad.
It's a bag of nothing. Yeah. I appreciate British crisps. We're the best.
That's true. Yeah, superior. Someone said you don't ship to Norway. It's not working. Can't ship to my address. Oh, this is their merch. Your merch.
No, we're just sorting out now. It's only on Britain at the minute. We are going to sort out all the merchandise to be shipped abroad in the next week. But at the minute, yeah, it's just Britain. And they've got mega hats. They've got UTK hats. We've got key rings, wristbands, all the different T-shirts. But we just need to get ready now for the next event, man. I'm excited about the next event because I know how big it's going to be. I also know the planning that went into the last one, which we need. So I want to have another event before the next event, which will be the screening of episode 6, which I just need to get finished.
Yeah, I know you said that obviously you have a meeting with the police to sort out the date, so you can't tell us what date you have in mind. Can you tell us roughly what season are we talking about? Summertime, before summer.
Yeah, it'll be, yeah. Because do you know
Soonish.
what they'll do? Yeah, we'll see.
Oh,
Give me a week.
oh yeah, yes, yeah, you don't want to, we don't want them to cock block.
Block everything before we get agreed.
All right, no worries. That's fine. Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Tommy. As we said, we put the link in the description for you guys to check it out. And later tonight, and by later tonight, I mean 2 p.m. UK time, or I think 9 p.m. Eastern time, we will be live with the full coverage of the New York City elections, New York elections, mayoral elections. Hopefully, Mamdani somehow gets.
Yeah, I hope Mamdani doesn't win, but if he does, dude, it's what New York City deserves. Watch Chew on Head with Asmongold. Great.
Look right here from Reagan National Airport, and this just into our newsroom right here. Flights are grounded at Reagan National Airport. This is a live look from Fox 5 Skycam, and I did want to pull this out as Reagan Airport did share this via social media, saying all flight operations are being held at Reagan National while passengers on a United Airlines flight are being offloaded and bused to the terminal. We will provide more information as it becomes available, and a live look right here at this United airplane, and it's a little unclear as to whether this specifically might be the plane in question, but I did want to share a little bit more information from Reuters, and this is a post right here that Reuters just shared saying that the FAA said it issued a ground stop for traffic at Reagan Washington National Airport over a security issue. So we have a little bit more information from Reuters here saying that it issued a ground stop for traffic at the airport over a security issue. Flight Radar 24, which is a flight tracking site, said the issue was due to an unconfirmed threat against a United Airlines airplane that had been moved away from other aircraft at the airport. The FAA and United did not immediately respond to requests from comment. All of this coming from Reuters. So we do see a live look at this United Airlines airplane. And according to this Reuters information, an airplane from United, and we do see this live look focused on this particular airplane, although it is not yet confirmed whether that is the airplane in question. We do see that it is standing alone, isolated, but passengers were offloaded from a United Airlines flight at Reagan National Airport moments ago after a reported security incident. So this flight, and we're just getting new information, this is flight UA 512 that was arriving from Houston, Texas. It landed at around noon local time. This point, it's breaking news. The nature of this incident.
I feel like there's going to be bomb threats all throughout the day. And I think there's going to be one actual threat, one or two, that either goes off or is actually stopped prior. But I have a feeling with all the bomb threats that are being made today, they're gearing something up, these evil people.
Remains unclear, but this is a live look from the tarmac at Reagan National Airport. Earlier, there were emergency vehicles surrounding the aircraft, and it does look like there's at least one vehicle standing by right here, but it was surrounding the aircraft on the runway. So this is a live look from Reagan National Airport, as we do know that passengers from a United Airlines flight were offloaded at around noontime. The particular airplane was isolated from other aircraft at the airport because of, according to Reuters, an unconfirmed threat against this particular airplane. Fox 5 DC is sharing this, is saying that there was a reported security incident. And hold on one moment, my producer's trying to talk to me. Let's listen into this. All right, so we are continuing to follow this breaking news, but this is a social media post by Fox 5 DC. As we continue to follow this breaking news right here, there was a reported security incident at Reagan National Airport. This is a live look at this United Airlines airplane. You can actually see, if you look at this, there's a bunch of people now walking towards this airplane. It's unclear as to who exactly these personnel are, but on the lower hand side of your screen, kind of near the tail of this airplane, you can see a group of people congregating right here. And we do see at least one vehicle there on the tarmac. This is the very latest information. The FAA saying that it issued a ground stop for traffic at Reagan Washington National Airport over a security issue. What that particular security issue was, it remains unclear. However, Flight Radar 24, which is a flight tracking site, said the issue was due to an unconfirmed threat against a United Airlines airplane that had been moved away from other aircraft at the airport. So this is a social media post by Flight Radar 24 saying the current security hold at DCA is due to an unconfirmed threat against an arriving aircraft, UA512. That aircraft has been moved away from the terminal area and operations remain on hold. This is a live look right here of that airplane. And we do know that all flight operations are being held while passengers on this particular flight were being offloaded and they were bused to the terminal. So we're continuing to gather new information as we take a look at what the FAA is reporting, what Flight Radar 24 is reporting, and of course, what our Fox 5 DC team is reporting right here. Just to give you a little bit more information about this particular flight, this is UA512. It was arriving from Houston, Texas. It landed at around noon local time. The nature, though, of this incident, this security incident, remains unclear, although Flight Radar 24 says that it was due to an unconfirmed threat against a United Airlines airplane. So this airplane that we see right here, and this is the one that this particular live camera is concentrating on. We do know that the United Airlines airplane in question had been moved away from other aircraft at the airport. So we did want to share that with you right here as we continue to follow all of the very latest information.
Oh, actual information. Huge news. I'm just ready for the attacks on Venezuela to begin.
Chad, what do you think the chances I can beat Nightmare 4 solo before the Rivals Ignite tournament starts? Do you think it's doable? I probably should buy a bunch of onks if I'm going to do this solo, right? 65 is probably enough, right? No, I'm doing this solo. I need to be extra prepared.
Bruh.
So I think the strat is we go all in Red Blade, no lifesteal, no ult, nothing. And then we do only range / damage. That's it. Oh, wait, should I do health items though? Do you think health items are still worth it? Probably, right? All right, let me see. Health, damage, refresh. Attack speed, yes. Sword damage, damage. No lifesteal. Damage, health. Ooh, moon power, yep. Damage, range. Big damage, big money. Never stop gambling. No need for ults or anything. We just trust the blade. The blade and the blade only. Could I survive a zombie apocalypse? I'd literally rather die. Why the f would I want to live in a world without running toilets, running showers, everyone's trying to kill you, and everything's trying to eat you? That. Chad, do you guys ever do zombies solo? So when I was a kid, I would have to go to my grandparents every weekend.
I used to run zombie solo on Call of Duty. First zombies I was definitely always running solo on.
Our southern border, and to designate these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and additional actions as well.
And just one more question.
Sure.
So at the Antifa roundtable that we were at just last month, myself and the other panelists made the recommendation to the president for, speaking of foreign terrorist organizations, to have Antifa not just be domestic terrorist organization, but be designated as a foreign terrorist organization since they have cells in other countries. He mentioned to Secretary Rubio, because he was in the room at the time, to look into that. So I just wanted to see if there's an update on that recommendation.
That process is most definitely taking place. I don't have any announcements for you on that today, but I can certainly assure you the administration is working on it, and I'll check in on it and get back to you, Julio. It's a good question. Thank you very much. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Zoran Mamdani blamed the president for bomb threats and intimidation at polling locations. He said, quote, part of the general
I highly doubt that.
administration has taken to intimidate voters with baseless allegations of voter fraud as a means of trying to repress the voice of Americans across this country. I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, I saw those comments from Mamdani. I think they are completely irresponsible, and they are based on zero evidence. And I think this is just another example.
Exactly
of
what
how
the Dems do. Zero evidence, make claims, no receipts.
nothing. All they stand against is President Donald Trump.
Yep.
I think it's quite sad to see that we have someone at the top of the ticket on an election day today saying such things about the president when he obviously had absolutely nothing to do with those threats.
And on the shutdown, Democrats have been pretty quiet about the president's push for the nuclear option, terminating the filibuster. Is there any concern around here that Democrats might actually want Republicans to get rid of the filibuster so that one day, when they're in power again, the door's already open for them to pack the Supreme Court, give statehood to D.C. and Puerto Rico, make mail-in balloting permanent, those kinds of things?
I think the president has been very realistic and strong in his position on the filibuster. He's been very vocal about it. I just spoke to him about it. He feels really strongly about this. Republicans need to play tough and they need to play smart. That's how the president feels. And we know that Democrats, if they are ever given a chance at power again in this city, they will absolutely take away the filibuster from the United States Senate. In fact, you had 49 Democrats who already voted to do this before. The only reason it did not move forward was because you had 2 Democrats who are no longer in office because they were run out of town by the far left radical base of their party. And so President Trump is quite clear on this. He wants to see Republicans move as many good pieces of legislation for our country forward in the next 3 years of his administration as they possibly can, and the filibuster is one means to doing that.
Talk to Johnson and Thune about it. I know that they had both voiced some opposition. Have there been any conversations with them?
He has. He's made his position to them very clear, both publicly and privately. Ouija.
Can you help clear up some confusion about SNAP benefits? Because the president just posted that they will only be given out when the radical left Democrats open the government and not before. But just yesterday, the administration said it would comply with a court order to expend the full amount of SNAP contingency funds by end of business day yesterday. So did the administration distribute that money or defy that court order?
No, the administration is fully complying with the court order. I just spoke to the president about it. The recipients of these SNAP benefits need to understand it's going to take some time to receive this money.
because the Democrats have forced the administration into a very untenable position. We are digging into a contingency fund that is supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, for war. And the president does not want to have to tap into this fund in the future, and that's what he was referring to in his Truth Social post. So the Department of Agriculture, as for the latest SNAP payment in the judge's order, put out guidance to states today on how to get that money to the recipients of SNAP. But it's going to take some time. The best way to get the full amount of SNAP benefits to those beneficiaries is for Democrats to reopen the government. So to anyone who is a SNAP beneficiary at home who needs that assistance, and the president was just saying, this is for people who are truly needy, who need food, who need this assistance from the United States government. Democrats are holding it up and making it difficult for the administration to get those payments out the door. So if you are at home and you want your SNAP benefits, call the Democrats and tell them to reopen the government.
Blocking that contingency fund for the future if this shutdown lingers on?
Look, the president does not want to have to continue to dip into a contingency fund that doesn't even have enough money, by the way, to fund the full program. It takes $9 billion to get the full scale of the benefits out the door. This contingency fund only has about $5 billion in it. So again, Democrats need to reopen the government so we can get these benefits out the door for people who truly need them. Kate.
Thanks.
The president suggested that if Mamdani wins, that he would cut federal funding to New York. How much funding would be impacted? What would be impacted there?
Well, look, we won't get ahead of the election results, nor will I speak to what the president may do in the future. We'll see how tonight goes, and then I'll let him speak on it further.
And why did the administration exclude Democratic lawmakers? Last week there was a briefing about U.S. strikes on alleged drug trafficking boats. Why were those Democrats excluded?
The administration has briefed Congress on these matters 8 separate times, and Democrats have been included in those briefings. In fact, I know that Secretary Rubio will be on Capitol Hill tomorrow to brief the Gang of 12, which includes Democrats as well. So the president's made it very clear, if senators want to understand the administration's operations against narco drug traffickers, we are very happy to speak with them about that, and we will continue to do so. But we've been incredibly transparent. As I said, there's been 8 briefings on this topic, with the 9th coming tomorrow. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. There's been some reporting out there about the possibility of furloughed workers not getting back pay. We know that the president signed that bill into law in his first term. Does the administration guarantee that all furloughed workers will get back pay?
This is something we are very much open to discussing with Democrats as part of the discussions about the continuing resolution to keep the government open, and it's something that Republicans are talking with Democrats about right now. I won't get ahead of those negotiations or discussions.
That's a possibility that may not happen, even though it's law.
I just said Republicans in the White House are very much open to discussing this with Democrats.
And just one last question. As this government shutdown now drags on, about to make history as the longest government shutdown in American history, can you talk about what the president is personally doing to try to see an end to this?
He's pushing Republicans to keep voting and to keep opening up the Senate floor to vote for the clean continuing resolution. He had the Senate Majority Leader and the House Caucus Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, here at the White House to talk about this in the very early stages, to give them a chance to come to their senses and avoid this entire government shutdown at the very beginning. And they chose not to. And I think it's been very clear to everyone in this room and to everyone across the country that the Democrats are playing partisan politics with our United States federal government.
Absolutely are.
And all Republicans have wanted to do for the last 35 days is reopen the government. That has been the president's position since day one. It is his position today on day 35. And all we need are 5 common sense Democrats with have a little bit of courage and come to the table and vote with Republicans. I saw Senator John Fetterman on television last night saying that he hopes more folks in his party will step up, and we certainly agree with him on that point. Sure.
Caroline, the president posted on Truth Social that the voting underway in California is, quote, rigged. What evidence does he have of that, and what does it mean that mail-in ballots in that state are under legal and criminal review? By whom and why? And also, in this vein, does the White House still plan to issue an executive order banning mail-in voting, and what legal authority do you have to do that?
The White House is working on an executive order to strengthen our elections in this country and to ensure that there cannot be blatant fraud, as we've seen in California with their universal mail-in voting system. It's absolutely true that there's fraud in California's elections. It's just a fact. It is just a fact. They have a universal mail-in voting system, which we know is ripe for fraud. And if you want to deny that, I'm happy to provide you all of the evidence for it. I'd be glad to send that to you after this briefing.
Rigged.
fraudulent ballots that are being mailed in the names of other people, in the names of illegal aliens who shouldn't be voting in American elections. There's countless examples, and we'd be happy to provide them. As for executive action the White House is taking, yes, we are looking into that. And like any executive order, of course, any executive order the president signs is within his full executive authority and within the confines of the law. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I've got two questions I'd like to ask you about New York, but first I'd like to ask you about breaking news from the Attorney General. She revealed just about an hour ago that the Biden Justice Department seized President Trump's official first-term phone and subpoenaed his private phone records. Do you have a reaction to that? And also, do we know if they actually got those private call records?
I saw the Attorney General's post on that. For additional questions, I would refer you to the Department of Justice, but I think this is just further evidence of the egregious overreach and weaponization of government that took place under the previous White House against then former President and now President Donald J. Trump. It was a clear effort by the Biden White House and the Biden DOJ to go after the president, and this is just further evidence of that.
New York, we've seen the president's messages that he's put out, but could you describe how he's feeling as a New Yorker watching this election?
Well, the president is a New Yorker and he loves New York. It is his home. He talks about that all of the time, and he's made his thoughts on this election quite clear, I think, himself. In the back, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Over the weekend, there were reports.
I was going to you in the green, but go ahead and then you can have your question.
Thank you. Over the weekend, there were reports that President Trump was due to host President of Syria, Ahmad al-Sharia, on Monday. Do you have any preview for that meeting? Is he expected to invite him to join the U.S.-led anti-ISIS coalition?
I can confirm that that meeting will be taking place here at the White House on Monday, and this is part of the president's efforts in diplomacy to meet with anyone around the world in the pursuit of peace. And as you know, when the president was in the Middle East, he made the historic decision to lift sanctions on Syria to give them a real chance at peace. And I think the administration, we've seen good progress on that front under their new leadership. And so he will be here at the White House on Monday, and I'll let the president speak further on it on Monday. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I was just curious, you had mentioned there that President Trump, as we know, has been speaking with Republican leaders in Congress about reopening the government. Is he involved in any other negotiations? And is he prepared to sign something if a deal does come out by the end of this week? On top of that, with SNAP benefits, does he have any authorities or considering any authority there to release more funds to help people who are desperately needing these benefits?
So look, I think I've already answered the question on SNAP. We're complying with the court's order, and we're getting that partial payment out the door as much as we can and as quickly as we can, but it's going to take some time because, again, this is a prorated payment that we're tapping into a contingency fund for. The best way to get those payments out the door is for Democrats to reopen the government. But yes, the president is in constant communication with his friends on Capitol Hill. They know, they call, he answers, he picks up the phone. He's a very transparent president in that way. And as soon as the Democrats pass the clean continuing resolution, President Trump will be here to sign it. Michael.
This feels like they want a new...
President Trump has threatened to go into Nigeria, guns a-blazing, if Nigeria's government does not stop the killing of Christians in that country.
Democrats just want like a new world order almost, like for America to flop and just join like this European Union or have this like world order coalition take over and combine us with Europe and the Canadians. World order, like a world government is not a good government. I can tell you that. They're not going to govern properly. Let's see. Is there like a Donnie poll tracker? Mommy. Hello. YouTube. Organic YouTube boost. YouTube. Olivia Smith. That's not good. That is porn. Don't do porn. Time to make your voice heard, Pennsylvania. Join me at the polls. Yeah, I voted against everything you want. I want to know. Yeah. No. All three of them. Ballots. I voted no. Oh, no to retention of Supreme Court judges. Last time, ream judges. Even wrote myself in some places. Yep. New York Quad. DUI. It almost flips it red. Governor election. Yeah. Girl. Current governor. Community. Not needed to. Pleading City of good for state value in the area. Just leave New York City, probably, right? Stay in New York. County's not in the lead by much. Honestly, those people that vote for Sliwa would be kind of brain dead. Allow Donnie to come in. Trying to make it a three-party race. Technically, this is a socialist. This is a Democrat. And this is a Republican. So yeah, it is a three-party race. Mm. Oh, there's good old Chuck Schumer. Mm. Informed the Department of State of the error and printing of their election books. We are in contact with the county to help them address this quickly and safety and poll securely via provisional ballot at their polling place. Huh. Yeah, I gotta watch the rest of the Pennsylvania election. We got a little bit of time till the polls close, but I'm interested in what those results will be after dark. That's weird.
All right, everyone, ready to jump into this video? Let's go
go.
ahead and check this out. Here we go. This is I clicked on it somewhere in the beginning after their music cut out. But let's see.
Dr. Ron, so last stream we had, we were discussing this supposed Islamic Muslim dilemma. You know, I think it's a dead horse being flogged again. I think the Christians seem to be.
Did he say doctor? Did he say
Yeah.
Dr. Imran? Okay, that's good.
Quite repetitive, really, in all picking the same topic and then thrashing it to kingdom come, basically. I find that in some ways we are being led up a garden path by the Christians who want to make us busy discussing certain things and actually negate the real conversation and the important conversation about who is Allah, what is God, who is God. You know, the fundamental question.
Well, hang on. Did he just say that the reason we're kind of we're pushing the Islamic dilemma is to avoid talking about God?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what he said, and it also reminded me of that song. I think I don't know if it was Anthony Rogers or
one of those maybe Sal or Spinning Remixes, one of those guys.
Where is Allah?
Yeah, where is Allah? What is Allah? That is a very good question. So this guy, we could cut him and add him into the song.
Trust me, you don't want us to talk about what and where is Allah.
Yeah.
Because that will just make you a heretic or a unbeliever if you go down at least the Sunni traditional understanding.
So Abbas, the Islamic dilemma is one issue that we're interested in, but we think it's a serious problem for you guys. So basically the gist would be this. This is connected to everything. So if we talk about what God is, if you're asking what God is according to the Quran, the question is whether we should take the Quran as actual revelation from God so that we would take it seriously as giving us revelation from God. If so, then we have to know whether we should have to know whether we should take the Quran seriously as revelation from God, or we just, we use the Bible, or we use natural theology or something like that, but we would not use the Quran as a source of revelation if we don't think it's revelation. And one of the things that we've noticed is you guys always attack our book, but your book doesn't say the things that you say. And so we've got this issue here where your scriptures are affirming our scriptures, and our scriptures seem to be saying different things about God. Some of the same things, but some different things. And so what do you say when our book says something different about God from your book? You say, well, our book's been corrupted. And we point out, well, there's a problem here because your book never says that our book's been corrupted. It always affirms the inspiration and the preservation and the authority of our book. And so we're pointing out that you're the ones who have an issue here that you are trying to address, and you're doing a pretty terrible job of it. And you're all giving us different answers on these things. But if we're going to take your scripture seriously when it talks about God, then you guys need to solve this mystery for us. And the mystery is your Quran is affirming our scriptures, but apparently contradicting our scriptures on some issues when it comes to God. So what are you guys going to do? And you just keep saying our book's been corrupted, and then you keep making things up. And that's not good enough. So that's the problem. That's why we're bringing it up. It's, hey, let's talk about God. Hey, look, Tawheed, you have to do it. Why should we take this seriously as revelation? Because it's revelation from God. And then we ask you some basic questions and you don't answer them. So that's kind of the reason we're bringing this up. But I have to say, yeah, we've all been using this argument, and you guys are giving terrible responses. But let's see. Maybe you've got something here.
Well, I want to say one.
What's up?
If it's cool, if I just add one quick thing about that. I think the problem is it sounds like a deflection. The gentleman is basically saying, hey, I don't really want to address this issue, so let's talk about God. I'm like, brother, you have no idea what God is either. So like you trying to bring up God as your argument, are you going to explain how God functions? Like, do you have some great analysis of that? I think that's strange. And usually what I feel is it's kind of like a manipulative tactic to go and say, look, we have one God, you have three gods. Look how terrible your religion is. You've got three gods. And I'm like, this is just, it's very like infantile. It's like an infantile tactic. Like it's some brilliant maneuver to attack Christianity, because Christianity has a complex notion of what God is. You're going to just say, well, it's false because my notion is true. Well, I mean, this is my problem. You can't throw stones from glass houses, because once you throw stones from glass houses, people can throw stones back at you and your house will crumble. So I'm just like, you should have some humility. That's I think my catchphrase, have some humility.
Yeah, and basically give us a coherent response to the Islamic dilemma. Some sort of coherent response to the Islamic dilemma wouldn't make the Quran true, but we have a good reason to think that as you guys are reading it, you have a serious problem here, and that we're not going to be taking your book seriously until you deal with this problem. And you're not dealing with the problem. And when we bring it up, you're like, oh, they're just trying to deflect because of this. All right, we'll see.
Sometimes those questions are not really being dealt with. I think the other thing is that to me it seems like a ploy in a way, where as long as we keep the Muslims busy discussing these things, then they're not going to talk about the Bible. They're not going to talk about Christianity.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Bible or Christianity, guys. All we ever talk about is the Islamic dilemma, and we never talk about the Bible or Christianity because all we talk is about the Islamic dilemma. Isn't it amazing that after years of them running from this argument, we finally get them to pay attention to it? And it's, they're just trying to deflect from everything. That's all they've ever talked about. Come on.
And so then we don't have to defend it.
What's that?
But what's your thought?
Oh, yeah.
On this,
Which is funny because they keep saying Islam is the truth. Come, let's talk about Islam. And then when we do, they're like, well,
Why can't we talk about the
we
Bible?
don't want to talk about that, though.
Yeah. And I have to point out, I mean, the fact that this dude's grinning while he says this, all we've heard from Dawa guys for decades is your Bible's been corrupted, your Bible's been corrupted, your Bible's been corrupted, your Bible's been corrupted. Why weren't you just talking about God? Were you just saying the Bible's been corrupted to avoid talking about God? You guys are the ones who are bringing up Bible's been corrupted, Bible's been corrupted, Bible's been corrupted. Why? Because it contradicts what your book says. And then so it's kind of relevant to that discussion to say, if you're saying our book's been corrupted and your God says the opposite, you've got a problem here. And then we point out that you have a problem. And what do you do? They're just trying to keep us from talking about God and talking about Christianity. You brought it up. You brought the issue up. You brought up the textual corruption of the Bible because it contradicts your book. We're responding. We're pointing. I've said this before, Abbas, but imagine we're preaching Christianity, right? If we're preaching Christianity, we say, hey, you should believe in Jesus because Jesus rose from the dead. And Jesus performed all these miracles, and then he rose from the dead, so you should believe in him. If your response to that claim was, well, Jesus couldn't have performed miracles or risen from the dead because miracles don't occur, my response would not be a defense of miracles or a defense of Jesus' resurrection. My response would be, how are you saying that as a Muslim? That does not seem to line up with your scriptures. In other words, I'd be pointing out that you're contradicting your own scriptures. Before we give any sort of defense of the resurrection, before we were to give any sort of defense of miracles or the resurrection, I would want you to address that issue that you're contradicting what your scriptures clearly say. Your scriptures affirm miracles. So that's kind of the issue here. You're attacking our book and saying, haha, and we're pointing, it's the same thing. You shouldn't be using that objection if you're a Muslim. You shouldn't be saying Bible's been corrupted if it contradicts your book. So you should be trying to show us that what you're saying doesn't contradict your book. And you guys are just doing a terrible job of it and trying to deflect like you are now.
Yeah, I agree with you. So it's...
he agrees with me, see?
It's basically a straw man. And it was set up to really...
Do you know what a straw man is, Doctor?
Is that a doctor?
Yeah, he's definitely not a doctor of philosophy.
You're definitely
even educated people know what a straw. That's why I say, is he a doctor? It's very embarrassing.
Well, he's got all those books behind him, so he's gonna.
But he's never read it. Also, Sheikh Othman Ibn Fibin has lots of books behind him.
I'm just joking around. Yeah.
It's not good.
I think you're right. I think it's fascinating that people use these logical fallacies as it's like a shield to kind of to deflect from what's actually being there, and saying, if I just say straw man, it sounds like it's nice, it sounds like it's right. I can just use these fancy words, and if I don't really explore what they mean, I wanted to tell you something from before too. I saw, what's his name, not Dino Verdunia. What is the
Dean Responds?
Dean Responds. Dean Responds and Jake Bracacella. They bring up these high philosophical arguments. It just, I feel like when people talk like that, it's kind of an insecurity complex. When you start talking really fancy, and it's like fortressing, right? You're doing this stuff because you want to sound smart, but you're not actually smart. And so people hear it and they're like, whoa, dude, you're so smart. You're so intelligent. You know so much stuff. And then you have someone like you and Jai and DOC who know the stuff. And then they come in. My favorite is there was one conversation I saw with Avery, and it was a Palestinian Muslim gentleman. And he's like, I can show you the Quran. Arabic is perfect in the Quran and everything's perfect. And then Avery's like, can I bring a Christian Arabic speaker up here? Oh, no, they're going to deceive you. And I'm like, why? Why would they deceive you? I thought that was such an interesting maneuver.
Yeah.
It's like you're putting up this litmus test, whatever it is. You can call it straw man, whatever, and say, oh, Arabic, gatekeeping, all of these types of things. And then you're like, when we actually explore it and we test it, we see that it might be not exactly accurate, and it might be a little bit problematic, you know?
Yeah, so Dr. Imran, a straw man is when you misrepresent a position and then attack your own misrepresentation of the position instead of attacking the actual position. We're quoting verses of the Quran and going with the most obvious meaning of them, and we're challenging you to come up with any alternative that actually makes sense of those verses, and you just basically keep saying Allah means the opposite of what he says. And we're pointing out that's not what Allah says. You're saying, oh, just believe in the parts that line up with Islam. And then, Surah 2, verse 85 says, if you only believe in parts and don't believe in all of it, I'll send you to hell. You're saying you don't have the book, but Allah says we have it. You say we're just supposed to go to the Quran. Allah tells Jews to judge by the Torah and Christians to judge by the gospel. We're pointing these things out, and you keep telling us that Allah means the opposite of what he says, and you don't realize how this impacts us taking your book seriously. Like if we take you serious, we're not talking about your book now. If we take you seriously, we have to conclude that Allah is the worst communicator ever. He keeps saying the opposite of what he means. Okay, why would we then take him seriously when we talk about the God you believe in? When we talk about the theology of the Quran? If Allah can't say what he means, why would we take it seriously? Anything. And you're giving us just terrible, terrible, terrible responses. We're telling you we need a good response or we're not taking it seriously. And you do this. Oh, it's a straw man. Oh, you've been refuted.
Have a point of discussion. And as long as you know very basic things like what is the Injil.
What? Wait, he knows what the Injil is?
That's basic?
Well, I would love to know.
Apparently, it's basic, meaning all Muslims should know what it is.
Okay.
Wow.
As long as you know what the Injil is. But that's what we've been asking like 50,000 times a day for the past couple of years. What's the Injil?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I already know what his position will be. Once you know that the Injil is a book given to Jesus, they don't have it. That's the problem, dude. Allah says we have it. And he tells us to judge by it, and he says we're reading it. And so if you're saying it's only a book given to Jesus and we don't have it, Allah says we have it, and we're not reading it because we're not reading a book that was just given to Jesus, and Allah says we're reading it and we're not reading it, and we don't have it, and yet Allah tells us to judge by it, and we can't judge by it because we don't have it. That's what we're pointing out. The Quran doesn't just say the Injil is a book given to Jesus. The Quran says the Injil is a book given to Jesus, and Christians have it, and Christians read it, and Christians have to judge by it, and Christians have no ground to stand upon unless we're standing upon it. And you're saying, oh, the Quran only says this one thing. That's what we're pointing out. It doesn't just say one thing. It says this, 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 and this, and you're pretending it only says one thing, and you're making no sense of the rest of what it says. That's a problem. You do not have a coherent position on this. Stop acting like you do, or come up with one.
And you would need a source text. If you're saying that this happened, well, where's the source text for that? Do you have like a piece of manuscript you can show us? Is there a Birmingham manuscript that you can show us that has these words on it? I don't know where that is.
Mm-hmm.
How Muslims define it. It's
how
all
Muslims
over.
define it. What, did he just say how Muslims define it? Yeah, that's the point. You guys define it as just
story concerning President Bola Tinubu replying President Donald Trump on Christian genocide in parts of Nigeria. The U.S. President Donald Trump had, prior to that, threatened to send U.S. forces into Nigeria with blazing guns if, according to him, Nigeria does not stem the killing of Christians by Islamic terrorists. Now, President Trump said on Truth Social his social media platform that if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the U.S. will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into the country, in his words, guns a-blazing, to completely wipe out the terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. He went on to instruct the U.S. Department of War to prepare for possible action, warning that if the U.S. attacks, according to President Trump, it'll be fast, vicious, and sweet. This is coming a day after the American president declared Nigeria a country of particular concern over killings of Christians, describing the situation as a mass slaughter.
All right, well, we're going to begin this morning with a Fox News alert.
President Trump ordering the Pentagon to prepare for possible fast military action in Nigeria if the country fails to crack down on the mass killing of Christians.
Rebecca Castor joins us live from Washington, D.C. with those details. Rebecca, good morning.
Rachel, good morning. Yeah, President Trump is not mincing words here. This is what he said on Truth Social yesterday. If the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into the now disgraced country at guns a-blazing to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I'm hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible attack. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth got the message and says the Department of War is preparing for action. The response comes as the persecution of Christians in Nigeria has reached crisis levels. Islamist militants have burned down churches and Christian schools. And international civil rights groups estimate more than 50,000 Christians have been murdered in the country since 2009. But the president of Nigeria claims the reports of violence are misleading and says on X the characterization of Nigeria as religiously intolerant does not reflect our national reality, nor does it take into consideration the consistent and sincere efforts of the government to safeguard freedom of religion and beliefs for all Nigerians. And our administration is committed to working with the United States government and international community to deepen understanding and cooperation of communities of all faiths. President Trump also recently redesignated Nigeria as a country of concern after former President Biden removed it from the list in 2021.
President Trump is taking action in response to the killing of thousands of Christians in Nigeria. President Trump vowing possible sanctions and saying on Truth Social, quote, "Radical Islamists are responsible for the mass slaughter. I am hereby making Nigeria a country of," quote. President Trump is taking action in response to the killing of thousands of Christians in Nigeria. President Trump vowing possible sanctions.
President Trump tonight is threatening to take action against Nigeria for what President Trump tonight is threatening to take action against Nigeria for what he says is the persecution and killing of Christians. In a post on Truth Social, the president said he has ordered the Pentagon to begin planning for a possible military action. Trump warned he will also, quote, immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria. Nigeria's president says his country is not religiously intolerant.
U.S. President Donald Trump is threatening to send military forces into Nigeria unless the government stops what he called the killings of Christians by terrorists. Trump posted the message on Truth Social saying the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists, he says, who are committing these horrible atrocities. Trump says he's instructed the Department of War to prepare for possible action and says if we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet. Well, Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu has responded to Trump in a statement saying since 2023, our administration has maintained an open and active engagement with Christian and Muslim leaders alike and continues to address security challenges which affect citizens across faiths and religions and regions. The characterizations of Nigeria as religiously intolerant does not, he says, reflect our national reality. Well, let's speak to Bulama Bukati about this. He's a Nigerian human rights lawyer and an analyst on conflict and development in Africa. Thank you so much for your time. So Donald Trump claims there is a Christian genocide happening in Nigeria. From your research and experience, is this claim true? Are those facing persecution in Nigeria mainly Christians?
Absolutely not. The answer is a flat no. All the data reveals is that there is no Christian genocide going on in Nigeria, and this narrative is a dangerous far-right narrative that has been simmering for a long time that President Trump is amplifying today. It is very dangerous, it is divisive, and it is only going to increase or further increase instability in Nigeria.
Read Trump's statement on Truth Social, and it goes, if the Nigerian government continues
Welcome to 2C TV, your global news channel. We come to you guys with some breaking news and a sad tragedy in New York, as the police have now confirmed the latest number of casualties, and of course some more details about the attack, a mass attack, multiple shooters who targeted New Yorkers, of course, a few hours ago. We're going to bring you guys some updates on this. There's a couple of videos from on the ground and a couple of reports about this, and a statement from the authorities in Brooklyn, and of course, we're going to get your reaction in this live stream as usual. Before we start, don't forget, if you want to get more out of this channel, make sure to become a member of 2C TV Plus by going directly on 2c.tv to get access to everything, of course, and also download the 2C TV app, the home of geopolitical news. All right, so earlier today, we started hearing the updates from New York. The latest number is that 11 people, unfortunately, have been shot. 3 of them have now been confirmed dead. They did say that 37 shots were fired in total. And New York, the police department, NYPD, are saying that for now, they can confirm that at least 2 shooters were on the ground, but they are keeping an open mind that there might be
cane almost fell over. Oh, my body is absolutely worn out. Going to the voting booth. Ugh. Walk down. Slight ramp. That was fun. Wobbling the whole time. Such a pain to try to get the strength back in your legs to do anything like that. Sleeping out a condition like this. But I got my voting sticker. That's a plus.
More attackers that they are trying to investigate and locate. Let's go to the first video. Another day in New York again.
How should I do like this?
We would. We're gonna tell you guys about Zohran Mamdani as well, and his reaction or lack of reaction to this.
Of course, there's a lack of reaction from him.
It was initially reported by Viral News NYC that the police locked down 903 Franklin Avenue after the hail of gunfire that left several people initially wounded. Unfortunately, a few of them have now been killed. NYPD rushed in under a level 1 mobilization, flooding the area with the police and emergency crews. The block is obviously taped off completely as the detectives are now going through the crime scene of what is now being classified as a mass shooting in Brooklyn. Now, let's quickly go to the next video we have from Brooklyn. That's chaos. Blood on the ground. Again, big shout out to Viral News NYC.
And Bunny was dancing the night away.
We're trying to get more information about the identity of the suspects. Now let's talk about the location exactly and other information that we have in terms of the timing of the shooting. There's still also some updates coming in about this. All right, so first things first, in terms of where it happened. The location is Crown Heights, New York, obviously the Brooklyn side. The situation remains under investigation as the authorities have fully secured the area. It's not too far from Prospect Park, and you know, a lot of times, obviously, so many of the recent situations have been in Manhattan, but let's not forget that Brooklyn, historically over the last few decades, has become again chaotic. So it's not really a big surprise that it's from there. There's more reports from underground video reports that we have. Let's quickly go to that. Then we're going to talk about the police statement that explained exactly the timing and everything else that happened afterwards. Let's go.
So we're here in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. It's around 4 something in the morning in front of taste of the city lounge where it's being reported 7 people were shot. It's unclear what the details are yet. I do know NYPD does not have a description of the suspect.
Nothing
you
yet.
You can clearly see the pools of blood that are left inside this hookah lounge. Multiple victims were rushed to the hospital. Now, this has become a norm out here, right? The other week, last week, there was a shooting in front of Times Square. 3 people got shot. There was a 3-year-old kid in the car. Now here, where it's being reported, 7 people were shot. That's the number I got over the
11.
scanners.
11 now.
And look, this is the reality in New York. Now, tomorrow, what you'll see is some politicians come and call for more gun control. Right? If you see that, block them, because they really don't care about New Yorkers. They care about a political agenda. They did the same thing when an officer was murdered on Park Avenue. And then you'll probably see someone show up here and do some corny video and say, we don't have an issue in New York. It's all safe. There's no crime at all. Well, these kind of people don't care about New Yorkers. They care about themselves. So, again, we're in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. I believe there were 7 people shot at this location.
Now 11.
And hopefully they'll be okay. But from the pools of blood that are in this place, I don't think they'll be all right, because that is a lot of blood. Yeah, there's the blood right there. It's horrible. And
So,
it's the reality. God bless you.
Couple of important things to mention so far that it's been a few hours, but no description about the identity of the suspects, considering that they have already confirmed that there are multiple attackers involved, and the NYPD says that we can confirm at least 2, but there might be more than 2 that were involved. That's one issue. Second issue is the political side of it. And we are going to talk about one of the mayoral candidates, Mamdani. And the reason it's important to mention is this area is supposed to be a gun-free zone. It's a democratic hellhole. They thought, or they wanted people to think, that we have a solution. We're going to make areas and cities gun-free zones,
guys will still get
controlled
the
by
guns.
the US Democrats, and that means that
You can see it
nothing
in
will
the UK,
happen
they still
going
get the guns
forward.
over there.
No crime, no mass shooting. Well, that hasn't stopped.
they ain't
In
gun
fact,
tonight.
in those areas, compared to the small towns, Republican conservative areas that all the good people have guns, you don't have this situation. Why is it? You are lying to people on a political level, and they are going to come out, as the viral news NYC said. Obviously, they're going to come out and take political advantage to start coming up with new policies that continues to make things worse. Now, in terms of the police statement, NYPD said that gunfire erupted around 3:30 a.m. local time at the taste of the city in the Crown Heights neighborhood in Brooklyn after obviously the actual dispute started. The NYPD police commissioner, Jessica Tisch, said that during the news briefing, she said that officers responded within minutes to a multiple 911 calls and found that 11 gunshot victims ranging in age from 27 to 61. This is according to Jessica Tisch, the police commissioner. Now, that aside, staying with Jessica Tisch, she also said that the investigators believe that there were multiple shooters and they might be looking for more suspects. No suspects so far are in custody as of now. Obviously, we might get some new updates over the next few hours. Jessica says, we have the lowest number of shooting incidents and shooting victims 7 months into the year that we've seen on record in the city of New York. So she said something like this, of course, thank God, an anomaly, isolated incident. She says, it's a terrible thing that happened this morning, but we are going to investigate and get to the bottom of what went down. It's short summary, according to Jessica Tisch, it's just an isolated incident. Apparently New York is fine. New York is safe. No issues. Everything's fine. Just a one-off. sad reality. It's just a one-off.
Yep.
It's like, I mean, obviously they are gaslighting the public, but they think that we live in the 1920s where you only get your news mostly from newspapers and the early days of radio, or even before that. The facts are there. The reports are there. People can see what's going on. People who live in New York, they can see whether they are safe or not. Same problem in London, in Toronto. You can't just go around and say, I don't know what people are complaining about. Everything is fine. In fact, it's the same thing is happening right now in London. We got the liberal media, and there are a number of them who are going around. There's a podcast called The News Agents, and they're basically built by the former BBC presenters, and they're still funded by the deep state media. And they have been going around the last few days doing propaganda in defense of Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, saying there are all these right-wing conspiracy theorists saying cities like New York and London are unsafe. It's not. I live in a neighborhood and I can walk around. Yes, you live in your suburban middle-class champagne socialist areas, mostly gated communities, and of course you're going to be safe. But you're getting to a point where nobody is safe. Upstate in New York City, in Manhattan, same problems. Even in London, Kensington and Chelsea, which used to be kind of more posh areas, crime is going up there as well. Now, investigators in Brooklyn have been canvassing the existing CCTV footage around the lounge, and have discovered that at least 36 shell casings have been at the scene. So, you know, they said about 36, 37 shots were fired. A firearm has been recovered near the scene, and the police are now investigating whether it was used in the shooting or not. Now, obviously, if there is some sort of fingerprint on it, it would help. And that also proves, well, there will be an indication of what sort of person it was. Because if it were a gang-related, considering that they targeted civilians, unlikely. But if it were gang-related, they would technically, if it's organized crime, they tend to be more careful when it comes to fingerprints. If not, then if there are fingerprints on it, then they should easily be able to find it on their system, especially existing suspects out there. But we don't know. We don't even know who they were because they're not telling us the description. It's been hours, and they have gone through the CCTV footage. It's not that difficult, but they have created a massive vacuum in the media, as usual. When the liberals are controlling the police and everything else, well, this happens. They're controlling the media. They have given restrictions to the press in New York, in Brooklyn, and what else they can actually report on this. Because apparently it's a sensitive investigation. No, it's Brooklyn. How many times do you have to have the same thing happening? But apparently because it's sensitive, you can't really talk about it much. So vacuum is created, and that way they can come up with their own political propaganda, the liberals, and they're going to go out and saying, okay, so we're going to give this story, this angle of the story to the public, so we can push our own agenda, our own legislations, our own policies, considering that the elections are getting closer and closer in New York. We know what the plan is. Clowns like Mamdani. First things first, when it comes to Zohran Mamdani, who, by the way, is slowly going back down in the opinion polls because people are waking up in New York to the fact that he's not just this nice, smiley guy. He is a socialist. You can go around, call yourself a social democrat to make it sound better. Social democrats, they are socialists. Yep. Yes, they are socialists that still use democracy to get to power, but they are still socialists. Mamdani claims every single day that he is different to the mainstream politicians. He claims that he's got his ears to the ground. He claims to be a grassroots politician. He claims to be one of the people. He also said a few weeks ago during his media round interviews that because he's different, he's able to be flexible. He will be able to be on the ground. When something happens, he will be there. And when something happens, he will speak out quickly. Well, Mamdani, it's been a few hours. It's now mid-morning in New York. It's not even that early. You are awake. We have not heard anything from this so-called grassroots mayoral candidate. He's not concerned about this because he is waiting for the propaganda coming from NYPD, the political side of the leadership of NYPD, not the good police officers, and the media, and the Democrats, to find out how he can spin this. He's waiting. He's a puppet. That's what they're all doing. Now, I love how the Jessica Tisch, the commissioner, is saying, well, I don't know, Brooklyn is fine these days. And nothing really bad happens. This is just an isolated incident. Everybody go back home. No. People are waking up. Super chat from Bananas saying, is this cultural enrichment ambassadors at it again? It's doctors and engineers.
People have told me that I've been mentioned in this video. I wonder why.
Hello again, friends, and happy Halloween. This Halloween, I have decided to dress up as the scariest possible thing to my audience. A woman.
Uh-oh.
As the OG YouTube pick-me, I have made many videos dunking on bad female behavior.
Yes.
Ranging from terrible things like the creepy female teacher epidemic to more silly things like women posting their L's in my Are Women Okay video. The video where I read embarrassing stories women willingly put on the internet about themselves. And that video has sort of become a fan favorite. So I've gotten many requests from you guys to do a male version of that video. But the issue I found is the male version just doesn't exist. No, I'm not joking. I looked everywhere for the male equivalent, but it turns out, unlike women, men don't like to post embarrassing stories about themselves.
Fuck no. Why would you? No, because you know everybody's gonna make fun of you. You learned that in elementary school.
Out here openly talking about the time they got a yeast infection from the homeless man behind a Denny's, but a man won't even post about the time he said "you too" when a waitress said "enjoy your food." They take that to the grave. At least that's what I thought. Until I visited a dark, forbidden corner of the internet.
Was it Reddit?
I used a VPN, I changed my IP address, I went incognito mode, and I visited reddit.com. And I found one of the funniest and most depressing communities I have ever come across in all my years doing this. It's true, folks. I may have found the one place on the internet where men are posting their L's. Lord knows it's hard to be a man today, you know? Like, I couldn't imagine. You're told to be nice, but not too nice, confident, but not too confident, 6 foot, 6 pack, 6 figures, have a perfect beard or a perfectly clean-shaven face.
True.
Oh, yeah. That reminds me. Before we dive into this video...
No, I honestly, I do think there are a lot of, like, there's a lot of guys on the internet. Like, if you go on 4chan, you have plenty of guys telling sob stories and feeling bad for themselves because it's anonymous. That's the difference. They'll tell these stories anonymously, no problem.
Today's sponsor, Henson Shaving.
Yeah.
Most razors force people into these weird workarounds like apply cooling aftershave to help with the burn.
I've never done that.
No,
That's all coping.
I've never done
not
that
solving.
ever.
Like when I was having the worst sleep ever, and I thought maybe it's my routine. You know, I tried to change up my bed routine,
I just cut my
everything
neck.
like that. No, it was my mattress. I
It is
finally
what it
changed
is.
my mattress, and then I finally started sleeping better again. It's not your shaving routine.
Didn't you?
It's the mattress.
Uh-oh.
Well, the razor. Henson Shaving is on a mission to improve shaving. Not with gimmicky subscriptions
You
or
scrape your skin with a
moisturizing
knife?
strips,
I do.
but with real innovation and a focus on
Yes.
your skin's health. Their razors are made with solid aluminum, making them not only durable, but also environmentally
aluminum foil
friendly.
was, like, easy
There's
to
no
melt.
plastic involved, not even in the packaging. What really sets Henson apart is the precision of their design, with their Henson AL-13 safety razor being manufactured in the same aerospace machine shop that built parts for the International Space Station. This precision allows the blade to extend just 1/1000th of an inch
What
beyond
the
the shave
fuck?
plane, ensuring a stable and gentle shave. And since I switched to Henson, I have noticed my shaves have been silkier and smoother than ever before. No
that work?
tugging, no razor burn, just a close, perfect shave that feels great on my skin. So basically, no more leg beard. The best part is,
Oh.
once you invest in a Henson razor, it's a lifetime
That's like
purchase.
one of the old terms that people had for like women that were like incels, leg beards, that I think it like that one kind of just died. I feel like people used that a lot in like 2012 to like respond to like women that were neckbeards, but it just kind of went away.
The only thing you'll need to replace are the blades, which cost 10 cents each. Just 10 cents. So once you own the razor, you'll only be spending like
not
$3
bad.
to $5 a year on blades. That is incredible.
Henson's store offers a variety of colors, even a titanium version, so you can pick the razor that best fits your style.
Just head on over to Henson Shaving.
Somebody goes, they said, do you think that whenever negotiating a price for a sponsorship, YouTubers mention that you and others might react to their videos that'll expand their ad viewership? I don't know, guys. I have no idea. Be a good
.com/shoe
idea.
And add both a Henson razor and 100 blades to your cart, and then
Smart.
enter code SHOE at checkout to get the blades for free with your purchase. Your skin, your wallet,
Yeah.
and your environment will thank you. Thank you, Henson, for sponsoring this video, and as always, thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Now, let's get back to the video.
Uh-oh.
Are men okay? No.
Nope.
No, they are not. We have gone over this many times
Absolutely
in more
not.
serious videos. Modern men are going through a lot, and for a long time there was nowhere for them to vent. Can't vent to your friends
Yep.
because that's gay. Can't vent to your girlfriend because
That's
that's
gay.
gay.
Yeah.
Can't vent to a therapist because that's gay.
Yeah.
Everything is gay, except of course gay sex, which we all know is only gay if the balls touch.
Yeah.
So what is a man to do? Where is a man to go? Reddit. Of course. r/kitchen cells.
The fuck is
to be
this?
exact. Kitchen Cells is a Reddit page where, quote, incels
I keep falling in love with my best friend's chicken thighs and potatoes.
go to vent their
I was playing online chess with someone who had a girl username. Each time I would make a bad move, she would insult me in chat, which got me hard. She was actually a he. The egg not...
show off the food they are consuming at the moment.
This is just the last woman I went on dates with thought I was going to kill her. Breakfast beef with cucumber.
Now, for those of you who don't know what an incel is, an incel is
Oh, no.
a involuntary celibate.
Yeah.
Somebody who, for whatever reason, cannot get laid or get a girlfriend. And for the people watching this, a girlfriend is a girl that is your friend,
Yeah.
who you love. Like that little anime
Oh.
girl you watch in the corner of your screen, except she loves you back. So, let's dive
that
into
me?
this. Let's see what Reddit
I'm in the
is
corner
cooking.
of the screen.
Yeah.
Failed my f***ing
You're
driver's
bad,
test
girl.
today. I'm 26 years old, I can't hold a job, I can't get laid, I can't even drive. I don't deserve flavors.
This is fucking bad. God damn. Holy shit, look at this. That's you? I don't eat this shit.
I dropped my salad. I fail at everything I do. I'll never amount to anything. I'm a perverted incel freak with weirdly long toes. Classmates said I have school shooter vibes.
Kind of I can see why.
Full of sludge. What am I looking at?
What is
this your
this?
classmate? Holy shit, maybe they were right.
Yeah.
Resident evil ass meal.
Oh.
I asked my high school biology teacher out on a date the day I turned 18 via her Steam account.
Why would you do... What the fuck's wrong with you?
She blocked me. This guy somehow managed to find the one female teacher that did not want to groom their male student. Incredible. Yeah. Chicken looks good though. 7 out of 10. Asked a girl out and she started laughing. Oh, that's just...
Yeah.
a learning experience, dude. Got super hard. Rice. Oh.
Oh god, rice. And that's it. It's just a fucking guy standing there cooking rice.
5'10", rice looks good. The only girlfriend I've had was on an online game when I was 11.
Yeah, girlfriend, for sure.
I'm gonna hold your hand when I tell you this.
That wasn't a guy.
That was a man.
Yeah.
That was a 45-year-old man.
That's
Made
right.
this cake to celebrate 6 months on heroin. No woman could love a creature like me, but this feels great anyways.
He's on heroin and make... Oh man, what is wrong with these people?
I only haven't ended my life because I don't want to make any women happy. My obsession with an animal...
This is really bad.
My girl prevents me from talking.
I think probably 10% of these are fake.
Every night before.
But I think a lot of these are actually real.
A video.
I do. They're Betamaxing? Yeah.
Camera.
3D women. Every night before going to sleep, I watch a video of her kissing the camera, and it is almost always the highlight of my day. May I know which one it is? Sue from Monster Musume. You know what?
I actually... Oh.
After the...
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, bro, I thought it was like Hu Tao or something like that. I was going to play the Genshin Impact video, but no, never mind.
Last video I did, I can't even judge this. Like,
yeah.
At least it's human looking.
At least it kind of is a human, right?
The bar is in hell. I have a huge crush on a coworker. I was talking at her about fishing, and I jokingly said I could buy her one of those toy Barbie fishing rods and teach her how to catch a fish. She said, I don't think I'd be interested in that, in the most disgusted tone of voice I've ever heard a human muster.
I can believe that. Okay, that one's definitely real.
I like how he said talking at her.
Yeah.
Not with her, not talking with her, talking at her. Women love when you talk at them.
That's
Just
right.
corner them and start yapping about World War I or like Warhammer lore. They f***ing love that shit.
Yeah.
Just get right up in their face and explain to them the entire plot of Lord of the Rings. That's how you get them.
Explain to them the real history of World War II. Yeah, go ahead. See what happens.
New boyfriend is younger than me. Oh no, his mom is being hag-maxed. She's 52. I'm 23. He's 21.
Does he post a photo of his mom?
He could literally be my brother.
What does she look like?
What do they even talk about? Oh, don't worry about it, bro. They're not doing much talking. I wish a tomboy...
Ah, shit. It's too bad.
Could just casually kidnap me and drag me into a
tomboy?
room. Pasta cereal.
Oh my
I feel like
God.
tomboys are like an endangered species.
Yeah.
What the f is that? Forget
Fucking disgusting. This is disgusting.
Boys, you need to be kidnapped by the feds.
Yeah.
You need to be exiled away from society for what you did to that pasta. My ancestors are weeping. The last time I met anyone was when I went to the psych ward a few years ago, where I got a crush on the first girl who ever showed me any interest. She ghosted me. Just my stupid Chungus life. Okay, honestly,
I'm gonna be real. I think this one's... I saying Chungus, being in a psych ward... I think this is a real one, guys. I do.
It might have happened. It
Yeah.
might have.
Seems pretty likely.
life. Okay, honestly, good.
He said
Do not get
Chungus,
with
it's
the
fake?
fucking girl you met
No, I
at the
think it's
psych
real.
ward, okay? None of this Harley Quinn Joker bullshit.
Yeah.
You can't fix her. She can't fix you.
That's why she's there.
No.
Yes.
Next. Today I found out the woman I have been pursuing is a
I'm
lesbian.
gonna be honest. I thought that was something else.
Burger meat hot dogs for me and my father,
Wow.
who hates me. Okay, 1, that is doo-doo. That is from a butt. And 2, it is not over. It's not over. There's still one
Yeah.
way you can date her. Put this on. I
Yep,
don't
there
deserve
you go.
love. Segregated Tic Tacs. I have an eating
Wow.
disorder. Gay. So I almost never actually cook. I'm eating plain strawberry yogurt out of a dog bowl this morning. F my lonely puppy life.
What the
Yesterday
fuck
my
is wrong
scrambled
with
eggs were
these-
oversalted. This morning they were undersalted. I have to kill myself. Wait.
I have those plates. I got those in a pack of 100. I got those at the store.
Walmart plates. They're Walmart plates.
Wait,
I mean, honestly, like, there have been times that I've lost in a video game, and I'm like, I should just kill myself. Just do it. Like, I mean, I get it. I understand.
Eggs are undersalted.
Yeah.
Can't you just put more salt on them? Wait, don't kill yourself. Just add more salt.
Yeah.
Off to a VTuber burping compilation, and now I'm having the only meal I know how to make. Where the f did it all go wrong? That is disgusting, bro. Which VTuber? Which one? Which one so I know to avoid that channel? A female coworker complimented me on my shirt, and I began to stutter trying to say thanks. This guy will remember that for the rest of his f***ing life. Men will be 85 years old on their deathbed, surrounded by their family, remembering the time some random woman complimented his Metallica shirt 45 years ago.
Yep.
Ladies, you want to make a random man's life? Compliment his shirt. Just make sure it's not one of those like Ahiago animations.
Oh, I've actually never heard that word said in my life. I did not know it was pronounced that way.
Shirts though? That was a weird era.
I'm gonna be real, like, anybody that's going around wearing something like this does not need to be near a school.
Yeah.
I licked this canned tuna to imagine what it feels like to eat
Okay, that's
It doesn't
good.
taste like that or have that texture though. Put 5 pennies in your mouth, cut a hot dog down the middle, and then lick that. Probably closer. And here I am thinking the guy who licks a can of tuna pretending it was rock bottom. What the f am I reading? Why can't you just buy a fleshlight or something like a normal person?
Yeah, really.
The smell and the flavor are important factors here. Stop. If it smells and tastes like tuna, something is wrong. She has an infection. Suppose a girl has blocked you on every platform, but you know her address.
What is this, Mrs. Alt account?
It's funny.
Oh, man.
We're not even...
For the past year, you've been sending her one GIF each month, each one bigger than the last. Sometimes you include a note. She's never responded, but you know she's receiving them. How would you proceed? You don't. You don't proceed. None of these people at this party know I beat it to giantess vor animations. Maybe.
Shot.
But now the whole internet does.
Yeah.
I love the people in the comments like, my man.
The fuck?
It is just actually insane. Like,
see, this is the thing. Like, where was the let me see if I can find this. Yeah, this is it. This is the problem right here, guys. Before the internet, I want to fuck toasters. Don't be a fucking retard and you grow up. After the internet, I want to fuck a toaster. Google. Find a community with 1,000+ members about people wanting to fuck toasters. Fuck up your life. That's what's happened. Yep. And now you have all these retards that are doing this. This is where we're at.
People walk amongst us. Like, the guy in front of you in line at the bank might have a being eaten alive fetish. Who knows? An acquaintance I have is talking with his girlfriend and 4 of her friends 40 feet away from me.
What is this pizza, bro?
Is that the funfetti pizza?
He said, statistically, one of the 10 guys in this room is a racist. They all looked at me. Funfetti pizza. I was talking to a girl.
Funfetti pizza? I think that's mold.
Who thought I was Latino.
That's mold.
When I told her I'm Indian, she almost gagged. Woke up this Sunday morning. I'm still 5'9". Okay, 5'9" is not f***ing short. What the hell have the dating apps done to men? Women on
Well, no, the thing is that The problem is that you don't even have these girls that match with you. This is the issue, is that these guys get like categorically rejected before they even have a chance because they're just getting filtered out. Because these girls, and they go in there, and this is some 5'2" girl that's 170 pounds, and she says, yeah, I want my minimum height to be 6'2". Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Sag, 5'9" is like being 3 foot. Yeah, no, and this is what, and so you don't even get a chance. You don't even get an opportunity, man. I'm 5'6" and it's fine. There are plenty of guys that are under 5 foot that have girlfriends. I mean, obviously, right? But like, Jesus, on dating apps, it's the girls that are lying anyway. Yeah, sure.
Dating apps have just like destroyed the male psyche.
Calling
Like dudes
no,
now
it's
believe
obvious.
if you're not 6'3", it's over.
Yeah.
Didn't they just implement like a height filter on like Bumble or one of those
Tinder's
apps?
new filter incentivizes users to lie about their height. Well, yeah, of course.
Or something? That is insane. Could you imagine they did a weight filter? Could you imagine no women
I think they should have a weight filter. I think they should. I'm not even kidding. I'm being serious. Like, if you're a fat piece of shit, a lot of people probably don't want to date you because you're fat. And so, like, really, and I'm not talking about even, like, not even in terms of the amount, like maybe a BMI or something like that, right? I mean, honestly, like, I think that everything should be on the table. I think if you want to have, and you could just leave it blank if you want to, right? If you leave it blank, the assumption is 385 pounds. But, you know, you could have a boob filter, a dick filter, a height filter, a weight filter. I think all of it is okay. I do. I think it's all totally fine because, again, people like what they like. That's it. No filters. Yeah, let people choose. Why is it such a bad idea to let people choose? Make it? I should make it. Uh-oh.
170 pounds. Could you fucking imagine? They would never paid for nudes for the first time. They weren't great nudes, but I kept paying because she talked to me.
This is the OnlyFans simp POV. Here's what he doesn't know. She is actually a man that lives in India that's been subcontracted out by her OnlyFans management company. She never talked to you, man. That was some guy that's in Pakistan.
Spinning Glizzy. She talked to you, huh? Are you sure about that? Are you sure you were talking to Cutie Pie Kitten 69 and not f***ing Kamal from Pakistan? Because
wow.
Apparently, that's the thing. Apparently, OnlyFans girls hire agencies in like India and Pakistan to like talk to their simps for them.
So she might not know this. I know this. This is extremely fucking common. If you're DMing girls on OnlyFans and this girl has more than 10,000 followers on Twitter, you're probably not talking to her. That's it. First-hand experience? No, I've talked to girls that have OnlyFans. That's how do you know? Because I've talked to them. I know how. I know they do it. I know they do it. I mean, I'm sorry. I know that's what's happening because that's what they told me is happening. Yeah, it's just that simple.
I masturbate to girls until I am tired of them, so I won't have to approach them and then get rejected.
That's a good idea.
Is this why the birth rate is so low? See, I was under the impression it was because the economy and because gender relations are so terrible in this country and like women want a career and they're on birth control, blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe there's just millions of this guy.
Yeah.
Or maybe this is just Reddit. I can only get off to femboy hentai now.
This PB&J sandwich is the extent of my pathetic abilities. This isn't even peanut butter. This isn't even peanut butter or jelly.
Corn on the cob, no salt, no butter, no nothing. This is the closest I can get to the feeling of eating out a girl's. Oh, that's not You know what? Maybe it is. I don't know. My cat was sitting on my lap and I had to make him move because I started to get hard.
What is he dating, the crones from fucking Witcher 3?
When I saw a gif of Ken.
I probably shouldn't have said that. That's really gross. I'm just thinking about that. Oh, God. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. That's...
Make him move because it get hard when I saw a gift Candace Owens.
Candace Owens. I was watching a not safe for work video with that one French girl and coomed just when the camera randomly zoomed in 4K HD on a guy's face, so I did a load to a guy.
Okay.
A little bit cucked and gay and cried a little bit. You could have looked away. But you didn't.
Nope.
Did you? My body is permanently deformed and crippled by decades of compulsive, joyless...
Nah, these tacos look pretty good. I would eat these tacos. Like, this is the first one that I've seen that actually looks good.
Everyone who sees me can tell instantly. Saw a female's body in the cheese and had to jerk off before finishing the plate.
I can see it.
Microwaved cheese lasagna.
So he likes fat chicks. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna pretend I didn't read the first part.
Yeah.
What the f is that? That is not lasagna. That is an abomination.
Yeah.
Jerked off to a VTuber crying compilation and the hardest I've ever in my life. I used to be a track star in high school and both
So
my
this is where all the fans of VTubers come from.
Yeah.
Huh. I'm not surprised.
parents always loved me. How did I fall so far? It's actually so crazy how, like, you can do everything right as a parent. You could just be, like, a great, responsible parent and raise your kid right. And then one day on your son's, like, 13th birthday, you gift him his own computer. And then in a few years, he's masturbating to anime girls crying and posting about it on Reddit. Tofu.
Yeah. Yeah. Except for it wouldn't be 2 years. It would be like 2 weeks. I remember, like, whenever I was a teenager, I used to not have a door in my room. And it took me like a month to come up with like a logical explanation why, after I got a computer with internet access, that I needed a door in my room. It did, because I had to think of something. And honestly, I forgot why. What was it? I think it was probably like to increase the resale value of the house or something like that, right? And yeah, surely your parents know why. No, my mom, I don't think that she ever even really considered that. She didn't. Like one time, the first time that I caught her, she caught me looking at porn. I was 11. And I said that I had to look at porn because everybody in school was calling me gay and making fun of me. And I made her feel sorry for me and I didn't get in trouble. I did. They knew. I mean,
they always know. Parents
I will tell you this.
Know.
One time, Cody and Jeff, so they lived at the house for a while. The four of us living here. And Jeff didn't go to school that day. And he comes downstairs because he was sleeping upstairs. He's sleeping right over there. And he says, "Oh, hi." And she's like, "Hi, Jeff. Why didn't you go to school?" "Oh, we don't have to go to school today." And she goes, "Well, why did Cody go to school?" Well, Cody's not very smart. And so because Cody's not very smart, he had to go to school to catch up on all the work. But I'm smart. And so I didn't have to go. And my mom, she even told me about this story later on. And she said, "Yeah, I knew he was bullshit." I just said, "Fuck, I don't care." And she was like, "Oh, really? Really, Jeff? Is that right? Well, do you want me to make you any bacon?" "Oh, yeah. Yeah, can you make me bacon? Oh, can you make me, what about cinnamon rolls?" And she just made him breakfast. She's like, "Yeah, okay." And she was like, "It's not my kid." She's like, "I'm not going to deal with this. Like, this is not, no, I'm not going to deal with this. It's not my fucking problem. This is his mom's problem. I've she already went through this with me. No, not again. Still fed him? Yeah. Why weren't you in school? Because I had graduated at that point. They were like a couple years, grades below me, and so like I had already graduated, and so I was still asleep at this point.
Broke apart just like my life. Yesterday, for the first time in my life, I looked for and watched cuck porn on purpose, then cried. I have a microphone.
Jesus Christ.
All is cuck porn. You're sitting in a chair
Oh my.
watching two people fuck. You might as well be sitting in a chair in the corner of a hotel room watching
Wait, so yeah, is cuck porn watching? Is cuck porn sitting in a chair watching a guy sit in a chair watching two people having sex?
Oh.
What the fuck?
people on a bed. What's the difference?
Yeah.
Porn is basically virtual cucking.
It
Tried
is.
to jack off today, but all the porn was so bad I just turned my phone off and cried myself to sleep. Okay, the reason why you think the porn is boring is because
you
are
spent
so
all day doing it.
completely desensitized from seeing it all the time. Like 40 years ago, dudes were drinking it to like the Sears catalog underwear ads. And now the most insane, depraved shit you could ever
No, I remember Rich told me a story about how he saw a homeless guy in New York jerking off to the Mona Lisa. That's
imagine
true.
is only like a few clicks away. Like I just don't think humans were meant to live that way. Like I don't think humans were meant to see sissy hypno inflation compilations every second of the day, you know?
Man,
Whenever I
culture,
masturbate, I leave my cum sitting in my underwear. We can smell
Okay.
it, by the way.
Oh.
We can smell the cum. Women especially can tell if you have recently masturbated. You ladies know what I'm
No,
talking
they
about.
can't. This is a lie that women say to intimidate men. Listen, they can't. They can't figure any of this shit out. They have no idea.
About, like, you go up to a guy and, like,
Yeah.
you can just tell. Like, you can smell it. If you're a guy and you're like, wait, is she joking? Is she being serious? Don't worry about it. Last night I
She's
go off and
lying. They're lying. They have no idea. They have no clue whatsoever.
my goopy steamer of a load landed on my Xbox and fell into the ventilation of the console, and it turned me on so much I sprayed the console with 9 sprays of my mom's perfume and masturbated to the stench, and now it won't start. Breakfast to start the day. Why?
Why did you buy a PlayStation? Why did you buy an Xbox and not a PlayStation? Yeah, you deserve this.
Why? I've had this crush for 3 years and I want to screenshot and print some of her photos on Instagram to pee on them, but I can't even afford a printer, so I just wrote her name on a piece of paper and drowned it in my piss. I'm just a stupid pee-so. Why? I hate how the one time she wants to pop a tea for the gram is when she's breastfeeding.
God.
Got me using AI just to remove her baby from the pic.
They need to just turn off Reddit. I think they should just turn it off. Really, just turn this shit off. Like, I feel like we've had, like, I mean, it's been an interesting experiment, but now at this point, it's time for it to end. Just turn the whole thing off.
Save the earth and post them teas uncensored. Plump and full of milk.
Oh
this
my
video
God.
is turning me into a fucking misandrist. This video is turning me into a femcel.
Yeah.
I can't do this anymore. I'm dyeing my hair blue. I'm getting a nose ring. I'm growing out my armpit hair. The girl I like
I'm
was
gonna be honest. Like, I've seen girls' DMs because they've showed it to me. I can understand why women hate men. I really can. Because if I read their DMs and the kind of stuff that these guys say, it is so fucking bad. Like, think about the worst Nigerian prince, Indian call center, fucking random South American scammer that you can think of. And that's actually Fred that they work with. It's their coworker. And he's worse than that. He doesn't even try to hide it. Secondhand embarrassment, yes. Do not redeem, yes, they still crave the attention. It's amazing. That is a small percent. here's the problem with it being a small percent, is that the guys that say hi and then they post a photo of their dick, they do this to like 150 girls a day. So even if it's a small percentage, it's like if you put 1 drop of food coloring inside of a bottle of water, the whole thing's going to be fucking red or blue or whatever color it is. So these guys, they do this. It's a multiplier, right? That's it. Go to HR. They do it every day, all day. Yeah, this is all they do. Those 150 girls block them? Yeah, but one out of that 149 block them. One of them says something to them. And they find out later on maybe it was a guy. But it was a guy pretending to be a girl and he was gay. But maybe they never figure that out and they assumed it just didn't work out. And that's the reason why they keep doing it. They're chasing that high.
Wearing flip-flops and gym shorts at uni yesterday, sitting on the floor with her legs open. I went home and jerked off 6 times in a row thinking about her feet and her butt. Woke up today, went to pee, and noticed that a chunk of skin on the back of my dick is coming off.
That's it! That's it! Men need to be born into prison and then earn their way out.
There's probably something terribly wrong with her.
They already are. Yep, they already are. No, this is insane. Doesn't happen if you aren't a super hot girl, though. I haven't gotten hit on or a message from a guy I knew or worked with. Maybe I'm super ugly then. I think that if you are a girl and you're posting photos of yourself on the internet, you're going to have people stalk you and say weird stuff to you. Like, I can't speak for everybody, obviously, but I can say that out of all of the girls that I've talked to that have played World of Warcraft, every single one of them has had multiple weirdo stalker stories. Multiple.
My colon. I've been told to seek medical advice ASAP for several months, but it will probably figure itself out one way or another.
Oh, yeah,
well,
sure.
You should probably go to the doctor if you don't want something bad. I wish older women would pee on me. Oh.
God,
Oh
the
my
men you have
God.
sent to protect us are on Reddit fantasizing about getting pissed on.
Discovered cartoon pornography at the age of 8 and life.
Cartoon porn at the age of 8, and my life has sucked since then.
Sucks since then. My mom caught me dry humping my torn mattress to some AI porn and hasn't looked at me in the eyes since.
This guy could be the next vice president.
I haven't even touched a girl intimately yet, and I've lived half my life. I'm 39.
Wow.
Okay, first of all, bro
People say it is fake. Everybody says this shit's fake. I don't think you understand how degenerate a lot of people are. I really don't. And honestly, this food, like if you made me eat this, I'd probably fucking die. I would probably just fucking die.
Second of all, men, you really gotta stop the porn.
Yeah.
You gotta stop it, or like just way less of it. It's not good for you. Listen, I used to be super pro porn a few years ago. Not anymore. It's gotten so bad, especially after COVID. I feel like it got so much worse. I feel like porn addiction just kind of exploded in the past few years. In women too, as we have previously discussed. Like, sure, everything is fine in moderation, blah, 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 but I feel like there's just like no moderation anymore. I feel like...
Well, nobody wants to be moderation. Yeah, they don't want to moderate themselves. They want to get addicted to jerking off to like anime girls. And that's like what they do for like 9 hours a day. Like, they don't have a job and they're not going to school. And so they're just living at their house, jerking off to anime girls. And it's like, if you do that, the thing is that, like, that sounds like a good thing, right? But imagine, like, that's all you do for 2.5 years. And at the end of that 2.5 years, the way that you see the world is going to be different. It is. It's going to be a lot different.
Everyone is just a gooner, and it's making everybody depressed. We're just like a society running on like perpetual post-nut depression. Afraid to talk to women at work in case they allegation max.
That's a new one. I haven't heard that before.
Just friendliness max and LARP as a normopilled creepiness minimizer. I asked a girl out at work and she reported me to HR. I think I'm gonna lose my job. See, this is sad. Like, back in the day, It was totally acceptable to flirt with your coworker.
It's normal. Like, it's nothing wrong with asking a girl out at work. The problem is doing it 17 times in a month. That's the issue. Like, if you ask a girl out at work, the odds are you're probably not going to get fired for it unless it's like your first fucking day. But the issue is that if you're doing it like multiple times, that's the issue.
Ask her on a date, whatever. Like, so many people's parents.
You sure? I think so, yeah.
Because they worked together, because they were coworkers, and they flirted, and they hung out and stuff. And now it's, like, not socially acceptable at all to do that. HR culture has ruined the relationship between men and women in the workplace.
Well, so is social media. I think so, too. And I think also the problem is that it's an overcorrection because, like, from what I've heard, this is, you know, my dad would tell me about this from, like, back in the day, before these were the policies. Oh, man, like, things were just totally fucking crazy. And so now there's, like, a massive overcorrection for it, where, like, any degree of this behavior is instantly problematic, instantly. Yeah, slapping asses and stuff like that, too, right? I used to work at Arby's when I was 17. One time, a 30-year-old guy gave me a letter talking about how I look, and I should call him. After that, he kept coming every day I worked and tried to talk to me and stay in the parking lot and stalk me until I got off of work. Yeah, it's about right. Yep, I believe that for sure.
HR, go talk to your crush. I got called into HR because apparently it's not okay to jokingly ask my coworker if I can gargle her period.
Okay, what that's probably I hope that's a joke.
Okay, never mind.
I hope that's
Never mind. Don't do that. Don't do that. No more talking to women at work. No more talking to women at work. No more talking to women in general. Total ban on talking to women until we figure out what the hell is going on.
I've been doing this.
Downloaded Tinder and got 2 matches in 5 days. F my stupid, ugly life.
That's pretty good. What do you mean? That's good. What are you talking about? What the fuck?
From what I know from, like, men who use the apps that I've talked to, that's actually really good. Oh my god.
Yeah. How to spot a fix. Oh god.
All so f***ing mad at him in the replies. You get a f***ing match in less than a week and you complain? Stop humble bragging. I've gotten
zero matches. Oh god. Asiu Yuki-chan, I believe you.
Matches in 3 months. 2 matches in 5 days?
Why
are you even here? My culture is not your costume.
Oh,
Fake
God.
cell. Go outside and get your life together. A true cell gets 0 matches. That's
true.
It's 2 people. How many do you need to be satisfied? Mods?
Yeah, exactly.
Take his balls away. 2 matches. Head on over to Kitchen Chads. Oh god, what is Kitchen Chads? Hold on. Kitchen Chads. It's real. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I love cooking for my girlfriend with the money I make from my job.
Yeah.
Made some ratatouille because I like the movie. Might go for a run later. I have had sex
What
before.
the fuck
This
is
like
that?
the Krusty Krab across the street from the chum bucket.
Yeah.
This is evil. This is diabolical. Okay, let's go back to kitchen cells. We're done here.
Somebody said the 2 people that he matched with were just OnlyFans bots. Yeah, he matched with Bonnie, Blue, and Amarath. All these guys are losing their mind over it.
Haven't felt the touch of a woman in months.
Yeah.
Months? Fake cell. Try 25 years. Boo, fake cell. Fake cell spotted. Went to the
Wow.
drugstore and the girl cashier was nice to me. Started stuttering, so she kind of giggled at me, so I left immediately. Felt so humiliated.
People
I
are
couldn't
going to probably be mad at him for this post.
stop myself to get home and masturbate to the idea of her suffering. Masturbating to the idea of her suffering. Incredible. This is
Amazing.
some classic
Yes.
incel. I like how there's just like a bunch of people in the comments like, dude, what the fuck? Bro, get some
It's
help.
fucked up.
Fake cells when
Yep.
a real incel pulls up. A girl I know has recently added me to her close friend stories. Well, today she posted a poll.
Is that the thing on Instagram where, like, the thing is green? That's it? Oh. Huh. Okay. Yeah, all right. I didn't even know that.
Asking what color she should paint her toenails, and apparently my answer was, quote, too specific. I'm no longer in her close friends list. I once walked up to
Wow.
A woman I went to school with since middle school at a bar. Before I could even finish saying hello and asking how she was, a guy put himself between us and asked her if she knew me. She said no. I'm pretty sure they're married now. 22, no driver's license, no post-high school education, never had a job, never kissed a woman, and have horrible social anxiety.
Nice.
Flying a bundle of bananas for dinner. I'm
fucking
Albanian. F you. I'm
That's pretty bad.
half Jewish, half Indian. It was over at birth.
It was over at birth with just a fucking raw ass avocado. Is that an avocado? I don't even know what these things are. I think that's an avocado, right? It is? Wait, really? I got it. Okay.
You didn't have to tell us the half-Jewish part. We could tell by the circumcised avocado. 5'3". Finally got the confidence to walk up to a girl at a bar and she bent down and asked me where my parents are.
Wow.
Judging by what we have seen around this subreddit, some guys would be totally into that.
Exactly, yeah.
Men are drowning, while others die of thirst. I should clean my bathroom, but without the drain flies, I have nobody left to keep me company. Asmund? Gold, is that you?
That's how I remembered this clip, because it was about me. Right. I was like, hey, I remember seeing this photo. That's how I remember seeing it.
Drain flies, I have nobody left to keep me company. Asmongold, is that you? You don't just have your drain flies. Look.
I don't have any drain flies, actually. So, we used to have a situation, and basically, I have one of these. And so, if there is anything that, like, that shows up, I just zap the fuck out of them. And I have had situations, and you can tell, right? You see that light come on? That means it's time for things to fucking die. And so anyway, Hassan? I Hassan zap these fucking bugs. I do. And the big ones, sometimes you got to hold them down, and you got to just bzz, 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 bzz. You got to do it for a while, and they'll start like smoking. Smoke will be coming out of them. They'll be like, you just keep doing it, bro. You just keep doing them. You have a dog? No, I don't. Should I get one? And dribble them? Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's it. It's kind of like pressing a what do you call it? Like a pancake or something like that, right? Or a waffle. Like it's a waffle press, and you just press them down, and you just zap them. Like I remember, it was so bad that it actually, my room started to smell like dead animals because I killed so many of these flies. There was that many of them.
Look, you have a little ant friend, too. See? It's not all bad. Made peach cobbler. I have a date tomorrow. Maybe my femcel gay life is over. A woman going on to a incel subreddit talking
this is, you're literally asking for trouble.
About how she has a date tomorrow. This is just evil. This is just like eating a 5-course meal in front of a starving African child.
That's right.
What are you doing, bitch? I'm a femcel loser who can't talk to people and spends all her time playing games. Guy I had a crush on from high school told me he wasn't interested in a relationship, but I think he's lying and didn't want to tell me he's not interested because I'm fat, chopped, and broke. F my fucking loser virgin life. I'm a
I think that a lot of the posts by these girls are actually guys that are using girls' photos so they can find guys to talk to from these incel subreddits and then manipulate them into giving them money. Because if I didn't have any money, what I would do is I would scam guys out of money. It's so easy. I've seen so many girls do it. It's like, why can't I pretend to be a girl and do it myself? I mean, I know what guys like. I'm a guy. I'm an expert here, right? I mean, so like I'm basically I'm the imposter. Yeah, sure. But like it would work. And you have AI. Yeah. Aren't you doing that now? I should. Maybe I should make a VTuber avatar. See how it goes. Can you scam me? And then yeah, what's scary is the subreddit might be a breeding ground for school shooters. I think that's just Reddit, right? But like, yeah, Why is being a virgin a bad thing? I think that, well, I mean, what do you mean, why is it a bad thing? Were you just fucking born yesterday? Like, do we really have to go through fucking 50 years of social fucking context for you? Like, do you really want to pretend like you're going to go out like it's like fucking, you're getting ready to go to the Crusades? Just, I don't think it's a big deal. I don't care about this. Like, I mean, whenever you're a young guy, I think that it matters a lot. And then as you get older, you just don't even think about it anymore, right? And I think that, like, especially, it's weird because, like, if you've been with a girl before, I feel like you just stop even thinking about it being a problem. Like, you don't even look at guys that are like, that haven't been with a girl. You don't even, like, for me at least, right? Like, I don't even think about it at all. You stop caring? Yeah, so it's weird because, like, whenever you stop, it's not like, oh, okay, well, now I get to look down on people. Yeah, no, I just stopped giving a shit. Am I the only person that's felt that way? It doesn't even register anymore? Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, you care until you do it. Who cares, for real? Other people that have the problem. That's it. No, I agree, yeah. Serious question, did Jesus die a virgin? I don't know. That's a really good question.
About to turn 25 and I'm still a virgin. I feel like it's too late now. Everyone knows more about intimacy than I ever could, and no one will ever want an unattractive, inexperienced femcel.
Absolutely a guy pretending to be a girl to farm incel guys to give her money and then create photos or, yeah, bro, no, because there are no more girls on the internet. Any girl that's looking for genuine interaction on the internet is a man that lives in Pakistan. Okay? And if she's attractive, then it's definitely a guy.
I'm just a lonely virgin femcel gamer.
Lying. It's a guy.
Bro,
it's a guy.
Why are there women in this incel
Because
community?
they're not women. They're guys farming the other guys because they know how easy it is to get money out of them.
They're like fucking locusts.
That's the reason.
They come in, they gentrify everything. Heterosexual, female incel. Dating and finding a relationship, different. But any man would you. It doesn't matter how fat, how socially awkward, how ugly. Men couches. Men rotisserie chickens. You can find a man
Never mind.
who will you. All female incels are volcels.
Yeah.
That is my hot take. I know I'm a fake cell.
You guys might not know. Volcels is voluntarily celibate. This means people that can have a relationship and have sex, but they choose not to. This is like, like intermediary loser internet lingo that a lot of people might not be aware of.
But I truly wish I was a true cell. The only woman who truly loved me for who I am is gone from this world, and I'm the only one to blame. I wish I was a true cell so I didn't know what true love felt like.
Oh my god.
Sometimes when I cook, I like to imagine I'm cooking for a loving partner who's excited for me to join them at the table.
Pretty good.
But then I turn around and nobody's there, and a little part of me dies inside. Every night I go to sleep thinking about kissing a girl just once. Another man's child has the eyes of the woman I love. She's better off without me. And soon enough, she'll forget the color of my eyes and the way we laughed together. While I'll be trapped in those memories forever.
Bro, like, what are you doing? Like, just cook your steak. You didn't even cook the meat. What is wrong with you?
Forever. I like how in the women posting Elle's video, it was like, I got drunk and peed on my date, teehee, and the men posting Elle's video, it's like, I want to myself.
Yeah.
Like, this shit isn't even funny. I don't even know what to say to this. This is just depressing. Black bean chili. Mom would hit me until I stopped crying as a kid, and now I'm an emotional wreck to any girl I talk to. Oh god, I'm so sorry. I need a girl to beat me like my mom did. Oh. A Freud cell. I've given up on getting women. My goal now is to get as fat as possible. Friend of
I guess he must be the moderator.
mine said I look like a serial killer, but not a hot one. What's up with women in the serial killer shit? Okay, for all my weird flaws, at least I do not have a serial killer fetish, okay?
Women like serial killers because they're hyper assertive. They give them a sense of, I think, I think a lot of people like the idea of a loss of control, and they like there's like a sexual arousal that comes with the loss of control and an implicit threat of violence that some people get off on. And I think that's the reason why they like it. I think the term for it, how do I know these things? Because I'm on the internet a lot. It's hybristophilia. That's the term, I believe. I could be wrong, but in terms of internet degeneracy, I rarely am.
One I do not have. I can't stop having homosexual fantasies about me and my classmate, and I wake up with a boner every morning. The cold showers are not fun. I'm not gay, but imagining how slim his legs are makes me feel hot. I'm not gay, but I keep fantasizing about how soft and smooth.
Yeah, I'm not gay, but I keep thinking about men and jerking off to them. I'm not gay, but every single time I see a hot guy, I have to jerk off. Yeah?
Bro's legs are.
Is that
I was
right?
in the bathroom trying to eat a banana when two guys walked in and I could hear them kissing. I squashed my banana in anger because of the jealousy I felt. And to make matters worse, I think I grabbed the wrong kind of banana. Haha, I just accidentally squeezed my dick to the sound of two men kissing. I cook so
Sounds like you're gay.
often for my roommate that I've started to feel like his boy wife. Maybe in another life I was.
Whoa, wait a minute, what?
I cook so often for my roommate that I've started to feel like his boy wife. Maybe in another life I was his gatherer trad wife and he was my Chad Hunter husband. Is it time to start?
I do think that once we abandon the flesh and we completely embrace the digital world, I think that there will be a lot of people who choose to be women and they just want to be housewives.
Hi. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll try to. Oh, for the boys. Metal milk. I don't know what that is. Maybe. Hey, Bubby, how was Nerf? Good.
Today is Election Day in America. Voters head to the polls in states across the country today for the first major political test for both parties since President Trump took office. 3 races in particular in New York, New Jersey, and Virginia are being closely watched as a sign of what Americans want heading into next year's midterms. And the New York mayoral race could be a test for Democrats, with self-described Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani leading former Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo. We're covering it all. CBS News political director Finn Gomez is covering New Jersey and Virginia, but we start with CBS News national correspondent Lilia Luciano, who has more on the New York mayoral race. So, Lilia, what advantage does Cuomo feel he has over Mamdani in tackling New York City's issues besides experience?
Well, besides experience is a good question, because that is definitely something that we have both heard from voters and something that he has really tried to drive home. Look, what I've heard, Lindsay, from people coming in to vote and walking out after they vote is the devil you know. One young Cuomo voter told me that he wasn't entirely enthusiastic about Cuomo, but that he didn't really trust Mamdani, that he felt like he could represent too much of a change. And so Cuomo he associated with keeping New York kind of the way he associates his upbringing to sound, feel, look like. We have heard from female voters, a couple of whom mentioned the sexual harassment accusations. One says that she was very concerned about that, but as a Jewish woman living in New York, she feared that Mamdani would not really represent her community or even support Jewish New Yorkers. So that message that is coming from the Cuomo campaign seems to land with a lot of Jewish voters here. Another voter talked to me about President Trump and the impact that President Trump endorsing Cuomo had in her decision to vote. I want to play a little bit of what she told me.
And I would never vote for Cuomo now. Trump endorsed him. That was, to my mind, a kiss of death. And it's his cronyism. I've always worried about the fact that he'd get into bed with Trump.
So it's interesting, because when I first started hearing from this woman, I asked her, what are the issues that weigh on your mind and your decision? And she started talking about how Mamdani scares her in a way, or she said something like she didn't trust Mamdani. And then she went to talk about Cuomo. So I thought she voted for Cuomo, and I asked him, oh, so did you vote for Cuomo? And she said, no. What makes you think that? She said, which is something that I found very interesting because it kind of parallels what we've been hearing because of that generational divide. So many young people have come out to vote for Mamdani, and what she told me is the cronyism. She talked about corruption. She said she doesn't entirely like Cuomo, was not going to vote at all, then decided to vote against Cuomo and was still undecided, but talked to her children. She said it was her millennial children who got her enthusiastic in a way about Mamdani, and that's how she showed up to vote today.
And whether Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani wins or not, does his rapid political rise change the face of the party going forward?
Look, this is what New Yorkers have been talking about for weeks. Part of the energy of this campaign, whether it is what President Trump is saying and depicting him as the new face of the Democratic Party, or the Democratic Socialists and young people, or the people who were extremely concerned about the situation that Palestinians were facing in Gaza, there are big groups that are saying either they fear or they hope that Mamdani represents the future of the Democratic Party. There's a lot of people in the center there that Cuomo is fiercely trying to cater to.
Lily Luciano, thank you. Let's turn now to CBS News political director Finn Gomez in Washington for us. So, Finn, both New Jersey gubernatorial candidates have made affordability and high taxes a centerpiece of their campaigns. What cases have each made to prove they can tackle those issues?
Yeah, Lindsay, both candidates are framing the race as almost a referendum on the state's cost of living. Democratic Mikey Sherrill is pitching herself as a centrist problem solver who can lower costs without cutting essential services. Republican Jack Ciattarelli, meanwhile, says Democrats have had decades to fix affordability and have failed. He's tied Sherrill to Governor
You just want some milk? Lovey, what's he doing? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just stop for a second.
Phil Murphy, the Democratic governor, he lost to by just 3 points 4 years ago, but he's promising tax cuts on on property and property reform, cuts of state spending, and a rollback to regulations he says are driving businesses out of New Jersey. But both are focused in on this crucial issue that are affecting middle-class families who feel squeezed by rising housing, energy, and grocery costs. But what I'm watching in particular here, Lindsay, is how the Latino electorate, about a fifth of the state's population, break on this issue in particular. Latino voters that I spoke to in New Jersey are deeply concerned with this issue. If you recall, Lindsay, last year President Trump made strong inroads with the Hispanic community there. They were considered a reliable Democratic core group, but Democrats are hopeful that because of this issue and because of the ICE operations in New Jersey, Latinos will swing back to the Democratic column. I will note, Lindsay, I was in New Brunswick, New Jersey recently, and I went to a Latino barbershop, and I did a little sample size polling of my own, and everyone there, for the most part, was supporting Chitterelli, in part because of this issue. But I think it also shows that neither party should take this increasingly swing electorate for granted. Lindsay?
And President Trump has made it clear he hopes voters will cast their ballots for Republican candidates across the board. But he has stopped short of endorsing the GOP candidate for governor in Virginia, Winsome Earl-Sears. She's trailing her Democratic rival, Abigail Spanberger. What's going on there?
Yeah, even last night during a tele-rally, he did not mention her when he was talking about the Republican ticket in Virginia. But this all stems back largely because the relationship has soured since his loss in 2020. Earl-Sears was one of the first prominent Virginia Republicans to publicly acknowledge President Biden's victory and said at the time that Trump should, quote, accept the results and move on. And that break, it matters, particularly because she is trying to get past her Republican base there in Virginia. And even with an endorsement from Trump, it would help mobilize the Republican base. But also it's an issue. It's been consistent through the cycle, and it's a little bit of an embarrassment, frankly, if you will. But it's something that we do not expect to change. We do not expect an endorsement in this late stage from the president to the Virginia Republican gubernatorial nominee.
Vin Gomez, thank you. California voters will decide if the state's voting district should be redrawn to help Democrats flip as many as 5 House seats in the 2026 midterms. Prop 50 seeks to counter Republicans in red states like Texas who were redrawing maps at the request of President Trump. The measure, backed by Governor Gavin Newsom, asks voters if California should suspend its independent process and adopt new congressional districts starting next year. Stay with CBS News 24/7 all day for updates on races around the country, and make sure to stream our special coverage beginning on the Takeout at 5 p.m. Eastern. We'll continue to follow the results after the polls close beginning at 9 Eastern.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you on this beautiful fall afternoon. We are now on day 35 of the Democrat government shutdown. The Democrats' obstructionism will break the record for the longest government shutdown in American history tonight. The Democrats are intentionally hurting American families, workers, and businesses with this shutdown to fight for free health care for illegal aliens and to appease their radical left-wing base. And it's a total disgrace. This past weekend, Americans traveling to weddings, funerals, vacations, and meetings faced significant flight disruptions at airports across the country because of staffing shortages. On Sunday alone, more than 5,000 flights traveling to and from U.S. airports were delayed. Since the Democrat shutdown began, 4 times as many staffing shortages have been reported at air traffic control facilities compared to last year. TSA checkpoint wait times ballooned past 3 hours at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Airport, with some passengers enduring up to 5 hours in line. At nearby William P. Hobby Airport in Texas, security wait times are routinely exceeding 1 hour. More than 13,000 air traffic controllers are continuing to work without pay. Because of the Democrats, these men and women who keep our airspace safe and moving will miss a second paycheck in a row this Friday if Democrats refuse to open the government. Let me be clear to our incredible air traffic controllers across the country. President Trump and Republicans want you to get your paychecks. They want you to be paid. Please call on your Democrat senators and tell them to side with President Trump and Republicans to vote to reopen the government. Our nation's 4 largest airlines, United, Delta, American, and Southwest, have now all endorsed the Republican, nonpartisan, clean funding bill to end the government shutdown. Major unions, collectively representing tens of thousands of pilots, have also joined the airlines in calling on Democrats to pass the clean, nonpartisan CR. The travel industry is also imploring Democrats to end the shutdown and reopen the government. Nearly 500 companies and groups in the travel business, including casinos, hotels, and convention bureaus, signed a public letter warning that America's travel economy has already lost $4 billion due to this Democrat shutdown, and they have called for the Republican CR to be passed, saying Americans expect and deserve a fully functioning federal government during the peak holiday travel season. Never before have we seen private industry and union leadership so unified on the same issue, rallying behind Republicans in such a vocal way. The Democrats have completely lost the plot. They are endangering the safety, prosperity, and livelihoods of millions of Americans. It's well past time Democrats do what they did 13 times under Joe Biden and pass the clean funding bill extension. All we need are 5 Democrat senators to put country over party and vote to end this reckless shutdown. In other news, tomorrow will mark the 1-year anniversary of President Trump's historic election victory, where he won nearly 80 million votes, the popular vote, in all 7 swing states. This was the ultimate poll on November 5th. The president secured a mandate to make America great again, and he has delivered in record time. Never before have we had a president who has kept their promises like President Trump has. I'd like to go over a few of those with you. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cut in history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security to put more money back into the pockets of the American people. The president ended the southern border invasion of the Biden administration, made our border the most secure in history, and he is carrying
I have a bagel down. If you could. I Yeah, I don't know if I turned it up too high. I put it like about halfway.
Out the largest mass deportation campaign of illegal aliens in our nation's
No, good. Let go of mama's hair. Let go of mama's hair.
One day you'll have prettier hair than me.
Hi, baby. Hi, baby. How are ya? Uh-huh. How are you, my love? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Need a little more rocking. You just stretching. You can stretch. Mm-hmm. Hi. What are you doing, baby? Hi. Mm-hmm. What are you doing, babies?
Hello everyone, I'm the Enforcer, and welcome to the breaking news. Please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and support us on Patreon, link in description below. Today we have breaking news coming from around the world, as we have now heard that the Russian Federation is openly arming and supplying the Republic of Venezuela with arms and equipment to resist the United States of America and a potential armed invasion that may be coming within the next several weeks. We have been able to hear from official Russian governmental statements that several flights of Ilyushin-76 aircraft have provided Pantsir S-1 and Buk-M2 surface-to-air missile defense systems to the Republic of Venezuela at this time, with multiple Russian officials also stating that other weapons, including the Rarest intercontinental ballistic missile, could be provided as well to the Republic of Venezuela if the Russian Federation ever so chose. At the same time, the United States of America's Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group is currently making steam at all possible speed in the Western Mediterranean and passing through the Strait of Gibraltar, most likely to make it into the Eastern Caribbean within the next several days. In the meantime, the Russian Federation has dealt another deadly blow from the state of Ukraine inside of its own territory, as another major refinery in Nizhny Novgorod was hit and heavily damaged overnight, and a petrochemicals plant near to the area of the Ural Mountains in the Kazan region at Sterlitamak was also hit as well. The Russian Federation's government has now moved to year-round conscriptions, as crippling manpower shortages have started to make it much more difficult to keep to their traditional spring and fall conscription regimens, and they will now be conscripting throughout the entirety of the year to allow for the Russian Federation to be more flexibly allowed, more leeway at least, for the amount of crippling losses that they are taking on the front lines in Ukraine. 2 Russian spies were arrested in the Republic of Poland today for espionage and counterintelligence operations, while at the same time...
Did you saw your girlfriend? Oh, man.
The Belgians have now given authority to their armed forces to shoot down any drones that are spotted over their airspace that are unidentified.
Probably.
A Russian anti-submarine patrol vessel caught on fire today inside of the area of the Sevastopol Bay in one of its smaller inlets, and it does appear that the Russian Federation is continuing to find itself in a more precarious position. But of course, we have absolutely major news to cover, and we will be making sure to cover all of this and every single bit of detail that we have in this video, starting with our largest stories first and working our way on down to the smaller ones throughout the video. Moving us on directly into the Eastern Caribbean, we have been able to hear that the Republic of Venezuela's government, through its dictator Maduro, has openly started to praise the Russian Federation today. In the words of Nicolas Maduro, he stated that Russia has set an example of respecting international law and stands as a global power capable of building partnerships based on equality, mutual respect, and cooperation. These statements come after the Russian Federation has openly stated today that they are supplying weapons to Venezuela. More importantly, that some weapons have already been supplied to Venezuela from flights of Ilyushin-76s that have been landing in Venezuela over the prior days. In particular, some of the systems that the Russians have confirmed have been delivered to the Republic of Venezuela would be the Pantsir S-1 air defense system seen here, and also the Buk-M2 air defense systems, which I can also show y'all right here as well. These are the Buk-M2Es right here seen in this picture. These 2 air defense systems are once again somewhat mid to short range air defense systems, with the Pantsir having a practical range of 15 to 20 miles, with the Buk-M2 eking out about an additional 25 to 30 miles of range, or more so 25 to 30 miles of total range, only about 10 to 15 more than the Pantsir. These air defense systems do not improve the larger caliber abilities of the Venezuelan air defense systems, which are generally in short supply, with HQ-9Bs really serving as their only longer-range, large-caliber air defense network. But at the same time, it is starting to show us that the Russian Federation is openly starting to get involved and put some skin in the game, and at least trying to help out the Venezuelans and defending themselves against a future U.S. attack. We do understand that tensions have been rising between the United States of America and the Republic of Venezuela since the President of the United States has alleged that the Venezuelans are the home to a significant amount of narco-terrorist operations. And since then, several months ago, multiple narco-terrorist counter-operations have been conducted by the armed forces of the United States of America within the area of the Eastern Caribbean, leading to the loss of multiple boats, a large amount of lives of supposed or at least alleged members of the cartel, and also the impounding and seizure of several vessels within Venezuelan territorial waters. We have now seen that the Venezuelans appear to generally not be open to negotiating and talking with the United States of America, and as a matter of fact are finding an additional amount of confidence in resisting the United States of America and its continued approach towards Venezuela because of the support that they are receiving openly from the Russian Federation. This support is not only going to be limited to shorter range air defense systems like we've been seeing in the ones that we just showed, as the Russian Federation did make a further statement about this very particular incident. Russia is already supplying weapons to Venezuela and sees no obstacles to transferring the new Rarest ICBM. According to the statements from Russian officials, including Alexei Zurlov, if I can pronounce that correctly, who was the first deputy chairman of the State Duma Defense Committee, he has stated that Russia is actually one of Venezuela's key military technical partners. We supply the country with nearly the entire range of weapons, from small arms to aviation. The details and volumes of deliveries are classified, so the Americans might be in for a surprise. I see no obstacles to providing our friendly nation with new systems such as the Rarest or the well-proven Caliber missiles. No international commitment restricts Russia in this regard. He added that an IL-76 had recently delivered Pantsir S-1 and Buchem-2 systems to Venezuela. 2 days ago, reports emerged that a Russian IL-76 military transport aircraft had arrived in Venezuela. The plane belongs to Aviacon Zitotrans, a company linked to the Wagner Group. It does appear that at the moment, the Russian Federation is going through all available measures not only to supply the Venezuelans, but to leave the door open that other weapons that could be crucially used in Ukraine by the Russian Federation may in fact actually be provided to the Venezuelans instead, to give the United States a harder time in possibly dealing with the Venezuelans. We do understand, however, that even with these weapons being provided, the United States of America's Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which has weighed anchor from Split, Croatia, and is currently sailing or making steam, all available steam, towards the area of the Eastern Caribbean, is currently passing through the Strait of Gibraltar at this moment. With this picture here showing the Gerald R. Ford just several miles away from the mouth of the Strait of Gibraltar itself. This is a fairly significant movement. The USS Gerald R. Ford is the most advanced of its class and type of carrier in the U.S. Navy currently. And, of course, once it arrives within the area, it'll also be bringing along with it several Arleigh Burke-class destroyers that are a part of the strike group and greatly increasing the amount of firepower and air power projection that the United States Armed Forces will have within the region. The situation with the Russian Federation not only providing weapons to the Republic of Venezuela, but now also opening the door for possible further weapons to be provided, including an Rarest intercontinental ballistic missile or Caliber cruise missiles, is starting to change this from the generally stated narco-terrorist counter-operations that the President of the United States has been talking about, and more into a geopolitical struggle at this moment, with Venezuela almost looking like it might turn into a Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0, which is something that we've generally been straying away from even talking about here on the channel, as that would be somewhat odd for it to happen, and did not seem that it was possible to happen yet, but it now does appear that the Russian Federation is starting to openly state that they may try and force the situation into a Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0. If that is the case, we could see that this could be used as leverage against the United States of America and other foreign policy matters, including those inside of Ukraine, where a sort of a ceasefire or a compromise will have to be made between the United States and Russia on the two matters, instead of the United States being able to press home the advantages and the cards that we hold on the situation in Eastern Europe and against the Russian Federation directly. This now means that the United States of America must act rapidly to be able to deal with the Venezuelans and to be able to put them down. Now it's not really a matter of whether or not people support this operation or whether or not people support the idea of a narco-terrorist counter-operation or whether or not that would be successful. This is now a matter of the United States versus Russia, largely in a proxy conflict with Venezuela. And of course, we cannot allow the Russian Federation to start building a significant fortress and armed bastion of their sphere of influence or power projection directly inside of the Eastern Caribbean. Not only would that be incredibly dangerous for American commercial shipping lanes that travel through the Panama Canal, which make up nearly 5 to 6% of global shipping traffic, but it also would be a very deadly situation for the United States Armed Forces that find themselves within the United States southeastern regions, which also could find themselves under the attack of Russian caliber cruise missiles and also other forms of missilery that the Russian Federation may provide to the Republic of Venezuela at any given moment in time if the Republic of Venezuela is still allowed to exist. We do understand that the United States has built up a significant force within the area, including the 22nd MEU, the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group, several Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, the USS Lake Erie, a Ticonderoga guided missile-class destroyer, also a Freedom-class littoral combat ship, and also a couple of fleet auxiliaries, including the MV Ocean Trader, which generally carries the Special Forces, or is generally considered to be the Special Forces yacht. We also understand that the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment is also within the area as well, along with several other units that have not been disclosed to the public. This is a significant force buildup and would be enough to generally deal a deadly blow to the Republic of Venezuela if the moment ever needed to arise. And considering that the Russian Federation is now starting to openly provide weaponry and maybe even possibly personnel to assist the Venezuelans in the situation, it is now imperative that the United States of America must act in the situation, whether or not we thought that the timing with a war with Venezuela was good or not. Moving on out of that situation, however, the Ukrainians are making the situation for Russia on the home front incredibly difficult, as we have been able to see that overnight the Ukrainian drone attacks were able to land a very successful hit within the area of the Nizhny Novgorod refinery in Kostovo. This refinery has been hit several times before, but this was a very significant hit. More than 50 domestically produced Bobber and FP-1 drones were used in the strike on this refinery, according to the Kyiv Post, which occurred during repair works and equipment previously damaged in earlier attacks. The refinery is a key supplier of fuel to the Moscow region and is also used to support Russia's military operations. We did get to see another little clip from earlier in the day before the attack, actually showing the damage more so and the repairs that were already being conducted. And if this video will operate properly, hopefully, there we go. You can actually see right here, I'll have to mute the clip, but you can actually see here them driving into the refinery at Kosovo, just south of the city of Nizhny Novgorod, and showing off a little bit of the damage and repairs that were already underway and being affected at that point. This is, by the way, a glimpse of the refinery before the attack that y'all just saw in the last picture. So this was the condition of the refinery before the attack from last night. We see them driving through. Very barren looking oil refinery. And of course, we're waiting to see the additional damage that was caused in the prior attacks leading up to this one. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of the base level that this refinery was at before the damage that was inflicted from last night's attack. We see them continuing to drive through and talking about the attacks that came from days prior. We can also see a little bit of damage on that building to the right and some sort of gas venting off at the top. The workers are talking about the noise that was caused from the attacks from days prior and also the damage. We can see here that repairs are being affected to some sort of a condensator or fractionation unit. Can't really tell you all which one. I'm not exactly a petroleum expert or a refinery expert. We can see more gas venting from ruptured pipes. And we see additional damage and repairs that were being affected before the damage that was inflicted from just last night. These attacks on oil refineries are some of the most significant and damaging actions that the armed forces of Ukraine can take against the Russian Federation in the conflict. By damaging these refineries, not only are they knocking out a significant part of Russia's fuel availability for their civilian population and their military, but they're also knocking out a huge part of the financial apparatus that keeps the Russian economy and the Russian government running. A large amount of Russia's tax revenue comes from these oil refineries, and a large amount of the money that keeps the Russian economy at a base steady operational level also on top of that comes from these refineries. With these refineries being knocked out, the money is starting to shrivel away, and eventually they'll most likely run completely out of it. In the meantime, we also saw that a petrochemical plant was also hit within the area of Starlitamak, which is directly in the area of the Ural Mountains in the south, just south of the city of Ufa. We can actually see the attack and the explosion happen here on the security camera off in the distance. That was a little loud. Hope that didn't wake anyone up. But that's the end of that clip, and it does appear that another petrochemical plant has ended up biting the dust. In the meantime, in Moscow, we did get an additional statement that apparently 5,000 North Korean workers, or construction troops, have been sent to Russia since September to help with infrastructure reconstruction, a South Korean lawmaker said Tuesday after a briefing by the country's National Intelligence Service. It does appear that the North Koreans are continuing to play an active role in supporting the Russian Federation in this conflict, as they are continuing to receive pretty much the finest financial incentives that they could have ever thought of from the Russian Federation for their assistance by any measure. In the meantime, the Russian Federation was caught inside of Poland with 2 spies being arrested by the Polish Internal Security Services with charges of spying for the Russian FSB. The couple, who had refugee status, allegedly collected intelligence on Polish foreign ministry officials, academic exchange programs, and Russian opposition figures. Their trial is now being set for the 8th of December, and we will most likely see that they will be found guilty. Moving on out of that news and on into Belgium, we have also been able to hear that shoot-down orders have been given, as Belgian soldiers have been authorized to shoot down drones flying over military bases. Experts say the Belgian army demonstrated a lack of professionalism in handling the recent drone incidents. Troops used ineffective signal jammers, scrambled a helicopter too late to intercept the aircraft, and failed to locate the drone operators. In the end, the drones calmly flew north towards the Netherlands, according to RTL. 3 large drones were spotted on November 1st and 2nd over the Kleine Brogel military base in Belgium. This is a significant drone violation, at least the one that happened to Kleine Brogel, because Kleine Brogel is a significant air base not only for the Belgian Air Force, but also for that of the United States Air Force, with a large amount of B-61 tactical nuclear bombs of the United States Air Forces being based out of the area of Kleine Brogel. These drones flew directly over the area that secured and housed these tactical nuclear weapons before they were intercepted by the Belgian army using helicopters, and then flew north into the Netherlands, where they then quickly lost sight of them. These drone incursions are incredibly dangerous, not only for the United States Air Forces and their operational capabilities around the area, but also that of the Belgian Armed Forces as well. Hopefully, this shoot-down order will allow for them to intercept and destroy these drones before they can cause any further damage or cause any further security compromises for the United States or our allies throughout the region of Belgium or the larger part of NATO. Hopefully, these orders will also expand to the greater deal of NATO here in the future, time permitting, of course. However, moving on out of that and into some more news out of Crimea, we also got to see that a small anti-sub patrol vessel, the Albatross M, actually caught on fire within the area of the Sevastopol Bay earlier today. You can actually see the vessel on fire right there. It is unclear why the vessel caught on fire. It could have been a lack of maintenance, some form of arson, sabotage, anything in between. But it does appear that another vessel of the Russian Federation's may end up becoming heavily damaged, as we have not heard of any firefighting attempts being made on the vessel, and the fire appears to have been burning out of control from last we heard, possibly allowing for the vessel to be compromised structurally and sink inside of that area of the harbor, leading to either the vessel being scrapped or an extensive amount of expensive repairs on an incredibly small vessel. Nevertheless, that is all of the major news that we have for today. I have to thank you all so much once again for watching. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure once again to be able to cover the daily short war news with each and every one of y'all, and I hope you all been finding it to be incredibly well researched and well
I'm really despondent about the tolerance and acceptance for political violence on the left. It's not a both sides issue. That's a canard. Mamdani himself, it's so amazing, Tim, because he was so disciplined throughout the campaign, focused on, affordability or whatever. But then right in that last week, he just couldn't help taking a hit off that grievance bong and came out with that whole Islamophobia thing.
Yeah. Several bomb threats were made in New Jersey today as the election continues over who's going to win the governor's race, who's going to win the mayor race in New York. Plus, we have Virginia, Pennsylvania. It's getting pretty interesting. But Mamdani is blaming Trump for the threats and the intimidation, despite the fact that we have videos showing leftists assaulting ICE agents once again, ramming vehicles, kicking these feds when they attempt to arrest these people. In one video the other day, we saw somebody run up to a DHS vehicle and pop the door open to help an illegal alien escape custody. What's happening in this country is getting pretty crazy. And if Zohran Mamdani wins in New York, around 1 million people are expected to flee the city. I wonder if that'll actually happen. Well, we're going to bring in Batya Ungar-Sargon to discuss these issues. Let's see if we've got it looks like everything is working well. Let's kick it up. And here we go. Batya, how's it going? Can you hear me? Apparently she can't. Batya, can you hear me? Nope. I believe she may be, she may have her system muted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi,
Tim.
okay. There you go.
How's it going?
It's going well. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me. I'm always so happy to see you.
Absolutely. So I've got some questions about what's going on in general politics across this country, but New York's the big story right now. Not just New York, but New Jersey. We saw these bomb threats. Mamdani is blaming Trump, saying it's this intimidation, and they're trying to stop Democrats from winning. The first is the easy question, and it's a question that won't last much longer than today, but do you think Mamdani's going to win?
He's probably going to win. Despite, Cuomo got much closer towards the end. There was a huge mobilization effort in the Jewish community, in the Orthodox community, to get people to show up. Really, thousands of people turned out who don't ordinarily vote. But I just don't know that it's enough. What Mamdani did, and this is a bitter pill to swallow, but we have to be honest. If we want to prevent something like this in the future, he ran a very good campaign. And it is extremely important to understand how he did it, because it's not rocket science. He identified 3 constituencies and brilliantly crafted messaging that would sort of find the overlap between them. So his constituencies were Muslims, South Asians, and then these 20 to 30 something overeducated, over-credentialed, downwardly mobile hipsters in Bushwick and Brooklyn who think they're the working class because they failed to get amazing jobs and have student loan from getting, degree upon degree upon degree. They have enormous contempt for labor. And as a result, they want things from the government, despite him being the most privileged people on planet Earth. And Mamdani is their avatar. This is a guy who's a total Nepo baby, never worked a day in his life, lives off his parents, but makes it seem cool, right? It's cool to live off your parents, be a total failure if you can make great content for social. Okay, so that's how he got those people. He got Muslims by making ads in Arabic, by being one of them, by very clearly catering to them and pandering to them, and using Israel in this really interesting way that could activate both the 20 to 30 something over-credentialed people who are all anti-Zionists and the Muslims and the South Asians who are really against Israel and pro-Palestinian. And so he did this kind of interweaving of messaging, despite the fact that he doesn't believe anything. He's not a real politician. It's politics as lifestyle brand. And it's just really, I think, important that we acknowledge how smart this was so that we can defeat it next time around instead of sitting here like being butthurt about it, you know?
I got to give it to him. What I will say is, I think you've nailed it, especially with these overeducated young people. The issue that we're dealing with, though, is these overeducated young people are actually really, really stupid. Zoran Mamdani's offering things that make literally no sense. He said, I'm going to make the buses free and go faster. And not a single person asks, what does that mean? If the buses could be free, they'd be free. So, like, you pay for them because there are workers, there's maintenance, there's storage, there's fuel, there's energy that got used for these buses. The money sustains that. So here's my pitch. I know how we beat Mamdanis in the future. I mean, more people like him. My proposal is, I will run for office, and I'm not just going to make the buses free. That's offensive. When you board my bus, a machine will spit out a $5 bill just for you. And faster? You're going to make them go faster? No. I'm going to make them fly. I don't need to explain how it's possible as long as enough retards vote for me because they want free stuff. So you've got a guy who literally is offering up things that make no sense. And it's funny because when I talk to my friends and my family, you know, my wife is like, has Mamdani explained how you pay for these things? No, of course not, because you can't. A really great example of where we're going is AOC. When Amazon wanted to bring jobs to New York, they offered a tax break over 10 years.
I think so.
They said, you will save $3 billion in taxes spent. AOC then claimed that was a grant of $3 billion cash for them to spend because she doesn't understand math. I don't know how you're not going to educate these young people. They're stupid. They've not held jobs in a management position. They think communism works because they've never actually run a business. They've never actually organized anything. This is why people like Mamdani win. And you know what the worst part is? We're going to operate on the assumption right now Mamdani won. Although to be honest, I wagered for Cuomo. But what's going to happen is,
good for you.
When Mamdani ultimately fails in these policies, the response from them is going to be an excuse. It's because Trump obstructed us. It's because the capitalists interfered. It's exactly what they said about Venezuela.
The thing that makes this so funny is that the subway and the buses pretty much are already free because they don't enforce fare evasion. So I, like a good, every time I get on the subway 3-4 times a week, I feel like a complete idiot because I'm paying and there's 15 kids just jumping the turnstile. So they're already free. That's A. Yep. B is, why the buses and not the subway, right? It makes no sense. Like, really very few people take the bus in New York. And it's because those 20 to 30 somethings don't take the bus, right? This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Like, they don't actually want him to do any of this stuff. They would never dream of shopping in an Aldi. Forget about a free supermarket. These are people who spend $12 on a cold brew. Okay, Tim, it's all one big virtue signal. They feel like the government should pay them to make their shitty podcasts. And this is just a protest vote for them because he embodies everything that made them feel like failures. And it's so amazing to see like how in it they are. Like, there's no distance between them and any of this stuff. Like, of course you can be a socialist if your parents are funding your life, which is, I think, what's going on for a lot of these people, including Mamdani himself.
I think, it was actually fairly terrifying to wake up and see all the bomb threats in New Jersey, 7 locations. And young people are increasingly embracing violence.
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly, Mamdani then blamed Trump for the bomb threats. I don't care either way. The bomb threats are a bad thing, and we were actually just talking about this I've been talking about this actually for several weeks now, that we're going to get to the point with our elections where you have bomb threats or actual terror attacks, and that will be used to discredit the results. Now, because of this, if Chitterelli wins in New Jersey, you know that these Democrats are going to say it's because of the bomb threats disenfranchising voters. We're seeing this escalation of violent rhetoric, threats of violence, and this past year, just overt terror attacks across the country, especially considering the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I'm curious what you think happens in in these places or in this country moving forward with our elections, considering?
I'm really despondent about the tolerance and acceptance for political violence on the left. It's not a both sides issue. That's a canard. Mamdani himself, it's so amazing, Tim, because he was so disciplined throughout the campaign, focused on, affordability or whatever. But then right in that last week, he just couldn't help taking a hit off that grievance bong and came out with that whole Islamophobia thing.
Yeah.
Which Islamophobia to me it's sort of like oppression envy. You know what I mean? Like they have this envy of like people who are actually the subject of violence, hate crimes, violent crime, and I think there's a lot of that on the left. They use rhetoric to turn themselves preemptively into the victims of the very violence that they themselves are justifying and meeting out on the right. And again, this comes right out of the university. That kind of reversal of victim and perpetrator is just classic postmodernist, post-structuralist crap that was imported here by the French in the 60s and 70s and was like safely ensconced in the hallowed hallways of academia until it became totally mainstreamed, because in this country, the Democrats built an economy that you really needed to have a college degree in order to achieve the American dream. And so suddenly having access and having spent years of your life swimming in this mind virus crap was the only avenue to getting any kind of, financial security. And so it was totally mainstreamed.
I think it's going to be interesting to see where how this transforms. Right, we're looking at an estimated, whether the reporting is true or not, but they estimate 1 million people will flee New York City if Mamdani wins. And I'm hearing people say things like, "Let him win," because then they're going to learn what socialism is really like. And my response immediately, we were talking about this the other day with Ian on IRL. Chicago did that with Brandon Johnson, and they've not learned their lesson. Nothing's changing. Mamdani will win. They'll just blame. They'll keep saying, we need more communism, more communism. That's the only answer. And I think what it really comes down to at the granular level is an individual says to themselves, maybe communism doesn't work, but if I vote for him again, he's promising me free stuff. So I'll take what I can get, and then I can always flee and let the system burn down. It feels like it's an inevitability that's going to keep getting worse, and there's nothing we can do to stop the expansion of young people just saying, screw it, everyone should pay for me, and I don't care if it works or not.
Okay, so the reason I feel a lot more hopeful about it is none of his proposals can he actually put into effect. Kathy Hochul, I believe, has already said she's not going to raise taxes on the rich. He can't make his own supermarkets, and he can't make buses free. The only thing he can impact people. The only thing he can impact is public safety. He can fire Jessica Tisch, who's the police commissioner, who's excellent, who has actually, crime in New York is actually quite low. It's funny. You see a lot of these male influencers talking about how dangerous the streets of New York are. And I'm like, dude, grow up hair. It's really not that bad. There was a while where it was really bad. It was really sketchy during COVID. But actually, Eric Adams, kind of sad, he never got credit for this, but he did make the subways safer. It used to be I would encounter a crazy person every week, and now it's really once every 4 months or so. So it really is much safer. It's nothing like Chicago. And by the way, in Chicago as well, crime is so racially segregated. If you're a young man who's Black who lives in Chicago, your life expectancy is lower than that of the Congo. But if you're a white person, it's actually normal. I mean, this is true of crime across America. It's very racially segregated. It's a lot, and obviously liberals won't talk about it. They've made it a taboo to actually admit this, because the majority of violent crime is done by Blacks. They erase the fact that it is done to Blacks, literally just making it impossible to protect the most vulnerable. But anyway, because of that, I think rich people don't really actually suffer from the stupid, horrible, vile policy that they enact. It's always the poor who can't afford to actually move.
Yeah, defunding the police. Who's it going to affect?
Exactly. So he promised he was going to defund the police before. Throughout the campaign, he said he's learned his lesson. He promised to keep Jessica Tisch. If he keeps that promise, everything will be okay. He hates the Jews. It's fine. I really don't care what he thinks about that. It's fine. As long as he protect my synagogue, as long as he doesn't tell the cop that has to stand there on Shabbos to protect us from being shot up. Like, so as long as that to me is the only thing that really, really matters. And he's promised to keep her. If he breaks that campaign promise, just one more thing very briefly. Mamdani is very popular, 40% in New York. He never cracked 50%, and he's very unpopular nationally. So there's a very high chance that the Democrats will learn the exact wrong lesson from this, and it'll hurt them.
I think Cuomo could actually win. So I was looking at, there's an interesting post from Colosus where they said externally, like nationwide, the people trading on the New York race give Mamdani 90% chance to win and 11% to Cuomo, which is weird. It's greater than 100%, whatever that means. However, inside of New York, Cuomo has a 9% edge on Mamdani. So he's at 49 to 40. The people who live in New York who are betting on this race are betting Cuomo is going to win. And just recently, data came out suggesting major whales are dropping tens of thousands of dollars this morning on Cuomo to win. I actually think the perception of Mamdani may be influenced by the national level political machine, claiming that he's this very popular character when he might not actually be. So the other day I saw this and I said, okay, it's a value bet. I put $400 down on Cuomo to win. And if he does, I get paid out $5,217 or something.
How cool.
Now I do believe Mamdani has the edge to win, but the odds don't make sense. Cuomo has a much better chance of winning than 10%. That's a weird number to give, but I guess people are so convinced. But when you, again, look at the data inside New York, Cuomo's actually leading. So I wonder, you know, they do this strategy, the Democrats, the progressives, where they go for the primary because they know most people don't vote in the primary, and they can easily convince Democrat activists to vote for their Democrat activist candidate. But when it comes to the actual city itself, do they want someone as radical as Mamdani making these pie-in-the-sky promises he can't ever fulfill? I think Cuomo's got a chance to win. I think he's being underestimated.
I love that you're saying that. I've been saying that for the last 2 weeks, especially since I've been seeing the early voting, and that's been very much weighted in Cuomo's favor. I'll just say two things. The first, which supports what you're saying, I have 4 screens up in my office. Every person of color who has been interviewed in New York over the last week is voting for Cuomo.
Wow.
And every white kid or white person is voting for Mamdani. So it's really going to come down to voter turnout. I do have to say, Tim, I am enraged at Andrew Cuomo for running the worst campaign I've ever seen. For never once giving a single person a reason to vote for him except to stop the other guy. Like, how pathetic is that? Like, how cucked is that? Like, you literally have nothing to offer us except our, fear of that guy. It's so lame. He never reached out to Republicans. It was all just so entitled. And so I think a lot of people are going to be standing there and looking at Sliwa's name and looking at Cuomo's name. Like, objectively, if it was between the two of them, Sliwa deserves it so much more. It's just that Sliwa can't win because New Yorkers are all Democrats. So the whole thing is so fascinating. I've never been in a situation like this. One other quick thing. I have to say, I didn't quite realize, something that really hit me today was we're never going to get to vote for Donald Trump again. Like, that feeling you had going in and being like, this person is going to break everything that sucks and spit at every person who had contempt for me and rewrite the whole story to make, life better for working class Americans. And then to see him do it for the last year, the euphoria I got from that and continue to get from that. I was like, but yeah, you're not getting that again. That's not what it's supposed to feel like every time. It's never going to feel like that again, probably. Just slow your roll here.
So I made this point on Twitter a while ago, half jokingly. I said, Israel is the new left-right divide. And I don't think people understood the point I was making. It's a generality, but there are moderate Democrats very pro-Israel, moderate Republicans very pro-Israel, and then the emergent left and the emergent right are both very anti-Israel. And I'm half joking saying, I see a possibility in the future where moderate Republicans and liberals actually come together, and then it kind of rotates to a new left and right where Israel becomes this central focus, because you've got young right-leaning individuals, I don't even know if right-leaning is the right word, that just hate Israel. The left, of course, just hates Israel. And I feel like that could be a potentiality in the future. But the question I want to ask you is, what did Zoran Mamdani mean when he said the boots of the NYPD are laced by the IDF?
What I wanted to know is when he apologized to the NYPD, did that include the people lacing their boots, right? I mean, it was like this blanket apology.
What does this mean?
There's this meme on the left that because the IDF has developed certain methods of, control of I don't remember exactly what it was. So they used to do these. No, actually, it was anti-terrorism training. The IDF is very good at identifying suspicious objects, obviously, because people are always trying to blow up Israelis. And so they would do specifically like identification of, I can't remember when this was, like 10 years ago. They would have NYPD counterterrorism units train with them. And this, of course, was blown out of proportion by the left into the IDF is importing all of its anti-Palestinianism and whatever. And the NYPD now, because the NYPD obviously hates people of color, like, therefore they got this from Israel. I mean, it's like the typical elevation of Israel to this level of like, Israel is the source of all your problems. The Jews are the source of all your problems. I want to say something about what you said about the left, right. I think like the real thing is it's going to continue to be immigration, which means it's the divide. Like it's just going to, which is about the class divide. Like if you're working class, you can love immigrants. They're coming for your job. They're bringing down the wages in your industry. Like it's just a fact. It's like pure economics. And if you are an elite or a person with a college degree working in the knowledge industry, immigrants are labor. They're cheap labor. Like that, I think, is going to continue to be the dividing line. You know, it's interesting. Only 13% of Democrats overall, not young Democrats, but Democrats overall now support Israel, but still 71% of Republicans. And Charlie Kirk at the last Student Action Summit did a poll. So this is like young conservatives. 75% of them still called themselves pro-Israel. They're against funding Israel. And honestly, I'm probably against that too. I think it really reduces Israel's sovereignty and ours, but they still would call themselves pro-Israel. And so I think like the war in Gaza was very unpopular, but we're really I don't see to me, like what you're seeing now, like we could talk about this or not, but like the reaction on the right from the Christian right, including people of all ages, to Nick Fuentes to be like, he's not in, like that's something you would never see on the left. So when big influencers on the left say anti-Semitic things or platform anti-Semites, they close ranks around the anti-Semitic element. But right now, what you're seeing against Fuentes and even against Tucker and against Heritage is the right, the mainstream of the right saying, actually, there's no room here for Holocaust denial. So, and that seems to me to be really widespread. And I don't think that's necessarily about Israel, but obviously it's like sort of tangentially related.
Well, Tucker Carlson used to be like the top voice in this movement or whatever. And now he's interviewing Nick Fuentes. He is attacking Christian Zionists. He seems to have very much shifted. Candace Owens, of course, has now very much runs this rhetoric. And whether or not it's Nick Fuentes or not, it does feel like there's a divide on the right. What I will say is I don't completely agree. Here's what I predict. I predicted that on the right, you have anti-interventionist as a dominant faction. Mm-hmm. So they don't like funding foreign countries. It could be Ukraine. It could be Afghanistan. It could be Israel. Right. We shouldn't be funding it. On the left, they just hate Israel. It's like a core part of their identity. And to be honest, I think it's not just Israel. It's the Jews. You had, like with the Women's March, that story from Tablet Magazine where they were accusing Jews of all sorts of weird conspiracies. The right certainly has their anti-Semitic faction. It's much smaller. But the anti-Israel sentiment largely, like I think the right has anti-intervention. So in 10 years, when young right-wing individuals are in office and in power, they're not going to want to fund Israel. The left certainly doesn't want to, and Israel's likely going to get cut off. But what I will say to your point about...
By the way, I agree with all that, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Like, that's not... I don't think that's anti-Semitic at all. I do think that Fuentes is like on a completely different level.
Yeah, I agree.
He's a segregationist. Like this is the kind of like, I feel like, the book, The Lorax, like the kids book, like I speak for the trees. Like I speak to you as a swing voter who loves Trump and really found like a home in the MAGA movement. Like swing voters don't vote for a party that can't say like, Holocaust denial, segregationism, blacks are inferior. I can't F with that.
I feel like you do it right. I mean, the way you're even approaching it right now is more upbeat, more critical. The problem that I've seen consistently over the past several months is that the response to Tucker and Heritage has been a massive detriment to the mainstream conservative and has massively emboldened Tucker Carlson. So I'm a fan of Tucker. I don't know if I don't watch him consistently. I'm not. He's allowed to have his opinions. And what I see are holding up signs saying Tucker is not MAGA.
Yeah, that's pathetic. That's pathetic. I will just say, okay, I just want to give a quick analogy, okay? I was against us funding the war in Ukraine, okay? I don't think Putin's a good guy. I think Russia could be a very good ally for the United States. I don't see that this is something working class Americans, young people who will never be able to afford a home should be asked to pay for, okay? That's my position. It's extremely unpopular, as you may imagine, in the mainstream media. I'm a mainstream pundit. I go on TV a lot. People really hate when you say this. Some of the people who really hate it are Ukrainians who will send you extremely horrible things about you and your family in your DMs. Some of the people who hate it are mainstream massive figures with millions of followers who have attacked me relentlessly. None of that attack has pushed me to embrace Vladimir Putin as a hero and shit on Ukrainians and Ukraine and their noble effort to protect their sovereignty, okay? Because I don't answer to the algorithm, I answer to my God, and I have to face myself in the mirror. So I understand I have an unpopular view on this. It is the Ukraine lobby's job to call me a fascist. It is their job not to send me death threats. I really wish they wouldn't do that to my private home. But it is their job to try to silence me in any way they can. Mainstream pundits, I think, should have a little more dignity, but I understand that people feel very strongly about that. My view is not going to be shaped in opposition to the worst element on the other side because I answer to my God. And I think that there's so much on the right that is following the clicks and following the algorithm and allowing the worst element on the other side to determine. Not you, Tim. You are always above this. And I just do not know how you do that because you're a content creator, but you are never enthralled or enslaved to your audience. You tell them what you think. And I just so admire that about you.
Scruples, I guess. Remember all those conservatives who got caught taking money to promote sugary drinks for welfare from SNAP or promoting India in this trade dispute with Trump because they got paid to do it? That is completely disgusting to me. I see mostly on the left, my view of the left, the liberal faction, they want money, and it's a means to an end. We invited Don Lemon on the show, and he responded with, or his people responded with $50,000.
Stop.
Yeah. Ooh. So when we invite liberals all the time, even Bill Maher was pointing this out, they won't do it.
I know. And I have the same thing on my show. They won't come on my show.
Or they'll just say, I want an exorbitant amount of money. We invited Naima Trout to a Culture War live show, and she first responds with her people, not her personally, $500. And so, I think they asked how much we could pay, and we said we don't normally pay for people to come on shows, but the Culture War is a live stage event, so we'll cover travel accommodation and $500 for you to attend. They agreed, then came back later saying, you know what, actually we want $5,000. And I was like, absolutely not. In fact, I told my team, go offer the $5,000 to some other random leftist instead, just because, they also turned it down, by the way. So I was like, hey, I respect them for turning down the $5,000 in that regard. It was someone else. I was like, you asked for it, you don't get it, we'll throw it to somebody else. But that's what the left does. The right does have these people, but I do think, I described this phenomenon earlier in the year, how to mind break somebody. And I believe the right is wholly susceptible to it, but the left is guaranteed to be susceptible to it. What you'll do is, we've actually seen this happen. There's a fitness influencer. I'm not going to say who they are. And most of their content was fitness. Then October 7th happened. And they made a video about, it was a video where they're like, a lot of people have been saying they wanted to get my take on this one. I'm just a fitness guy, but I understand it's really devastating and bad what happened October 7th, et cetera, et cetera. That video gets 5 times as many views as the normal videos they make. Right. So then they make another video about fitness. They get a bunch of comments saying, what do you think about what's going on right now with Israel? And so they think, okay, I'll answer this. They respond. Here's what I think. Uh-oh, they were pro-Israel. To a little bit. They said, it's really sad. I think Israel this, Israel that. The comments all say, I appreciate you speaking up, but I think you're wrong about this. What's happening is psychological operations, bot campaigns, and general like farms in Pakistan or Malaysia or Indonesia spam the comments very nicely suggesting you may be wrong about this. Look at our source. The content creator who once made videos about doing fitness, within a month or two of this, their entire personality is now dedicated to Israel, and they hate Israel because they're making 10 times as much money off the views and the ads. And they respond with, but this is what the people wanted.
Right.
Mind-breaking through this kind of manipulation is extremely common, has been around forever, and I think is particularly pronounced. And that's how I think you end up with people who 2 years ago were Israel ambivalent or even fitness influencers, and now they are prominent anti-Israel personalities. I think they were attacked by a psyop. I think you're allowed to criticize Israel. I think you're allowed to hate Israel. I think you're allowed to dedicate everything of your being to criticizing and focusing on the war and all of those things. But it doesn't make sense when, you know, I had a debate with someone and I said, did you know that Ukraine has received more in 2 years than Israel has in 70 from the United States? Did you know that the president of Ukraine personally flew to our Congress and they waved his flags? So when they make these arguments about Israel's influence, I say, by all means, they have influence they shouldn't have, but so does Ukraine. So does Sudan, for that matter. The weird thing that comes that I see is when, like, by all means, again, criticize Israel or whatever you think you're allowed to, but it's strange when you notice someone who's like a chef on YouTube now only talks about Israel.
Totally. Totally. And you see it on both sides, honestly.
Yep. I think because the left is more likely to be grifters, they're very easily susceptible to this. And I think the right has their grifters, so they adopt some of this as well. But I suppose we'll see where we go. Mamdani certainly has weaponized it. But Batya, are there any final thoughts you want to say before we wrap up?
I'm just so grateful for you, Tim. Like, when I agree with you, when I don't agree with you, I love what you're doing. I think you're such a force for good and a patriot. And yeah, I just love you. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for coming on. It's always great to have you. I appreciate it. Where can people find you?
I have a new show on News Nation. It's called Batya ! It airs, I'm not going to tell you where it airs because you have a very young audience, but they post the whole show to YouTube, so you can find it there on Sundays, and it's a weekly show. We're having a good time.
Well, right on. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks, Tim. God bless.
Take care. Always great to have Batya on. It's going to be interesting. I think there's a lot of people, you know, I will push back a little bit more on she says the mainstream right's pushing back against Tucker and Nick and all of that. No, I think it's bifurcated. I certainly do think that there is an establishment conservative base that is very pro-Israel, but their pushback of Tucker and Nick and Candace and others has been miserable. When DeSantis was running, the pro-DeSantis people were the smarmiest. It was the most smug, I just couldn't take it. I'd throw up in my mouth from these people. Spamming you and just attacking you. Shut up. Dude, the last thing that's going to make me change my opinion is being attacked by a mob of people. I'm the opposite. I'll just be contrarian for the sake of it, tell you to go screw yourself. So when you got people like Tucker who comes out, interviews Nick, he's allowed to do it. You can't tell Tucker what he's allowed to think. He's followers because of the things he said and the people who agree with him, and he's allowed to. You want to debate him? Sit down and have a calm, kindly debate. Ted Cruz is a senator calling for war. I agree with Tucker's criticism of him. Nick Fuentes is a guy on the internet. Tucker could have pushed back in certain areas. I think when we have Nick on, here's the challenge. We've invited Nick onto the culture war. He don't want to do it. The culture war is the actual debate where we freeform debate. No, he wants to come on Timcast IRL where we will only just go over news of the day, which means less likely for there to be any kind of debate. But hey, he's going to do what he wants, and I'll criticize him when I think he needs to be criticized. I think he's I think he's very vitriolic, and I think he's wrong, especially about Hitler and World War II, and people want to see that debate. However, he's allowed to have his opinions. Tucker's allowed to interview him, and this reaction to Tucker, I think, has been pathetic. It's been absolutely pathetic. I say to Tucker, you're a guy with a lot of followers and you're allowed to believe what you want. And people who say that Tucker shouldn't be speaking at Turning Point or that the right shouldn't embrace him or whatever, I'm just like, dude, your response isn't an argument. It's not an argument, okay? I'm going to platform leftists and communists, and they can come on my show and we'll debate, and it is what it is. And people seem to have no problem with that because I argue with them. I'll argue with Tucker. I argued with Joe Rogan. I'll argue with anybody. We had Mark Grimes on as a Canadian. I argue with him. And then some people get mad and they're like, Tim, be more demure and don't insult people. I shouldn't say, this is probably obvious. Anna Paulina Luna doesn't like me because I called her out because she wanted remote voting for Congress because she had a kid. My response is no, you pick one. You don't get to open up Congress to remote work because you had a child. And, I guess now she's like, well, I don't want to go on Tim Pool's show. So be it. I'm not going to pretend to agree with Congress getting to vote remotely so I can try and get access to these politicians and personalities. And the sad reality is much of journalism is called access journalism, where people refuse to criticize stupid things from prominent people because they're worried they won't get access. I'll say what I think needs to be said. And if that means people don't want to come on my show or I won't go on theirs, well, whatever. Maybe one day that will bite me in the ass, I'll fizzle out and I'll go live in a van down by the river. It is what it is. My friends, smash the like button. Share the show. We've got Dvory Darkins. He is live now. And we're going to send you on your way to go hang out with him. So follow me on X and Instagram.
It's so nice to be here.
She's so flawless. Look at that skin. It's like airbrushed. And she smells good, too.
I caught a whiff of vanilla. Maybe clouds?
She's like a dessert I can't order.
Stop, you're making me hungry.
Pearl straight, pearl straight.
Okay. What's up, guys? Spenny. The weird thing about trying to please everyone is that you often end up pleasing no one. In fact, you just make a bunch more people dislike you. Is that what happened today with Marjorie Taylor Greene going on The View? Marjorie, in full disclosure, is somebody who's been on my show quite a bit. She often comes on with a straight-up flamethrower, is about as barn burner, rock-ribbed of a conservative as you can possibly book. Or at least that's the way it used to be. Marjorie Taylor Greene has done a bit of a heel turn and is now invited on corporate media, CNN, Bill Maher, and The View in order to talk about Republicans and weak social media influencers who are Republican men. Their unique little tact and talking point. Nonetheless, Marjorie Taylor Greene getting plenty of fanfare as she walked into The View today, signing a MAGA hat, getting photographers taking photos of her, and on her way in to join the Witches of The View, show that probably shouldn't even be on air, given the fact that ABC News has to give both sides access to their airwaves. Does it seem like the ladies of The View give both sides to their airwaves? Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try and be upright here and just call balls and strikes. So let's go. Marjorie Taylor Greene sparks instant clash after stepping onto stage at The View with Joy Behar. But it's not what you thought. You know, what I thought it would be is Marjorie Taylor Greene being like, y'all are a bunch of dirty communist witches, right? And then like hitting them with holy water. And they're like, stop, you can't see me in my real reptilian form, right? And that it's amazing and it's must-see TV. And they turn into reptiles and scurry across the table. That's what I thought Marjorie would do. She ended up doing that. She ended up agreeing with the women of The View. And boy, the comment section saying resign, you kissed their asses and threw your own party and Trump under the bus. Some of the comments are a little brutal here, but nonetheless, let's play the clips and talk about it. Here we go. Joy Behar, you're slamming Republicans too much. You're taking my job. Yikes.
Say that you're slamming Republicans too much. Well, you're taking my job. You're slamming Republicans a lot on topics like health care, the Epstein files. We know he's still your favorite president. I mean, Truman is mine. I dated him.
But I did not date Donald Trump. But I do love him.
You do love him. You do love him. Yeah.
Yes, I did.
All right. Well, whatever. So when was the last time you spoke to him? And what's with the tension between the two of you? Now, you may love him, but he may not love you back right now.
Well, that's okay. I mean, Donald Trump, he usually yells at everybody, so we're all used to it. But he's the president of the United States, and here's something you all may not know about me. I think a lot of people on the left are learning that when I ran for Congress in 2020, I ran criticizing Republicans and Democrats equally, because I come from a working class family, ran a construction company for over 20 years, and I feel like the government has failed all of us.
So, ladies and gentlemen, interesting little start there to Marjorie Taylor Greene and her interview with The View. It sort of spiraled after that as the women of The View began to constantly attack Republicans and attack the Republican Party, and were blaming weak Republican men for criticizing Marjorie Taylor Greene. Here we go.
Marjorie, conservatives were criticizing you for coming on this show. I think you mentioned it already, that there were a few, and you called them, quote unquote, I believe this is you, mostly weak Republican men. So would you like to name names?
Full disclosure, I didn't criticize her for going on The View.
I think there's a lot of paid social media influencers. And I found it very interesting that they were the MAGA accounts, but they're all paid, and they all attacked me when I announced I was coming to join you ladies on The View. And I think that's very weak and pathetic. But when I talk about weak Republican men, I'm pretty much talking oftentimes about the leadership in the House and the Senate, and they're not getting our agenda done. And I've got so many bills. I have a bill you guys in New York would love. It would end capital gains taxes on the sale of your primary home. So if you've owned a house for a long time,
we used to have that.
Well, we need it back.
Yeah.
But I can't even get it to the floor for a vote without Mike Johnson approving it to come to the floor.
So then Marjorie Taylor Greene goes in, it's a bold strategy, Cotton, on Mike Johnson, saying that she got into a screaming match with Mike Johnson just this week. Yikes. Again, bold strategy. Let's see how it plays out for you.
Practically, I yelled at Mike Johnson last week on our GOP conference call. By the way, I'm missing the call today. It's going on right now. And I hope that Mike Johnson is finally giving a single health care policy, because the country deserves it, and it shouldn't be a secret. And I shouldn't have to go into a skiff to go find our Republican health insurance plan.
Maybe there is
Honestly,
no plan.
You know what? You want to know something? That, I believe, is the truth. There's a lot of ideas, there's a lot of bills, but there's no consensus. And I think that's a failure. I do.
Well, then Marjorie Taylor Greene went and was critical of President Trump, his decision to strike Venezuelan boats, drug trafficking. I kind of like that. I don't want fentanyl in my country. I'm not sure if it has to be even more, like any more principled than that. If a boat's carrying drugs in my country, I want them smoked. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Anyway, here we go.
You were even critical of President Trump's decision to take preemptive strikes on Iran. Right now, we're seeing these strikes on Venezuelan vessels in the Pacific, in the Caribbean, without congressional authorization. I think we both care about stopping the flow of illicit drugs. But do you think this is something the president can do unilaterally, or Congress needs to weigh in on?
Well, I just have to say, I have full faith and confidence in our great men and women in our military. And I believe that they have intel that we don't have, and they know what they're doing. However, I don't believe in regime change. I don't believe that we should be engaging in war, period. I'm totally against wars. I believe in fully protecting our borders and our people, but I don't think that we need to go out and attack other countries. I will say, though, fentanyl deaths increased in the past 5 years by 250% in my district alone. And drug overdose is devastating in a lot of, rural small towns that have lost a lot of economic opportunities. And so I am all for our Border Patrol and our military protecting our country and our people from drugs being smuggled into the country.
And, well, the yikes, in the final clip that's going quite viral right now. Marjorie Taylor Greene is asked by the women of the View to become a Democrat.
I am unapologetically America first, and I'll do anything I can to work hard to save
Maybe you
this
should
country.
become a Democrat, Marjorie.
No, I'm not a Democrat. You want to know something?
Oof.
I'll say this.
Just a bad look when the women of the View are laughing at you and the audience is applauding you.
I think both parties have failed.
Yeah.
Both parties have failed.
This is worse. Yeah. He's worse. Sorry, you know that. He's still your favorite president. He goes against everything you just said.
Look, I like Donald Trump. I fought for him to win. I'm very thankful for the secure border. I'm friends with Lake and Riley's mother. And we saw I serve on Homeland Security, over 12 million people came across our border, over 2 million gotaways. These are terrorists, cartels, all kinds of criminals. We don't know where they are in this country, and that affects all of us. That's not a political party
That's
thing.
one thing. There's so many other things to go after
that you seem to disagree on.
Okay. Yikes. Even Sonny Hosen, I would argue the single dumbest member of the View cast, is like, I love you. I agree with you on everything.
You know, because you are a very different person than I thought you were.
Well, you've only seen me in clips and headlines, and that's not fair.
And that is true. Now, you've broken from the Republican Party on a number of issues.
Okay, well, there we go. It's all the same question. Like, hate Trump, hate Republicans, hate Mike Johnson, go, go, go. That's what they did. And Marjorie went along with it. I don't know exactly what the strategy is here. I can tell you that it's not being received particularly well online. I'm not saying that you shouldn't go on shows, okay? I'm not saying that you shouldn't, like, the Republicans should just ghettoize and never speak to anybody who's not a Republican. What I'm saying is, if you're going to go on a show, you have to be able to, you've got to be able to bring it, right? You've got to be able to stand up very firmly. It is a time for strength. It is a time when, I mean, she's in New York. New York's about to elect a literal communist. Right? Like a communist who just became naturalized American citizen like a couple of hours ago. That's insane. A lot of people think that's crazy. I mean, of course it's crazy, no matter what. And so the hour is late, I guess. And it just doesn't feel like the hour is late here. So you have to be willing to bring it in moments like this. Georgia, do better in 2026. MTG on The View calling for the release of the Epstein files. Bashes the administration, saying she yelled at Mike Johnson last week, going after paid social media influencers as weak and pathetic. I'm shocked. I like the idea of her going on the show with these evil witches to call out their lie, but she's not calling out their lie. She's there kind of nodding and laughing along. Disgusting women on The View lie every single day. Donald Trump. It's not calling them out is very, very strange. It's true. Yep. Joy Behar saying that you're taking the job, her job on The View is just a bad look. It just is, right? And then they're just constantly going after Donald Trump. Oof, man. I'm really tired of the pissing contest in D.C. between the men. And then femme-coded, you do like the femme-coded language thing for The View women. I don't know, man. I don't think this gamble's going to play off. The reaction online has not been great, but we'll see. We'll see. What do you think? Let me know in the comment section. This is your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe.
I just finished up a big 8-hour-ish session playing the new hit game that everyone is talking about this week, Arc Raiders. If you don't know what Arc Raiders is, it is a new addition to the extraction shooter genre, which has typically only had one big titan that everyone knows / most people have played, which is Escape from Tarkov. Most people that like to keep their sanity, though, don't hop into Tarkov unless they've already played it at this point, or you just are probably in for a very sweaty, maybe a bad time. And I say that as someone who has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of Tarkov. I think I have somewhere probably around 600 hours or something like that. Most of it off stream. It was one of my favorite off stream games for a very long time. That said, though, I've been looking for a competitor, and I think the industry has been looking for a competitor to the game for a long time. And here, coming with Arc Raiders, I think is probably the first shot the genre has gotten in a long time. And now I'm only about 10 hours in, as I was saying, but I just finished playing for about 8 hours straight and had a blast doing so. But I wanted to give you guys some of my goods and bads and a review of the game so far, starting off with the bads because I think there's less of them, and the goods will be easier to talk about. If you hadn't seen, a lot of people are marketing Arc Raiders as kind of the extraction shooter genre for the employed. What that means is basically that it doesn't require as much knowledge, sweaty looking stuff up, meta building, as Tarkov does. However, though, I've already actually bumped into one mission where I had to, well, I didn't have to, I was playing with SK, we ended up looking it up. It was for the supply drop calls. Basically, there's a quest where you go over and you find these certain supply drops that you call them in, and then you call them in, you sit there, and then it shows up, and you go over and you loot it, and boom, the quest is all done. It only spawns in certain locations on certain maps, and it's not always guaranteed to be there, and it's not marked on your map. Considering the map does give you most answers in this game, comparing it back to Tarkov, where Tarkov, you basically have like a book in your hand and you have to like actually understand and read a map like a real map. It's not like a interactive GPS fun time map. Obviously, Arc Raiders is a lot more player friendly in that department, but it was one of those small things I was like, ooh, I was hoping I didn't have to look anything up like that, but I guess I understand, but hopefully there isn't too many more of those in the future. Staying with in-game systems really quickly, the looting system I think is pretty decent, but I think could be improved on, for example, what items break down into. Maybe saying that items could be used for materials or for being used for recycling would be nice. It's hard to tell with certain items, like should I keep these for later? And then also what really was like the annoyance factor was to check what something breaks down into, you got to hit the recycle button, and then it will pop up saying what it recycles into, what smaller materials it recycles into, and you have to do that for every single item. You can't just like hover over it and see what it breaks down into. Granted, skill issue. If you play the game more often, I'm sure you'll start to memorize those, but as a new player, first starting out, having to go through every single item that I'm trying to pick up and to loot and to scavenge, seeing that I have to click on them each individually and go down and click on those buttons to see what it breaks down into was a bit of annoyance. Where I think that could be built on is also a good thing later, which I want to get into, is the controllers. Now that this game is actually on console, Tarkov, for example, is not on console. I'm assuming for controller gamers, that's even probably more of an annoyance. Those two, however, absolutely pale in comparison to what my actual criticism, or what I think is actually so far pretty bad in the experience of playing Arc Raiders, which is queuing as a duo. Queuing as a duo is a instant 80% chance that you are losing if you get caught in a fight. Is there anything in the probe?
No. Player in front of us. You just spin it into this bush. I knocked him.
I docked him. I knocked him.
Yes. Oh, I got down from unpinging
the window. The window.
Fell into the bush.
Oh, he hit me.
An asshole. There's a guy right in front of you.
Oh, I'm stuck vaulting.
I'll try to pin him. He's on pin. Grenade. Pushing left now.
I think it's two. It's two.
Damn.
Oh.
It's putting us against trios always, huh?
Yeah.
Pretty brutal.
Duos versus trios is really hard. Basically, if you don't know how the game works, which also, by the way, this is going to end up being a good thing for the solos, but solo queue typically gets put in lobbies with other solos, so you're only playing against, on average, one-man teams. When you play as a duo...
Actually, I might take a little break and go get a shower. I'll be right back. All right, I'll be back. That was a quick shower. And we're back. Yeah, can't be in there much longer than I already was. We'll continue with what Flats is talking about with the arc raiders. Yeah, I'll be going to Marvel. As long as nothing
or a trio,
me
and
away.
the maximum cap is a trio, you are always playing in lobbies with duos and trios. And every single time you are bumping into a trio. And if you are a duo, the best case scenario you can get is you happen to get one guy who's way ahead or way behind, and you get the free knock on that guy, and then you take the 2v2. But even then, they know where you are now, and you've lost the positioning, or you at least lost your surprise factor that you once had. And what's basically ended up happening is if teams know that you're a two-man team, they just come running at you in a straight line, because you only have about 10 bullets per gun, depending on what guns you get. I know there's going to be more upgraded ones later. I found some, like the Archimedes gun. I think it's called Archimedes off the top of my head, where you're going to have a few more bullets, but good lord, it is kind of annoying to play as a duo queue, so much so that I would rather just play as a solo. And as the game that is kind of marketing itself as the extraction shooter for the employed, I don't think it's probably a good thing for you and your buddy to want to not play together unless there's the third, where you just end up playing by yourselves. That's typically not as fun. How do you fix this? Maybe potentially having duos face more duos. That might be more difficult as the game goes on and has less players after its initial hype. Granted, we'll see. That said, though, also building on the fact that teams just run at you in a straight line because they know they have an advantage. Oh my good lord. I don't know what the reason is behind the flare system. Basically, if you don't know, when you go down, a flare shoots off on top of your head, basically telling the entire lobby, hey guys, I'm down on the floor. And what that causes, and I've played a lot of Apex Legends in my time, and I know that players like to do nothing more than to run it full speed at a team they think they can kill, even if that costs them the rest of the game, costs the people they're pushing the rest of the game, and costs the next squad that's chasing them the game. This causes, at least in my opinion, you do not want to take any fights. Now, granted, you could argue that potentially that's a built-in system to cause people to either be more friendly with each other and try to cause, you know, more VoIP situations, but in the duos and trios squad, I would say that nobody was really friendly. Solos, everyone was chatting and yapping, but not in duos or trios. It was actually more shit talk than anything, because you already have a squad to play with. You don't need to pair up with these people in the wasteland. You've already got your squad. There was actually a fight where me and my duo, I think we actually killed, no joke, 4 squads by ourselves. Like, back to back to back to back, and we died to the 5th squad that pushed us, and we were on the ground dying to the 5th squad, and they hadn't even come in to finish us yet, and the 6th squad showed up and killed them. And I'm like 90% sure as I was getting finished, I heard them get shot at. This was all in the span of about 3-ish minutes. I don't know if that's how it should be. I don't know if taking fights should be that punished. That's at least my own personal opinion. I wanted to at least put that here.
Okay.
There's a nade on you. Holy fuck. I can tell you if they push. They smoked it out. They should play for max HP.
I need you up.
Okay. I need to loot ammo. I have 0. You opened it?
You rushed in. We're dead. Oh.
I nailed one.
Why am I on the roof? I'm on the fucking... Why did it climb me up there and it's on fire?
This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. There's no way we lost to a guy named Toe Sucker. Yo, watch out outside. Is he part of you? Oh.
Yo, whoever's outside, there's 2 people in here. You can kill them. They're behind that thing. Behind the thing. Yeah, they're bitches. We killed 4. We killed, no joke, 9 people. And these 2 bitches showed up and killed us after. Yeah, fuck them up. Wait, no, not me.
They stuck a grenade to me, and I walked into the 2 guys.
That's so funny. And the last but not least things of the bads, the fucking tumbleweeds. Those goddamn tumbleweeds. Those things made me shit myself at least 15 times in the last few hours. I don't know what it is. They move like people. They come out of nowhere. Good Lord. Okay, this is actually a pretty good mechanic, but like, Jesus. All right, on to the goods, because this one's a lot longer. I'm not going to go into as much details on each one. First off, we finally have an extraction shooter to play that is not Tarkov. And everyone's sort of starting at the beginning as well. Granted, I know those the betas and the server slam, etc. But there isn't too much min-maxing and meta building yet. As a game ages, that's typically what ends up happening. Tarkov's no different. Every game's like that. Overwatch was like that. I'm sure League has been like that. Apex has been like that, where you kind of feel like you have to play the meta or else you fall behind everyone else. And I think that's always the golden age of when a game comes out. The other big advantage to this game is the controller support. This game is on PlayStation and on Xbox. So console gamers, I think this is their first real extraction shooter, I believe. There might be a couple others like Delta Force. I don't know if they ever ended up going to console, but this is their first console shooter experience. And I think that's actually awesome. They actually get to be part of the extraction shooter genre that's kind of always been gatekept for mouse and keyboard players in Tarkov. I mentioned in the previously a little bit in the bad, the VoIP. So if you don't know what VoIP is, basically you're able to do a proximity chat to people around you. And in the solo queue, this has been amazing. Okay. Come on in. Sorry, I just shut it. He said, "We cool," like there was two of them, and then shot with one of them in it. I fucking split them. Sorry, my bad. There's also an emote system where you can hit the emote to say, "Oh, let's group up," or whatever it might be. And basically you make a really loud scream that says like, "Hey, let's team up. Hey, let's team up." And people will come over and like actually be friendly. And also I bumped into moments where people just having a good time. My first raid of the day, I bumped into two people just chatting and walking around, but there was bodies everywhere, so I did not trust them. There was like 9 bodies. I was like, nah, either these guys are death squad or they just ran out of ammo and decided to become friends after. But from what I've seen from other streams and from other people, the VoIP has been really funny. And also in a lot of these games, it ends up being a nice addition.
Pesley seemed like he was
the
having
crafting feels
a
very
fun
good.
time.
It's intricate but
solos
fair.
with
You
VoIP.
can make different workbenches and upgrade them. I haven't got to upgrade them because I couldn't find all the materials just yet. I think you're also going to get some of those by doing quests, which the quests seem pretty simple. Not simple, I guess is not the right word, but they seem pretty straightforward. They don't seem too difficult to do, and you get pretty decent rewards for doing them. And if anything is the best way to level up, which then you can use in the skill tree, where the skill tree you can do stamina upgrades or being able to craft in the field. I've just mostly done those. There's a third skill tree, which I haven't actually looked into very much, but I've been doing a lot of stamina because I'm running around half the time, and having extra stamina feels awesome. Which also feels awesome, the gunplay. The gunplay feels really, really good. Most of the guns, though, in the beginning, obviously you don't have much ammo or ammo capacity, so a lot of the standouts have been like the single shot rifle feels really good, or like I forget what it was. It's the one that you start with 10 bullets in the beginning, the medium ammo one. I forget off the top of my head the name. Yeah, all the guns have felt pretty damn good so far. I haven't actually had any that I'm like, ew, this is really, really bad. Even the SMGs, which weren't my favorite, weren't like a terrible experience. The only problem obviously is you have very little ammo, so you need to be very careful with your shots, and a lot of times it takes 2 guns to win a 1v1 with someone, because the reload time takes a while, and so it's, you know, always faster to swap to your secondary, or swapping to your secondary is always faster than reloading. That one's still drilled into my head 15 years later. The FPS felt really good. It feels like it's well optimized. I was playing on high settings while streaming on 3 different platforms at the same time. Never experienced any FPS drops. Graphics seemed pretty good. The only problem we ended up having was SK on the night map during a nighttime raid couldn't see 2 feet in front of her, but I think that was a monitor issue, not a game issue, because we seemed to got it corrected and I could see for miles in the dark, so it seemed fine. Oh, quite possibly one of the best additions, the free loadouts. Unlimited free loadouts. So if you don't know, in extraction shooters, when you die, you lose your stuff, except whatever's in your butthole, aka the one pocket slot. And so a lot of times you'll lose your weapons, and it's very easy to lose 3, 4, 5 runs in a row and go broke. And with a free loadout, you can go back into the fights, getting a randomized weapon, some randomized heals, and you can go in and try to scavenge and loot and take some fights and get some kills and get some free loot back that you know, you wouldn't be able to get because you run out of money or run out of items or whatever it ended up being. And better yet, sort of like how the scav works in Tarkov, where you get that free item, they end up being pretty decent. Like the weapons so far have felt pretty good. Obviously, as the game scales up, I don't know if that'll keep up. That said, though, there's two really cool things that I think that it does. Number one, you can still complete quests as the free loadout. So if you play Tarkov, as a scav, you can't do your quests. You're just basically an AI controlled AI. You're still your same character, you're in your same outfit, you have your same cosmetics. You can go around and complete quests. So like, let's say you spawn in and you have the quest to kill the hornet with a sticky grenade, and you get a sticky grenade, and guess what? You get a free chance to go kill a hornet and go get your quest done, which I think is awesome. And also, if you finish the raid with that loadout, you can then trade it in at one of the traders to get a free basic loadout. So it's either like the combat one, the extra tactical pockets or whatever it is, or the loot box one, which is pretty nice as a nice little bonus for like, hey, you made your way out, congrats, here, we'll give you a free augment for your loadout, which is nice. The other thing that's really nice about this in the quest system is that quests are shared. It's shared within the squad. So if I and someone else on my team have a quest to, say, kill the hornet, right? Kill a hornet with a sticky grenade. Only one of us needs to get the kill. Granted, that does not count for fetch quests. That doesn't count for going to locations for an item. For example, oh, I need to like go to this area and click on something to repair a tower or something. It's basically you explore the map. Those things don't count. You have to still go there and be there yourself. Like you can't like, oh, hey, you go to this side of the map, I'll go to the other side of the map, let's optimize getting our quest done as fast as possible. It does not work. That said, though, also, I do want to touch really quick on the prices and the cosmetics. There doesn't appear to be any microtransactions in the game. Actually, the Season 1 Battle Pass also is completely free, but the prices on this cosmetic does seem a little high. I played a little bit of the Finals, which is the same studio that makes Arc Raiders. The Finals and Arc Raiders are both made by Embark, and it seems like they probably use the same pricing strategy. But the Finals is a free game, so it's like, they'll probably figure that out. They seem pretty good with taking feedback, but maybe a little high for what the items are. They're not crazy, at least in my opinion. But I will say though, there is a cool thing with some of the outfits where like you need to like achieve a certain rank in like there's like an arena thing that they have, and you get to a certain rank, and then if you maintain that rank through the whole season, then you get to keep that outfit. But if I'm guessing if you drop out of that rank, you'll probably lose it. I thought it was pretty cool to get cosmetics for playing a certain game mode and getting to a certain rank and getting rewarded for them, and it seemed to have other outfits at the higher levels as well, but I didn't look too deep into those. Lastly, I wanted to touch on the dynamic maps. So there isn't that many maps. I'm sure there'll be more in the future. They do a pretty good job of keeping them somewhat fresh, and so sometimes they're daytime, sometimes there's night raids, sometimes there's rain, sometimes there's firestorms, sometimes they give better loot if it's at nighttime, sometimes and at nighttime there's like better loot, and they also have arcs running around. There's more of them, and they're more dangerous and they're more aggressive. So like taking fights at nighttime is like really spooky. But also there's like fauna outbreaks, and when the fauna outbreaks happen, sometimes there's more medicinal items where you can get for your upgrades or for healing items or whatever. I thought those were cool things that kind of keep things fresh. And also there's some crazy thing called the Harvester, where there's the queen, and it's this giant spider. It's massive. It's like the size of like a literal fucking building. Apparently you're supposed to go in, like Siegel was explaining to me a little bit. He did something with like a technical test a while ago. He tried it, and basically it's like doing a boss fight. And apparently he was telling me that in a technical test they killed it, but it took the whole lobby. They had like 15 plus players trying to take this thing down. We didn't get near it. We shot it a couple times, but like we couldn't draw its aggro because we were too far. We were not getting any closer. But it looks like there's potential for like almost like raid battles in the middle of the in the middle of your raid, I guess, because they're called raids, I think, which I think is pretty damn cool. The only meh thing I'm like not sold on, but like I'm fine with is, well, actually, no, that's not true. I'm personally okay with it because I think that it's fair, is like the PvE scale, like difficulty. Like if you piss off the rocket arc, you're just pretty much dead. It will hunt you down and it will kill you, but you get insane loot if you take it down. I killed one rocket arc because some other stupid squad was fighting it and they all died after rezzing each other like 9 times, and the thing was low. We walked over, picked up their guns, which were pretty actually leveled. They had like level 4 and level 5 of the sniper rifles. Just picked up, walked like 2 miles away and just kept shooting at the thing until it blew up. That said though, it does feel like it sometimes punishes you really hard for taking fights, where if you're taking a fight with another team, like 19 bots will show show up out of a tree, and then you're like, oh god, this is ass. The other thing is that the arcs are really strong, but they do have weak points. Like for the basic ones, like the wasps, you just shoot the rotor blades and they'll take way less damage, and they like spiral out of control and fall. Or like the hornet, for example, which actually has armored front rotor blades while it's fighting you, but if like you have a teammate that's on the flank, or you just get a good angle on it, you can shoot the back ones, which are like much weaker, which I think is cool, like having weak spots on a lot of these enemies. But they are really, really strong, and sometimes they just rip you to shreds. But you know, I guess that's the whole point of like the story, right? You're living underground because these arcs have taken over the planet, and they're really, really scary. The only thing I wish better was like the fights taking with other players didn't feel so scuffed with like the flares and the arcs. All in all, I just want to say I had an absolute blast playing my first day, but I do sit here and I wonder, will it last? I think the genre hasn't had a true mainstream competitor to Tarkov in a very, very long time, and part of me also wonders, part of me also wonders about this thing that I've been thinking about for a long time recently, that I've kind of dubbed the Marvel Rivals effect. What is the Marvel Rivals effect? When a game comes out and it's really, really good, but after a while, you know, the honeymoon phase starts to fade away, and you start to see the flaws, whether it's not enough content, lack of updates, the community, whatever it ends up being for you personally. You start to no longer enjoy it as much as you once had, and you go back to what is comfortable. That big AAA title that you've been playing for many, many years between big game hype cycles, whether that's for some it's Valorant or CS, for some it's Apex or Fortnite, for some people it's Overwatch. And for this genre, it might be Tarkov. Do I know if that's going to happen? I don't know, but I can't help but see this trend where another game comes out to challenge the number one, a long-standing number one, that has a really dedicated fan base but really wants something new. Then they get something new, they enjoy the something new for a few weeks or few months, and then they go back to whatever it was. Actually, we might even see this with COD and Battlefield soon. Battlefield that just came out recently, and it's been pretty good. They also just came out with a BR mode, which has been pretty good apparently. I played a little bit of it. I'm not the best judge of BR games. I had fun, but like nothing crazy. It just felt like reskinned Warzone. That said though, will people start going back to COD again over time? I don't know. We'll find out when COD launches in like, isn't it soon? Like in like a couple weeks or something like that? So we'll see. I really do hope this game gets a community behind it that loves it. And if it's anything like the finals community, I would be very shocked if this game doesn't do well long term and it isn't supported well, because gamers that have been under that Embark umbrella of the finals now into ARC Raiders seem to genuinely love their game and to live that company, and they do seem to be listened to through their feedback. So I think there's a lot of hope there, but where I do worry a little is with the more casual focus of the game, and where I worry is I think it might still be too daunting for casuals to want to play, even with all of the quality of life improvements from other extraction shooter genres like Tarkov. And where I think they could struggle is with the idea of losing your stuff being something people struggle to deal with. That's why I think the free loadouts is such an amazing addition, and unlimited of them, you can just keep spamming them if you want, because a lot of people don't even queue for ranked in video games. A lot of times they don't want to lose their current rank, or they don't want to lose someone else's rank, or hell, they just have too much anxiety to even hit the button and queue ranked at all. Like that's a very real thing in many games, and extraction shooters are pretty damn serious, because if you walk in with your best gun that you've been wanting to get for weeks, you've been trying to find one, whether it's like a blueprint for one, or grinding for one, or coming across one and getting lucky, and your first raid you instantly die and you lose it, that kind of sucks. And I can see where that turns a lot of people off, but that's the extraction shooter genre. I'm curious to see if a more casual focused extraction shooter genre game can work. Overall though, I want to say I've had a blast playing the game, and I'll probably be playing more of it this week, but I did want to put all my thoughts in one place as someone who's just stepping into the game, and seeing if that changes in the next couple weeks as I continue to play. But yeah, after one really long first day, my eyes are burning, my hands are a little tired, but I hope you, if you've been enjoying ARC Raiders, continue to do so, and hope they'll see you this week as I'm playing.
Oh, no, this could just be dumped out. It has a little bit of water in the bottom I can't get to. Oh no. Plane crash, massive explosion outside airport, ghost spill. Sheesh. Yeah, it was right on the runway. Say it looks like there's debris all over the place. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bed's on fire too. Something's about. I hear her already. Thank you. Is that on fire? I can't tell. The quality's so low. Thank you. Looks like it's on fire, right? Maybe it's just the lights from the. Thank you, Lova. Lights from the emergency vehicles, maybe.
Joining me now is Senate Armed Services Committee member and Army veteran Jimmy Ernst. Senator, our president doesn't react very well to ultimatums from Iran's mullahs, does he?
No, he sure doesn't, Stuart. And that's one thing that I admire about him is that we can take Iran off of the table. We don't need to listen to their threats. We do need to keep a constant eye on them, though, and let that be a warning as well. We bombed them once. If the need exists to do it again, to make sure that they are no longer a threat to the United States and to our allied partners around the region, so be it. So be it, Stuart.
I like to hear that. Now, another one I like to hear. You're introducing a bill that would allow the administration to sell, I think it's 6 vacant federal buildings. Are you trying to make money for taxpayers? Is that what you're trying to do?
Not only will we make money for the taxpayers to the tune of $400 million, but we will also save within 5 years about $20 billion of deferred maintenance if we're able to get rid of all of the vacated buildings across the United States. Right now, the federal government has a pretty robust portfolio, real estate portfolio of vacant buildings. About 7,700 in all. We pay maintenance to the tune of $81 million every single year. The deferred maintenance on those buildings is probably somewhere around $6 billion, again, growing to $20 billion over 5 years. Why the heck do we keep these buildings? We need to go ahead and divest. It's a good thing to do.
Are they sort of empty or vacated, as you say, because of staff cuts in the federal government? Is that why? You've fired a lot of people, so now you've got room to sell the buildings?
Well, we did have a bloated bureaucracy, Stuart, of course, and so we have seen the downsizing of federal government. But actually, many of these 7,700 buildings, and in particular, the 6 that I've identified here in Washington, D.C., they have largely been unoccupied for many, many years now. So it's something we need to do. It's long overdue. Let's go ahead and do it. It's my disposal act.
One more, Senator. I want to get back to the shutdown. Senator John Thune, he's optimistic, his word, that the shutdown could end this week. Do you get the feeling this might be over soon?
Yes, I do hope so, Stuart. We recognize that we have American families that are hurting through this shutdown, whether it's the loss of the women, infants, and children funding or SNAP benefits. We have federal workers that are really struggling right now to make ends meet. So I'm hoping that the Democrats will decide that the Schumer shutdown is not the way to go. We reopen government. I had spoken with John Thune a couple weeks ago about setting a date certain where we can bring people together to negotiate any further extension of those unaffordable Care Act subsidies. We need to talk about this. This is a real issue in the federal government right now. We want to make sure that people have access to health insurance, but the program as it is right now is not working. It is unaffordable, even with those government subsidies. The taxpayers cannot continue to foot that bill. We've got to figure it out.
So there is some discussion about those Obamacare subsidies and some compromise on paying them out for a limited period of time. There is some discussion around that?
There are many discussions around that. Now, again, nothing has been negotiated yet, but we have to set an end date to this. We can't keep saying, let's open the government, then we'll have a discussion. Let's set a date. Okay, if you open the government by this date, then we will have that discussion. But again, just a discussion, potential negotiations, no set plan. We need to take care of the waste, the fraud within the program as it exists today. We need to make sure that taxpayers are protected moving forward, but that we allow access to affordable health insurance, which we don't have right now.
Just hope we can do something by Thanksgiving, because if not, a lot of people's travel plans will be upset, and that's a fact. Senator Joni Ernst, thank you very much for joining.
That plane crash must just happened. Wait, Jimmy Kimmel was roofed off air again?
What's up, guys? Spenny. We don't often apologize on this program because we're often not wrong. In fact, we're right months or years ahead of time. Ladies and gentlemen, we just need everybody else to catch up. And that's been proven time and time again. It's also been proven that it's not good to apologize if you're not sorry. And that's what's happening here in Jimmy Kimmel's forced groveling, sobbing, whining, whinging apology that was straight out of the actor's
But I do want to make
studio.
something clear, because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear.
Jimmy Kimmel literally blamed MAGA for Charlie's death. I mean, it's there on the tape. This is what he said, and it's how he said it. Jimmy Kimmel goes and says MAGA is looking for a way to blame anyone other than themselves for the death of Charlie Kirk.
Two lows over the weekend, with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing
anything other than one of them. What does that say in the English language? Anyway, the point is that you can see a major difference in the way that Jimmy Kimmel's handling things before and after he was kicked off air. So again, I will never apologize for assisting in helping Jimmy Kimmel get a little ban, a little timeout that he was given by ABC. Obviously, I would have preferred that it be permanent. I think these kind of jokes are disgusting. Jimmy Kimmel's clearly not apologetic about any of this because he wasn't crying here. He never shed a tear for Charlie. He never shed a tear for Erica. He never shed a tear for any of the family. He just shed a tear for himself and his own career. That's what Jimmy Kimmel did. And so now Erica Kirk is making some major headlines saying, you know what? I was offered an apology from Jimmy Kimmel, and I don't really care. Like, I don't really care. Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, says she doesn't want an apology from Jimmy Kimmel for his incendiary remarks about the assassination of her husband that got him booted from the air. Erica Kirk says that Sinclair Broadcast Group, which operates a bunch of ABC News stations across the country, asked if she wanted to appear on the comics show where he would apologize. That's very interesting. I told them, thank you, we received their note. This is not our issue. This is not our mess, she told Fox News' Jesse Waters. If you want to say I'm sorry to somebody who's grieving, go right ahead. But if that's not in your heart, then don't do it. I don't want it. I don't need it, she says. I think that would have been very interesting, frankly, to have had Erica Kirk on Jimmy Kimmel's show. I don't know. This is my first time reading this. This is my first time sort of like seeing insight into this. I think that would have been a very interesting moment. You know what I mean? Like, what would you have done exactly there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He handled himself.
I'm gonna have to chew on this one a little bit more. Kimmel had claimed that Kirk's alleged assassin was affiliated with the MAGA gang. We hit some new lows over the weekend, says Jimmy Kimmel, so on and so forth. Played the clip. Sinclair Nexstar Media Group decided to pull the show. Disney then suspended Kimmel to avoid further inflaming the situation in an emotional country. Kimmel later offered a tearful, lukewarm apology after he was reinstated, but never actually uttered the word, I'm sorry. Would he have done that if Erica Kirk was live on set with him? That's interesting, right? Surely. Anyway, I suppose we'll never know. I doubt that Jimmy Kimmel would want to invite Erica today. This is going to be, this is an excerpt from the Jesse Waters interview with Erica Kirk. Here we go.
Jimmy Kimmel lied about your husband's murder and didn't really apologize. What would you say to Jimmy Kimmel?
Same thing I told Sinclair. They asked. I haven't really told anybody this, so. They asked, do you want Jimmy to give you an apology? Do you want to be on his show? How can we make it right? Through our team, I responded. I said, tell them thank you, we received their note. This is not our issue, not our mess. If you want to say I'm sorry to someone who's grieving, go right ahead. But if that's not in your heart, don't do it. I don't want it. I don't need it.
God bless Erica Kirk. I don't need it. To be clear, he didn't reach out. The networks did, and I'm glad she turned down the offer to go on his show, says Brett Cooper. Fake apology in front of an audience that applauded and laughed at her grief. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, do you believe that? You know, I can see it both ways, frankly. I can see it as an opportunity to really humiliate Jimmy Kimmel on his own show, if done correctly. And maybe that wasn't like the attitude of the country, and you shouldn't put that on a grieving widow anyway. So obviously, I can see it both ways. I can see it both ways. Perhaps I need to like take the tactician out of me, you know, the media tactician out of me. Just think about it on a human level and say, like, would you want to go and face Jimmy Kimmel in this moment? No, you've gone through enough. Good for her. When you truly believe in Jesus and forgive your enemies and love them, their apologies are for their healing, not for yours. She's much more gracious than folks give her credit for every time that she speaks. Powerful. She's one of a kind. God bless her. Chills, ladies and gentlemen. More commentary from this moment, which will air tonight, by the way, on Jesse Waters' show. So I guess we're going to let that play out in its own way, as this is something that is going to clearly, set the story straight, perhaps, right? Let's see. But that's not the only person that is getting a smoke to Jimmy Kimmel. His dear friend Bill Maher is also doing this. Bill Maher calls out Jimmy Kimmel for not acknowledging that he defended him during ABC's suspension. He thanked everyone but me. Bill Maher. Oh, these people deserve each other. Bill Maher ripped Jimmy Kimmel for thanking everyone but him after Maher publicly defended the late-night host when ABC suspended his show. But after Kimmel returned, Amar noticed that he wasn't among those who he thanked for standing up to him. Look, Jimmy apparently doesn't like me that much anymore because he thanked everybody but me. Maher went on and said that he didn't agree with Kimmel's comments on Robinson, but he has the right to be wrong. And then he criticized Kimmel for being too ideologically captured, right? For being just left-wingers. Tough criticism on Bill Maher, man.
Ooh, what are you doing ripping up bags, dude?
Got that smoke. Bill Maher also criticizing him on air. I don't think he said exactly right. I don't agree with that. He said the MAGA crowd isn't trying to characterize assassins as anything other than them. This guy's family was MAGA, as if a 22-year-old with a trans girlfriend never rebelled against their family. It was a joke. That's a joke, like a very slighted joke at Jimmy Kimmel. Other people like Charlemagne also saying that he didn't like Jimmy Kimmel's apology. So, again, not going to win them all. But Erica Kirk and Bill Maher both criticizing you on this topic. Yeah, you didn't win anything. Here we go.
My problem with him and hosts like that, quite frankly, they're all quite similar in this regard, is that they're ideologically captured by one side. It's just not what I do or what I'm doing. And there's a reason why half the country feels insulted by them and has turned off to them, because it's just one very predictable point of view. And this proves that it's often not completely accurate, because that was not really a smart thing to say, that this guy who shot Charlie Kirk was on the MAGA team, because that's just something that the blue sky crowd told themselves. And if you're that far in the bubble where you don't really see both sides and you don't really see the
completely,
you're going to believe that. You're going to believe that blue sky point of view. Oh, a bad thing happened. It must be coming from the other team.
And for me, like, it was 4 days afterwards, and as a public person of any level, to make light, point fingers, it's a sick person.
Right.
Sick person, sick person, sick person. That's it. Because all of us, especially in this day and age, should be humbled by that. Because that could be anybody. That could be anybody in this day and age, because you don't know how you're provoking people and all that stuff. And to even make light of it 4 days after, point fingers, joke, not a joke, MAGA. No, it shouldn't be discussed. It was 4 days after.
Never been a fan of Kimmel. Never will be a fan of Kimmel. This might drop someone today.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Here's your meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, again, the question is, are Democrats benefiting? Obviously that's the entire intent. Government shutdown, no kings, the whole strategy. Is it working? Have they cast themselves as the heroes? Have they convinced the people that their party is righteous and standing up against evil MAGA extremism and authoritarianism? Well, doesn't seem like that's the case. Again, the numbers just continue to disappoint, at least if you're a blue-haired leftoid. There's obviously an attempt to gaslight the public here, and it's just, well, it's falling frickin' flat. Week after week, it's like I'm making the same video over and over again. The numbers drop, and they are just abysmal. And don't just take my word for it. No, once again, CNN's number guy, Harry Enton, is hitting the Democrats with the unfortunate facts in their case that their brand is in the basement and it continues getting worse. It's an absolute dumpster fire, and the shutdown strategy isn't making it better. No, in fact, you could argue it's making it worse. And I think it's quite obvious why. Let me show you the numbers and then let's discuss, well, exactly why. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so just take a look at this.
To this particular point, the Democratic brand is in the basement. It is total and complete garbage in the mind of the American public. The Democratic Party's net favorable rating, record lows in all three. Wall Street Journal, 30 points underwater. CNN, 26 points underwater. Gallup, 26 points underwater. And that is being driven in large part by discontent within the Democratic base. The Democratic base wants something different. We'll ultimately end up seeing who they choose. It'll be quite the thing who ultimately gets the rose.
So
again, leftoids, I hope you're paying
He's like
attention. It's not me saying
kind
it.
of
It's your best
extreme.
friends at CNN. It's your best friend, Harry Enton, who loves, oh boy, does Harry Enton love to cherry pick the worst polling data for Republicans. Well, even he can't sugarcoat it. The Democrat brand is in the dumpster, and this continues to be the case even after this shutdown stunt. And again, it's
This guy's
obvious
very
why.
joyous in
People are
reading numbers
sick
out.
of the antics. They're sick of being gaslit. And that's exactly what this whole shutdown strategy has been. I think Mike Johnson actually spoke to this perfectly.
The Democrats have voted no every single time. And what is outrageous to us is that they have gone onto the Senate floor. Senate Democrats, they have voted no. They have voted to close the government. And then they have gone out to the hall, to the nearest camera they can find. And they have looked into the lens and said, Republicans are shutting down the government. It makes no sense. It's the most extreme example of gaslighting in the history of American politics. And many in the media have allowed them to get away with that. It's shameful.
Exactly. You know, that's where it gets really insulting for people. I think that's where Democrats are losing. It's the most extreme gaslighting we have ever seen in modern politics.
Yeah, like we
And
just
we've seen
saw
some
Elizabeth Warren on X. There's Shapiro. More food on the table. Fine store, Obama. Absolute forward.
some pretty hefty
But
gaslighting to go into a room, vote to
disgusting
close the
living
government,
conditions
and then
that
run
this lady had
straight
her
to the
children living
cameras
in.
and say, Donald Trump did this, or Mike Johnson is doing this, the GOP is doing this, expecting everybody to simply ignore the fact that you literally just voted to keep the government shut down. It's just crazy. Who are they convincing with that nonsense? And Mike Johnson really wasn't lying, or it didn't take long for a top Democrat to instantly prove him right. Just look at this moment on CNN with Hakeem Jeffries.
I understand, but the decision to
Store
not
Obama.
fund the government means very real pain caused today.
Store
People not
Obama.
getting paychecks and SNAP funds
he's
today.
crying.
And then obviously at airports across the country, delays are getting worse due to air traffic
crying.
controller shortages. The FAA says that in the New York area, nearly 90% of air traffic controllers are out. The White House says that
blinking.
Thanksgiving
Blinking
travel
as
could
bad
be a
as Harry says
disaster
it.
if this shutdown continues that long. Are Democrats prepared to
every
keep the
word
government
is
closed through
forcing his
Thanksgiving
heart.
if it comes to that?
The question is, why are Republicans continuing to keep the government shut down?
The proof arrives
Well,
instantly.
the
Again, you know, like I was saying yesterday, you don't exactly have to work hard to expose the Democrats these days. They do the work for you. They're either proving it in real time with their media appearances, or their own people are turning against them. Hakeem gets asked a very straight question. Are Democrats prepared to keep the government shut down through Thanksgiving? And then instead of answering the question, he immediately says, reflexively, why are Republicans keeping the government shut down? No, it's you. It's literally you. And you're being
Yeah,
asked the
that's you
question, are
guys.
you willing to continue voting no through Thanksgiving? And then you say, oh, it's the Republicans doing it. How are people not insulted? I mean, how is everybody not
I
pissed off? No
absolutely
wonder the
am insulted.
Democrat brand is tanking. And I know we're
Can't
supposed to
believe
believe
Shapiro
that all the
playing that stupid
Democrats in
game
all these
too.
key elections, they're all set to overperform. The Democrats are leading moving into 2026. And it's probably true to a certain extent, especially with the elections coming up in a couple days here. They're expected to take those elections, considering those are all pretty much Democrat strongholds. But something, just something tells me the polling data has got to be wrong. There's been so much movement, and I haven't seen any movement towards the Democrat side. Their brand has not healed. No, it's still in the dumpster. And the only examples that I see time and time again are people ditching the Democrats. Like this, for instance. We've got a union president being interviewed by Scott Pressler, and here he goes on the record claiming he's done with the Democrats after all the antics, and he's now registering as a Republican.
I'm handing this over to you because I'm going to go Republican. And it takes like men like you that are afraid to just go out there and talk about your freedom, and men like me, I'm not hiding no more. For people to see this, you're going to lose your friggin' mind when you see Mark McDermott. It's going over to the Republican Party. Right? If I can do it, you can do it too. Love your country. Because socialists, progressive American Marxists are taking over this country. We have to love our country, our freedom, our First Amendment, our Second Amendment, our love of country. Got to take it back.
Also, if you listen to the calls on C-SPAN, you'll notice that certainly seems to be the trend. If we look at the focus groups, again, the same sentiment continues to pop up.
That they put in place that were temporary. The Democrats made sure that it expired at this time. This was not the Republicans. Second of all, if you want to negotiate on those subsidies, you shouldn't be holding the U.S. citizens hostage. It's just that simple. It's wrong when Republicans do it. It's wrong when Democrats do it. And the fact that the Democrats have voted over 13 times to not open up the government, if they care about food, we shouldn't be talking about emergency funds. We should be having an open government. And I think that no member of Congress should be getting
bring
paid
the House
during,
back into session.
but it's already in the Senate. The Senate. The Senate.
You don't get to say that the House bill automatically passes.
It's
Sometimes
a clean
the Senate,
CR that the Biden era of spending at levels. Biden levels, spending levels.
I haven't seen any genuine grassroots organic momentum behind the Democrats and their narrative of blaming Trump. I just haven't seen it. But people tired
All
of the
they can
Democrats
do,
and
they
their
don't
pathetic
have any
gaslighting
actual
antics, it's
campaigning
freaking everywhere. I mean, I just got to be an optimist
campaigning
here. People can't
ability
possibly
whatsoever.
be this
Just blame Trump,
right? Please,
or attack Trump.
That has to be the case. When
And
the
that's
lies,
gonna be
when the
your winning
gaslighting
ticket.
is so
Attack Trump.
incredibly obvious, people have just got to see through it. And if the intention were truly righteous and genuine, you know, it'd be one thing. I think people would be willing to support this kind of, let's call it sabotage, disobedience, this extreme action, a nuclear option. But the cause just isn't there. They're fighting for corrupt reasons. They're fighting for illegal migrant health care, for SNAP benefit abuse, for failing Obamacare. They're fighting against their own expiration date on the Obamacare subsidies, which they could very easily negotiate in an open government. I just gotta put my faith in the average person's basic ability to critically think. There's no frickin' way. I cannot accept that Democrats are gonna benefit here. The gaslighting is too extreme. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys.
Right now.
Thanks for watching.
Critical
and I'll see you
thinking.
on the next one.
Common sense.
Amount of voting check-ins again, big turnout happening right now in Manhattan, Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, and Staten Island. You could see the numbers there. Manhattan at 444,000, Bronx 187,000, Brooklyn 571, 5,000, and we'll definitely be keeping an eye on all of those numbers as they continue to roll in right here on Live Now from Fox. So we will be bringing you these updates not only from New York City, but Virginia as
Yeah,
well.
but the polls close at 9, so
Including races for governor as well in those different states. So again, stay right here with Live Now from Fox. We will be with you all evening long as the polling will be ending and the results will be coming in. But now we want to go back out to
well, people don't really care about Prop 50, huh?
continuing to follow for you out in
I think
Louisville as
governorship would be second place. I think Prop 50 is a big thing for me.
UPS
Good,
cargo plane crash that happened around 5:15
I'm
local time there. This
for an
plane
hour now.
just took off from the Louisville International Airport and was heading to Hawaii. It crashed, and now we are seeing the flames continue to rip as well. The governor, Andy Beshear, putting this out just moments ago as well, saying the situation is serious. Please pray for the families affected. I'm heading to Louisville right now. Another live look that we can bring to you of this cargo crash, UPS flight that just took off from Louisville.
Something wasn't right. What? Got hacked. And dark. Too dark. Dark brown, let's soak in. Wood dry. Oh,
Hey, why are you throwing this table away here?
It's old.
Would you care if I redid it for free and brought it back?
I'd love that. Probably had this table 15 years.
Oh, nice. Any color recommendations?
nobody could be this dumb in real life.
Nothing
Just the good.
I dislike more than the politician
He is proving how
sits
dumb he
there
is.
and lies to you.
Why does Newsom always look like he just got done sobbing into his pillow because he realized that his Aunt Nancy Pelosi can't buy him the presidency for Christmas? Why does he always look like he's been sobbing?
He looks like a
They're
douchebag.
literally the party of tears.
I'll just sit there rolling our eyes going, give me a break.
Projection.
Did you legitimately believe that he was capable of serving as president?
They just jump cut to, did you believe Biden could run for president and be president for another 4 years, despite the fact that he was always taking naps, was just mind blanking during the debate stage, and basically a zombie for the other 4 years of his presidency? So he just said, nothing makes me roll my eyes than a politician that lies to you, and here he is about to lie to us.
Until January of 2029?
Yeah, I think my focus was frankly situational. It was making sure Donald Trump didn't get back into office to experience everything that we're experiencing today. And there was no interaction I had that suggested otherwise.
What do you say to Americans who feel misled by you and other top Democrats?
It's bad when even NBC is calling out the Democrats to their face. They've lost it.
About the mental acuity of President Biden, that they wish you'd sounded the alarm sooner to give way for an open convention?
I'm not going to substitute myself for someone else or for popular opinion. I'm going to express my relationship to my truth with...
My truth means I'm lying. That's it.
The former president of the United States, including at the end of his term, quite literally, in December, which was a masterclass of foreign policy.
He dropped out. He dropped out of the race because he had just blanked out during a debate on national television. Democrats kept on hiding him, saying he's fine. He obviously wasn't. He's saying, my truth is he could, and he's making all these good foreign deals. Lying to our face.
Look at that line,
policy, which I will never forget as we walk through not just the election, but we're walking through the world we're living in. There was nothing to suggest what you just said.
There was no. We all saw it during the debate. Nothing. He's just lying to us right now. It's insane.
Or others have suggested in terms of my interaction. That's all I can be.
My interaction, my truth, absolute ridiculous. My truth says BS excuse doesn't rely with reality. He also has cancer. Yeah, exactly. Like, let the old man recover from cancer, get state of the art treatment, and just enjoy retirement. No, they want to march him out there because it's good for the party. They got to beat Trump. Never mind the fact that you're literally going to shed years off that old man's life. And I'm a person that despises Biden. Biden told me he wishes me and my family a winter, a severe illness and death. He wished that upon me. I wish him a speedy recovery from cancer.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to be a decent human being. But the idea that he would rather drag him across the finish line to be a politician until he loses his life so they can install their Kamala Harris presidency shows that they're scumbags. And yet, this is him moments ago.
Nothing I dislike more than the politician that sits there and lies to you. And we all just sit there
look at him smiling at it. Like,
and it's funny because
you know,
everybody's
so
piling
evil.
on this, saying, Gavin Newsom dislikes when politicians lie, and then they rolled this little clip right here.
In reservoirs, the reservoirs are completely full.
Yeah, the LA Times, State Depot by the Pacific Palisades Reservoir was offline, empty when firestorm exploded.
Nothing I dislike more than the politician that sits there and lies to you. And we all just sit there rolling our eyes going, give me a break.
I don't know what he's referring to when he talks about the Delta smelt. In reservoirs, the reservoirs are completely full.
Yeah, because we had clips of you saying it just a second ago, and then this one over here is even better from Maze Moore.
Not one person ever in my office has ever used the word Latinx.
So can we finally put that to bed?
Yeah,
we agree?
But where did that even...
No more Latinx.
Saying, I've never used the word Latinx. He's saying that when he's talking to Charlie Kirk, who he in fact later on lied about afterwards, after Charlie Kirk was the only conservative to sit down and have an honest discussion with Governor Gavin Newsom. When talking to Charlie Kirk, he said, man, my son's a huge fan. He wanted to ditch school so he can come meet you. And then later on, Gavin Newsom, after Charlie Kirk died because they called him a fascist, Newsom said, oh, no, my son doesn't watch. He just knew about him. He wasn't a fan. He wasn't that into him. He just wanted to ditch school and, meet him early in the morning. But he wasn't a fan because Governor Gavin Newsom keeps on calling Charlie Kirk a fascist, which got him ended from somebody from Newsom's party. And he's worried of being affiliated with him because that has scary implications for himself too. But here he is lying to Charlie Kirk's face
Next, everybody.
Well, I just didn't even know where it came from. And like, what are people talking about? Impactful this has been
hi,
in the
dude.
Latinx community. Latinx community politicians that are banning not assault rifles, but the word Latinx.
Nothing I dislike more than the politician that sits there and lies to you. And we all just sit there rolling our eyes going, give me a break.
I've
Not
never
one
seen
person
Latinx. He has a literal montage of him saying that. Yeah, he's debating himself. I love Maze Moore and his account. Go follow him on Twitter. Maze Moore has openly said he has a bunch of more damning clips on Gavin Newsom, but he's going to save them closer to the presidential election when he's trying to run for the Democrat primary. And I'm certain he has content that will sink his presidential ambitions, and it's going to be glorious because this is him. Like Gavin Newsom is such a scumbag, but also he just doesn't have the chops to be a president beyond some place that has insane amounts of ballot harvesting.
You have been one of the most outspoken Democratic voices against President Trump. And part of your tactic is to imitate some of what we see on...
Yeah, that's all he does. He writes all his tweets in all caps. He tries to curse now. He's even seemingly getting a spray tan. Like, he doesn't understand what makes Trump charismatic. He's getting it all wrong and essentially ending his own career for it.
...line from President Trump. So you mimic his all-cap posts, you send out similar memes. Do you run the risk of normalizing?
Yeah, because when Trump started doing AI pictures, Newsom started doing AI pictures too, and it honestly got him in trouble because Trump made AI pictures, his base ate it up, they thought it was funny. Then Newsom makes an AI picture of Trump in a dress, I believe. What was it, J.D. Vance? He put one of them in a dress. And then all of a sudden, he's making fun of Trump in a dress, but then all of a sudden, the trans community comes out and says, why is a man dressing up as a woman funny to you? And it's like, he doesn't understand how it's going to make him fall flat on his face every time.
Quite the contrary. The whole expression was to not allow it to be normalized.
I'm not allowing it to be normalized by normally doing it in my day-to-day activities.
It was becoming normalized. All this, the normalization of deviancy across the spectrum of issues, but his communication, he's dressing up as the Pope, as Superman. Hold on, he's putting his face on Mount Rushmore. He's saying, thank you, it's madness.
Oh no, he's making memes. That's ridiculous.
And so I put a mirror up to that madness.
And it doesn't work.
One of the most outspoken.
This always looks like he's been crying. It is sad. That's where he's at. But what is it? Ian Yeager says one image defines Gavin Newsom's entire political career. Yeah, I remember seeing this. I screen grabbed it too. It's him walking through, I believe, LA saying like, this is what we're gonna do to clean it up. You got this black homeless guy reaching out to Newsom as he walks by with his coffee in his suit, just ignoring him. It's like, this is Newsom's legacy in a nutshell. Because all they're really trying to do right now is rig the elections in Congress by redistricting everything. So now Nancy Pelosi, who's I believe his aunt-in-law, is out there trying to essentially campaign for him as president. He's gonna run. He has a vision for the country. If his vision for the country is anything like his vision for California, there's no way this man can become president.
To Jennifer, it's clear that
I
this
don't
governor...
think Pelosi will see another Democrat in power in the presidency ever again. I think she will be long dead and gone by the time she sees another Democrat in power.
Has a vision for our country. He has knowledge of our country and our state. The state of California, the fourth largest economy in the world.
I like how was it Joe Rogan talked about. He says, "I have the fourth largest economy in the world. I have the best tech sector in the country. I have all these jobs and everything." It's like, yeah, it's all the things that were there before he got here. It's all the things you get by default by being next to the ocean and having Hollywood here. But I believe it's the tech sector jobs is now at the same level of like the 90s. Like he's totally decimated Silicon Valley. Yep. He's decimated people from filming in Hollywood. He's gotten rid of everything, and yet he tries to campaign on his successes, which is just the things he got by default.
Gavin manages that way, with great dignity. He has strategic thinking about how to get things done.
That state
and that
should
is
be
what has brought us
rich,
together
and it
here.
is trillions
When
of
this
dollars in debt.
opportunity occurred, Gavin had a plan. He's a man with a plan.
And yet they can't illustrate that plan to us other
No,
than the
they just
idea
say
that they're
that he
going to
has a plan.
redistrict California to smithereens. But like, this is her trying to promote this. Actually, this video is way too long, but no. Saying, when Texas did what Texas did, people said, oh no, we can't do that. Two no's don't make it right. It's not two no's. It's self-defense for our democracy, saying we know what we're doing is wrong, but we're going to redistrict California. So you have, look at these skinny little districts to put all the rural parts of California, combine them with deep blue coastal elite cities to make it just, all Democrat, because they need 5 more Republican seats to fight the Republicans in Congress. But you see this over here where there's parts of the country that are already gerrymandered to the max. Like you see this over here. What is this? New England. They own 11 out of the 12 U.S. House seats in Jersey, but all of the House seats in New England, where it's like you look at New England, they have all the congressional seats, but then if you look at the election, Maine, 45% voted for Trump. New Hampshire, 47% Trump. Vermont, 32%. New York, or not New York, that's not it. Massachusetts, 36%. So you have millions upon millions of people that voted for Trump in those areas, and yet they get zero representation in Congress. And they're saying, we're saving democracy. You know, she keeps on going out there. We're getting 5 seats back in Texas. I mean, we're getting 5 seats back in California to defend ourselves from Texas, which is nothing to do with representing the American voter. Nothing to do to represent conservatives in New Hampshire and Maine, or even in California. And yet they're saying we're saving democracy by cheating. Ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous. I'm kind of in the mood to watch this. Mass Exodus nominee wins, millions consider fleeing. I'm pretty sure I saw this.
My favorite Amish dessert. Start with 1/4 cup peanut butter, 2 cups powdered sugar, and use a fork to make crumbs. Once you got your crumbs, put them in a pre-baked pie crust. Now you're going to get another 1/4 cup peanut butter, a small cheesecake jello and some pudding mix, and 3 cups milk. Combine. Add in 4 ounces of Cool Whip. Fold gently. Place that on top of those crumbs. Smooth the edges. Add the rest of the crumbs on top. Refrigerate for 4 hours. Cut yourself a slice. Take a bite and enjoy. So easy and so good. You gotta try.
Looked okay. Two minutes? I want to watch that. You heard Diva, buddy? Thank you.
أنا منكم وإليكم سنراكم.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Yes.
But apparently he's, for you, from you is one of the things that he said. And he's going to make, buses free childcare, freeze rent, all the communist stuff. It is election day for a number of different, for a lot of places. So make sure, first and foremost, go vote wherever you are. It does matter, especially the local election stuff, because they're taxing you a lot. And, doing some fun stuff with your money. And most of the time, you probably don't want them to do with your money what they are doing. So make sure you go vote. But specifically in New York with Mamdani, he has spent the past week making sure to shore up his base of supporters by pandering to Arab speakers about the virtues of communism.
كعمدة رح جمد الإيجارات لأكثر من 2,000,000 شخص وخلي الباصات سريعة ومجانية.
The language of romance.
رعاية الأطفال شاملة لكل العائلات. أنا منكم وإليكم
الله أكبر.
سنراكم.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Yes.
سنراكم.
Okay. Listen, I understand. But apparently he's, for you, from you is one of the things that he said. And he's going to make, buses free childcare, freeze rent, all the communist stuff. But the Muslim population wasted no time embracing him and already designated a section of the city as Little Kabul. And it's about what you'd expect. Gonna want to hang on to that arm.
Yeah, you never know when someone's gonna ask for a hand. What are you gonna do? Leave it there?
Jeez. I mean, it is your arm.
Yeah.
So I mean,
take it with you. Yeah, you gotta pick up your personal property. It's
leave an arm, take an arm,
otherwise
that kind of thing.
Littering. Yeah, they say an arm for an arm. Well, I already have one.
You know what? There's no good way to go on to the next part of this. And somebody loses.
Handouts.
There are. Oh, jeez.
Hey, that's a good one. She stole that. That's a 5-finger discount.
Well,
well, bus fares are
they should
an arm
just
and a
link
leg.
arms
so.
And no, okay. We're just gonna keep on going with this. But listen, I really do think that they should probably just be men about it and duke it out with a winner take all biryani eating contest. I think that's a better way.
Well, clearly the spoon guy's gonna win.
Well, I mean, by win, what do you mean? Looks like he had more fun, much like my 1-year-old.
Yeah,
eating.
sure.
So yeah. By the way, follow us. Best way to follow us is to download the Rumble app. Make sure you follow Steven Crowder. Only get notifications when we go live. Notifications on a lot of other platforms don't necessarily work, so make sure you download the app right now. There was a little bit of a counter. I'm going to make a counter response to your video, and this is from the GOP rep, and take it for what you will. This is Andy Ogles. He encouraged New Yorkers to vote on X by writing, "Wake up, New York," and then this clip.
Oh my God.
Oh, geez.
Did that just happen?
That's what he posted.
It's the same ideology, right?
Looks AI.
It's not real. That's what we're gonna say in 50 years.
Oh man,
that's gonna happen.
The people are gonna come out in comments who say,
"Yeah, for sure."
Yeah. It was CG, man.
Hey, you see the wing? It disappeared.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. Yeah. Shut up. Okay, I'm just.
Yeah, it disappeared because it blew up into the building.
Listen, look. Comment below. What do you think of that response? I know a lot of people right now are up in arms about it. Mostly Mehdi Hassan and the like. I really don't care what they think, by the way. But I think it is important to say it's like, yeah, it's the same ideology. We good with that? Everybody good? You think the ideology changed? Was there a turning point moment?
No.
Was there a a flash of genius in Islam?
Did they have their Benedict Arnold moment?
Yeah,
they love America.
Hey guys, our bad. We're sorry. This whole converting by the sword thing and bombing and blood. Yeah, we're really sorry and never going to do any of that again. Super promise on that. Anyway, the prospects are so brutal for New York City, and obviously when you have a candidate like this, Donald Trump had to do what I don't think he ever wanted to do, which was endorse Andrew Cuomo. And he wrote on Truth, if communist candidates, see, I can't even do it. I'm not even going to try at that point. Fine. If communist candidates,
please do the whole thing.
wins the election for mayor of New York City, it is highly unlikely that I will be contributing federal funds other than the very minimum as required to my beloved first home, because of the fact that, as a communist, this once great city has zero chance of success or even survival. His principles have been tested for over 1,000 years. Never once have they been successful. How do you keep doing this, guys? And I meant that about the voice, not the Mamdani. I would much rather see a Democrat who has had a record of success win than a communist with no experience and a record of complete and total failure. A vote for Curtis Sliwa, who looks much better without the beret. It's a vote for Mamdani.
You've got great hair.
Whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. You must vote for him and hope. Hope. He does a fantastic job. He is capable of it. Mamdani is not. It's harder than I thought.
Yeah.
Kudos to you, Stephen. I'm sorry. Fantastic job.
I'm glad you dedicated to it, though. You committed to it, and that's respectable.
I appreciate that. I know I'll get made fun of for it. I really don't care at this point.
I hope so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think you'll be leading the charge, in fact. I can just see an X post going up right now. From you, mostly. So here are the polls. Cuomo makes a little bit of progress, it seems, over the last couple of months in the polls, or at least the last few weeks at the very least, narrowing the gap. So October 24th to 28th, we had Mamdani at +16, according to the New York Times. The October 31st through November 2nd, Mamdani only up 5. And one thing that's very interesting, and we've talked about it, I know Steven says the New Yorkers get a chance to vote for somebody on the other side of the ticket, and really Cuomo is a spoiler. I don't disagree, but Cuomo is the spoiler. Right? So if Sliwa was not in the race, it would be Cuomo +6. And I get it. I don't know. I understand both sides. I can come down on both sides of this saying, listen, New York needs to get what it votes for and deal with the consequences. And that could be people moving out. It could be a lot of other things. We'll see. But I also understand that you want to be able to vote for somebody who represents your policies. And Cuomo is just one of those guys. If you'd picked any other person that was not responsible for the deaths of thousands of people in the old folks' homes, in the retirement communities in New York during COVID, and had the lockdown policies that he had, then maybe they would have had somebody they could vote for and kind of just hold their nose long enough to do it. But because it's Cuomo, I don't think that's ever going to actually happen. But Kalshi actually yesterday, although the betting or the prediction markets, I think they're called, Kalshi had a really interesting poll on who would win based on simply where the person doing the prediction, where they were from. And that brings us to our Kalshi check-in. All right, so in New York City, if you are there, so Cuomo 49, Mamdani 40. If you are in the rest of New York State, Cuomo 47, Mamdani 36, so he gets less popular when you get outside of New York. But if you're betting essentially on who's going to win outside of New York, if you're making that prediction, 58% Mamdani, 33% Cuomo. That's a really interesting Kalshi check-in poll. That's a very interesting poll. I mean, we got a lot of people in the city are actually, you've got people putting money on this.
So, and so people outside, what we're saying is people outside the state are outside the state on it heavily towards Mamdani instead of Cuomo.
They are, and I don't know if they know something that we don't know. I'm not really sure, but
we're
it's
in
where
New York
money
City
goes. Yeah, well, no, I'm saying in general, in New York State, in New York City, do they know something that we don't know about the sentiment on the ground that maybe the polling is not picking up?
They are them.
That's what
I would think, probably.
Well, but people betting, or I shouldn't say betting, these are prediction markets. So the people that are kind of buying the prediction contract, essentially, do they know something we don't know, or are they just seeing maybe a good deal?
Maybe they do. They're out. I mean, New York's one of those places where you can't live your life and not talk to so many people a day. I don't know, 50 people a day. So people are talking, and they probably know a lot more than we do.
Well, we'll see. There's a mass exodus potential with this, and that was one of the recourse kind of moments or recourses we thought of. People could actually just leave the city, right? If you start taxing billionaires, because he's like, how are you going to pay for all the buses to be free and freeze rent and make sure that childcare, universal childcare is free, and have these city-run grocery stores that we've talked about that have never worked anywhere that they've ever been tried. And they're like, we're just going to tax billionaires. Okay, what if they leave? You know what billionaires are? Mobile. They don't have to wait to sell their house.
They're more mobile than anyone.
They can just leave.
Yeah.
In
Some
fact,
of them have helicopters.
They actually have other houses in other places most of the time to go to. It would not be hard to leave.
I mean, a lot of them have houses out in the Hamptons or out somewhere on Long Island.
Not even that far away.
Which is it's basically the city, but not.
Yeah. So if Mamdani wins, a poll shows 765,000 New Yorkers would definitely leave the city, and an additional 2.1 million would consider leaving.
Goodbye.
That's about 3 million people, and I'm betting that it's not people that would take advantage of the free buses, or maybe want the free groceries or free childcare. I'm betting it's the people that you're counting on paying for all of that.
Well, maybe that's part of the whole plan. Maybe Mamdani's whole plan is like, well, if I put all these policies in place, so many people will leave, and then of course the buses will be faster. There's less people taking them.
They won't
They're
be free, though.
There's less people on the roads. That'd be great.
Yeah, I've seen that promoted as a win on X, because they're like, oh yeah, if these people leave, then the property values will go down.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, there's that too.
It's like
I think they would just keep the property and move their primary residence. And just.
But they think this is a win. I don't think it's.
I don't think it's a win. I think it's a really stupid idea. My problem is I think there's not enough time in a 4-year period for this to fail enough for people to want to change. Maybe there is, maybe there's not. We'll see. But there are other elections that we are keeping an eye on right now across the country, and I'll just, you know what? I'll keep the theme for you of Islam essentially taking over a major American cities. And I hear you. People out there like, oh, they're just pivoting to Islam as the next thing to distract us. No, we're not. This has been a thing for a very long time. That's how I started working with Stephen, was when Islam was responsible for something exploding every, it seemed, other week. And I came on the radio show to talk about it, to talk about the ideology, to talk about what Islam as a religion believes. Doesn't mean that your next door neighbor that is a Muslim, that maybe not quite a practicing Muslim or basically just nominally Muslim, is a bad person. It just means the ideology and what it teaches matters. Because it's not a new thing. We're just kind of getting back to it because it's rearing its ugly head again, especially in places like Minneapolis, where incumbent mayor Jacob Fry is facing a challenge from I am the captain now, Omar Fatah. And both are going after their target audience.
Maaga Egawa Jacob Fry. Doka Magalada, Minneapolis. Tamaan, Shaabka, Somalia.
What a pansy.
Hayamid, Mogadishu. Garowe, Hargeisa, Bosaso. Bedabo, Kismayo.
They've done nothing.
A big floppy mouth, doesn't he?
Assalamu alaikum. Somalia. Hiran State. Mawisle. Early voting hadda illa November 4.
You needed English for November and 4, didn't you? Listen, I know that polls are showing Fry leading, but I don't think this should be anywhere close. And listen, I want to say this in a way that doesn't come off poorly. Very tolerant of a lot of people and a lot of things. I'm a very glass half full kind of guy that we can work things out and make this country a better place. I don't have anything to say thank you for to Somalia.
Yeah.
None whatsoever. I'm certainly not going to list the cities in Somalia that are so inconsequential. I only know one of them.
You were just out.
And the only reason I know it is because of Black Hawk freaking down.
There's a Josh Hartnett.
Yes.
Just mad that
that's it.
Tell the truth.
I don't care. By the way, make sure every one of those people, or Fry, Mr. Fry, make sure they're not just getting an ID card that are illegals to be able to vote.
Yeah,
I care a lot about that.
That's what I was thinking. This guy, he's going on here and he's.
What's your motive? Diva, lay down. Hi, babies. You want to hang out with me for a minute? You hang out with me? Hi, babies. What you doing? You ready to come to Dada? You can put her in a swing if she's wants to be in it. She doesn't really have the free movement all day. Just move it close to me so I can grab her whenever.
Her belly a little.
It's okay.
Oh.
Yep. Go pull up.
That
You can set that up higher. Then so
the one we
really? Oh, okay. I mean, we could switch out the baskets.
Yeah.
They fit. What are you doing, babies? Well, I think she already could sit in the bumble suit.
I'd have to
Yeah. Didn't turn on. Smack it.
I always feel so bad.
I love her. I love her. Now I do. What are you doing? You need your little elephant? You want reindeer? Got a little bell on it. I don't like the bell. Yeah. Hi. Hi, babies. That was upstairs.
Pandering to the Somalians who don't speak English. Legitimately, how many Somalians in Minneapolis who don't speak English are actual citizens and can vote?
Yeah, I don't think a lot.
He went out of his way to do that because they know. This is an exposure right here. Exposed as straight up pandering to non-citizens to vote, and they will.
It absolutely is, and it should piss every single one of you guys off. As much as it pisses me off. Not about brown skin, about ideology. We'll get to that here in just a little bit in our India segment coming up.
Hey, Somalis kept pirating alive.
Too pissed. Okay,
What did you say?
Pirating
The
alive.
Somalis, they kept pirating going.
Hey, they
go.
did.
That's
Hey.
good, right?
All right. I
You
can't wait
did
for Pirates of the
contribute.
Caribbean 14.
You know what? I'm sorry. You're right.
I am.
You gave us Captain. What's his Captain? Oh, well, what's the captain's name?
No, don't help him.
Oh, somebody.
don't
somebody help me. Captain Wilson. That's what it is. It's not. I know.
It's Phillips.
Captain Phillips. Yes. You could have been much nicer to me and helped me earlier.
Yeah,
You're
but
not
this
a
is
nice
volleyball
person.
having fun here.
I know it's from the other movie. I was just joking. All right, so let's go to Virginia. Voters there will be electing a governor, a lieutenant governor, and an attorney general. Surprisingly, the attorney general race is still a toss-up after the Democrat candidate's texts explicitly wishing death on a GOP politician and his family leaked. Still a toss-up. I guess nothing gets you out of being okay with Democrat voters these days.
That's insane. Is that not something you could sue somebody for?
I don't think you can sue somebody for wanting to witness your death. They're not causing it necessarily. They're just wanting to witness it and make sure that it happens.
But suing somebody as like you're running for the top legal position of the state, you shouldn't be allowed to say that.
Some would say that would be disqualifying, especially when you're the top law dog.
I would absolutely say it's disqualifying.
Yeah, some would say. Apparently not the Democrats in Virginia.
Great
So
state
we'll
of Virginia.
We'll see if they agree with you or not. But their off-year elections in Virginia are actually usually seen as a sample of how the electorate will behave going into the midterms, and terrible debauchery is what I see coming from people
Nice job,
like that.
Virginia.
So New Jersey, a place that rarely gets it right, but maybe they will this time. We'll see. Democrat Mikey Sherrill is running against GOPer Jack Ciattarelli for governor. And the latest polls show Ciattarelli 3.3 points behind Sherrill. And just one thing, I wanted to make sure everybody understood this. There's a lot of early voting going on in New York right now. I think I saw some posts. Do you remember the guy who said to Mehdi Hassan, like, you don't have a pager, right?
Yeah.
Remember the pager joke?
Yeah.
I forget his name, I celebrate that annually, by the way. So the 1 year anniversary just came up recently for those who celebrate. That was one of the best mic drop moments ever. Just don't ever walk it back, lean right into it. I don't care if CNN ever has you back on. That was an absolute baller moment. And he was actually saying that he is seeing a lot bigger numbers of voting right now. I'm not sure where he's getting information from, but they think they're going to break a lot of records in voting. I hope it's not mostly people just
wrong way.
speaking Arabic. We'll see how it goes there. But that's New York. In New Jersey, the counts that they do, you remember this?
It's a lot.
For absentee ballots postmarked on election day, they count them up to 6 days after the election. So do you remember the problems that we've had before? Is any of this starting to sound familiar? We don't want elections to be run by anybody. This is New Jersey. We want to make sure that everything can be counted on the night of. Please stop with the whole thing. Like, if you don't have it in time, you just don't get to vote. I'm sorry. Can we just make I have to be on time for work. I have to be on time for you guys. We just don't get to do it otherwise. Can we just make it that way? I don't want us to start questioning the results of our elections again. So make sure that you go vote today. And these elections do definitely have consequences for the rest of the country. I certainly don't want Mamdani to win, because then there are going to be a lot of other people like him put forward as candidates across the country in these major Democrat-controlled cities. And I do not want to see our cities destroyed. But good news is you can get out of the cities. If you're stuck there, though, and you are seeing voting irregularities, anything that you think we need to see, make sure that you send that to us at lwctips@protonmail.com. lwctips@protonmail.com. We do not want anything ever to stay in darkness again. We want to make sure we bring all of this stuff. And if you are going out to vote, get out there and stay in that line.
It was quick for me to vote today. It was in and out. Literally went in. I was caught off guard. They didn't ask for ID, which I thought was weird because I remember them always asking for ID. In Pennsylvania, this time they didn't.
It's catchy jingle.
All right. Weird. Gave them name.
Not even if you have to poop.
Then they looked us up.
Don't leave the line.
Found our address
for nothing.
You know,
sign
can
our
you get
names.
like a line watcher or something?
No,
no,
do it in your pants like a man.
Voted no to all the Democrats
Thank you.
and no
That's not
to
pooping.
retaining the Supreme Justices.
You don't know what came out of that. Don't trust that.
I
Put a
would
few
be willing to bet
Republican
nothing of
candidates.
substance.
How much did you put on it? What do you think the odds on Colosus are?
Yeah, no.
99 to 1.
Okay.
I'd take the one chance on that.
Dude, I've been trying to vote. I've been trying to bet on Cuomo winning New York. But for some reason, my account, I don't know, I keep getting an error every time I try to load money on it. I think my wife has blocked it or something. I don't know what's going on, but I'm like, dude, I just want to put $100 on Cuomo because the payout's like $1,200 or something like that.
Wow.
Well, that was a couple days ago. I think it's probably less now, but yeah.
I think my wife has blocked it.
I think she is, dude. I think she found out about it. She's like, where is he losing money?
You got your elephant.
All kinds of places. It's okay. It's best not to ask these questions, especially to so many viewers. They're going to know everything about you, Josh.
I make bad decisions about Padres baseball. They didn't win anything.
You're still wearing the hat, though, so good on you for sticking with them. Even
in
downturn. Gotta make it up somewhere.
So we talk about voting. It's not just an
Yeah,
American thing, but that is one of the things that we hold very dear here in the United States, the ability to go and select and choose our leaders that are going to represent us on a local, state, and federal level.
I love you.
But I'm gonna list for you 4 cities. Jerusalem, not the way you think. Athens, Rome, and London. What do you think these 4 cities really mean? What does it mean to you? No, not Islam. Though London makes a run for it.
Yeah.
Today, we are being colonized by people from incompatible cultures that are not at all interested in being American. They're not interested in what made this country great. This is not about skin color. This is not about bathing preferences. This is not about pooping in voting line preferences.
Actually, it's
maybe
a little bit about that.
Okay,
yeah, it's a little bit about the last 2 things.
It's not about it's not about a race of people is inferior because of X. It's not. That's not it at all. And I think that's where you lose the argument. I think it's about cultures that do not align. I think it's about a fundamental misunderstanding of what it meant to come to this country, to be a part of this experiment of the brightest, most prosperous, most land of opportunity place that you could find on the planet.
Really?
And we've lost that.
Hey, do you like what you saw? I don't know how because it's on YouTube and we have to cut all the good parts out. So you should tune in live weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Rumble. We can still speak freely and
I do love
even use words like
Crowder in the morning.
and
Papa. Booper Papa. What are you doing, Booper Papa? What? What's the matter? Oh, really? Oh, really? What's the matter? She wants me to hold her, I think. Do you want me to hold you? Do you want me to hold you? Should I hold you? Okay, we'll hold you. Throw you off to the stream. That cute, precious one. What you want? Grab you? Scooch back in. Over all the cords. Okay. Stop spitting. You spitting everywhere. Just want to sit up. Here's your elephant. Here's your elephant. Oh, gotcha. Ah. Not comfy, huh? Wait, you want to lay down? Look at the colors of the microphone. Over here. Boopum boppum. Elephant. Lay down. Hi. So serious. Try and grab it. You got it? Got his ear. Got his ear. You can chew on him all you want. Diva, come on. Yeah, Dick Cheney passed away today. That's kind of sad. I thought he was a good guy. Diva. What? I'm right here. I'm right here. Could the Justice League survive 40K? Who knows?
Can we get some good news? Yes, let's get some good news. Twitch has fired the guy that has been banning VTubers.
Hello, I'm here to give my opinion on something that doesn't actually matter. Ex-Twitch execs blames Amazon for cutting 14,000 jobs in AI shift. Robots don't give a fuck.
That's right.
Twitch is facing another brutal round of layoffs as parent company Amazon slashes tens of thousands of corporate jobs amid a major pivot to artificial intelligence.
That's right. You're getting replaced by Flippy. You're getting replaced by the AI. You're getting replaced by a computer.
Amazon confirmed plans to cut 14,000 corporate jobs this year, about 4% of its white-collar workforce, as part of a sweeping cost-cutting and restructuring effort. According to Reuters, the number could climb up to 30,000 as layoffs began on October 28th. So that's 2 days ago as of me recording this.
That's right.
The move is part of Amazon CEO Andy Jassy's strategy to trim bureaucracy and lean heavily into AI and automation. Jassy previously said...
I love how these Twitter people think that they're going to be able to stop AI by having a viral tweet get like 90,000 likes about AI being bad. Like, this is the future. Anybody who thinks this isn't the future is fucking delusional. It's obviously happening.
That artificial intelligence will play a central role in automating routine work, making some roles obsolete.
Yeah.
These latest moves signal that Amazon is likely realizing enough AI-driven productivity gains within corporate teams to support a substantial reduction in force.
That's right. You don't need them. Get rid of them.
An e-marketer analyst told TechLoy. Twitch hit with massive layoffs. Okay, so here's the interesting part about the Twitch layoffs.
All right, let's hear
one
it.
of the people that got fired was this guy, a man named Tarfu. He says, "I was laid off at Twitch today. I was at Twitch for 11 years. I started off working in trust and safety, then moved to customer experience. I was the person who built the entire fraud program at Twitch." You'll understand why I'm emphasizing that in a second. One of the reasons I never told people what I did for work. I was the one keeping bad actors off Twitch who steal and abuse revenue on the platform. I guess I did my job too well since they let me go. But do I have some great stories of being there over a decade?
I bet he does.
Horrible timing since my motorcycle accident was a month ago. I'm getting married in less than a month. This has definitely been a bad year.
Sounds like a bad year.
I'm sorry that you were in a motorcycle accident. I would never wish that upon anybody except for, well, some people. But what you did, you know, like, okay, well, I don't like you, but you don't deserve that. Probably.
So how do they know that this guy fired VTubers?
The jury's out on that. But anyways, do you
Or banned
remember
VTubers.
how starting like a few years ago, a bunch of VTubers started getting banned for fraud? One example of this actually was Mother V3, banned for engaging in quote-unquote fraudulent activity.
So this guy's been going around, and he's been in charge of this shit.
Yep.
She's
That's
a
the guy
pretty
that was in charge
sizable
of all the
streamer.
fraud.
Okay.
114 average viewers.
That's pretty good. 300.
Peak. All right,
Yep.
so hard to imagine really engaging in fraud proper.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's not to say that bigger streamers don't engage in fraudulent activity.
Yes.
But let's read about this a little bit.
Right.
Let's read about this. Hold on. Oops, I accidentally popped out the tab. Okay, I'm an idiot. Don't worry about that. Let's move this back
Twitch
over here.
indefinitely banned too.
Twitch has indefinitely banned
It's not even a suspension. It's a perma ban.
VTuber Mother V3, marking the first ban of her career.
Wow.
The news was first shared on by the verified ban tracker account, Streamer Bans, on December 20th, 2024.
Why do you continue to stream on Twitch if you hate it? He's not at Twitch anymore. Problem solved.
The VTuber later took to her X account to reveal the reason behind the suspension. The streamer shared a screenshot of the message sent by Twitch, which mentioned fraud as the reason behind the suspension. The message added, "Based on a review of your activity or content, we have issued a global suspension of your account. Due to the severe nature of this violation, or the fact that you have incurred multiple violations, your access to services are indefinitely restricted."
Damn. Perma banned over this shit. They said the violation occurred in purchases, putting in an appeal.
Tweets, they said that the violation occurred in purchases, putting in an appeal right now.
Wow.
You know what's funny is this probably refers to people buying subscriptions.
Of course.
You know what's also funny is, so FaZe Connect, the company that I work for,
Right.
okay, we're an established company, right? So this is not abnormal. We had some of our talents verified like by Twitch and had their revenue enabled early on.
Sure.
And even though the accounts were verified by Twitch, several members of FaZe Connect immediately had their accounts banned right after. You know why? Probably because people were buying subscriptions to these accounts that had not yet streamed, that had been verified by Twitch.
And this is the guy that made that system.
Yeah, that guy's an idiot.
And he's not there anymore.
Big way he's not there.
Oh, jeez, guys. Oh.
Makes me kind of want to start streaming on Twitch again, but they haven't handled. Another thing was that streamer that got invited over and kicked got banned. I have to double check all that once he's banned on there.
Wait, so it's happening? Oh my God. So all these people are getting banned for fraud whenever they're not committing fraud, and they also get unbanned later on because they didn't do anything wrong. Yep. And this guy puts out a tweet looking for sympathy and then saying that he's the one that's behind the fraud program.
Agency, their VTuber, Malfina, also getting banned for fraud before she even got to debut. Did you think I was done? Because I have more.
Yeah, because like at the beginning, I was just like, okay, one girl got banned for this. Like, I don't know really if I believe this. Okay, but there's another one. Fraud again, and it's another VTuber, it seems.
Aphrodite getting banned. Aphrodite is part of Mythos, another VTuber agency.
Okay, it is a VTuber.
Pippa, why are you getting so out of sorts about this? Why are you reacting so harshly? So what? This guy made a faulty system. Maybe he's like a little bit apologetic.
Well, the thing is, if you make a bad system and you cause the company to lose money, you should expect to get fired.
You run.
That's what you should expect. Now, you might not like that. You might not think that's fair. You might be like, oh, well, but I did other stuff. If you were doing this, and it's happened to that many people,
go on, do it.
Let's be honest.
Or something that all these innocent people got banned for fraud. All these people potentially losing out on their livelihood. Okay, I had to cut that because I started schizo rambling for too long.
Yeah, they're losing out on their livelihood. Meanwhile, you're typing out on Twitter trying to make people feel sorry for you. Yeah, I don't think so, man.
No, thank you.
I don't think so.
But anyways, okay.
You built the entire fraud program, and then a bunch of people get falsely banned for fraud, and now you're trying to sympathy bait on Twitter after you got fired. I don't say it very often, but I've got to say it today. This is a W for Twitch. Good job. You got him.
The point is, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Good riddance. I was banned wrongfully in 2022 for fraud because I turned the ad slider to max settings.
Oh, bro. Oh, uh-oh. Ho's mad. Ho's mad.
It was never investigated, and it caused my main partner channel to be banned for evasion. 3 years have gone by and never investigated. Time to put fries in the bag.
That's right.
Hey, look at this. Look at this.
I'll take things that didn't happen.
For 800 Alex.
It didn't even happen. So he's going around saying that they're lying.
All of this user's post.
Man.
Wait,
bro, you might have built.
What's this other one? What is this one? Bro, you might have built the worst fraud program for Twitch. I don't think you realize how many streamers got permanently falsely banned because of your terribly made program. Oh, I realized, and not all were innocent. We just can't. We just can't shame them and show the evidence. Data doesn't lie, but just like anything, there are false positives which we made good.
Well, what about the guy that just got banned for 3 years and it never got investigated?
Exactly.
What about that?
Exactly. What happened to him?
Sure seems like you've got a lot of false positives.
Really? Is that why it took several years for members of FaZe Connect to get unbanned?
So there's other VTubers too. He says it didn't happen. Yeah, he just says it didn't happen. So actually, you know what? I find this to be funny. Wait a second. Yeah, let's take a step back. So he called the other guy who said that he got banned unfairly. He said the other guy was a liar. But now Mr. Dog here is calling him out, and he's saying, well, of course we have false positives. So which one is it? Are they lying, or is your system bad?
Sorry, you're getting hypnotized by my microphone. Hi.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're so strong.
Though there was no fraud. Like you guys in the
Yeah.
audience are just gonna have to take my word for this one. But I'm gonna lay my reputation out on the line here. I'm gonna say Face Connect has never committed fraud. Hopefully that doesn't age poorly. If we ever have committed fraud, it's outside my knowledge.
Clip it.
But I'm going to say with reasonable certainty that because so many VTubers got banned for fraud at around the same time, for around the same types of reasons, that Face Connect kinda just got cut. So forgive me for not being particularly sympathetic towards you, Tarfu, but you are a fucking asshole. And your system was fucking dog shit.
I hate it when it happens when Damn, bro.
Hello.
Damn. Fucking cooked, sent back. Gentlemen, you love to see it. It's back again. There we go, guys. There we go.
Pepe McDonald's.
You should have never said what you did. Should have never gone around and said what you did, because this is a thing. Now everybody can be like, oh, you built the system that didn't work? Oh, shit. Oh, and then you got fired for it. So, okay, so let me get this straight real quick. So you had a system that you made, and then it banned a bunch of people accidentally that you never fixed, and then you're calling one guy a liar, saying other people like, oh, well, that's not what it's... Give the video a like. This is like... Bro, what a nasty little rat going out there looking for sympathy, man. And you know what's funny about this now? Is that now whenever he announces he's going to work at a new job, people are going to go and show his new job this video. They're going to be like, oh, you just hired the guy that fucked up Twitch. Look at the video. Look at all these people. He said he made the fraud program. Here are all the people that got banned for fraud. They weren't being fraudulent. That's it. What a fucking retard.
Wow.
You can recover? He can, but it's not going to be easy. And that's it. And stop sending these retards to McDonald's. I mean, that might be what happens, right? That's what you get. Welcome back to McDonald's. Put the fries in the bag.
Oh. That's funny. The fries in the bag.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're here in New York City. Today, we're here in an area where it's primarily Zoran Mandami voters. Today, we're going to be confronting these people, asking them why they voted for him, kind of give some more insights as to what they think he's going to do for the city here in New York City. So it's going to be super interesting. We're not here to cause any drama. We're just going to be talking with people, having good civil discourse today, confronting these people about what they're voting for Mandami for, because this is such a crucial election, as you have a Democrat socialist who... most people are calling a communist. You have Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent, who's really a Democrat, and then you have Curtis Sliwa, who's a Republican, obviously. And today with us, we also brought a friend. His name is Sweeney. You may have seen him on the interwebs. I saw his post today. He gave out 20 reasons why people should not be voting for Mandami.
For Mandami, that's
What's
true.
a few reasons why people shouldn't have voted for Mandami?
You can go into every single one of his policies, and I'd be happy to, and maybe we'll find some people that want to have a good faith dispute. Yeah. Well, look, there's any of a million reasons, right? You can go through every single one of his policy proposals, and almost all of them are just inept. But from a fundamental reason, if there's just one takeaway, Zoran is fundamentally anti-American, and his entire entourage, and not just his social circles, we're talking about folks that he's going to put in his administration and his cabinet in positions of power, are fundamentally and principally anti-American. They believe that America is a net negative on the world. So setting aside all of these different proposals he has, which will inevitably fail, he believes that America is a negative on the world, which is a complete and emphatic propagandistic lie. 62 out of 100 of the biggest corporations are American corporations. Think about the millions of children and families that feeds. America defeated fascism, communism, rescued the world from World War II, rescued the world in World War I. We are some benefit for New York City. And if you don't believe that from a fundamental standpoint, you should not be running for mayor of New York City, much less anywhere in the United States of America.
Yeah, and so we're seeing a large rise of people who support these Democrat socialist ideas, which are really very much communist-like, such as giving away stuff for completely free, controlling the markets of rent and stuff like that. Everyone wants cheaper rent, but you just can't go and freeze the market you just can't go and freeze the rent on a landlord who's trying to make money, right?
That's exactly right, and that is not capitalist. And to circle back on the first thing you said, democratic socialism is a euphemism, right? Break that down. What if he called himself a democratic communist? They try to use the democratic as a buffer to take away and lessen the blow of what socialism and what his ideas really mean. He has gone on record, and I encourage anyone to fact check me, and I keep everything non-personal issues based. He's gone on record by saying that the abolition of private property would be preferable to our current system. Does that sound democratic to you, or does that sound communist to you? He is going on talking about freezing rent while simultaneously somehow building 200,000 homes. How do you build those homes if you take away the profit that is needed to make them profitable, okay? All of these ideas, they try to package them in these euphemisms that make him seem like non-radical with his, cheesy puffy smile up there. Deep down, those are as radical as you can possibly get. And for someone as a wolf in sheep's clothing being led in the front door of the capital of the world is as dangerous a metastasizing cancer as you could possibly come up with.
Well said. Looks like we have a voter right here. Let's go talk to her. Or him. How are you doing? I see you just voted. Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Zoran.
Zoran. What made you want to vote for Zoran?
I stand by a lot of his policies.
What are some of his policies you're super excited about?
Yeah, freezing the rent. That sounds great. Who did you vote for?
I'm not a New York City resident, so unfortunately I couldn't vote.
What are you? Okay, cool. Well, so where are you from?
I'm originally from Utah. I do have an office here in New York City, where I come in and out of, so I do care about the city a lot, and I go all across the world interviewing people on important subjects, such as the New York City election. So, freezing the rent. What do you think is going to happen to New York City and the landlords? Do you think freezing the rent is a realistic approach to solving the housing crisis here in New York City?
Solving the housing crisis?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to completely solve the housing crisis. I feel like we're going to need rent to be lowered overall, and just in general.
Yeah. And what are some of the other things you voted for Zoran for?
Other than the rent stuff, free childcare is incredible. Taxing billionaires and millionaires. It's great, especially increasing their taxes so that we can have more equal pay in our society.
Did you vote?
I am still undecided. I will vote today before the votes close. I want to vote for whoever has the best chance of defeating Zoran. I think he's a cancer to everything America stands for. Respectfully, of course. Non-personal.
No, it's fine. No worries.
So the ideas of taxing the rich, what do you think is going to happen to the rich here in New York City?
I didn't want to really debate about it, to be fair, but
should billionaires exist?
Should billionaires? No, they should not exist. Absolutely not. I don't think it's ethical for somebody to have that much money, for real.
Do you think a billionaire should exist?
I think billionaires, to break down what a billionaire is, right? Most of the billionaires that do exist on this earth, their net worth is tied up in their stock of companies. And those companies, just give or take, feed millions and millions of families. Most billionaires are a net positive, including Jeff Bezos, including Elon Musk. Think of the employees that they hire and the bread that they put on people's families and the jobs that they bring in. Whenever their headquarters or different of their businesses come to a certain city in a certain jurisdiction, that is an economic flourishment. So I will meet you at a certain point, which is to say huge wealth disparities are cancerous for a democracy, but to sum out there and say tax the rich without being more nuanced. Now, I'm not saying that you're being unnuanced. I'm saying Zoran is deliberately being unnuanced because he is blending billionaires and millionaires together. 80% of millionaires in the United States are self-made. Most of them are small business owners who feed families and feed employees and are only value adds to their community. Getting them out of New York and continuing this mass exodus of folks to going to tax lesser states like Florida will eviscerate the tax base of New York City, and all these pie-in-the-sky projects he's talking about won't have any taxes to fund them. We should be incentivizing the rich to stay.
I mean, there's actual evidence and proof. I've read articles that have proven that billionaires, they're just saying that. It's just a threat. They're not going to move out of New York City, especially in the next few years. There's so much business here. There's so much life here for them. And then when you talk about them hiring so many workers and stuff, that's incredible. I feel like the problem is they're not getting paid enough. They should be getting paid more, better health care. I'm talking about Amazon. I'm talking about big companies like that are exploiting their workers.
Totally fair.
So that's how I feel about it. I don't want to spend my day talking about this too much.
No, of course, and we don't want to
but I do find it. I find your opinion interesting.
I find
so.
what do you find so interesting about his opinion?
I'm done talking. No, I'm done. But no. Yeah. Take care, you guys.
How are you doing, sir? Did you vote?
Not yet.
Not yet. Who are you thinking about voting for?
Zoran.
Zoran. She's also voting for Zoran. What makes you want to vote for Zoran? Are you excited about him potentially becoming the mayor?
Yeah. I am.
What makes you most excited about
doesn't
Zoran
speak
becoming the
English.
next mayor here in the biggest city in the world?
A progressive agenda that looks out for lower class and working class people.
Yeah, maybe he
What's
does
your
speak
favorite
English.
example of, for instance, socialism that's worked in societies and in countries?
Socialism that's worked in societies and countries. This country. Public schools, public libraries. A lot of our country was founded on socialist ideas that have been gradually eviscerated by corporate hegemony.
America is a capitalist society, is it not? These roads were funded by public works provided by capitalism, were they not?
And they just walk away. All right, we're going back into the park. Here we go, everybody. As you can tell, Sweeney's a pretty sharp man, so we want to bring Sweeney on. You're a sharp guy, dude.
As I said with her, we approach things with civil discourse. We keep it non-personal. It's only an issues debate. I approach everyone with dignity and everyone with love. We want to have these conversations, and here's a radical idea why. Because this is a democracy. That's what our founding fathers fought for, to have civil, heated debate and discourse. And there are many folks who have said this, which I agree with, which is politics is verbal warfare, not physical. You should have very contested debates, and that is where the truth comes out and is extracted from. When you have these good one-on-one debates as to what the actual policies are instead of giving personal remarks. So I almost never ever go personal. Sometimes people go personal with me. If you want smoke, I'm chimney, but I don't want to go there, right? So I usually try to stay away from that.
I'm gonna use that. If you want smoke, I'm chimney. All right, let's move up here. Let's see if we can find some people that have the I voted stickers on their chest. Everybody be rocking them out here today. How you doing, man? Did you vote today? Who'd you vote for? Cuomo? No. Zoran? Is this your first time voting for a Democrat Socialist? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of a stupid question. Did you vote today, sir? Did you vote today?
I did, yes.
Who'd you vote for?
I'm not going to tell you.
Not going to tell me? All right, no worries, respect. All right, let's
He
talk to
voted for
some of these people
Cuomo.
out here. It seems like this area, Tompkins Park, what's interesting about this area is that this place used to be like the home base for the migrant crisis here in New York City. This is where all the migrants were getting housed, over here and inside this neighborhood.
Respect.
How you doing, sir?
Respect, brother.
Planting some trees. All right, we got some live music out here. Got a guy in a skirt.
A guy in a skirt.
All right, let's find one of these folks out here.
Let's not interfere with that girl.
Okay.
Nah, yeah,
Kicking, getting a little fussy.
Everybody here in the chat, hope you guys are having a good day. We're excited. Tonight, we
I gotta
wanted to
get
go
up
to a
and go
Zoran
potty.
rally, but it doesn't seem like they're going to have one. We might have one later this evening that we may or may not be going to. We got to find it. All right, I'm going to talk to this guy right here.
Okay.
How you doing, sir? Excuse me, sir. How you doing? Do you have a quick second?
I did.
Awesome. Who'd you vote for?
Only if you want to. Total respect for you.
What the hell?
Who'd you vote for today?
And I love the Detroit Pistons.
I voted for Mambami.
Really? What made
Wow.
him win over your vote?
What made him?
Yeah, what made him win over your vote?
Everybody else sucked more than he did.
Yeah, Cuomo.
Well, I've been through Cuomo. Cuomo's been through us. You know, he's all right sometimes. He did some good things, but I felt like let's try something else.
Yeah, do you feel like it was just like, let's just try something else
Let's
now?
try something else, pretty much.
And what are you hoping or
I think
expecting
they're
to see
all,
from
you know,
Mandami?
full of baloney. You know,
Yeah.
so you pick the one that suits you the best. You know. So what was your question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so what makes you excited about what Mandami's proposing right now? The free buses, taxing the rich an extra 2%, free child care, also government and grocery stores.
Yeah.
Lots of things.
Yeah. I mean, we've reached a
Yeah, she's sleepy. She wants to sleep. I'll be right back. Yeah. Can't get up for on me. more up there. Seems like you guys got tons of candy. Tons of candy. Yeah. I get a little for helping with costume, all right? Oh, I know. It's my house. You're definitely getting taxed. I'm taking my share. Taking my share of Halloween candy. That sounded great. Oh no. Sure that didn't.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal
Why is
Hive
there
Mind, a channel
newspaper on
solely
the
focused
couch?
on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Here's your meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Major Mamdani scandal alert. Democrat Socialist Trust Fund baby, Zoran Mamdani, hit with yet again another very, very concerning scandal. And to make matters worse on top of it, it seems as though the Democrat establishment is now working tirelessly to sabotage him. You know, I know the young Democrat feminist types and hipsters in New York City, they've got this hopeful view as if Mamdani is going to have this massive rise to power. The Democrat establishment's going to sit down and all this, fluffy duffy socialism is going to come in and create a leftist utopia like the world's never seen. But unfortunately for them, that is a fantasy. Obviously the socialism part, because, well, we know socialism doesn't work. It may work for a short period of time, but when you attack productivity, standard of living goes down and crisis emerges. But it's not just that part. It's the fact that it's not going to be an easy road for Mamdani. The Democrat establishment is already circling. And you could see the agenda that they're rolling out here. Their intent is to sabotage the Mamdani agenda. And it's not just Kathy Hochul like we covered the other day. No, it's even Hakeem Jeffries, who tacitly endorsed him. He's endorsing him on the surface, but obviously there's a different agenda, and also it seems Barack Obama's now getting involved. The Democrat power players are now circling the Mamdani wagon. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so let's first start off with the scandal here. We've got an undercover video from the O'Keefe Media Group that shows some of the potential corrupt actions happening in order to get Mamdani elected here. It appears we've got a non-profit executive coaching non-citizens, potentially illegal immigrants, on how to vote for Mamdani. So not only helping people illegally vote, but also illegally steering them to vote for a particular candidate.
Yes, I'm an immigrant. They sent me here to vote. I was recommended to come here to find information to vote. I was given those locations. I will show you. Forgive me, I am no Espanol.
No, English is perfectly.
Thank you, sir. What's your name, sir?
Pedro Rodriguez.
Pedro.
A pleasure. Yeah.
Miguel.
You register?
Sorry?
When did you register to vote?
I did not. I didn't sign anything. They just told me to come here to vote.
Okay.
That's close, right?
It's across the street.
Across the street?
Yes.
Thank you. And so I can go there and cast my vote for mayor?
It's 3 guys. Okay? I really can tell you vote to, okay? But,
Yeah, basically everything that the left has been claiming isn't a problem, isn't happening for years, is exactly what seems to be happening on the ground. And
we are now on day 30.
Earnings working is to duff product. It's notice, but obviously there's a different agenda, and also it seems Barack Obama's now getting to get Mamdani illegal
to vote. I was.
Come on.
I didn't.
It's 3 guys. Okay? I really can tell you vote to, okay? But,
yeah, basically everything that the left has been claiming isn't a problem, isn't happening for years, is exactly what seems to be happening on the ground. And clearly it's the logical endpoint of what Democrats in New York City have been doing for years. They've built a sanctuary city pipeline that shields illegal migrants from ICE. Just recently, they were trying to pass legislation that would allow non-citizens to vote in municipal elections. We also just covered recently how they just passed a program last year to give illegal migrants health care coverage. It really exposes the illegal migrant agenda, right? And kind of speaks to how Mamdani is pushing campaign promises to fight Donald Trump's deportation agenda. Well, obviously something here stinks and should be investigated in my view. But potential electoral fraud, and I guess we could call it illegal election canvassing aside, Mamdani's running into another problem, because as I was saying in the intro, even if he's successful in getting elected here, which I think he will, I've seen some polls suggesting that Andrew Cuomo's rising, but with Curtis Sliwa still in the race, I just don't see it happening, so I think Mamdani's most likely to win here. But it's not going to be all socialist lollipops, puppies, and rainbows. Now, the Democrat vultures, they're hovering in the sky above. Like I mentioned, Hakeem Jeffries at the last second very unenthusiastically endorsed Mamdani. But now, apparently, he said this.
Hakeem Jeffries was asked this morning if you're the future of the Democratic Party. He said no.
Good to know. He doesn't believe that Mamdani represents the future of the party. Not exactly a ringing endorsement for the most high-profile young Democrat. And you know, as much as I hate socialism, and as much as I think Mamdani is a complete fraud and clown, you have to admit that he's outdoing them all. And I think he's a very skilled politician. I mean, you have to admit that he's doing absolutely fantastic in terms of politicking. I hate his agenda, but he is in fact talented. I think he's one of the most talented young Democrats there is in terms of campaigning, mobilizing people, engaging on the grassroots level. And so you would think a guy like this would be propelled to the absolute top. This is who the Democrats would be rallying behind, especially in New York City. That's the biggest stage there is. But instead, Hakeem Jeffries is coming out saying that he doesn't represent the future of the party. Young talent that's displacing Democrat establishment figures is not representative of the future of the party. It just goes to show how much they hate him. And it's not just Hakeem Jeffries, we're also getting reporting that Obama at the last second here is refusing to endorse Mamdani for mayor in New York City. And that, of course, tells you all that you need to know, because Obama's the kingmaker. Obama's the guy who comes in at the last second with all of these Democrat races, and he puts his touch of approval on you at the last second. And he's done it in many of these high-profile races here. But now with Mamdani, he's not convinced. Yeah, well, it tells you all that you need to know. They know exactly what happens when you implement the kind of policies that Mamdani is suggesting. When you jack up taxes on the most productive people in your city, you create a tax base exodus. And that's what's being reported here. Supposedly, according to the New York Post, over 1 million people are considering leaving the state if Mamdani's elected into power. In other words, real estate in Palm Beach is about to get a whole lot more expensive. And Democrats understand this. They know it's going to lead to disaster, and that's why they're working so hard against it. They have no intention of enabling the Mamdani agenda. Kathy Hochul last week went on the record admitting it. She is not going to allow Mamdani to hike taxes on the top brackets in New York City. And so now the question is, how does he fund his agenda?
That to drive
how does he
them
do
all
anything
out.
If he can't even get support from his own party? I don't know. I think it's going to be real tough. I think the Democrat power players, well, they're obviously desperate. They're going to try to sabotage him at every point and turn here. And that's if he's elected, because as I'm recording this, holy freaking crap, a new Atlas Intel poll is just released, showing the race within 5 points. Andrew Cuomo seems to be making some serious gains here. Look at the numbers. Zoran Mamdani sitting at 43.9% to Andrew Cuomo's 39.4%. I mean, this guy might actually freaking lose. And part of that probably has something to do with the big Democrat players not jumping behind his campaign. They will not enable his agenda. They do not want him. And very clearly, they're trying to stop what is happening to the Democrat Party. They're trying to ward off the threat of far-left socialism. Well, we'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see if they're successful. But also, one thing I got to say is, I think they're also in denial. You know, Hakeem claiming that Mamdani is not the future of the party, I think he very much is. I think in the long run, the effort is futile. This is the next generation of Democrats that they have cultivated. This is the future of the party, and whether Hakeem wants to accept it or not, Barack Obama endorsement or not, this is where it's headed. In other words, I think the Democrat Party is headed towards utter disaster and failure. And, you know, in a way, kind of makes me want to see Mamdani get elected. I think people need to be subjected to the failures of socialism in order to curb this trend. And what better stage for that to happen than New York City? I don't know, maybe call me a nihilist for holding that view, but I really, truly believe it's the only cure.
Oh, okay. Probably need to do something, put more garlic powder on the dough. Garlic salt, garlic powder. Need to do that for flavoring. Yeah, you didn't put any like seasoning on the crust whatsoever. You need to butter it up and put garlic salt and powder on it before you put it in the oven.
Here, you got to see socialism fail in real time, at least some people do, in order to wake up. And clearly, the Democrats understand this, and that's why they're trying so hard to fight it, because they know that would spell disaster for their party moving forward. And so here they are, in absolute panic, scrambling, attempting to shut Mamdani down. And well, let's see what happens. All right, well, that's what I got for you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly
Believe about this plane crash. It's crazy. I'll keep an eye out for it. I wonder if there's anything. Illegals caught voting 7 times each. I'll scroll back up. I want to see if there's anything else.
This is gonna be the best pirate I've ever seen. What's this? Doing something my wife told me not to do. Even with the run, man. This is gonna be the best pirate I've ever seen. What's this? Doing something my wife told me not to do.
Okay, I have a pen.
Okay, I have a stuffed animal. Can you tap your pin on the table?
Yeah.
Okay, it's good.
Can you like take its paw and like pop it on the table?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, that was it. It was soft.
Okay, I feel like that makes sense.
Is it clicking? Can you click it?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh. Sounds like a pin.
Is it one of my weighted ones?
No, it's one of the new ones you just bought.
Okay. Can you shake
I don't know
it?
why I'm getting sucked into this.
Just shake it around.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, I'm shaking it right now.
Okay.
Can you shake your item vigorously? Really shake it.
I'm literally shaking it.
Okay.
Okay, can you drop yours from like a couple feet up, but not like obviously the size of the thing?
Yes.
What the fuck? If that's my stuffed animal, what was that? What was that sound?
Can you drop yours on the table from like a foot high?
Yeah.
Sound like a pin at all, okay.
Okay, can you like rub it on the table? Like take the stuffed animal. Animal and just kind of like.
Sure. You hear it?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. I feel like it's a little too heavy. Okay. 3, 2, 1. You definitely do not have a stuffed animal.
You do not have a pin. You have a remote controller.
Okay.
You want to make a guess?
No, I don't know what it is.
Okay. You want to reveal?
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
What's so funny is I heard him because he was making little like. I was like jackass and one was like.
All right, right here. Pink hand.
All right,
raise your
right
hand.
here. Spillbar, can you take?
All right. What was it going on? Nux. Nuxinator. Yeah, that has been kind of frustrated too. Where did an Nuxinator go? That's interesting. I want to watch it. Walmart beefs up security. Next.
Zoran Mamdani. If you are watching this on YouTube, you probably still have a couple more hours to vote against him. Because I personally do not want New York to become an Islamic caliphate, nor a communist hellhole. Neither of these two sound good. If you are watching this video, you're in New York City, you could still vote for a few hours. If you're watching this video about a day after uploaded, things are either great or they're not, but this video will still be super relevant, and I will tell you why. They're rigging it. They're rigging the election. I'm not even joking. This is diabolical. Elon Musk makes this tweet, and it's insane. So this tweet went viral. It has over 4 million views, and it's crazy. So the New York City ballot form is a scam. No ID is required. That's the first point, which is insane. Insane. No voter ID. What an unbelievable situation. Because remember, New York is so-called sanctuary city. It is flooded with illegals. There are millions, potentially, of illegals in New York. They'll all be voting for Zoran Mamdani 7 times. It is literally so over. It's designed to kill us. Other mayoral candidates appear twice. Cuomo's name is in the bottom left, on the bottom right. Now, if you look at this actual ballot, it might be one of the most diabolical ballots ever. So over here, you have Zoran Mamdani. Then you have Curtis Sliwa. Then you have Irene Estrada. Then you have Zoran Mamdani again. Then you have Curtis Sliwa again. Then you have Eric Adams, who, for the record, dropped out of the race. He's not even a candidate. Then you have Jim Walden. Then you have Andrew Cuomo, the only guy that actually has a prayer of winning. Are you watching the insanity unfold in front of us? This is a scam. Oh my God. I've never seen anything like this in my life. So you have to understand the ballots don't matter. The ballots do matter because the average person is retarded. Okay?
True.
I'm sorry. The average person
Especially
is
those that go in uninformed.
The average person's a so terrible analysis. My native leftoid in chat, who I keep him here to give me the other perspective. His response was, Q is at the end of the alphabet. You absolute dumbass. Cuomo is spelled with a C and Zoran Mamdani is spelled with a Z. Yet he shows up twice before Cuomo shows up. Right, so I'm really glad. This is why we keep the native leftoid, because he definitely makes things exciting. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is this is a scam. It's a scam. So you have to realize the average voter's all right, the average voter's retarded. So these guys will go up, they'll throw a dart at this at the ballot, wherever it lands is where they get to. So either they'll hit a Zoran Mamdani or literally any of these other guys that aren't even running except for Cuomo. This is diabolical. It's diabolical. It really is. So anyway, Patrick Bet-David noted that 765,000 New Yorkers say they will definitely leave if Mamdani wins. Bro, this will be the biggest exodus of Jews since Egypt, ladies and gentlemen.
Weird.
Not even exaggerating, bro. Not even exaggerating. Oh my God, bro. Since the book of Exodus in the Bible, there has not been a bigger exodus of Jews. Well, now there will be. Yep. Welcome to New York. New York, the Jews are like People are leaving, and it's obvious why. Now, you have to understand what's going on, because Zoran Mamdani is not the only major election that's going on in the United States today. All right, so this is not the only place you should go vote if you haven't yet watching this video. There are a few other places where you need to vote now. For example, one of the biggest scandals in Pennsylvania history is happening right now. Chester County polling locations are running out of provisional ballots, and voters are being turned away. You're turning away voters, bro, in Pennsylvania. What does that even mean? What does that even mean, turning away voters? Oopsie poopsie, we're out of paper. We're turning you away now. So anyway, Pennsylvania also trying their best to scam the American right. But don't worry, it gets worse. So currently there's a very important election
you have a bag already?
In New Jersey. In New Jersey as well.
What
for
do
the
you
governor.
got? Let's see.
Looks like we have a very good chance of getting a conservative governor in New Jersey,
got a lot of
which is a
empty
massive
candy.
change of pace. That's not even one of the 7 swing states.
You
New
don't have
Jersey
a candy
might
I
be
want.
the 8th swing state. You
I'll
never
take
know.
your Hershey's
So this is
bar.
diabolical. Now you have to see this. You have to see this. So specifically,
I can have this one.
in red districts in New Jersey, something diabolical happened.
All your candy's gone then.
Mark Meredith is live in Montclair with the latest for us. Mark.
You may just throw that bag
Ainsley,
out.
Brian and Lawrence, good morning once again, friends. Some brand new information coming into
Or
our
should we empty the bag out and keep the bag and reuse it for a refill of candy?
Via email to at least 7 different counties across the Garden State. These threats certainly being
red counties
taken seriously, and in an abundance of caution, some of the polling places were temporarily either closed or suspended as they moved voters to different locations, and then as they were doing those searches, then either able to reopen some of the facilities. We got a statement from the Attorney General of
they are closing polling facilities
bomb
in
threats.
7 different districts in New Jersey because of bomb threats.
Yeah.
And Quifa is once again pulling off something diabolical. Now, I showed you Pennsylvania. I showed you New York. We're going to go back to New York in just a bit because you have to understand the scam that we're dealing with because there's too much insanity going on. All right? So, anyway, it gets even crazier.
New Jersey, when I put up on the screen for you, it says law enforcement officers have responded at each affected polling place. Some of these polling locations have already reopened to the public. The polls in New Jersey opened at 6 a.m. sharp. We have not seen any added security in the last hour or so, but it is certainly possible that we could see more because at this polling facility right here behind me, we are going to be seeing the Democratic nominee for governor, Mikey Sherrill. She'll be out here.
They closed down 7 different polling places, turning away voters in New Jersey for bomb threats. This is insane. This shouldn't be happening, man. Wake up, New Jersey.
Trying to
Oh my
blame it
God.
on Republicans, on Trump,
but they turned away
specifically.
voters. This, for
these bomb
hours,
threats
this is
happen.
insanity. Now, that's not the only crazy situation regarding today's election. So if you're in New Jersey, go vote. Okay, do it. Go vote, man. Get ready for the next one. In Virginia, you probably remember Jay Jones. So Jay Jones is the guy running for the Attorney General in Virginia right now. Running for Virginia Attorney General, Virginia General. And as you might remember Jay Jones from the past, Jay Jones had these text messages leaked where he was literally wishing for the murder of Republicans and conservatives. So this is him saying 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert is a Republican. Gilbert gets 2 bullets. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people, and he gets both bullets. He also says, I think Todd and Jennifer are evil, and they are breeding little fascists, and therefore they should get killed too. Now, you have to understand, this guy is running for Attorney General, one of the most powerful law enforcement positions in the country. He is running for Attorney General, the ultimate twist. Now, you probably think there's no way you could hate this guy more than seeing stuff like this, because again, he wasn't condemned by any Democrat. Well, what if I told you this motherfucker Hassan Pikered this bitch and tried to kick a dog?
Really?
Make you rest. Make you rest. And make him wake up tonight when you get this swing.
Bro kicked at the dog, missed, and then tried to slap the dog on the way back. Bro, look at this. What is that? Oh my god. That's insane. Bro, like, dude, this is this is crazy. The left is evil, man. The left is evil. What are we doing?
They
oh
really
my
are
god. It's okay to kill kids and political enemies. Jones draws line at dog murder, and then he goes and kicks a dog. That's crazy. Anyway, so that's what's happening in Virginia. Now, Mamdani Zohran, everyone's favorite radical Islamist communist that's currently running for mayor in New York City. Go vote. You have got to see this. It might be one of the most evil things. You probably remember, because if you've been following this election, I have been following it, so you probably have as well, because I made videos on it in the past.
Yeah, slightly.
Now, you very possibly remember that Zohran Mamdani,
I know who this
literally
loser is.
ran his entire campaign on government-owned free grocery stores. This was one of his things.
He can't even implement any of the things that he's running.
It'll never work. It'll destroy the city.
It just
it'll destroy the
sounds
country.
good
It'll
to
destroy the
people.
competition.
So all you have to
However,
do is
one
just
of the
make
main
promises
things he
that you
was
can't
running
keep and you
on
get
was
elected.
free
Like,
government-run
does nobody look into
grocery
this stuff?
stores. Well, they asked him about it today on Election Day, and he changes his promise.
Question affordability in this city. Living here is top of everyone's mind. It has gotten obscenely expensive to live here, to do anything here. So you're proposing free grocery stores, free buses, $30 minimum wage, all of which sounds incredible.
Cheaper groceries, not free groceries.
Excuse me, cheaper groceries.
He is going back on the core promise of his campaign.
But what people want to know is, great, I would love all those things.
Yeah,
how do you pay for it? Who's going to end up footing the bill for those programs?
The millionaires and
I'll answer that
billionaires.
question by first explaining some of the endorsements that Andrew Cuomo has received.
Okay, yeah, but yeah,
I'm going to
deflecting.
explain to you why, actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to talk about the other guy.
Elon Musk's endorsement is one of the most expensive endorsements that Andrew Cuomo has ever gotten, because it cost him and the state of New York $959 million in tax breaks that he gave Elon Musk.
Like, dude, this guy's crazy. What an actual loser. It's insane. So, anyway, I wanted to see what the voters on the ground said, because maybe they have a perspective that I don't. All right, this is very possible. It's very possible that
No, they have the same perspective.
A
They just don't
different
give a crap.
perspective that I don't have. So, I wanted to see what people on the ground were saying.
I voted for him.
So he's asking this lady, why did you vote for
So
Zohran
little
Mamdani?
common
I voted
sense.
for Mamdani.
Do you feel like socialism would work in New York City?
No, not necessarily.
Literal
Oh,
goldfish.
you're voting for a radical communist, man. And you don't... This is liberal white women. Liberal white women, man. Liberal white women. What are we
downfall
doing?
of
These people
mankind.
are idiots. Idiots! Like, this is... By the way, for the record, this is literally how it always goes. This is how it always goes. They show up, and they be like, I am going to vote to import illegal immigrants. And then 5 years later... I just don't feel safe going out onto the streets anymore. It's crazy how that happens. So anyway, this is Cuomo, what he had to say.
It's an important message because it's a three-way race. It's myself, the Democratic Socialist, Mamdani, and there's a Republican named Curtis Lewa. And Curtis Lewa was a spoiler. There was no chance he can win, but he can make Mamdani a winner. So President Trump saying to the Republicans, don't vote for Sliwa, you're wasting your vote. That could be very helpful because if they don't vote for Sliwa, they would vote for me.
What do you say to the Republicans that say Sliwa's probably not going to win if you believe the polls? so I'm just going to stay home. But then Donald Trump comes out, and many Republicans live for whatever Donald Trump says. And when he's telling them to go vote for you, maybe they will go out. What's the reason a Republican should get out of bed, should leave?
Do you understand what's happening? Cuomo, a Democrat, is literally joining forces with Trump and Fox News because we don't want to elect a jihadist, terrorist-supporting communist in New York City.
Yeah.
New York City. We don't want New York to become the new capital of fucking Syria. No one wants that.
No.
Should leave the office and go vote for you.
See, I have someone in my chat, that said I voted Sliwa. Fuck Cuomo. You're right. You're right. Fuck Cuomo. But Sliwa can't win. He's literally just dividing the votes.
Yeah, well,
a base Democrat. He's not a base Democrat. This guy sucks. He's just not a
He's pretty
terrorist.
corrupt.
The bar is literally in hell.
Cuomo is very, very
President
corrupt.
Trump, President Trump is pragmatic. He is telling them the reality of the situation, which is if you do not vote, Mamdani is going to win. Who is Mamdani? I don't know, but he's a democratic socialist. He'll bring socialism to New York City. New York City will not thrive with a socialist economy, anti-law and order, decriminalize prostitution.
Oh my God, that's right.
So
you wanted to do that.
Republicans, you have to get up and come out and vote. Even if you're not voting for a Republican, you're voting to save New York City. This election is not about Democrat, Republican.
Honestly, the smartest thing he's ever said.
It's about saving the city.
He's not even wrong. He's not even wrong. And it's crazy.
It's sad.
Crazy. Do you see how insane this is, man? Do you see how insane it is? This is how you get... These are the first time Democrats... All right, this is the first time Democrats are not calling Republicans fascists. They realize that the alternative is a terrorist. Oh my God. Dude, I'm telling you, there's going to be an awakening in America where people are like the radical far left and the radical far right are going to fall off. They're going to, They're going to join forces. You're going to see the far left and the far right are going to join forces somehow. It's going to happen. It's inevitable. It's crazy. What are we doing? Dude, we need to kick the communists out of the country. We really do. And now don't forget, this is Zoran Mamdani, the guy that's here to make the country better. Like, defund the haram police. Defund it, dismantle it. Defund the police. Build a socialist New York. Queer liberation means defund the police. No, we want to defund the police. New York City, 99% of office holders are Democrats, yet they refuse to defund cops, defund and dismantle, defund the police. So this is what this guy wants to do. He wants to defund the police and import illegals from shitholes around the world.
Crime in the city.
He's like, you don't understand. This dude
police
is the
streets for him.
Godzilla to our proverbial
That's what the Muslims
Tokyo.
do. They create their own little
coming here to destroy it. And it's very obvious if you pay attention. Now, Tucker Carlson, he's a right-wing guy, as we all know. He's right-wing, very right-wing. Now,
no way he prays.
Zoran Mamdani is for importing illegals, alternate religions that aren't, that's necessarily Christian, let's just say. Also, he supports prostitution, abortion, LGBT rights, all the stuff. He supports all of the classic far left stuff. All right? So you'd think Tucker Carlson would hate him.
That guy was the only person in the New York City mayor's debate to say he wanted to focus on New York City.
That guy ran his entire campaign on Palestine. So I don't care what he said in a random debate. His entire campaign was Palestine. They asked him in the beginning why he wanted to run. Why do you want to run for mayor of New York? And he said, because I'm making Palestine my focus. I am not joking. This is a real thing. And this dude's like, he puts America first. He puts America first.
He does not.
Dude, what are we doing? Why are we glazing radical Islamists? Why are we doing this?
They were all the candidates were asked, if you could visit a foreign country, what would it be? And they, of course, all had an answer. I think most said Israel. Great. And he said, I wouldn't go anywhere. I'd stay in New York. And like, if I want to meet Jewish constituents, I go to their synagogues, their homes or whatever, but I'd be here in New York because that's what I'm doing. I'm running New York. That's my job.
Well, he gave the right answer.
He gave the right answer. He gave the right answer, at least. And he's talking. I totally oppose his program. Just
absolutely.
Disclaimer. I oppose the abortion, transgender, communism. Disclaimer. That guy's amazing. We should all vote for him. He's incredible. He knows what's up. He's America first. Disclaimer, I oppose. It's like, it's crazy watching this, man.
I don't think it works, but he's talking about economics.
Yep.
And everyone else is talking about foreign policy.
This isn't even true. He's
That's
the one that
not
talks
true.
about
He's the
foreign
one
policy.
who's bringing up,
So
yeah, all the
said he wanted
time.
to defund the New York, the NYPD because of donations that they got from Israel. He wanted to defund the NYPD. He said that he would arrest foreign leaders that he doesn't like that commit war crimes when they enter this country. His economic policy is free everything. Okay? What are we even talking about?
No,
He's the foreign policy candidate.
Yeah, he
it's
is
insane
the
that people
foreign
aren't
policy
noticing.
candidate.
It's insane. It's insane. I don't know what this guy's doing. I literally
Because
don't
he's
know
all
what this
about
dude's doing.
Palestine.
Like, what does he do? Tucker, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Anyway, now Zoran Mamdani addressed the fact that there were bomb threats. There were lots of bomb threats that went down all over.
Blamed it on Trump.
In New Jersey. As I showed you, a giant scam. This entire day was a scam. Broken election booths, bomb threats in New Jersey, polling places running out of ballots, whatever the hell that means. All right, you have no voter ID. You have Zoran on the ballot twice. It's insane. So lots of bomb threats, it's your classic shenanigans. So they asked Zoran Mamdani what he thinks about the bomb threats. You'll never guess what he's going to say.
Incredibly concerning. And I think that it is an illustration of the attacks we're seeing on our democracy. Sometimes
what?
They're blatant and explicit in the manner of these bomb threats.
Right.
And we have to understand this as part of the general approach the Trump administration has taken.
What? Trump is trying to flip New Jersey by getting a red governor, and he's blaming the bomb threats on Trump? What are you talking about?
To trying to intimidate voters with baseless allegations of voter fraud as a means of trying to repress the voice of Americans across this country.
Can I tell you a fact? And if this is wrong, you should sue me for defamation, okay? There is voter fraud. If there's no voter ID, there is voter fraud. No doubt. I saw tweets of people literally sitting there cheering that they voted 7 times for the same candidate, that they went to 7 different polling places and voted 7 separate times because there's no voter ID. All right? Is this not insane? You want to know the craziest thing? Hassan Piker even implied that he would do it. Hassan Piker, largest leftist Twitch streamer. I can even find this tweet for you because I couldn't believe he would say it so openly. It's diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. He's busy retweeting his love of 9/11 or whatever. But as you could see, it's okay. I canceled out his vote by illegally voting for Zoran 7 times. Like, it's a joke, haha. But is this not directly signaling to people in New York to vote for Zoran 7 times? Like, bro, what are we doing, man?
I don't know if he's going to get that question again today, but the general approach the Trump administration has taken to try and intimidate voters, unless we heard him incorrectly, what in the world is he talking about?
He is serving up a Kamala-sized word salad, but he's using kale instead of romaine. It's just a slightly better finessed verbiage than we were given with her. This is emptiness. It means nothing. What he's doing is deflecting because he doesn't have an answer for this because he is not prepared if, God forbid, something like 9/11 happens again. Just think about that. Were you in New York on 9/11? Do you remember what happened to the city? Do you remember what happened to this country? Do you remember who was mayor and what was needed from that office? Could this person really provide that? I mean, it scares the hell out of me. I hope everyone has a plan with their kids if, God forbid, something happens.
Got it.
So this is insane. This is complete insanity. So he blames Trump for the bomb threats. Now, Sneeko is another allegedly right-wing figure, but he's out here been shouting out Zoran's campaign constantly.
Whether or not you like him, I'm starting to like him more. I really like Zoran Mamdani's campaign so far.
So, again, Zoran Mamdani is a radical Islamist, communist, pro-immigration, pro-illegal immigration, anti-ICE, against the feds, anti-democracy, radical Islamist terrorist supporter. I just want to make this clear. Sneeko is a right-wing guy, and he supports Zoran Mamdani. Pro-LGBT, everything, pro-transing the kids. He's pro all that stuff. And he gets support from Sneeko, a allegedly right-wing guy who happens to be a Muslim. Are you noticing? Are you noticing what's happening in America? Anyway,
Muslims just using the left.
ISIS threatened New York
They
City
can
today.
step on their heads later.
And all praise due
On
to
their way
Allah, and may his peace be a blessing upon his messenger and his companions and family. We in the Islamic State would like to express our sincerest excitement and deepest commendation for today's jihad in New York City and its valiant and righteous martyrs each day. This is not, for the record, this is not parody. Each day a year comes when we are overwhelmed with joy, a day when those past joyful memories are remembered, memories of glory and victory, reviving and restoring hope, honor and pride to Muslims. 9/11, a date remembered by the entire world. Events are chronicled based on this date. They say such and such events took place pre or post 9/11. The country and people that by and large consider 9/11 to be a historic date is the American government and its citizens, respectively. Why are we not mentioning that 9/11 was actually done by you guys and a very bad thing?
Yeah.
What the fuck is happening? I mean, to be fair, I don't think anyone on 9/11 suffered as much as Zohran Mamdani's aunt, who got Islamophobic glances at her on the subway in Tanzania. The 11/4 operations have been the most carefully coordinated response to American aggression and imperialism launched by the Muslim world since 9/11. We learned from our mistakes and made during the operations in Paris and Brussels. We are able to introduce and deliver open source jihad instructions to 109 Muslim brothers living in America who express desire to commit or enable today's jihad. Allah said, indeed, those who disbelieve spread their wealth and avert people from the way of Allah. So they will spend it, and then there will be a source of regret, and then they will be overcome. Donald Trump takes credit for defeating the Islamic State. We would like very much for Donald Trump to know 11/4 was planned during your administration under the stupid and illegitimate authority of Kash Patel, Pamela Bondi, and John Radcliffe. Bro, ISIS is calling the election a jihad. Are we on the same page? ISIS is calling this a jihad in New York City. Could we please wake up, man? Could we please wake up, guys, for just a second? Anyway, this is a picture of Sydney Sweeney at New York's fashion. If Zohran Mamdani becomes mayor, you could recognize her by her great jeans. Also, just now, President Trump made a pretty diabolical tweet. Any Jewish person that votes for Zohran Mamdani, a proven and self-professed Jew hater, is a stupid person. True! Based Trump. Based Trump. True! Trump is spitting. For the record, about 90% of the Jews are voting against Zohran Mamdani, but there are 10% of Jews that are voting for Zohran Mamdani, mostly in like the Williamsburg community. This is a real tweet, yes. And those guys, to be fair, they do dislike a lot of different groups of Jews. To be fair, they really kind of do. So anyway, like, bro, and we got the trans rabbis that call themselves Jews and stuff, like those guys. So you know, those guys are voting for Mamdani, and Donald Trump is calling them stupid, and he's right. He's just correct, actually. Now, Donald Trump made an insane post, and this actually, after this post, the likelihood for Zohran Mamdani went down to 45%, and Cuomo went up to 43%. It is an incredibly mega close race.
What do you want?
It really is. And it's not over.
You don't want
so
the
if you're
whole
watching this
bag.
video, go vote.
Yeah.
Let's make sure.
What are you gonna get out of the whole bag?
If communist candidate Zohran
It's
Mamdani
late.
wins
I'm
the
not gonna have
election
candy.
for mayor of New York City, it is highly unlikely that I will be contributing federal funds other than the very minimum as required to my beloved first home because of the fact that as communist, this once great city has zero chance of success or even survival. It can only get worse with a communist at the helm. I don't want to send as president good money after bad. It is my obligation to run the nation and my strong conviction that New York City will be complete and total economic and social disaster should Mamdani win. His principles have been tested for over 1,000 years. Never once have they been successful. True. No lies detected. True. I would much rather see a Democrat who has a record of success win than a communist with no experience and a record of complete and total failure. He has nothing as an assemblyman ranked at the bottom of his class and the mayor of potentially again the greatest city in the world. He has no chance to bring it back to its former glory. We must remember this. A vote for Curtis Sliwa, who looks much better without the beret, is a vote for Mamdani. Whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. You must vote for him and hope he does a fantastic job.
Well,
He's
you're getting
capable of it.
closer to me with that.
Mamdani is not. Dude, New York City is, we are literally at the, The orcs are at the gate. The orcs are approaching the Shire, ladies and gentlemen. It's happening.
It's not
So,
like you.
1 a.m., Zoran Mamdani showed up at a gay bar to campaign to the gays. Definitely a move for a radical Muslim, if I do say so myself. Now, a lot of people are trying to make it sound like this guy is not actually a radical Muslim because he's looking for the gays. But in reality, this actually proves nothing. Because the Muslims directly say, yes, we will kill gays. I'm talking about the radical Muslims. They say, yeah, of course, we're going to stone gays to death. Obviously, this is super important. But first, we have to conquer your country through manipulation and the ballot. We start with the ballot, and then we move on to the bullet. This is literally a quote verbatim from the Iranian motherfucker over there. So anyway, so this dude goes goes to a gay bar to promote his stuff, and funny story, this is Zoran smiling with the lady who made gay punishable by death in Uganda. So this dude is literally sucking off all of the options. Bro walks around to glorble on people's schmorbles. All right, you have to understand what's going on. You have him campaigning with literally the one that introduced the death penalty to gays and also campaigning in gay bars. Are we on the same page? Are we noticing what is happening here? This is 2 weeks before Hamas attacked Israel. Zoran Mamdani, who according to Tucker Carlson is America First, Zoran Mamdani was on the street screaming about Israel. Immediately after the attack, you know what Mamdani did? He was on the street screaming about Israel. Mamdani said many times that he got into politics for Palestine, not for New York City. For Palestine.
Who's ready for Palestinian freedom?
Metal and plastic. It's a mixture.
Who's ready for the end of apartheid?
He did it.
The support for the Israeli government is something that is developed from the first moment that someone even thinks about politics in this country.
America first, America first.
We have to combat it at the same level. Not on our dime! Not on our dime! Not on our dime!
Yeah, so to be fair, this is before the Gaza war. All right, but he still did this because it didn't matter. None of it mattered. None of it mattered. So anyway, we are really bringing this shit back, it seems. Now, the actual Justice Warrior made, I think, what's supposedly a good video. I was told to specifically react to this one because apparently he shreds Mamdani, and also it seems like the Mamdani support is collapsing, and whether he wins or not. If you're watching this after it's already over, whether he won or...
It's super hot.
Well, I'll have some in a little bit then. I'm not ready for super hot. Hoping Diva would get over here so I could get her eye drops in. But... yeah, but I was hoping to have gotten closer to me. She wasn't close enough for me to just stay where I'm at. When Diva's eye drops in. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about drugs. Oh, yeah, we were.
Go ahead. Make sure you don't swallow it though when they're done. You spit it out. Got it? Chewing all the gum.
or whether he didn't, there's a lot going on. The sentiment in the country
that'll
is
make
shifting
it better,
in real
buddy.
time. Now, I find it super funny that when you look at politics, you have a lot of people talking about, you know, Israel, whatever stuff is going on over there. But the reality is, in Europe, it's a very different ballgame. Because the orcs are already in the European shires, even though the orcs are not actually in the American shires yet. America doesn't realize what we're doing by getting these people that are literally sitting here trying their best to import the orcs.
No, it didn't help. I'm sorry.
The reality is,
you just got to chew it and deal with it, or spit it out.
That's why Europe has a totally different value system than America. America needs to start looking at Europe and being like, we don't want to turn into that shithole. All right, we don't want to turn into UK. All right, we don't want to turn into a PvP server. All right, they already have the orcs in the shires. There are child rape gangs running around. I don't want that in New York, to be honest. I don't want infinite, unfettered immigration and anti-law and order policies run by a communist. So pay attention, man. Pay attention.
The biggest fear is when you're alone and there are no police. Zoran Mamdani is against more police in the subway. If you're in danger, his solution as mayor would be for you to call the Behavioral Health Emergency Assistance Response Division.
This ad is
Whatever
diabolical.
that is. Nice isn't what we need in a mayor.
Another smiling photo of Zoran Mamdani, taken just a few days ago.
Oh my God.
And who's he with this time?
Who's that?
Imam Siraj Wahhaj.
Oh my God,
an
Siraj
unindicted
Wahhaj.
co-conspirator in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing.
True.
Who called for jihad on New York City.
No one's surprised.
And someone who condemned gay people as, quote, cursed with a disease.
Listen, I don't support Imam Zahaj Miraj. But a broken clock. No, I'm kidding. That was a joke. It was a joke.
This is who Zoran Mamdani embraces. He's not who you think he is. Paid for by 4 City.
That is one. So do you understand what's going on? The ads are taking such a different turn, man.
Yeah,
the
it's
ads
spicy
are taking
gum.
a diabolically
Minty.
different turn. Everything is changing, and people are actually starting to get really spooked. Whether he wins or whether he doesn't, this is a turning point for the country.
He's not who you think he is. Paid for by 4 City.
That is one of the many ads that is currently being run across New York City airwaves in the lead up to the election, which, by the way,
That doesn't really matter. No one listens to the radio.
this video is hopefully timed correctly to release on Tuesday morning.
Oh, in case you're curious about what's actually happening, according to the polls, it seems like 60% of native-born Americans are voting for Cuomo.
What did you do for school today? What did you do today? I babysitted my brother.
Tricky. It's tricky.
And you could say we could write something up so you could have something for today from going to the polling place. What you learned.
So I heard one of the judge people that are running.
Winning.
I was like, we know that, but I compared it to like.
Yo.
Yes.
Yeah, he was listed as a Democrat. Polls close in half an hour. I voted early. Wow. 1.7 million. 1.74 million voters turned out in New York City.
Oh, we'll find out if that guy won.
Yeah, probably not at 9 o'clock, but around then. Reminds you of apples. What reminds you of apples? Robert Spade reposted my thing. Yeah, Pennsylvania governors just posting absolutely stupid things. I don't know when we vote next for him. I think next month. was the 2 million Pennsylvanians on SNAP are struggling even more to put food on the table because congressional Republicans refuse to get their act together. I'm like, we all... Hey, here's what I said. I wrote on his post. I said, do you really want to be as dumb as Chuck Schumer and Dime Store Obama Rep... and I added the Rep Jeffries. Pushing this lie when we all know who is voting no on the CR. I don't think you're winning any votes playing this stupid game. Not on mine. Not life either, I guess. Our governor. Yeah, that was the governor that posted that, and I replied. Governor Shapiro. Josh Shapiro. Yeah, Joe. And Tampon Tim. Tim Waltz. That's what Trump calls him. Well, he's a little faggoty. The governor of Minnesota. It's tricky. Yeah, you gotta blow it. You gotta stretch it around your tongue. Like that. Here, watch. Eli, hold it with your teeth. Put it all in your mouth. Hold it with your teeth. And then what you do is you push your tongue through your teeth with the gum in between, like on your teeth. And then you blow. Can you try that? No, you gotta put... It's tiny. $159. If you are willing to defy court orders to star 42. Oh, shut up, Tammy Duckworth. Don't you have a pond to sit in?
That explained it really well. Put your gum in your teeth.
Behind your teeth. Mm-hmm. Yep, I already did. I voted no. Voted no on retention for the Supreme Court Justice, or Pennsylvania Supreme Court Justices. Wrong people. We need a complete, changeover of power. Governor down. Sick of these Democratic governors being in power in Pennsylvania. A lot of Pennsylvanians are. She's fat. I'm gonna try pass a resolution to pressure the Trump administration to fully fund SNAP. Let's all together say fund SNAP. Not a week or a month from now, but right now. Yeah? Because it's funded in the CR. That's why.
Turn a blind eye. The bottom line is in sanctuary cities, Maria, which people don't talk about a lot, where we have to go into the community and find a public safety threat because a jail released them without notifying us. When we go in the community and find that bad guy, many times are with others. Others are in the country illegally, but may not have a criminal history. But guess what? They're coming too. ICE is no longer going to turn a blind eye to illegal aliens in this country. Bottom line is in sanctuary cities, Maria, which people don't talk about a lot, where we have.
I agree with Mr. Tom Homan. I ain't heard anything wrong. This is what I voted for.
But 80% of foreigners are voting for Zoran Mamdani. Do you understand? Do you understand where we're at? They're importing an underclass into society to literally vote for someone to import an underclass to win infinite elections. I don't think you understand how close we are to never having another election again.
Like this?
Of election day in the city of New York, and by the way, important elections in Virginia, in the state of New Jersey, and of course there's Prop 50 on the ballot in the state of California that you guys all need to vote in if you actually live in those respective states. But as we can see, we finally are getting attacks on Mamdani. These attacks appear to finally be somewhat effective, but the thing is, the question that everybody has is whether or not it just happens to be too late for these attacks to be effective.
Oh my God, I'm literally, we'll know in 12 hours. We'll know in 12 hours, guys.
And of course, will Cuomo and Sliwa split the non-Mamdani vote to the point where Mamdani is handed the mayorship of the city of New York? And this is what we're going to talk about today, because it is election day. You should definitely 100% go out and vote. And the polling seems to indicate that the race is tightening. We also have a very much increased turnout in the city of New York. So maybe the older representation in the voting electorate will flip the script on Mamdani, and everything needs to be broken down. So that's what we're going to do today.
Polymarket just came out with the polls.
Polymarket
Polymarket just came out with the polls.
The front of your teeth.
These teeth. Market.
Right in the front.
Polls.
That's the back.
All right. What do we got?
You want it right in your front. Right here.
What do we got?
See?
Oh,
see where I'm holding mine at?
Diabolical. Polymarket billboards.
Look where I'm holding mine at. See? There's where my thumbs are at. I have it behind my teeth.
94% chance Mamdani wins, man.
Push it through.
94% chance. Oh my God. We're so cooked.
Are you okay?
We're so cooked. All right. Well, anyway, enjoy the caliphate, guys. I left New York years ago. Well, that was a good decision.
Zoran Mamdani has only managed to staff a 5 and skipped half of all votes. He spends his time tweeting radically dangerous ideas, defund the police, dismantle SWAT teams, free buses, been dried, overrun by the homeless and crime. Sit this one out at your own peril. Experience matters. Cuomo. Paid for by Fix the City.
So one of the things that I've noticed as of late, and again, this is not just on twitter.com, but it's actually on the television stations, is that the ads against Mamdani are finally actually good. They finally highlight his defund the police agenda, all the different
They finally highlight the fact that we are literally hiring someone to end New York democracy as we know it. And all the worst people are like, dude, you have to understand what we're dealing with. All right, just for the record, you have to understand what we're dealing with. You should follow me on Twitter if you don't. I am a monster on Twitter. So Cenk Uygur, radical leftist Muslim fellow, decided to say a vote for Zoran Mamdani is a vote. You're probably going to think for the economy, but that's not what he says. It is a vote to drive the Israeli lobby crazy. A vote for Zoran is a vote to make Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro cry. A vote for Zoran is a vote for New York, not a foreign government. A vote for Zoran is a vote for change. Dog, I'm telling you, man, there is something diabolical getting cooked up in America. Diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. What are we doing? Vote for Zoran Mamdani to piss off Ben Shapiro? Is that really the strategy? You want to destroy New York to own the Jews? These are the Israel first guys. These are the Israel first guys. I'm telling you, man, the radical pro-Israel team and the radical anti-Israel team are both diabolical. They're both literally enemies of this movement. What are we doing? Oh my God! You have every right to be pro-Israel. You have every right to be anti-Israel. But if that becomes your entire worldview, either pro or anti, what are you doing? This is wild. Look at this. This is awesome. Both Trump and Elon Musk have endorsed Cuomo in New York City. That itself is a good reason to vote for him.
Vote for him.
This is the political equivalent of pregnant women overdosing on Tylenol to own Trump. Bro, this is literally what we're seeing right now. Vote for Zohran Mamdani to own Trump, bro? Oh my Lord.
Horrible things that he said and done. The fact that he's lazy, doesn't even show up to vote in his current position at the
Mamdani to own literally what we're seeing right now.
Oh. Very
Vote for Zohran Mamdani to own Trump, bro?
Yep.
Oh my Lord.
Horrible things that he said and done. The fact that he's lazy, doesn't even show up to vote in his current position at the state assembly, and of course that he's accomplished nothing in his career. Now, of course, my favorite part of that ad was when they threw in the extreme weather right in the middle of it, as if, you know, Mamdani is going to make the heavens seek vengeance on the city of New York if he's elected.
I mean, to be fair,
but in reality, this is the kind of stuff that Governor Cuomo...
To be fair, God brought the flood. All right, literally in Exodus chapter 6, all right, God brought the flood because those guys were violent shitbags. And God was like, Noah, build a boat. Noah, build a boat. We're bringing down the heavens.
Most team should have been doing to Mamdani since the primary. But the thing is, the guy has basically not campaigned against Mamdani until after early voting started, which is actually a legitimate embarrassment. Remember, Andrew Cuomo and his father, Mario Cuomo, the Cuomo family, have been an institution in New York statewide politics for decades.
See, the issue is, Cuomo sucks too. I'm not trying to be rude here, not trying to dissuade voters. All right, you still have a couple of hours at the time of this video getting posted. Cuomo sucks too, man. Cuomo's terrible. He just at least he literally just doesn't want to import people to rape our children. All right, this is the bar. This is the bar. The bar is in hell, but that's the bar.
Decades and decades and decades, and you would think that they would have something better than an 11th hour push that's actually finally legitimate, but apparently they decided this whole campaign that they weren't going to campaign against this guy, and Mamdani has been allowed to go unchallenged essentially up until late October of 2025 during his mayoral campaign, and it's an absolute embarrassment. Now, of course, we have indications from the polls that Mamdani's lead is narrowing significantly. We have Atlas Intel, which is one of the most accurate pollsters in the entire country. They were the most accurate in 2024, in 2020, and again in 2016, and they have indicated that the race is actually much closer than other polling institutions are saying it is.
A new Atlas poll, which surveyed over 1,500 people through October 30th, shows
Curtis Sliwa, you, like, listen, man, while I think you're probably the best of the three candidates, you are horrible. You're horrible, man. Why are you splitting the vote? Oh my God. This dude's just like, if I can't have it, no one can.
Mamdani at 40, former Governor Andrew Cuomo at 34, and Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa at 24.
Now, look, a lot of people look at that and they think, well, it's still 6 points to the advantage of Mamdani, so he's definitely a lock to win. And if you check the betting odds for Mamdani, you could see he's in and around 88 to 95% chance of being the next New York City mayor. And this is because overall, the polling shows him with a significant lead that is beyond the margin of error. And this is in fact true. It's 100% accurate, and in reality, very likely today, Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, Zohran Mamdani will in fact be the winner of the New York City mayoral election.
Wow, dude.
However, there are other things in the data that give a little bit of hope, a little bit of a chance of that not being the case, and that is the fact that currently, right now, early voting has basically outpaced Mayor Adams' total vote total back in 2021, indicating that the polling of likely voters might actually...
More people are voting now than any other election in New York history. Everyone's terrified. Literally. Inshallah, New York will not be London, but looks like it's happening, man.
...be completely inaccurate.
Hey, Craig, we really saw record numbers of voters come out to do early voting. 9 days of early voting wrapped up just yesterday, and now all three candidates making their final push to get the word out, to get voters to the polls on the last day possible, which is Tuesday, Election Day.
All right.
The numbers show New Yorkers are turning out to voice their choice for New York City's 111th mayor. After 9 days of early voting, more than 735,000 people cast their ballot. That's more than 4 times the last mayoral race, according to the New York City Board of Elections. The three candidates zigzagging the 5 boroughs to make their last-minute push.
So that around 750,000 number that you see for the early voting totals, a lot of people on the left are attributing that to the energy behind Zohran Mamdani, and they're claiming that this is going to equal a majority of support for him, over 51% of votes cast in his favor. However, based on some of the data that we've seen, there's been a lot of senior citizens.
I feel so bad for this guy. I'm pretty sure that this Sean over here, I'm pretty sure he's in New York. This poor guy. This poor bastard.
Citizens that are showing up to vote, and older people are definitely more in the camp of Andrew Cuomo. In fact, when I went out to vote in the early voting process,
he's in New York.
in and around my neighborhood, which, by the way, I ended up visiting 2 polling stations because I took somebody else to vote against Zohran Mamdani as well. I did my part, guys. You guys got to go out and do yours.
Dude, I called every single one of my American Jewish relatives in New York, every single one of my New York Jewish relatives, and I was like, every single one of you, pick up your ass. Pick up your ass and vote. I don't do it. You don't even need ID. You don't even need ID. I tried so hard, man.
Up seeing,
and the truth is, they all knew. They were already voting anyway. Every single one of them. They're all terrified. They're all scared.
Yeah.
Every single one of my New York Jewish relatives are all terrified. Every single
Yeah, it
one.
would be. Potty coming in there.
That there was a whole host of elderly people at these different various locations, but in reality, that is just 2 polling sites on 1 day of early voting. So even though it seems like it would be demographically more of a Cuomo or Sliwa support, which, by the way, Sliwa support would actually end up helping Mamdani, so maybe that's not a good thing either. It doesn't necessarily mean that trumps the overall data. But the
fact that I'm still baffled that you don't need ID to vote. I know this is like a controversial opinion these days. I am absolutely flabbergasted,
very weird.
floored that you can vote without ID. It so doesn't make sense to me. It so doesn't make sense. I literally don't understand it.
Interestingly enough, Mamdani's campaign seems to be a little bit desperate. They seem to be in a panic. They don't seem to believe that this is 100% locked in because they're still going extremely hard, and a lot of people are mistaking the fact that he's releasing...
I mean, the answer is because you can't steal elections if you have ID. Like, if you don't require ID, then it's much harder to... Like, if you require ID, it's harder to steal the election, which is the goal.
Ads in foreign languages as a sign of weakness, but again, this does play to his advantage. People have pointed out that he recently dropped an Arabic ad, and while that might not be something that is standard and normal in an election that you would vote in your part of the country, New York City has actually increased its Islamic population ridiculously so, to the point where we have, I believe, in and around 1 million Muslim New Yorkers.
I don't want to say anything, because I don't want to offend Zohran Mamdani's aunt if she's watching. If Zohran Mamdani's aunt is watching, definitely subscribe, Zohran Mamdani's aunt. I put you at the forefront of my thoughts.
In this particular city. Now, what percentage of them vote, that's a whole separate issue, but obviously Mamdani is trying to corner all of these different demographics, and the fact that he speaks multiple languages, or at least competently speaks them enough that he could talk in the political ads in those multiple languages, is in fact an advantage for him. But again,
I wonder who those 1 million Muslim immigrants are going to vote for. I mean, I'm just asking. I'm just curious myself. I wonder who they're... It's probably going to be split right down the middle. Probably split right down the middle on voters. Probably, I'm sure, right? Right, guys?
And the Cuomo ad team is finally stepping up. They're finally doing something. And it seems like that the race is tightening because guess what? When you actually attack your opponent on policy related to New York City, rather than...
Hey, attacking Zohran Mamdani on policy is very offensive to his aunt. Can we take a moment of silence for Zohran Mamdani's aunt? The easiest, the biggest victim of the 48,000 Islamic terrorist attacks since 9/11, Zohran Mamdani's aunt, we have to keep her in our thoughts, because I personally think Islamophobia against Zohran Mamdani's aunt is worse than the stabbing and murder of the 2 Jews in Manchester, or the stabbing of the 11 people on the London train 2 days ago by a man that screamed Allahu Akbar. He was probably a white, straight British man. I think personally that even addressing that mass stabbing event is offensive to Zohran Mamdani's aunt.
Gay Muslim.
Out of the 11 people stabbed, Zohran Mamdani's aunt is the biggest victim.
Whether or not they support the nation of Israel, things tend to progress. Things tend to get...
The fact that, like... Okay, listen, man. I know Israel's the Holy Land, okay? I know it's the Holy Land. It does not need to come up as much as it does. Okay, it does not need to come up as much as it does. Nice place to visit. Nice place to visit, I have to say. But it does not need to come up in the New York City mayor election.
Better.
America deserved 9/11.
What?
Is that Hassan Piker, the dog shocker? Hassan Diddy Dahmer Piker, the shocker?
That's Zoran's buddy, Hassan Piker, saying we deserve...
Bro, these are the ads against him. You've got to be kidding me. The ads against Zohran Mamdani are just talking about Hassan Piker. That's insane.
9/11. It's a disgrace to every life lost.
True.
Zoran went on Piker's show, and now Piker was just spotted at Zoran's event. Mamdani is wrong for New York. Paid for by 4R City.
Now, look, to be fair, every time I watch Hassan Piker stream, I hate Zohran Mamdani's aunt a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Every time Hassan Piker goes live and is like, I don't know, Jews shouldn't be treated like, shouldn't even be accepted as public dog walkers, you know? Every time I see Hassan say stuff like that, I immediately hate Zohran Mamdani's aunt a little bit more.
I know a lot of people are saying to themselves, who cares if New York City goes communist? It's not a big deal. Sean, you should move out of that city.
I'm just saying, ever since I made Hassan Piker is 100% cooked, he's been cooked.
Anyway, but this will be a great example for the left wing to show them that socialism absolutely doesn't work. But the thing is, we've had examples of socialist failures for over 100 years worldwide that we could look to indicate that this doesn't work. They never stick. And part of the reason why socialism still hangs around is because there is always built-in excuses for why these particular socialist experiments always fail. And by the way,
I mean, to be fair, socialism can't work. It's an inherently broken, flawed system. It's also immoral. It's immoral and broken, and it's really unfair that we're not recognizing this fact. All right, A, it'll never work, and B, it's immoral, because A, it just steals your money. All right, it will steal your money. It steals money from the people that actually earn it to basically incentivize people not to work. So it's A, immoral, and B, useless, and people aren't willing to recognize that. Someone in my chat just said Zohran Mamdani's aunt did. Someone in my chat just asked if Zohran Mamdani's aunt died on 9/11, and that's why you feel bad for her. Yes, she did die on 9/11. She was the pilot.
Mamdani's campaign.
It was a joke. That was a joke. Kidding.
Is loaded up with those built-in excuses. First and foremost, the rent freeze. He's promising that he's going to direct the Rent Stabilization Board to freeze the rent in rent-stabilized apartments. Now, we all know and understand that, of course, that ends up bidding up the prices of market apartments, so it's going to make things more expensive. It also ends up leading to a bunch of people who have rent-stabilized apartments trying to pull them off the market so they don't lose money, so supply is going to be depressed. And considering Mamdani is, in fact, a left-wing NIMBY who recently didn't take a position on developing Long Island City to build new apartments and instead advocated for a bigger park there where you can't build anything, this is going to be a disaster when he comes into play. But
he's like, we're making new apartments anyway, let's make the parks bigger.
In reality, he is just going to do what is always done by the left wing, which of course is blame the developers.
He's going to be a grifter. He's not going to do any of the things he promised. All the promises were empty.
Okay.
Every single one of those, it's all empty promises. You have to understand how the left operates. They will promise you everything and deliver nothing because all they want is the vote. And then when their voters end up mad that nothing changed, the voters are going to scream at them. And they're going to say, we tried. It's Trump's fault.
blame the corporate landlords, blame greed, and all that other nonsense. And of course, if the Rent Stabilization Board doesn't actually grant him his rent freeze, he's going to blame the board rather than him, saying it was completely out of his hands. In addition to that, he's promising to fund a bunch of government programs with tax increases that the mayor of New York City and the city council do not have the power to implement. You can't.
Oh, dude, he's such a fraud.
He did his research.
We are going to institute this that he literally doesn't have the power to do.
Actually raise the top marginal tax rate.
Like, this is how you get the lowest common denominator to vote for you. It's just promise them free shit that you can never deliver, but they don't know that, so they'll vote for you.
In the city of New York, without state approval, you can actually raise the state corporate tax as the mayor of the city of New York, and those are the two funding mechanisms that Mamdani is pushing in order to finance his agenda. So when he doesn't get them, guess what? He is going to blame Governor Hochul and the New York State legislature, which is always the game that the New York City mayor plays traditionally. In addition to that, I will also point out the only thing that will actually stick to Mamdani, the only thing that can actually bring him down if he is to win the mayorship,
shot caller,
is if crime goes up in the city of New York, if quality of life ends up getting worse, because no matter what these politicians try to do, people intuitively understand that crime is under the purview of the NYPD, which is an agency controlled by the city of New York. So in order for Mamdani to be viewed as a failure, he's not going to be viewed based on any of his socialist policies in that way, because he has built-in excuses to avoid that. He only is going to be viewed as a failure if crime runs rampant due to his defund the police agenda. And guess what? He's barely being attacked on that, even though right now he's still running on it. We talked about this multiple times, but the guy wants to freeze overtime, stop hiring to bolster the ranks of the NYPD back to normal recruiting levels, and then start a new agency like the Department of Community Services or whatever, Department of Public Safety, which is a bunch of social workers that they're going to deploy instead of police officers. This is just defund the police without saying the slogan defund the police, and this is the only thing that will be used to undercut Mamdani.
You're worried about the cost of rent, groceries.
Dude, I love these ads, man.
Mamdani says he is too. But what is his political activism focused on? Defunding and disarming the police, closing jails, and decriminalizing drug dealers. And as for affordability, he promises government-run grocery stores, free buses, and scavenger hunts. Paid for by hiking your taxes. It would be funny if it wasn't so serious.
Oh my god. These ads are diabolical. Every single one of them. Oh my god.
Paid for by Fix the City.
Now, to be clear, I'm a very cynical guy, so I'm telling you what I think is likely going to happen, but that is based on my negative perception of how people react to failures of left-wing candidates, which is backed up by over 100 years of socialist experiments turning out to be disasters, only for them to be pushed again, as we'll get it right the next time. But yeah, it seems like Mamdani likely will win the mayorship. That being said, if you are in the city of New York and you haven't voted yet, go out. It's on election day. Let's get it done. And while I actively despise Andrew Cuomo, electing an Islamist socialist is by far and away significantly worse. So in my opinion, if you're somebody like me who is prone to vote for Curtis Sliwa, even though I don't want to tell anybody to vote for Andrew Cuomo, this would be the best chance of getting rid of Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah, it does kind of seem that way. No, but this guy's crazy. Like, he's a lunatic. He's like an actual lunatic. Now, remember who he is. He wants babies this age to be able to be killed. He supports the murder of babies at this age. He supports the murder of babies at this age. All right? This is one of his faithful voters, Zoran Mamdani. Ladies and gentlemen, he posts. One of his faithful voters. Look, everyone probably picks their toes on trains or something. But, bro, wait. I voted for Zoran Mamdani. That will change everything. Everything will change that. This is an article written by Zoran Mamdani's dad, Mahmoud. We need to recognize the suicide bomber. He wrote this after 9/11. We need to recognize the suicide bomber first and foremost as a category of soldier. Suicide bombing needs to be understood as a feature of modern political violence rather than stigmatized as a mark of barbarism. How dare you be Islamophobic towards the suicide bombers? They are just a form of soldiers, and they should be treated with that level of respect. The strategy is working, though. This is Musab Ali from Pakistan. He is running for the mayor of Jersey City. This is happening everywhere! One of his campaign promises is to use tax dollars to help illegals fight deportation. That's illegal! Deport these guys! What are we doing? He also pledges not to cooperate with ICE. He calls himself the Black Zoran Mamdani. And Ilhan Omar endorsed him. What are we doing? What are we doing? Now, the Jews, some of the Jews, the most of the Jews do not like Zoran Mamdani. All right, so this is Randy Fine. He's a congressman of somewhere. I don't know where. Probably Florida or something. Yeah, Florida. He's a Florida congressman. So this is what he had to say.
I've called for Zoran Mamdani to be deported.
Ooh.
The only
You may be fat, but I agree.
thing I want to see him running for is his gate at JFK on the deportation flight to Uganda.
Amen, fat Jew. Anyway, who knows? Who knows? So he's trying to push this in Congress. Will it work? Probably not. But will it be funny? Absolutely. And I love that. I love watching fat people talking about running. It always makes my day better. But no, this dude was spitting straight facts. I appreciate you for that one, Randy Fine, Congressman of Florida's 6th District. You're the GOAT for that specifically. Anyway, he's fat because he's so full of logic. Exactly. Anyway, no, this was yesterday. He literally said this yesterday. So don't say it didn't work. It didn't work yet. Am I coping? Yes,
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyway,
Absolute
this video is going to
there.
go up on YouTube. You probably still will have about an hour or two at least to vote, which is easy. You just go and you fucking vote for Cuomo, even though that guy sucks. He's your only.
Makes sense. What did Curtis Sliwa think he was doing here? Why, can somebody help me understand here? Why did Curtis not drop out a week ago or 2 days ago? I don't know.
I don't know why Curtis Lewis did.
Everybody knows he does not have a chance to win. Everybody knows Zoran Mamdani would be worse for the country and worse for New York than
Really
Andrew
early.
Cuomo. By the way, this is no defense of Cuomo. I think he's terrible. But Mamdani is worse.
Mamdani is,
Sliwa
yeah.
is a non-option. He's not a realistic option. He's not going to win.
No, you could flip.
So if you have to choose between
It's close
Mamdani
still.
and Cuomo, and yes, that is what you have to choose between if you're living in New York, you choose Cuomo. If
I mean,
was
Sliwa
a
got
Republican
8%
living in
right
New York,
now. Barely
I
got
would
any
not
votes.
vote for Sliwa. I would
That's
vote for
good.
Cuomo.
I don't know why he stayed on the ticket.
That's
It's
just the
kind of
reality of the situation that we've been
savage
handed
of
here.
him to do that, but
And so,
selfish in a
back to
way.
the original question: why is
He's a
Sliwa
Republican candidate.
still in the race? It is entirely possible. We're going to find out here in the next half hour, I would imagine. It is entirely possible that Sliwa has actually handed Mamdani the victory here. No doubt Sliwa takes more votes from
Build an arena, and they were more excited to see him than
Yeah,
President
and
Trump.
it's not necessarily like we need to have. You said like anti-Indian racism or whatever. It's like, no, it's not. I don't hate anyone. I just love America and Americans. And if these people are not coming here to like assimilate to our culture, but they're setting up like different shops and businesses and whatever that are all for and by their people as opposed to Americans, it's like that is a
Do you
problem.
think Usha Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy assimilated?
The first polls have just come in from New York, and Mamdani is ahead by about it looks like just about 12 points, just around there. So Cuomo is trailing by just shy of 100,000 votes so far, with 0% reporting. But this is 818,000 votes in so far. So, oh boy. Kalshi now has Mamdani at 99% to win. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you see, this
98 right now.
This is like Captain Obvious moment, but if Mamdani is over 50%, then the Sliwa spoiler thing is just like a moot point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, that's Captain Obvious moment, but it's true. Like all this hand wringing over Sliwa.
He's not going to finish at 8. He's not going to finish over 50%.
Yeah, him and well, it depends on where it got counted first, obviously.
Were you guys also
right? So this is still preliminary.
Staten Island's going to go heavy for Sliwa.
Were you guys unsettled by the amount of conservatives who were willing to fight this losing battle for a Democrat and kind of go all out for them?
For Cuomo?
Yes.
Cuomo?
Yeah, I was really shocked.
Cuomo should have dropped out and endorsed Sliwa.
Yeah, it was so ridiculous.
No, but the amount of conservatives who are lobbying for Sliwa to drop out and then just completely backing Cuomo as though Cuomo has never existed beyond 6 months ago is frankly, it's disgusting and it's pathetic. It's pathetic how sad Republicans are willing to like drop their guy and hop on board with a guy who literally hates their guts and would have called them a fascist
or kill their grandparents.
Curtis Sliwa was also like counter-signaling the president a lot, and during these debates, he was saying that he wouldn't cooperate with ICE and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, because Andrew Cuomo's never counter-signaled the President Trump before.
Well, fine, but he's a Democrat, so you can expect that more than like if this guy's a Republican and we're supposed to be backing him, but he's not going to cooperate with like Trump's ICE deportations. I don't know if that's
he straight up said, "Don't deport illegal immigrants."
Yeah, I don't know if that's a guy worth like throwing.
He was trying to counter-signal the president insofar as that's what you have to do in New York City to win.
Don't care.
What does it matter if
literally don't
what does
care.
it matter if you don't back Cuomo then? Like,
Then if that's the case, Donald Trump should intervene in New York and just take it over under some kind of emergency declaration. If the point is that they are going to keep bringing in illegal immigrants and giving them some kind of lawful entrant status to alter fundamentally the structure of our government and our election system, I call that seditious conspiracy, and Trump should go Lincoln on New York.
every single one of these sanctuary cities are, you have to think about it this way. Every illegal immigrant that the Democrats bring in, they are disenfranchising Americans. Every single one is further disenfranchising Americans of their votes and of their. Don't we care about democracy? Don't we care about like our democracy and what voting means? No,
they don't care about it either. Because when they say our democracy, they're not talking about democracy that includes conservatives or includes people that disagree with them. They're talking about only with the people that agree with them.
They're talking about something they own.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
Yes,
They're talking about they own democracy, and other people voting don't own democracy. That's why Donald Trump winning the popular vote, winning all of the swing states, and they still swear up and down that our democracy is in danger because they didn't get the democratic result that they wanted. It's not about democracy. They're full of it. They're lying to you. It's all about them retaining power.
Yeah. And to what Tim was saying, I don't know if it's necessarily time to go full Lincoln. Maybe that's not a bad idea, but I think why have none of these sanctuary cities been like the mayors, Mayor Brandon Johnson or Pritzker or Hochul? Why have they not been like charged? You are harboring illegal enemy, like you are harboring like illegal foreigners. It is an invasion. Okay, I'm sorry, that's what it is. Why have they not been charged? I don't know. Like, oh, we're just gonna like go in there. Well, if they don't want to cooperate with ICE, then why do Democrats get to choose which laws they do and do not follow? Either we live in a republic and we talk like we have the rule of law, or we don't. And if we don't, then it's time to get serious. We need to step it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating. It's just frustrating.
Well, and like, and it's on a variety of issues. Like, I mean, Elon Musk kind of propelled this talking point to the mainstream, and it's true, is among the many things that are, destroying America with the current waves of immigration that are coming in. Like, the Democrats have huge incentive just from an electoral position because they can just import their own voter base. And yeah, so it's like, it's about accumulating power. There's so many incentives, obviously, for immigration especially if you're left wing, but yeah, fundamentally, it's like you can just import a voter. It doesn't matter what Republicans think.
You don't have to convince Americans anymore.
Right. Yeah. You can be like, oh,
you can say, hey, here's some free stuff that we're going to give you. Vote for me. Yeah. And it's over.
I do want to levy some criticism at Kalshi right now. Can we pull this up? Andrew Cuomo is listed as orange. Zoran Mamdani is blue. And there are orange numbers flying up across the board. At first glance, you'd assume orange represents Cuomo. That's not the case. So the presumption is, I guess orange means Cuomo and Mamdani at the same time, depending on which metric you're using. I don't know. That's a weird way to do it, Kalshi.
They're selling dollars for 99 cents right now.
I mean, but that can't be right, can it? All of those orange numbers mean people are betting on Cuomo to win, but Cuomo's numbers dropping. That would have to imply that the numbers we're seeing are bets on Zohran Mamdani, but Zohran's blue, not orange. So I guess it just plumb makes no sense. None.
This is a bloodbath for Republicans.
Yep.
Tonight is a horrible night as compared to 1 year ago. I think something.
Cuomo just increased.
But I don't think we
He's
should.
at 40% to Mamdani's 51.3. He just gained a couple decimal points.
But we're not necessarily learning anything tonight.
Jack's losing by 20 points right now, was it? In New Jersey. People were saying that was going to be the one that Republicans were going to be able to pick off.
Even though we're not.
Looks like they called it for Mamdani already.
Yeah.
Well,
figures. Yeah, but this isn't like we're not learning anything tonight. We're just learning that blue states are going to stay blue. New York City is going to stay voting for increasingly left-wing politicians. Like there's not really anything surprising tonight. It's just people got their hopes.
There's one other thing on this election night that's worth mentioning that's coming up, Prop 50 in California. This was advanced by Gavin Newsom and the California State Legislature. This is essentially their redistricting program that they're voting on. It is extremely likely to pass, and this could totally offset all of President Trump's plan to redistrict
because he's not a true American.
Something worth mentioning and keeping in mind.
He believes in other laws.
To your point, the idea that this is not novel. I think that
other
when you have a candidate like Mamdani, I think that
plans that he has no power to do. He's just making empty promises to people.
I agree, but like, what's going to happen after tonight is tomorrow you're going to see the entire commentary class just start blackpilling and dooming over this, and it's like, okay,
No. I'll go finish your point.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, a third worldist one in New York City. It's like, yeah, have you checked Wikipedia? You can see the demographic makeup of this. Like, it's not surprising at all.
I think it's important just to make sure everybody knows that I've always supported the Democrats. I think the Democrats are great. And when we go and start arresting all the Republicans for being fascists, I will help.
Say, Attorney General Jay Jones, I am a loyal Jonesian. What was Jonestown? I'm ready to start
Slava
Jonestown.
Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
3 bullets, two bullets, 3 dictators. I guess it's going for Gilbert.
Disavow for the record.
Are we allowed to say that if I'm quoting him?
I'm
I was joking.
Are you allowed to quote the AG of Virginia? It's a tough question, YouTube. Are you? Are you allowed to quote the Attorney General of Virginia?
Right. When he was reading that earlier, I was like, I wonder if this is a TOS violation. I'm like, no, this is a statement from the Attorney General of Virginia.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to a brave new world.
Well, he said 3 people, 2 bullets, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. This is really an endorsement of Hitler.
He said, indeed.
This is an endorsement of Hitler.
Yeah, because by all accounts, not that this, obviously this is crazy by any stretch, but also Gilbert was like a very normal Republican. Like, I think they just had like some personal bad blood, I suppose, because dude, like, that's what everybody was saying. I think it was Bannon had brought on like a Virginia election expert, and they're like, Gilbert was not perceived as this like grating figure on the left. He was like a very normal Republican guy. So it's kind of to the point of like, if that's how they talk about Gilbert, imagine how they're talking about like
actual
guys
patriots.
that are movers and shakers. actual verified patriots.
I think there's also something to say about some influencers
Yeah,
deciding to
results for-
float out there that people shouldn't vote, and that you shouldn't vote until the CIA gets down to the bottom of whatever happens with Charlie Kirk and whoever's involvement is found out and whatnot.
Yeah, Kirk famous for telling people to abstain from voting for the Republic. Like, what are we doing here? We're
Feels
just
a little bit
spitting on the
ironic.
grave of this man.
Yeah, almost like a Trojan horse for the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a lot. There is a lot of self-sabotage. I mean, we saw this kind of going up to the election too, like people saying, "Oh, like it's all over. Trump isn't going to do anything." Things are much. What'd you say? Oh no, things are much better than we can imagine. If Kamala had won, they would probably have already imported another like 3 million people at least. There would be
an amnesty deal on the table.
There would have been with help from Republicans.
Yep.
But all
by
that
the
stuff's
way.
coming. All that stuff's coming. All that stuff will come with the next election, unless a Republican wins. And it looks like in the fall of next year, the Republicans are going to get trounced. The Democrats are going to take control of probably the House, possibly the Senate. They're going to try to impeach Trump. They're at least going to stymie any efforts the Republicans make on having any kind of policy for the next 2 years. And then at the end of that 2 years, when it comes time to vote for president, I don't know who's going to be running, but I don't see how the Republicans will win.
Well, that's why Prop 50 matters so much in California, because it's like, look, the strategy for Republicans is going to have to be, if they want to gerrymander, we have to gerrymander. And it's like, look, if they can squeeze a few more House seats out of California, it makes the path forward in the midterms much trickier.
We also have the Voting Rights Act in the Supreme Court, right? And if they are able to gut that, that would be a huge victory. I think that would be a much bigger victory for President Trump than overturning Roe. If he could get rid of the Voting Rights Act, that would be ginormous.
The expectation is that it will be gone.
Yeah, right. Hopefully, as long as one of these people don't squish. But
what's the expectation then is Democrats are going to do the same thing.
Well,
so we're going to see California go pure blue. There's some other Democrat states that are projected to drop a bunch of Republican seats. The expectation is still that with the Voting Rights Act going away, Republicans will get an advantage. They'll get more seats.
Well, they would, because you would wipe out a ton of the Democrat political power in the South,
right?
Which is unearned by them.
Right. Democrats are still going to redistrict and get more seats. The voting rights. What's going to happen is it's going to hyperpolarize
like
further.
14% counted.
You will have entire states under single party rule, and there will be no representation for Republicans. Republicans will flee. Over the next several years, hyperpolarization is going to exponentially increase, especially with the election of Zohran Mamdani. This means that here's how it's going to work. Let's say you got a state, and most people are somewhere in the middle. Then you get a communist who wins somehow. The right-leaning people leave, and that means the median of the state shifts leftward a dramatic amount. Now the debate is between liberals and leftists, because conservatives have left the equation. The debate recenters around a further left, which results in more moderate liberals, disaffected liberals leaving, which is people like me and where we were a few years ago. You end up then with California, California, Washington, Oregon, New York, and Illinois becoming literally socialist. And this will push more and more people who are slightly liberal or moderate away, and they will get increasingly more communist. They will then get communist members of Congress who will legitimately be in Congress as communists and socialists. The squad will amplify tenfold, and it's because the districts in these states are now represented solely by communists, and there's no opposition to them in those states. Then the rest of us, who are constitutional Republican, pro-America, will be constantly having to debate and push back literal communists. This trend will result in geographic hyperpolarization, results in conflict at the federal level. Then it's going to all be political gamesmanship and no real debate, because communists and anti-communists are never going to agree on anything. And then people start shooting each other. Considering it is an official position of the AG of Virginia now to murder conservatives, I think we're in for a dark future much more quickly than we realize. I got to
can see there's a lot of counties that aren't in yet.
Scary that he dropped 3
Votes
points
are still being counted.
Following the revelation
I don't want to watch it.
Conservatives and their children.
I'll get
now that he's
mad
actually
if these
won and handily.
Supreme Court justices are in power for another 10 years.
And I am sick and tired of the Republican Party. They are feckless and worthless. And I don't even know what the point of supporting them at this point is. Now, I get it. It's because you don't want Democrats to win. But we need to get rid of every Republican and primary all of them, because they are spineless losers that are arguing with the guys that are stabbing them in the back.
Get that off the wall.
The table, like I was saying earlier, the table's been set for the primary.
Hey, get that off the
because
wall
this is how
now.
you finally push out this spineless, graceful losers out of the party.
Beautiful losers.
Beautiful losers out of the party. Because it's like they're still hanging on. They're still present. I mean, you know, they're throwing up really unimpressive candidates like Winsome Sears. And it's like, until their access to power within the Republican Party is completely removed, they're going to keep trying it. They really want to go back to the pre-Trump era.
Paul.
They're still around. They've rebranded. They can speak our language a little more, but they're still everywhere.
Yeah, you have a lot of these guys that are like calling themselves. They love to shift like to calling themselves America First, even though they know that's popular it sounds popular and good among Republican voters, but they're the furthest thing from America First. I think I don't think the situation is hopeless or that we need to necessarily be black-pilled.
Pretty black.
Totally. I don't think we need to. I think like I loved J.D. Vance's speech. For people who did not watch J.D. Vance's Turning Point speech, it was phenomenal. You should go watch it. But the thing that he closed his speech with was paying tribute to Charlie's life. And he said, despair is a sin. You have to get involved. Okay. If you care about this country, you should go get involved and do what you can, even if it's just if you go knock a couple doors, if you go and help out a campaign as much as you can, there is a small part that we can all play together to make this country better. And I think the despair and some of that stuff really is detrimental to our side.
I think the election of Jay Jones in Virginia is the most shocking development in our generation.
No, he didn't go.
That a man
Did he?
could say these things and win. And Democrats have made clear in Virginia, they not only that, but the man didn't lose any endorsements and his polls barely dropped. I think it's time that the Republicans in this country wake up to what Democrats are telling you. I will say it again. The election of Jay Jones, I believe, is one of the most shocking developments, on par with some of the biggest political scandals in the history of this country.
I think we need to get back to real politics again. You know, Congress, we used to have congressmen who would literally duel each other. They would challenge each other to duels. Like, I want to get back to real politics, and I think part of our issue is that the modern world is it's become so feminized that we don't think about, like...
Those duels were fake, though. Typically, when someone challenged
you had people throwing punches in Congress.
That was always considered abhorrent. In typical duels, people would aim away and intentionally miss. There were a few instances where, with Hamilton and Burr, I think Hamilton aimed away as what most people did. The point of the duel was that you defended your honor, but you didn't actually kill each other. But Burr was like, nope, bang.
Yeah.
So while duels existed a long time ago, it got to a point where they were somewhat figurative, and then the younger generation, as it were at the time, abolished dueling because it was barbaric. I do want to add, we are now officially in the if Sliwa dropped out and endorsed Cuomo would have won territory. Mamdani's at 49.7. If you were to take all of Sliwa's votes and give them to Cuomo, it'd be tied.
I do think that's a bit of a big ask, but yes. Mathematically, I don't know if Sliwa were to drop out of the race. I don't know if all the Republicans, would hold their tongues and voting for Cuomo.
I don't know. If I was in New York, I don't think I'd vote for Cuomo.
There's a lot of Republicans with a lot of bad blood towards Andrew Cuomo, who was their governor for some time, designed a disgrace, and then obviously had that really bad time during COVID where he was fighting with the president, and then he sent a bunch of, I believe, let me put an allegedly on that, where he sent sick old people back to their nursing homes to continue spreading COVID to other people in the nursing home.
No, it wasn't old people. It was just patients in general. And we were wondering why sick people were being sent to nursing homes. It made no sense.
I'm pretty sure he was apologizing for that today. He was making some last-minute plea on Fox News to, I'm sorry about the nursing home scandal. I don't know. Yeah, well, it might be a little bit too late for that, but
Sliwa is honestly more fundamentally an anti-Cuomo vote than an anti-Mamdani vote, because it's like, look, if you really cared about keeping Mamdani out, you would vote for Cuomo. So a vote for Sliwa is just saying, no, F you, Cuomo. I'm not gonna jump on the bandwagon here. So like this idea that Cuomo, like you're saying, that Cuomo's votes automatically would go that Sliwa's votes would automatically go to Cuomo is just like, the reason you vote for Sliwa is because you hate Cuomo.
So also, Sliwa had every incentive to stay in the race. It increases his name ID, which helps him for his radio show, which will get him a bigger contract there. As I mentioned earlier, New York City has 8-to-1 matching funds, and then he picks where those donations are ultimately spent for his campaign. He has a lot of friends and family, allegedly, who are helping on the campaign. And it feels like a racket. I'm not saying it is, but it seems like a way for him to line him and his friends' pockets every year at the expense of the American taxpayer and ultimately the Republican Party, at least in New York.
Well, I mean,
if you're getting 8-to-1 matching funds, for every $250 that one of your supporters sends to you, you get $1,750 additional tax dollars that you're able to decide where to spend on just increasing your name ID as a politician. It's like, why would I drop out? I'm a politician. I have a huge ego. Obviously, I want my name out there. This benefits me. Maybe it'll help me in the next mayoral race.
How many times does Sliwa run?
More than 3 or 4. He runs every 2 years. He's like a gadfly, political gadfly.
NBC has an exit poll. The poll was, if only Mamdani and Cuomo were running, who do you voted for? 6% of people said, I just wouldn't vote. So it's like, yeah, people are going to try and, rake Sliwa through the coals here. But the reality is, like, these people are just, a good chunk of them are not going to vote for
Look,
Cuomo.
it's so disgusting, again, how conservatives were willing to fight this losing battle on behalf of Democrats against this socialist. If New Yorkers want a socialist, give them a socialist, let them go through a socialist struggle, and they will come back. Okay, they will come back for it, Julia. You're gonna have to let it burn, baby. Like Usher said, you just gotta let it burn.
The voting
That's how
base
it's got to be sometimes.
The voting base is gone.
That's what they want. No, but things will change, and the immigrant will change how immigration is done in New York City. And moreover,
listen, history says you're wrong. When socialist policies don't work, they don't say, well, let's try. Like, the only time that I can think of where people said, let's try something different was in Argentina, and that was after 30 years of socialist policies.
I think the shit will hit the fan, and then the pendulum will swing. Also, if I'm any Republican outside of New York City, I am loving this. Mamdani will be my permanent foil no matter who I run against. I will be running against Mamdani as a socialist, and this will be a drag on the Democrats nationwide. This can only work in New York City, and let him go for it.
It won't work because, look at because Mamdani would position America to be like South Africa. And look at South Africa. Everything goes wrong. Everything goes terribly. And the voters there, instead of saying, maybe we should vote for like the DA, like, the whatever party. Instead, they just go, maybe we're not being like African nationalists enough. Like voters that are voting for Mamdani, if he fails, they're going to say, maybe we just weren't resentful enough. Maybe
we didn't socialism hard enough. That's what happens. It's happened all over the world with different societies that have different cultures, different backgrounds, and the result is always the same. The policies don't work, so they say we need to institute more of the same policies. They never say, oh, we should try going back to free market and giving people more actual liberty, because the argument that the socialists make we're going to do this for the people. We're making people free by having these policies. We're helping to liberate you. The arguments that they make are totally disaligned with the reality of the policies that they implement, and so the people continue to believe it, and they vote for more and more and more. They never vote to restore power to the individuals.
Yeah, once freedom's gone, it's not easy to vote yourself back into freedom.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with a lot. I think Republicans will use him as a scapegoat nationally, and that probably will help them. The issue I think I have is that we should not be saying, oh, like, this is a problem with socialism. Why did all these young people start supporting socialism? The problem is that this guy is from Uganda. He's a foreigner who hates America. The first thing he does is he shows up to New York City and gives the middle finger to a Christopher Columbus statue. The nerve of these people is out of control. And this is not a cautionary tale about like socialism. This is a cautionary tale about letting these people into your country with no vetting, no assimilation, no discrimination at all against it doesn't matter where you come from. If you're from Uganda, you're going to assimilate as well as like a farmer from South Africa. No, that's not the case. We need to seriously address Muslim immigration in this country. So it's not a problem of like conservatives have been dancing around this for so long, like, oh, it's a socialism problem. No, it's an immigration problem.
Right.
Young men broke massively for the Democrats.
Right. Well,
NBC News exit polling: men 18 to 29, Spanberger plus 14, Sher plus 10, Mamdani plus 40.
Because it's just like, what were the Republicans offering for young men? So it's like, what's the incentive there? And to Logan's point too, it's like, America's flirted with socialism before. Like, people don't realize, like, there was a socialist party, La Follette, and then a lot of people evaluated it and said, actually, it's probably a bad idea. The problem is, like, this is an entirely new paradigm. This isn't about Sharia law. This isn't about socialism. This is about third world resentment. And that's what we're dealing with. And people will not get that out of their heads because New York City's demographics have been radically altered. And these people are going to continue to vote for this. This happened in South Africa. This has happened elsewhere. It's not going to, you're not going to like, there's no debate club. There's no pocket constitution that you can give to them and they'll be like, oh, I was totally wrong with the socialism. No, they're thinking.
You can't bring in non-Americans and then tell them to vote and then be surprised when your country implodes.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Very simple. And also, while we're on the subject of socialism, I saw a headline the other day that like 40 million people are going to lose SNAP benefits. Why are 40 million people on SNAP? That sounds pretty like socialist to me. These welfare programs sound like we are conducting a little bit of now I'm not against like a social safety net. That's not what I'm arguing against. But 40 million people in our country
a lot of people
taking these SNAP benefits, that's crazy.
Right. Well, it's a reward system from the Democrats. If only the Republicans could create something similar for their voters, because the Democrats they sweeten the pot for Democrats. When have Republicans done that?
The Republican Party. I was talking to a Republican guy a few months ago, and he said he was a fan of the show, and then he argued with me something about, that we said on the show or whatever, and he's like, I love your show, but you said this, that, or other. I can't remember what the actual argument was. I just responded with, it's really funny that you like the show, you're a fan, and you're arguing with me that I'm wrong, and that's why Republicans lose, because Democrats are retarded. And I'll give you a good example. Zoran Mamdani has no authority to make buses free, nor to make them go faster. That is not the purview of the mayor. So when he comes, he runs for office, and he says,
all you can do is get rid of the police force, which is what he'll do. Did you follow anyway?
Republicans can't compete with that, because Republicans are like, here's what happens. A Republican, or let's just say an intelligent person, sees two candidates. Mamdani goes, I'll give you free stuff. And he goes, you can't. That's a lie. The Republican then says, well, it's going to be tough, but I'll do my best to try and drive prices down with a few policies I can control in the mayor's office. They go, oh, okay, I'll vote for that guy. All the retarded people go, but he said free stuff. I'm going to vote for him. Mamdani can't actually deliver on any of those things, but stupid people can keep voting.
They like Bernie.
Smarter people are going to flee because stupid people are taking over, and then you're going to get New York idiocracy.
Yeah. It's the only reason Chitterelli was even
pretty low
in this race was because so many people have fled New York City. They still had a gig in Manhattan, so they moved to.
Is it time for me to run for office and just double down? Like I was making the joke.
Please.
My buses won't be free. They'll pay you. Every time you get on my bus in New York, a $5 bill will pop out into your pocket.
Yeah.
Well, this is something that Republicans do desperately need to get better at, though, like Tate was alluding to.
Buying votes?
Patronage, yes, buying votes. That in a mass democracy, I'm sorry, we may not like it, but that is what is going to win you elections, is buying votes and looking out and taking care of your people. Okay, so we might not enjoy it, but free buses does sound more like appealing to the average voter than what is Curtis Lee. Maybe cleaning up crime is fine, but. Yeah, a lot of people are going to vote for the free stuff over the cleaning up the subway.
Yeah, the Treasury's being raided right now, so it's like you got to play ball.
If you're voting, if you're offering free stuff to votes, are you a conservative? Right? Are you a Republican if you're doing the same thing that Democrats are doing? Because this sounds to me just like, well, we're going to do what the Democrats are doing, but we're going to do it at the speed limit. It's the Michael Malice argument.
To a degree, no, but it's more that the average Republican voter is really concerned about A, being killed, but B, like social issues, et cetera, et cetera. It's like Logan said, it's more about you're just not going to win unless you create a patronage network, and it doesn't have to look like handouts. It's just like you gotta like make it worthwhile for a Republican to turn out and vote.
No, you're building a constituency.
We're gonna go to your chats and rants, so smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. Make sure you get those Rumble rants and super chats in. Before we do, get a great sponsor for you guys. It is Crowd Health. It is open enrollment, the season where health insurance companies hope you'll blindly sign up again for overpriced.
Yeah, looks like they called it.
Officially, that President Trump will be withdrawing federal support for New York City, essentially putting sanctions on New York and embargo. So that's going to make things even more difficult for the new mayor in New York, so that's that.
They're still pretty
there is
close.
a couple of other things happening. Chuck Schumer is getting a little bit overexcited over here. He has now declared war on President Trump's political future and agenda in the White House. The Senate Minority Leader has called tonight's result a huge victory against MAGA, claiming that Americans have rejected cruelty, chaos, and greed. Not really sure, but okay. He says if the Republicans want to keep blindly following Donald Trump into the abyss of chaos, let them. The rest of America is moving forward, according to Chuck Schumer, who doesn't know anything about anything. He's just a crazy person. Now, quickly going to you guys. we have Fabrizio saying New York City over 8 million people, not a million votes. That was only 36% of the vote that was counted. So it's, yeah, it's going to be a while. Stu says, does Mamdani get a free pager now? Oh dear. No, it says New York and its people deserve what they voted in. Maybe London and New York can declare themselves to be Sharia brothers. Well, it's ironically, London and New York are already sister cities anyway, so that actually kind of makes sense what happened in New York with Mamdani winning. It is now officially the sister city to London. Anyway. Yep. Skyson says that Schumer's a jerk traitor. I agree. Our machine says that Trump's mistake. He should say nothing and let them rot themselves. Otherwise, the Democrats will blame Trump for their incompetence. The thing is, they will always still blame the White House for their incompetence anyway. Whatever happens in the next few years in New York, they're still going to be blaming the White House. So, trust me, it doesn't matter what the White House does do in terms of withdrawing financial support for New York City or not. It's wild. The whole thing is absolutely insane. But this is a social experiment. That's what it is. It's an experiment that the people in New York have decided to do. It's all about the psychology of human beings. Will they learn from this what will be a failed experiment? Or will they continue to double down like the leadership in California? The elite, the liberal elite in California, with the power that they have, completely ignore the will of the people, ordinary people in California who don't live in big cities, conservative-minded people, they ignore them, and they continue to double down on stupid policies that is ruining that state. A lot of people from California left. They all moved to Texas or Florida, and now you're going to see the same thing from New Yorkers. And New York was supposed to be the safe haven. It's not anymore. Despite everything, New York was supposed to be safe. Patty says, I'm watching DeSantis on Fox. He's laughing because half of New York is heading here to Florida. It's not good though. It's not really because New York shouldn't necessarily fall. But if this is the will of the people, if they want to destroy their own city, then fine. That's what they get. Ironically, I'm actually going to be in New York in about 3 to 4 weeks' time. We're going to be in New York City, and we're going to find out how the city is feeling. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. So make sure to kind of tune in about 3 weeks' time once we go there. I would love to talk to some random people on the street to kind of see, especially younger people, to understand their brain and how they think while living in the, as I said, the capital of capitalism. Now, Detroit has also now elected the first ever female mayor. It's now been confirmed. If we can bring this up for you guys. Yeah. It's official. Mary Sheffield, who has been a council member for some time now. She's obviously become quite well known. She's now the first female mayor in Detroit, Michigan's largest city. Of course, Michigan has other problems as well, as you guys know. Change in demographic and the rise of Islam has not been helping that state. But so this is going to be interesting to kind of see how all these cities, blue cities from blue states, are going to be performing over the next few years.
They're
regardless
not.
of who's in the White House or not, because
They won't be
they can't really just
performing.
keep blaming everything on the White House, because they have autonomy and they
You
are
just can't
supposed to
believe
be
people are
in charge of
voting
their
in such mass for Mamdani.
See, we have Mamdani. We can go to Mamdani's watch party, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and see what's going on over there. Yep,
All
there we
right,
go.
ready.
They're happy. They're celebrating. That's AOC, I
AOC.
believe. AOC is in the crowd. Yeah, that's AOC. No, it's not. Is it? Yeah, it is AOC. Or someone that looks exactly like AOC. She's tiny, so it could be her. Can't really see her face. So these are the socialists in
Yep.
New York. I believe the watch party is in Brooklyn, right? Yeah. I want to see if he's going to make a speech soon or not. Let's just let's bring this down until we hear some updates. Zohran Mamdani's watch party in New York. Now, it's insanity. Trying to get some updates on when, the celebrations continue, when the speeches might begin. Yeah, he's officially won. Tough times ahead. So, the New York City Board of Elections have now said that this is the first time that the voter turnout in New York City has crossed 2 million since 1989. That is absolutely huge. Wow. Do they still have the music on? Yeah. What is this music? So, come on, man. I'm not surprised. It's the Brooklyn crowd. I'm not surprised. Absolute insanity, guys. Anyway, what's going on in the live chat? Wow. Yes, absolute insanity. People are literally allowing their cities to be destroyed. It's just the beginning. AOC clapping for the communists. How sad. Well, communists tend to clap for other communists. The other one is also very happy tonight. Bernie. Bernie should be there as well. I think all three of them are going to go on stage at some point.
Yeah.
The great Danton says, the UK warned you, dumb bastards. Oh, what's going on there? I thought someone came. Nope. What is the... I am not tolerating this taste in music. Terrible. It's a travesty. Come on, be classy. Have some class. All right, so... What's wrong with some YMCA? Like, bring back the 80s.
Did we have Pittsburgh?
And goodbye New York City, I guess, at this point. They're now telling us that he's not going to be making a speech now. So apparently we have to wait.
It hasn't been confirmed yet.
So what we're going to do, we're going to keep an eye on this. And come back now that we know that Zohran Mamdani has officially become the mayor-elect of New York City. Kind of expected anyway, but to basically see off New York as a major city, financial center, and the land of opportunity and capitalism, we are at least going to give you guys a discount. This is a special election night now anyway, so you can join 2C TV Plus by using the promo code NYC25 to get 25% off annual memberships. Make sure to join tonight. This is a limited offer. And of course, don't forget to download the 2C TV app from your app stores to get their full access to the channel, documentaries, chat forum, interviews, original series, and everything else that we have for you guys. Yeah, so NYC25 is also down here on the screen somewhere. Get 25% off annual membership. It's the best way to support the channel, but also get something out of it, which is better than nothing, while we wait for Mamdani. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Mamdani is now the new mayor. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
Yeah.
I have to say, I don't care what y'all say about Ben Shapiro, but this episode was on point.
Nick Fuentes is a Hitler admirer and a Holocaust denier.
Buddy, it's Führer Friday. It is Hitler Friday. Shut up. It is Heil Hitler Friday, Nick.
Because most people are and they cannot look on the internet to see how crazy Nick Fuentes really is. And so they out here acting like he's a normal person. And so is your boy Tucker Carlson is acting like he's just a normal person. Like and subscribe to the channel, hit the bell so you get notifications anytime I go live or make a video. Also, make sure that you subscribe to my new channel. It is called The Officer Tatum Show Podcast. It's where we do all of our live streams. So if you haven't seen the live streams lately, it's because it's on that channel. Go and check it out today. Like this video, comment on this video, share this video. Let's get into this. This is one of the most sane articulations online about this topic of Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and all that. And he also goes on to show, because most people are and they cannot look on the internet to see how crazy Nick Fuentes really is. And so they out here acting like he's a normal person. And so is your boy Tucker Carlson is acting like he's just a normal person. And Ben Shapiro showed all the crazy lunatic things that he said. And after you watch this, because I know it's a bunch of you weenies on here that probably still support Nick Fuentes, that's probably 4'3", and probably would cry if he ever saw a real gun, but you know, whatever. I don't want to go down that path. Make sure you go to TatumStore.com, TatumStore.com, get you one of these Don the Builder shirts. Build 20 for 20% off. Get 20% off this shirt. This is funny, man. This will trigger all of your friends, especially coming up for Christmas. Make sure you get one on TatumStore.com. Let's play the clip of Ben Shapiro, and we'll play a bunch of clips of Nick Fuentes saying the craziest things that you ever heard. Let's go with clip 301 first, and then we'll go clip 302. Roll it.
Let's make one thing clear. This is not about free speech or cancellation. It was never about free speech or cancellation. Free speech has a definition: the right to speak free of governmental coercion. I believe in it, of course. I've always defended it. Criticism of bad speech is, in fact, just a form of free speech. Cancellation also has a definition: the banning of particular people, including people like Nick Fuentes, from platforms like X or Facebook. I believe that Nick Fuentes is odious and despicable, but I've never called for his cancellation. And in fact, I've called for his restoration to those services, despite the fact that I think he's odious and despicable. It is not cancellation to draw moral lines between viewpoints. In fact, we used to call that one of the key aspects of conservatism. It is not cancellation to refuse to signal boost Hitler's supporters like Nick Fuentes. It is not cancellation to criticize Tucker Carlson for rhetorically fluffing Nick Fuentes and other anti-American. It's not cancellation if you urge others to stop promoting those who rhetorically fluff Nazi apologists. Those are all elements of free speech. And anyone who says differently is lying to you, and lying for the most cynical reasons, to misdirect from their own defense of those Nazi apologists and their promoters. The issue here isn't that Tucker Carlson had Nick Fuentes on his show last week. He has every right to do that, of course. The issue here is that Tucker Carlson decided to normalize and fluff Nick Fuentes, and that the Heritage Foundation then decided to robustly defend that performance. Those who criticize both Tucker and Heritage aren't canceling. They are quite properly drawing a moral line.
Period. Let's go 302.
Americans hate Tucker Carlson's laundered anti-Americanism. Republicans think it's trash. Independents think it's trash. Democrats think it's trash. Americans are not pro-segregation, anti-woman, pro-child marriage, anti-black, anti-Jew, anti-Indian, anti-Latino, anti-Constitution, pro-Hitler nutjobs like Nick Fuentes. And Americans are not pro-Putin, pro-Iran, pro-China, pro-Venezuela, pro-Hamas, pro-Fuentes, pro-Tate idiots like Tucker Carlson. They hate this vile garbage. If Republicans decide to cower before the likes of neo-Nazis and their propagandizers, they deserve to lose. And they will lose. Neo-Nazis and their propagandizers are not Republicans. They're not America First. They're not MAGA. They sure as hell aren't conservative. These people aren't to my right. They're not attached in any way to the fundamental principles of conservatism. And these people have already declared themselves to be my enemies. I'd be a fool not to take them seriously. If they get their way, they will hollow out the Republican Party, lead it to electoral catastrophe, and empty it and the country of any semblance of decency in the process. My answer is no. No to the Groypers. No to their publicists like Tucker Carlson. No to those who champion them. No to demoralization. No to bigotry and anti-meritocratic. No to anti-Americanism. No. This is our country. This is our party. And this is our conservative movement. And I will not stand by while it is handed over to those who betray the most fundamental principles I have spent my entire life defending and advocating. That is a path to defeat and a path to moral oblivion. I reject it because if we lose the right, we will lose to the left. And either way, we'll lose the country.
All right, now let's get to the Nick Fuentes clips because this guy is completely disgusting and people should be paying attention to it. 303, roll it.
And then, of course, there's Tucker Carlson's relationship with the vice president. Certainly, Vice President Vance has been quite generous with Tucker Carlson. That loyalty was not reciprocated last week, to say the least. Here, for example, is what Nick Fuentes has said about J.D. Vance's wife, Usha.
Andrew Tate and Bronze Age pervert and all these people, for years, all they talk about is going to the gym, being a vitalist, fighting the Matrix, India smells bad, all this kind of shit. And now they're all in favor of a fat race mixer who's married to a Jeet who named his son Vivek, who was mentored by a Jewish neocon and a fed, Peter Thiel. This guy has a non-white wife and a kid named Vivek. This guy is going to be a defender of white identity? I don't think so. This guy's going to defend American identity?
You slammed J.D. Vance for having an Indian wife, yet Trump's wife is an immigrant who was working here illegally for a time. His son is half foreign, bilingual, and holds dual citizenship, yet you give him a pass. You're either a hypocrite or just...
She's white! Dude, she's white! If we had millions of Slovenian supermodels immigrating to America, I don't think we'd have a big problem with it.
Tucker Carlson had on Nick Fuentes and did not ask him a single question about any of this. He just brought him on to launder his ugly ideas and make him more popular. That doesn't seem quite like the act of a friend.
All right, next clip.
Nick Fuentes says women want to be...
A lot of women want to be, and when I say I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that, but there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them, but also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
Let's keep going.
Nick Fuentes says that his followers should kill and die in his name.
Raise your right hand. All right, everybody raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I will kill and die for Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Hold on a second. Now, I don't understand how people take him seriously. Like, just the clips that we were showing, because many of us knew about this guy for a long time. It's just that we know he a nut, so nobody's really taking him seriously. He was banned on every platform, which to be honest, man, if I owned a platform and somebody was doing what he doing, I don't want you on my. You're creating drama on my platform. This is a place where people can share ideas in a genuine way. I don't want you. You don't have to be on somebody's private platform. So if he got banned on all these platforms, I don't think it's a problem. If Facebook say, we don't want stuff like this on our platform, you saying the N-word and doing all this, we don't owe you, these platforms don't owe you free speech. Free speech is that the government can't suppress your speech. That's what free speech is. That's our constitutional right. A platform don't have to uphold that. And I don't care. I could care less because I would hope that the more people listen to him, the more they realize he's stupid. But anyway, let's move along. Let's keep rolling those clips.
Nick Fuentes says that women are who shouldn't be in politics.
I will continue my crusade against women in politics. Because it's always like this, and it's so ironic. Women are like, I don't like, when you say, I like, you have to affect the face. When you say to repeal the 19th Amendment, that offends me. That hurts my feelings. It's like, have you ever stopped and considered that maybe if you get offended, there's such a strong emotional reaction to political opinions you disagree with across the board. Maybe that's one of the reasons why you shouldn't be making political decisions. I'm not attacking women. I'm attacking you have no problems, right? I'm attacking stupid, dirty.
Nick Fuentes says that Jim Crow was actually better for black people.
It was better for them too, number one, but number two, who cares? Who cares? You know, enough with the Jim Crow stuff. Who cares? Oh, they had to drink out of a different water fountain. Big deal. Oh no, they had to go to a different school. Their water fountain in that famous picture was worse. Who cares? Grow up, drink out of the water fountain. It's water, it's the same. You know, and, you know, even if it was bad, who cares? Who cares? It's better. It's better in general. We all agree it was better for them. It's better for us. Better in general.
Jim Crow is better. It's crazy.
Nick Fuentes says that white people are justified in being racist.
Reason that we talk about this, by the way, I know a lot of black people see this and they go, man, why are you always talking about black people, this and that? Because there just needs to be some shame here. Well, there's a few reasons. First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
Hold on a second. Going out of, like this is why people are racist and stupid instead of being logical. White people going out their way to avoid criminals, yeah, that makes sense. And so should black people. People go out their way to avoid criminals. We do it all the time. But when you say white people should go out of their way to avoid black people, he didn't just say criminals. He's generalizing that white people should avoid black people altogether. Like all black people out here cutting up. All right. Let's get to another video. We got a whole bunch of these. I think it's 309.
Nick Fuentes is a Hitler admirer and a Holocaust denier.
Buddy, it's Führer Friday. It is Hitler Friday. Shut up. It is Heil Hitler Friday. Heil Hitler, all my Nazis. Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go.
Nick Fuentes believes that the Jews start all the wars, that perfidious Jews in positions of power ought to be killed, and says the Jews are filth who have to be removed from the country.
And once again, remember who is responsible for it all. The Jews. They are responsible for every war in the world. It's not even debatable at this point. This has nothing to do with oil. This has nothing to do with democracy. This has nothing to do with liberal internationalism. We are at war with Iran because they pose a threat to Israel's hegemony. That's why we're bombing their nukes, to pave the way for regime change so Israel can dominate the region, because that makes them the most powerful they can be. There is an occult element at the high levels of society, and specifically among the Jews. So many of the people that are perpetrating the lies and the destruction on the country, they are evildoers. They are people that worship false gods. They are people that practice magic or rituals or whatever. And more than anything, those people need to be, when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty. Straight up. And I'm far more concerned about that than I am about even non-white people or mass migration. These people that are communing with demons and engaging in this sort of witchcraft and stuff, and these people that are suppressing the name Christ and suppressing Christianity, they must be absolutely annihilated when we take power. This is God's country. This is Jesus' country. This is not the domain of atheists or devil worshippers or perfidious Jews. This is Christ's country.
Nick Fuentes, it should be mentioned, despises Donald Trump and the MAGA movement as well.
That's one.
You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. You are, and honestly, and if you watch my show, you know I've been very critical. I've never been this far. This just goes to show this entire thing has been a scam. When we look back on the history of populism in America, we are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history. And the liberals were right. The MAGA supporters were had. They were.
I think that's all the clips we can stomach today. Bishop Shapiro may have had more, but we played a lot of the relevant clips that you can see how stupid this guy is. And this is why people like Charlie did not want to debate this guy, because you legitimize an illegitimate person. I'm just saying, like, if a person is claiming to be an up-and-coming basketball star and their first shot at a one-on-one session is with Michael Jordan or somebody, or LeBron James, like, bro, you got to put in the work to go against LeBron James. Because then if you get a one-on-one with LeBron James, what does that mean? That means LeBron James thinks that you even have a chance. And maybe some people will argue that if LeBron James beat you by 600 points, then maybe the world can see that you didn't have a chance. But some people just aren't worth it. Let me give you an example. I'm not going to say the guy's name, but this guy he told me to eat a you-know-what on my DM. Now, I will slap this guy with an open hand, with the back of my hand, if he ever said that to me in person. Now, he never will, and I put that on everything. He never will. And if he does, I'm going to put him on Instagram. I'm going to show y'all me slapping him with the back of my hand, not even balling my fist on this guy. So regardless of that, but this guy is out here just sending me all kind of crazy, stuff. And he did a video the other day and tried to tag my name in it, like, send this to Brandon. And I was about to pull up on him on the thing. I said, pull up on the podcast. While you running your mouth, pull up on the podcast. I'll debate any of these people anywhere. I mean, I can debate these people anywhere, right? The dude came and said, how's the merch going? Let me tell you how stupid this person is. This fool. So Charlie dies. Everybody that really cared about Charlie, that got any sense, is like, how do we help Turning Point? How do we help Erica? This fool who owns a merch store says, I was going to make a shirt, but I don't want to make a shirt because I made profit off of it. Let's put two and two together. This fool never made any merch and gave no money to Erica and Turning Point. We made a shirt and we gave 100% of the profits to her. And the numbers got to be at $500,000 right now. I don't know. I haven't checked the books, but we're probably going to write her at this point maybe close to $500,000 check. So you cowards say, I'm not going to do nothing because I might make a profit off of it. You give nothing. And somebody like myself is probably going to give around $500,000. Like, what sense did that make, you coward? And then the guy goes, how's the merch doing? Then he says something like, because somebody sent me this video, and I almost responded. My wife told me, oh, look at this guy. He a troll. And I went back and looked at some messages the fool sent me, and I never sent them a message. He just in there fangirling. He said something else like, Brandon said when he was at the Jewish Coalition, the Republican Jewish Coalition, and Brandon said that I forget what he said. He said something about Charlie, because Charlie questioned. Brandon said, if you question, he don't have time for people questioning Israel. No, everybody with a brainstem know what I'm saying. If you ask legitimate questions, which I have asked legitimate questions, which I have asked Benjamin Netanyahu, which I asked the IDF soldier or IDF colonel that I interviewed about the timeliness of the response and all this other stuff. So you can question it, but there's a difference between asking legitimate questions and you are rhetorically asking questions that you know the answer.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna be gone for a little bit. So when I get back, maybe we'll play some video games. So hopefully I'll see you back when I'm back. All right, we're back. Now, let's continue with what Mr. Brandon Tatum.
Answer for, and you're framing an argument in the form of a question. I'm just asking questions. The Jews run everything. I'm just asking, why do the Jews run everything? Why do the Jews run America? That's not a real question. That's stupid. So anyway, that's who I'm talking about. And the other one was, I said this very clearly, and if you watch my speech, you'll get it. I said, if a person don't realize, I said, Israel is one of our biggest allies. I didn't say that they were our biggest. I said they're one of our biggest allies. And if you don't believe that, you fall in one of two categories. You're either ignorant or you just hate Jews. Put your thinking cap on. This dude fell in the category that I'm talking about. Is it not true that Israel is one of our biggest allies?
Yeah.
Not only do we give them more money than just about anybody, we also support them more than anybody, and we get intelligence from them and all of that. Our relationship go back and forth. One of our biggest allies. Donald Trump was just down there negotiating a peace deal. When Benjamin Netanyahu has come to our government and spoke before Congress probably more than any other president or prime minister of any country. Donald Trump says they're one of our biggest allies. J.D. Vance, our government's position for the last several decades have been that Israel has been one of our biggest allies. For you to reject that and to say it's not true, you're too ignorant to realize that it is true, or you hate Jews so much you don't want to recognize it. This dude fell in the category.
Yep.
What a dumb person.
Well, out front now, Zoran Mamdani, the candidate for New York City mayor. And so President Trump making it very clear here, there's no beating around the bush here. You really have no choice. You must vote for him. Andrew Cuomo, what do you say to that?
Look, this is something that we've been speaking about for months. We've known since the primary that Andrew Cuomo was funded by the same billionaires that gave us Donald Trump's second term. He denied that then. He had a phone call with...
I think this is true. I think it's very obvious that Andrew Cuomo is the... Like, if you were going to look up in the dictionary, establishment Democrat, it would have a picture of him.
President Trump trying to coordinate to stop our campaign, he then denied that. And even just until these final days, he denied that he was Donald Trump's preferred candidate. But now it's written out for the entire world to see. This is the man that Donald Trump wants to be the next mayor of New York City. And not because he'll be good for New Yorkers, but because he'll be good for Donald Trump. And New Yorkers are exhausted of this agenda in Washington. They don't want to see a mimic of it come here to City Hall.
Do you think it will help Cuomo at all in the polls?
I don't even think, in my opinion, I think most of the people that are voting in the mayor race care about local and community issues. They care about things like crime. They care about things like affordability and housing. They're not really voting probably for a lot of federal issues. Some of them are, obviously. But the things that are affecting people on a day-to-day, groceries, transportation, education, wages, these are the things that really matter to the average person. Beyond ICE raids or something else. This is all those are things that, rich white people have enough time to go out and protest, but most working class people have to actually do their job,
Yeah.
I guess specifically if you assume that Trump's trying to talk to that 15% of people who say they're going to vote for Curtis Sliwa.
We continue to be confident about what tomorrow will look like for us, but I do think New Yorkers must understand that Andrew Cuomo waited until the final day before the election to have this be revealed. He wanted to be able to make the message to Democrats that he was in fact the governor that he said he was, and then right at the last moment, the last opportunity to fully embrace the MAGA movement that we have long said he is tied to.
So Trump also posted, so he endorses
How was
Cuomo,
that?
okay? Then he also talked about
An
you,
insult.
referring to you as a communist. I believe last time we talked, I don't know how many times I had of him
he
calling
was
you a communist. That's not new. But he said, if communist candidate Zoran Mamdani wins the election for mayor of New York City, it is unlikely that I will be contributing federal funds other than the very minimum as required to my beloved first home because of the fact that as a communist, this one great...
See, this is also another way that they can fuck this guy, is that if they control the federal government while this guy is the mayor, and then they just sabotage him by not giving him funding and then also fucking him over in other ways, it will make him look like a terrible mayor, and everybody will hate him. Oh, they will fuck him? Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Extortion, how un-American Trump? Well, that's what he would do. Of course that's what he would do. Yeah, that's fucked up, though. What do you mean that's fucked up?
Business.
What do you think this is? What do you think? Yeah, duh. That's why it would work.
Once great city has zero chance of success or even
That's the game.
survival. Okay, what do you think that means? Other than very minimum as required, could be an important clause, I suppose, in that sentence. But if he says unlikely is going to contribute federal funds, I mean, what happens then? What will you do if that's how he goes?
Well, I think you can clearly see that Donald Trump is threatened by our campaign. He's threatened by it because, like his, we've diagnosed the crisis in working class New Yorkers' lives.
I think he's right about that. I do. I think he's right. I think that in the same way that Donald Trump addressed working class people in 2016, I think that he's addressing working class people as well, just with different language. I think that's accurate.
Cost of living, but unlike him, we're actually going to deliver on that. And that is a contrast that he can't
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't. I think they're going to get hamstrung at every level. They're going to be stuck in courts forever. There's going to be a million restrictions put on him. It's not going to happen.
To see, because while he is spending $300 million remodeling a White House ballroom, the same amount of money that could provide SNAP benefits for 100,000 New Yorkers, he's trying to make it harder for Americans across the country to actually afford groceries. And this money that we're talking about, it's money that New York City is owed. It's not Donald Trump's to decide which city or state will get what money. This is the money that New Yorkers are owed, and this is the money that we're going to fight for.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't give it to you, you're not owed it. I mean, that's all there is to it. Like, you can say how much, oh, this is owed to me and I deserve this all you want, but if he doesn't give you the money, then you don't have the fucking money. Like, that's it.
So Trump is not the only one talking about you tonight. Elon Musk is actually talking about you.
What a pair.
Yeah,
And
it's private. Yeah, it's privately funded. Yeah, exactly.
he and obviously Musk had supported him, was crucial to his election victory. They had their falling out, but
Yes.
they're back together again. Elon posts
Moderately.
about you. Remember to vote tomorrow in New York. Bear in mind that a vote for Curtis, referring to Curtis Sliwa, whom I just mentioned, is really a vote for Mum Dummy, or whatever his name is. Vote Cuomo. All right. Why do you think he's speaking out against you? And obviously the personal insult is in there as well, Mum Dummy.
Look, I think this is one of the more expensive endorsements that Andrew Cuomo has ever gotten because it took $959 million in tax breaks that he gave Elon Musk for Elon Musk's pet projects back when Cuomo was the governor. And we're seeing the two twin architects of this second term of Donald Trump's presidency in the president himself and Elon Musk saying clearly to New Yorkers that their candidate is Andrew Cuomo. And they've picked Andrew Cuomo because they know that he will be the puppet that they want right here in New York City. And he's
the closest thing to them that there is. I mean, it's pretty actually. I don't even know if that's really true. I think it's really just as simple as Andrew Cuomo is closer to them than he is. Like, of course they're going to choose the lesser of two evils. They probably don't like Andrew Cuomo either, but they like him more than this guy. And this guy represents a more existential threat. Right? Yeah, they're not, more aligned. Yeah, they're more aligned. Exactly.
Showing himself to not just be that, but also to be their parrot in the language that he's using to close out this election.
Okay. You talk about billionaires, and there have been some really wealthy individuals who have come out and put money in PACs against you in recent days, right? Former Mayor Michael Bloomberg among them. There are plenty of other business leaders who, in private, are afraid. They have concern. There are very few who actually will talk about it publicly, but one of them is Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan, and I'm thinking of
Ladies and gentlemen, the Department of Homeland Security just released some massive information regarding President Trump's ongoing deportation efforts. And as a little bit of a spoiler here, the numbers are absolutely through the roof. Now, as you all know, all of us elected President Trump to deport every single illegal alien that's currently inside of the country, which is exactly what he's been trying to do. However, the radical far-left progressives have been doing every single thing they can do to try to stop him. From the radical activist judges attempting to legislate from the bench to the far-left progressive politicians trying to create sanctuary cities and completely ignore federal law, to the violent terrorist Antifa riots across the country, there doesn't seem to be an end to just how low they're willing to go. But folks, in spite of all of that, President Trump has still been finding success. Take a look.
Well, the president is all about results, as is Secretary Noem. And really, what President Trump's Secretary Noem and our law enforcement have been able to do in the past 270 days, despite the injunctions, despite the obstruction from sanctuary city politicians and these activist judges, is really nothing short of extraordinary. 2 million illegal aliens exiting the country. That includes 1.6 million deportations and over 500,000 deportations from our ICE and CBP officers. But we're going to be really surging resources. We have 10,000 new ICE enforcement officers that are going to be hired in the coming days. So we know that we're going to continue to arrest the worst of the worst.
And so, folks, did you catch all of that? Despite the best efforts of the far-left radical progressives, the Trump administration has still been able to deport 2 million illegal aliens in just the last 10 months alone. But ladies and gentlemen, there was another thing that she just said that I wanted to highlight real quick. The Department of Homeland Security is currently hiring 10,000 new ICE enforcement officers, and oh, by the way, ICE currently only has around 6,000 officers, meaning that they're going to see a 167% increase. And so really, with this massive troop surge inbound, on top of all of President Trump's recent legal victories, I think it's fair to say that these deportations are really only just getting started. And so, folks, I don't know about all of you, but to me personally, this is exactly what it looks like to put America first.
Yep, it's only getting started, Trumpy. Trumperson.
The cartel, which it appears to be, he likely is, at least based.
I like watching these boys for the news.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1349 of the War News stream. And today we have very big news. We've seen Russia deploying weapon shipments to Venezuela actively today. We've also seen that Belgium's closed their airspace over unknown drone sightings around multiple different airports. And also, Putin has approved full-time military conscription because they're running out of soldiers. And we have very big news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 48 hours of news from around the world as major and significant developments have happened not only inside the Eastern Caribbean, but also in Eastern Europe as well. We have been able to hear significant news today that the Russian Federation's government, by official announcement, has been providing the Republic of Venezuela and the Maduro regime with weapons of mass destruction, or more so, weapons of any kind, including the possibility of weapons of mass destruction such as the Oreshnik intercontinental ballistic missile. Already provided is the Pantsir S-1 and Buk M2 by public Russian announcement, along with other additional Russian statements following along the lines that other weapons have been provided that the Russians and the Venezuelans are not disclosing at this point, largely turning the situation from one of a more so domestic affair, or at least it would more so seem one at the surface of it, and now it's becoming an international affair between the United States and the Russian Federation, and generally another proxy armed showdown between the two sides. The United States of America is attempting to race the Gerald R. Ford out of the Mediterranean at this moment. It was spotted in the Strait of Gibraltar earlier today and is currently somewhere within the eastern North Atlantic, making all available steam towards the area of the Eastern Caribbean. In the meantime, Maduro's regime has openly praised the Russian Federation for their arms provisions and has stated that the Russian Federation is a strong, true, and trusted ally, one that the Venezuelans can count on in their time of need. At the same time, the United States of America is making sure that that time of need is going to be coming around a lot quicker, as U.S. forces, possibly the 22nd MU, were spotted today in Trinidad and Tobago, moving along the highways. The United States government is also racing to oust the Maduro regime as quickly as possible, even looking to conduct a strike without congressional approval and then seek approval at a later date at this point, considering that now Russian arms provisions are starting to put a ticking timer on this development at the moment. In the meantime, the United States of America is seeing that the Russian Federation is having a very difficult situation on the home front, even when they're trying to make the situation in the Eastern Caribbean difficult for the United States. The Russian Federation is now dealing with such a significant loss of manpower and a manpower shortage as a whole in the armed forces that the Russian Federation, by presidential decree today, has now moved away from the usual spring and fall conscription regiments and is now moving to an all-year-round conscription routine.
All year.
This will be allowing the Russian Federation to conscript forces whenever necessary and whenever needed, pretty much accounting for the absolute losses seen in the front lines in Ukraine, and to be able to ensure that the Russian Federation's armed forces are now going to be dealing with a critical or crippling manpower shortage at any point in the future. Still, this is showing that the situation is absolutely dire for the Russian Federation, not only on an economic and strategic level, but even on the tactical level, the manpower situation is looking quite bad. The Ukrainian armed forces have also been creating an even worsening economic situation, even more so still than we've already seen inside the Russian Federation, with attacks on the Nizhny Novgorod refinery once again occurring overnight, along with attacks on the Sterlitamak petrochemical plant, which was also hit overnight and heavily damaged as well. Air defense has been active over the city of Oriol, while more major Ukrainian drone attacks are once again underway at this moment, and the Ukrainian armed forces have continued to hold their line and inflict unsurmountable losses on the Russian Federation's armed forces near to the city of Pokrovsk. Russian armed forces were able to make it into the very southern outskirts of the city of Pokrovsk, around the small village of Leontovichi, which is a suburb of Pokrovsk, last night, and heavy battle is now ensuing in this area. Ukrainian armed forces have stated that they are holding the advantage, and the counterattack appears to be possibly pushing the Russians out of this small suburb. In the meantime, the Russian Federation has also seen that they have lost an anti-submarine patrol vessel inside of the port of Sevastopol due to a mysterious fire that broke out on board the vessel and has burned wildly out of control since then. 2 Russian spies were arrested inside of Poland today by Polish internal security forces and have been apparently conducting counterintelligence and intelligence operations in support of the FSB of the Russian Federation. These individuals will be tried on December 8th and will most likely be found guilty for their crimes. In the meantime, Lithuania has also opened up a new Rheinmetall ammunition plant inside of their country to help them to supply vital munitions not only to their Boxer infantry fighting vehicles, but also to their upcoming Leopard 2 A7 main battle tanks, which the Lithuanians are currently attempting to procure and field inside of their armed forces. The Belgians have also given authorization to their armed forces to shoot down any drones within Belgian airspace that have not been identified or have been given proper approval to fly through the airspace by the civil authorities. In the meantime, just hours ago, we were able to hear that the entire national airspace was closed after such drones were spotted again. We have absolutely major news to cover over the course of the night. Once again, largely within the Eastern Caribbean and East Russia, or more so Eastern Europe. And we are going to be making sure to get into each and every single major piece and detail of news that we have gotten over the past 48 hours in the largest stories, of course, coming first, and going into the smaller stories throughout the course of the night. And so, folks, without further ado, let us get into the largest story of the day, which is going to be taking us directly into the Eastern Caribbean and into Venezuela. We were able to hear earlier in the morning that the Maduro regime, or specifically Nicolas Maduro himself, was openly praising the Russian Federation, saying that Russia has set an example of respecting international law and stands as a global power capable of building partnerships based on equality, mutual respect, and cooperation. These statements seem to be not so shocking to many people who already know about the geopolitical position that Venezuela is situated in at the moment, but these statements do come as a shock to some people who do view the Russian Federation as a somewhat benevolent country, or at least a friendly country to the United States of America, or the very few people who are fewer and fewer each and every day who generally believe those sorts of assessments. The Russian Federation has openly stated today, these are the reasons why Maduro has made such friendly statements about the Russians. He's got a good reason why, as the Russians publicly stated that they are now supplying weapons to Venezuela in quite large amounts, mind you.
They're
Now, let
old
me share with you all
Soviet
the large
era
amounts that we already
weapons.
know of right now, according to current Russian statements.
They have a ton
According
of.
to the Russian Alexei Zurilov, who is the first deputy chairman of the State Duma Defense Committee, he has stated that they have already delivered Pantsir S-1 and Buk M2 missile systems to Venezuela. The Pantsir S-1 is a fairly short-range air defense system. This air defense system only has a range of around 15 to 20 miles, and its performance in Ukraine has been very sketchy. A large amount of Pantsir S-1s seem to not be able to detect incoming air targets. Either the radar is not strong enough or fine-tuned enough to be able to pick up these incoming air targets, and this system has found itself easily destroyed by FPV drones of the Ukrainian armed forces. For this reason, most Pantsir S-1s that are remaining inside of the Russian Federation have generally been relegated to point defenses, usually around the Kerch Bridge, Moscow, or one of Putin's dachas. We rarely ever see a Pantsir S-1 inside of Ukraine anymore, and very rarely do we ever see one outside of the Crimean Bridge, Putin's dachas, or Moscow. We've seen one or two of them around the Volgograd area and elsewhere, but that is, once again, exceedingly rare and in very limited number. These systems, for that reason, are not the most dangerous air defense system to see on the planet and could be easily dealt with. However, there is another air defense system that the Russians also announced that they are providing, which is the Buk M2. This is the Buk M2 right here, in the entire air defense system that follows along with the Buk M2. The Buk M2s generally have a targeting acquisition vehicle and several launcher vehicles that follow along with it. This is a fairly decent air defense system, all things considered, at least for Venezuela. Considering that Venezuela's strongest air defense system is the Chinese-provided HQ-9B, this is probably the second best air defense system that they have in the country at the moment, and it was just provided to them by the Russians within the last week. This air defense system, once again, does not have an extremely long range. It's only a range of about 30 or so miles. Not that far, at least in modern air defense metrics. In modern air defense metrics, an air defense range for a large caliber air defense system is usually expected to be around 100 to 110 miles, and that would generally be considered to be a great air defense system, or at least a very decent one. The Buk M2s don't really get that kind of range. You can see right here, as a matter of fact, the 9M38s, which are the older sorts of missiles that the Buk M1 and the Buk M2s use, is a 19-mile range. It's not that far. Still, these do allow for the Venezuelans to have at least a larger amount of available air defense systems operational, and also a larger amount of interceptors that are available to be fired at any given moment. Of course, that also relies on the Venezuelans being properly trained to be able to operate these systems, but if we were to assume that they were properly trained, which we generally would for analytical purposes, this is allowing the Venezuelans to stay in the fight a little bit longer if the United States decides to strike. But that's not where the Russian Federation left off. There's a lot of additional statements that they made today that were a lot more concerning than the fact that they provided some shorter range air defense systems. According to what we were able to hear from Alexei Zurilov, he stated that Russia is already supplying weapons to Venezuela and sees no obstacles to transferring the brand new Oreshnik ICBM, pictured here, to the Republic of Venezuela. Now that's where.
Also, by the way, just a small point. Isn't the Oreshnik an IRBM though? But why are they calling it an ICBM? Because I thought it was different.
It's actually kind of a ICBM, but not really, because it just breaches the threshold of being an ICBM, I think by like 25 miles. So it really is more so of an IRBM, but it's in the twilight zone between being an ICBM and an IRBM. So you can really use both of them interchangeably, and they pretty much work either way. It's really like potato on this. Whichever way you want to say it, it's generally fine.
Interesting, interesting.
But nevertheless, they are willing to provide an Oreshnik IRBM or an ICBM, whichever way you want to call it, because either one really works for this thing, to the Republic of Venezuela, at least from what they're saying. And according to an additional statement, Russia is actually one of Venezuela's key military technical partners. We supply the country with nearly the entire range of weapons, from small arms to aviation. The details and volumes of deliveries are classified, so the Americans might be in for a surprise. I see no obstacles to providing our friendly nation with new systems such as the Oreshnik or the well-proven Caliber missiles. No international commitments restrict Russia in this regard. That was the statements from the Deputy Chairman of the State Defense Committee. This is something that is a fairly good bit concerning.
Especially with being
The
such short
Oreshnik
range.
IRBM, or ICBM, if we want to generally call it an ICBM, is not the most reliable missile, to put it that way, but it is also quite a decent long-range missile. This missile does have a significant distance to it, and let me go pull it up for y'all really quickly, so that way I can show y'all the exact range of the RS-26 Rubesh. Well, actually, let me go get the Oreshnik, because the Oreshnik is actually the modification of the Rubesh. So let me go get that here. And let me go make sure that we get the range here. Let's see, reported speeds. Yeah, we don't really care about the speeds all too much. We need to know about the range.
Also, by the way, while you're looking for the range on that real quick, I saw an interesting question from David Tablet. He said, isn't this a violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty? And technically, according to what I know, this is simply the missile itself. Russia's not said they're going to give them nuclear-equipped ICBM missiles. It's simply a rumor that maybe Russia might give at least the missile body itself to Venezuela, but we're not told exactly what the payload would be with that missile. So unless they give them nuclear warheads, then technically they're not violating any treaties, at least according to what I know so far.
And Matthew would actually be correct with that. Providing a nuclear-capable platform or system is not a violation of the non-nuclear proliferation treaties. It is the fact of providing anyone with a nuclear warhead or a nuclear weapon of any type that will be in violation of the treaty. So you could actually give them hell, you could give them a Sarmat ICBM, and as long as you're not giving them nuclear warheads, it's actually not a violation of the non-proliferation treaties.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's generally how it works. But that also works to our favor, because that allows us to give Ukraine Tomahawk missiles, because Tomahawk missiles are also nuclear capable. But if we do not give them to them in a nuclear capable form, or nuclear armed, and we just give them the conventional version of the Tomahawk cruise missile with a conventional warhead, then it is definitely 100% within treaty and not violating the non-proliferation treaty. The Oreshnik's max distance is 3,400 miles, which, I gotta be honest with y'all, when we moved out of Alabama, I was thinking, okay, now we're going to be out of range of really anything that the Russians would give the Venezuelans, like a Shahed drone. That's not the reason we were moving, but still, that was something that I thought as a side note. This Oreshnik has just enough range that it can reach Salt Lake City. So, I mean, literally almost just Salt Lake City, about 100 miles beyond that. But that is...
That's if it works, though. I mean, you've seen in the past that this Oreshnik has been one of the most unreliable missile systems that Russia's ever fielded pretty much in their history, because they've tested it so many times. It's failed tons of tests, and there's been even rumors that they tried to recently test it perhaps during Zapad, and it didn't work then either. So this missile here had a very, very long development period. It was in development for a very long time because the rumor was they weren't able to get it to work right. So, you know, I think they've used it once or maybe twice in Ukraine with a non-nuclear warhead, obviously, but I wouldn't really put much stock into the actual reliability of the thing, if it even works.
You know, that's a good point. And of course, Oreshniks do have a very questionable success rate, and at least from our last projections off of all of the launches that we know of here on the channel, out of the 4 launches of the Oreshnik, 2 have completely failed. One didn't even leave the silo. It had a critical failure within its launching silo on the transport erector launcher, so it didn't even leave the silo, and the other one was launched and then immediately exploded several hundred feet above the TEL. So out of the 4 launches that we know of, 2 of them failed, meaning that this thing literally has a half and half chance of actually even leaving the launcher. If it does leave the launcher, however, the other two that did succeed did make it all the way to their targets. And so for that reason, if it was capable of being launched and was launched successfully, it would be able to reach 3,400 miles into the United States, really meaning that the entirety of the eastern seaboard is well within range, the farthest distance being only 2,500 miles away, and the most long-distance targets, which would be near to the west coast, including the city of LA, would also be in range as well. Basically, the only things that would be out of range of an Oreshnik IRBM, or an ICBM if you want to call it that, would be the northern part of California, most of Nevada, Oregon, a decent part of Idaho, and also the state of Washington. Those are generally the only states in the United States of America that would be out of range of an Oreshnik IRBM. Now, there are a lot of things that people have brought up here about the Oreshnik and also its vulnerabilities, and this
getting
one's
his head
actually a
shaved.
really good point that a lot of people have been bringing up
They're
that makes
losing a
this
bet.
not as scary as it is. The fact of the matter is, if the Venezuelans had one and they launched it, it's going to go into its boost phase right there in front of the U.S. Navy that's hanging out in the Eastern Caribbean right now, which does include several Arleigh Burke-class destroyers and a Ticonderoga-class missile destroyer. A missile cruiser, correction there. All of those carry the Standard Missile Type 2 or the Standard Missile Type 3. The Standard Missile Type 2s and Type 3s are entirely capable of conducting exoatmospheric interceptions of missiles of this type, especially at the incredibly close ranges of only several hundred miles away. Considering that from Puerto Rico to Venezuela, the range is about 500 miles, and the range of an SM-3 is about 1,000 miles, it is entirely possible that a single Ticonderoga-class missile cruiser could take on about a dozen of these Oreshniks and shoot them down well before they even got close to the United States of America. Meaning, in a sense, even if the Russians did provide those weapons to the Venezuelans, they wouldn't pose as big a threat as one would think. It still is the fact of the matter that the Russians are providing them at all that is an issue, and it is starting to show that the Russian Federation is going to pretty much try and force the door open, if they can, for Venezuela to not be invaded, if possible, to allow for Venezuela to survive later on into the future, for the Chinese to be able to continue to use Venezuela as a jumping board to build influence in the area and greater erode America's control over what is basically, as far as U.S. hegemony is concerned, America's backyard. That is a fairly concerning sort of a foreign policy situation and strategic situation that we find ourselves in at the moment, and it does lead us to wonder, what are the Russians going to be doing next, especially considering the play that they're making right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so now that we've heard today that the Russian officials are saying that they're already supplying weapons to Venezuela, and they may even provide the IRBM missiles very soon, the Oreshnik, what are your thoughts about that? And it looks like 56% of the audience said Russia will merely supply the weapons and they'll stop with that, while 24% are saying that Russia is simply bluffing, and 16% said Russia will defend Venezuela militarily. So this is a bit disturbing. I will admit, this is something to cause some alarm, because if you'll recall, back during the Cuban Missile Crisis, something very similar to this happened where the USSR wanted to put missiles in Cuba so that way they could try to strike the United States right off our shores. And obviously that led to almost the brink of war back when the Cuban Missile Crisis was happening. It looks like Russia's trying to repeat that same strategy in Venezuela this time. We haven't heard any allegations of them providing nuclear-equipped weapons, but they're going to provide missiles which can be nuclear equipped. So that is a major cause for concern. And also, y'all might realize that it seems like the U.S. is kind of delaying their attacks on Venezuela, and at least in my opinion, it seems like they're delaying the attack somewhat. And that could be because maybe there is the talk that maybe these missiles are being put in Venezuela, and that's sort of putting the U.S. in a checkmate position where we have to stop and think it over before we go any further with any attacks against Maduro. So it seems to me like Putin is really pulling a checkmate with this one. It's not as serious as providing nukes, but it's literally right close to that severity with nuclear weapons perhaps being put in Venezuela. So I'm kind of on the border with this one. I think that Russia might actually try to defend Venezuela just so they can try to get some leverage over the United States. But it's tough to say right now. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would be with this 56%. I believe that Russia will only merely supply weapons because, unlike the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Soviet Union's ability to conduct a power projection during that period of time, the Russian Federation does not have a feasible way to conduct power projection, at least at this moment, towards the nation of Venezuela in any sort of a significant way. While they are providing arms, it does appear that it would generally be in a very small number. We are only seeing about one IL-76 flight per day into Venezuela from the Russian Federation, and generally considering the payload at which an IL-76 could carry, they cannot be providing an incredibly large number of really anything, at least for now, on a day-to-day basis to Venezuela. If anything, if they've been doing this for about 4 or 5 days, they may have been able to provide, maybe, at best, 2 Pantsiers and a single Buick M2 battery. That's probably the best that they've been able to provide, at least off of the several flights that we know of so far of the IL-76s. The Russian Navy coming down to Venezuela and helping to defend Venezuela from the United States would be an entirely different story. Getting the Russian Navy to Cuba was a logistical challenge in itself, and out of the 3 ships that took a part on that venture, one of them broke down on the way there and then also broke down in Havana again. So getting a usable or large enough Russian combat fleet, either out of the Baltic from Kronstadt or from the Northern Fleet up here in the Barents Sea, all the way down and towards Venezuela, and then also keeping there and sustaining them, that would be an incredibly difficult undertaking for the Russian Federation to be able to conduct. So I would generally say, for that reason, I do not believe that the Russian Federation will be getting involved directly in an armed defense of Venezuela, considering that would be very tough for them to pull off from a logistical standpoint.
I would have thought that. I would have thought that too. And originally, I think I said that,
Yeah.
but before we actually went on our move here to Utah, before we went off the air for a week, I believe I actually said that it seems unlikely that China or Russia would actually militarily defend Venezuela. But I must admit, seeing these new developments here and also hearing some new
I'm very
information,
surprised by
I'm
Russia.
starting to waver a little bit about that, because Russia would not send their real military to Venezuela, but they might send maybe some type of mercenary force or some type of paramilitary force to Venezuela to try to help defend it. That could be a possibility as well, because we are hearing allegations in the background from some of the Venezuelan opposition leaders that there might already be a Russian presence on the ground and also a Hamas and Hezbollah presence on the ground in Venezuela as well. So it sounds like we could be dealing with much more than maybe just the Venezuelan military. It could be some more of these paramilitary groups from many different regions of the world, perhaps the Middle East, and also out of Russia as well. So if those allegations turn out to be true, then it could be a lot more severe than we thought originally.
It may be a possibility that it could be more severe, and there are a larger amount of paramilitary groups that are in Venezuela that could offer some form of armed resistance, and especially considering that they're paid, they would definitely give more resistance, most likely, than the regular Venezuelan army. But still, at the same time, the issue is that even if they do resist, there is no way to feasibly resupply any of them once a U.S. invasion begins. They would be cut off completely from resupply, unless if Colombia got involved and was allowing itself to become a supply corridor into Venezuela, but that also would most likely reach the ire of the United States and require immediate action. So that might also close down as well. But then again, that really depends on whether the President of the United States would want to go all the way in and then also conduct a joint war against Colombia simultaneously. We do know that Brazil doesn't really appear to have any appetite to support the Maduro regime, or really any instances of involvements going on in the northern area of South America. So we know that there wouldn't be a supply corridor through there. We also know that Guyana would not help out Venezuela because they're currently being occupied, at least a significant part of their country, by Venezuela. And on top of that, there are no other neighbors surrounding Venezuela, and if you wanted to access them to resupply them, you would have to reach them by sea. And once a conflict starts, the United States is going to blockade the coast, which would make it impossible to ship anything in. So it would be very tough, even with these mercenary groups inside of the country, it'd be very tough for them to resist incredibly long, because their munitions would run out, their food would run out, their supplies would run out, and then they wouldn't really have any ability to resist any farther because they just wouldn't have the means to. So that could be something to factor in as well, is that even if they are there, and that makes it a bit of a more difficult situation, their ability to resist will wane rapidly because they just will not have the ability to resupply themselves in any meaningful way.
Yeah, maybe so. It could be. I'm just very concerned right now about the idea that Russia could be putting larger missiles like ICBMs or IRBMs in Venezuela, and also, I'm not so concerned about the fighting capabilities of Hamas, Hezbollah, etc. And also, we're not even 100% sure if those claims are accurate. That's just claims being lobbed around by some, I guess you could say, prominent figures in Venezuela that are opposition to Maduro. They're saying that. So even if they're there, it probably wouldn't be too much of a match for the U.S. military. They'd probably get wiped out just like the Venezuelan military. But it's the trend of escalation. It seems like many different people are using Venezuela as leverage against the United States, which may start to explain why the U.S. is down there in such a large presence. Because if it turns out that those claims are true, that would give a whole new context to this massive naval buildup outside of Venezuela. So it is a bit concerning.
I would have to say, though, the problem here is, and this is something I've got to say, folks, as a bit of a warning, cautionary tale for everyone, this is why we can't go around and create problems where there isn't one yet. Because I've been saying on this channel, and Matthew and me have been saying on this channel, that Venezuela isn't really an issue that demands attention right now. It's something we could deal with in 5 to 7 years, and the situation will look like it does right now, and that's because we wouldn't touch it. The situation with Venezuela is not a great one. They are a Chinese-Russian aligned country, so they're obviously an Axis-aligned country in our backyard. And they are also a large amount of criminal and illicit activities that are conducted inside of Venezuela, and the nation is run by a dictator. That's absolutely insane. The problem is, though, is that when we take this situation right now and we go look at it, and then the United States points a finger at Venezuela and goes, this is a problem right here, and we're going to deal with it. What we are doing is we are telling everyone in the world, the Russians and the Chinese, we're putting a giant glowing neon sign on Venezuela that says, we are going to do something to these people, so you can come in now and try and stop that, and then turn this into a whole problem right now, way ahead of schedule. And that's what's currently happening. Now, I got to say this. Now, because of what's going on in Venezuela, I'd have to say that the United States needs to act quickly, because we cannot allow for the Russians and the Chinese to start building them up into an armed fortress down there. That would be absolutely stupid to walk away and leave this alone right now. This is now going to become an international affair, and not only that, allow the Axis powers to continue to fortify and build up Venezuela with a justifiable excuse, at least on their end. So now we have to deal with it. But this is also why we don't need to go around and take the 7th place problem and turn it into the 1st place problem, because then we'll see that everyone else in the world will give an equal reaction. And that's also another important thing, folks, about foreign policy. We always have to be very careful how we step. Whenever we open a Pandora's box, we can't close it. Like, for example, when we talk about Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, what did we see with Bagram? We wanted Bagram back. I gotta say, it was a mistake to give it up. Not the greatest idea, but we did give it up. And so, that was that. No reason to return on it. So we threatened the Taliban recently to go back and take Bagram. We pretty much opened up the Pandora's box there, and we put a giant glowing neon sign on Afghanistan for everyone around the world to see that America has a problem with Afghanistan. So what did China do? China immediately provided assistance to the Taliban and said, we'll help you guys out. And also, they are probably moving into Bagram right now. That's why we don't go around the world as the United States and create problems where there are one, or at least broadcast them loudly to the entire world, because you will usually see that the world is not a vacuum. Wherever we're conducting some action, our enemies will also be there conducting an equal reaction to what we're doing. And so,
and also, you got to remember as well, it's not just Venezuela. When we're speaking about South America and the U.S. sort of moving against certain countries in that region, it's Venezuela, it's Colombia perhaps, and now we're also hearing new reporting that Mexico also might be added to the menu for the United States as well when it comes to dealing with quote-unquote narco-terrorism. So it seems like the U.S. is getting extremely bogged down in South America and also expanding to Mexico as well. There is a valid problem there, by the way. There is definitely a narco-terrorism problem in those countries, but like we've said before, we've been like a broken record. It's not the time for that. Like that problem has existed for ages. It's existed for decades. So why choose now, when the world's on the brink of World War III, to start dealing with the problem in South America when we're about to have a major war perhaps break out in Europe and also maybe even in Asia between China and Taiwan? Why get distracted and bogged down in places that have been a problem for many, many years?
I would have to agree. It's not a good move, but at the same time, folks, I also have to say this. While I'm saying this is a cautionary tale and a cautionary story as to why we don't go around the world creating problems where there really wasn't one, at least yet, because it creates a reaction from our adversaries, and then it turns it into a giant ordeal, because now this is a huge ordeal. Now we were playing the cards that we've been dealt, and we didn't grab the greatest of hands, making Venezuela pretty much our ace in the hole, in the way. But that's what it is now. So this is now a major ordeal. Now the Russians are providing them with weapons. So right now, here's what we have. Here's how this is going to go. So we either now get completely involved against Venezuela, and we crush them now, and get this done and over with, or we back off, and we walk away, which also looks like a sign of weakness, because this is very light resistance at this point that the Russians are providing. It's just a little bit of armed support that they're giving them, and it's not even a large amount. But if we back off, it's then going to be seen as a sign of weakness. And not only that, then the Russians and the Chinese are going to look at Venezuela and go, oh, well, look at that. America backed off because we gave them some weapons. So now we know that Venezuela is practically the damn Rock of Gibraltar in this area. I mean, we will be able to stay here forever. So they will give them everything. I mean, China and Russia will sit there and arm Venezuela to the teeth, and then we'll never be able to go in there and easily deal with Venezuela at that point, because the Chinese and the Russians will be in there tooth and nail in every single way possible, and they will also turn the Venezuelan military into a capable fighting force over the next several years if we walk away from this right now at this point. So now we've forced ourselves, in a way, in having to deal with this. Now we actually are having to curb Russian and Chinese influence inside of Venezuela, because it's quite literally physically present in there. So I gotta say, folks, it wasn't the greatest move to turn Venezuela into a situation, but now that it is, and now that the Russians are turning it into one as well by supplying them with arms and weapons and leaving open the door to further supply them, now we have to get involved. I mean, there literally is no other way around this, because if we don't get involved now and we try and walk away and deal with this another day, this is going to be a lot worse of a situation, and this thing will have grown into a monster later on down the road. So with that in mind, a lot of people are actually talking about the fact of whether or not Hezbollah, Hamas, and other forces are actually inside of Venezuela as well. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So right now, and by the way, folks, this is claims being made by individuals in Venezuela that are opposition leaders to Maduro. So these are simply rumors. So take them for what you will. But the sources are claiming that Russia, Hamas, and Hezbollah are operating in Venezuela. And do you believe the claims? And 40% said yes, it sounds likely true, while 39% said no, it sounds like fake rumors. And 8% said, it might happen soon, possibly, but not right this second. So I will say, I do believe that Russia is there. I believe that. Not as Russia as like the Ministry of Defense, but more like Russian paramilitary forces. That is likely there, because we have seen Russian flights going to and from Venezuela, allegedly carrying weapons to give to the Maduro regime. So it only makes sense that with those weapons probably came some form of Russian forces that probably came with it. We're not sure of the number, but I'm sure they're there. Now, Hamas and Hezbollah, that's another story, because that's from an entirely different region of the world, and while those forces are generally aligned with Russia, we have no real proof on the ground that they're actually there. It's possible they could be there, but right now it's all speculation. So my gut is telling me that it's likely true, but once again, it's purely speculation. So I'm just going off of a gut instinct right here. I would imagine that some form of those forces are probably all there in some form or another. So I'm with the 41%. And Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, maybe. I'd actually have to be in the unsure and undecided group, because Hamas and Hezbollah, at least as armed fighting forces, don't exist anywhere in the world outside of Lebanon and the Gaza Strip, in any armed fighting capacity, at least that we would know of. On any sort of an international stage. So it'd be very weird. Like, I just have to say, it'd be weird that out of everywhere in the world that Hamas and Hezbollah would exist, which once again, these terrorist forces in Hamas and Hezbollah, they exist solely with the idea of the destruction of Israel, pretty much primarily, and the creation of Palestine as the only state that would exist where Israel is currently. It would be incredibly weird for them to have armed fighting elements in Venezuela, in the middle of northern South America, in the jungle, for no reason. Like, their fight, or their ideological fight, doesn't even have a justification in Venezuela, so I wouldn't really know why they would be there. And it also isn't like it's a large Islamic capital of the world. This part of northern South America is heavily Catholic. So I don't even know where in the world the Islamic population would exist in Venezuela for this sort of a force to be there. Still, I'm not saying it's out of the question. They might be there. But at the same time, it would be incredibly weird if they were, because it just doesn't really make a lot of sense considering their ideological motives and their entire historical presence has been centered entirely around Israel, Lebanon, the Gaza Strip, and the West Bank only.
But you got to remember, though, you have to remember as well that Hamas, Hezbollah, and all the Iranian proxy forces, they all have an interest in causing hell and havoc in the United States. So we've heard the reports, and also many people are starting to sort of wake up to the reports that throughout all the years of people sneaking across the U.S. border, there have been allegedly operatives of those groups that have crossed into our border. They arrive here, and then they get in the country, and they're sleepers until they're told to do something by their leaders back in Iran. So to me, it wouldn't be too far-fetched because they're obviously coming into the United States to do harm to the American citizens, and it wouldn't be too far-fetched as well if those same forces were being used in places like Venezuela to help bolster and also maybe train and assist the Venezuelan armed forces to actually oppose the United States if something were to happen down there, because Iran would love nothing more for the U.S. to get bogged down in South America. They would love nothing more than that, just like Russia would love it as well, because that means the U.S. is distracted in a different region of the world than the region that they're currently fighting in. So it would definitely serve their interest for that to hapen. So me personally, I think it's possible. I have no evidence to prove it's 100% true, but I would say it's at least possible.
It is possible. It's not out of the question, but it would still be quite weird for them to be there. That's one thing I will say. That's why I'm undecided. It would just be so weird for them to be there. That's generally my thing. And also on top of that, I would say it would be more plausible at that point with what you're saying that they would be in Mexico than Venezuela. Because at least with Mexico, you could try and cross the U.S. border. In Venezuela, you're not even close to the United States. You're about 1,000 miles away by sea, and more than that by land.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, they could be operating all over the place. It's just hard to tell. It would be great if we had proof of it, though. Like, we're hearing all these rumors and all these claims, but so far nobody is like taking picture evidence or showing here's this individual who's a member of Hamas. There is no real evidence of it. So right now it's simply claims by people that are allegedly in the know, but that's not much to go on. It's just claims.
And also, I just saw someone say, "No, Hamas is in Yuma, Arizona." No, I mean, like, here's another thing. Like, someone from like Hamas from the Gaza Strip being in Yuma, Arizona, and just a gang of them hanging out. That's a pretty big stretch. I mean, Yuma, Arizona, out of everywhere they'd hang out, Yuma, like out of everywhere they could be, like a major city, for example. I mean, that would be quite weird. What you're probably seeing is a whole bunch of self-radicalized people that are hanging out in Yuma, Arizona that claim they're a part of Hamas. Because there are a lot of people here in America who have never been in the Gaza Strip, who never officially were a part of the actual Hamas that's in the Gaza Strip, or Hezbollah in Lebanon. And for some reason, they self-radicalize themselves over the internet, either to become a part of Hezbollah or Hamas, and then they're domestic terrorists that profess that they're a part of Hamas or Hezbollah. But that's not the same thing as an actual blood-born or actual real ascended Hezbollah Hamas member from Lebanon or the Gaza Strip taking the trip all the way to the United States of America. That's a fairly different sort of a thing. So I would generally have to say that that's a lot more likely than the idea of just, gazillions of Hamas fighters, coming to Mexico and then crossing the border and then, just gangs of them hanging out in every single town in America. Because it's like, if there's that many of them hanging out in that many towns across America, they could have all flown back to the Gaza Strip and taken over Israel at that point, because there would have had to have been millions of them in the United States at that point for a little gang of them to be in every single town and every single place in America. At least that's what I would say. That would be my 2 cents. But anyways, moving on from that, though, we do also have some other significant news that has come out of the area, at least about the United States and our actions within this region. In Trinidad and Tobago, a video has emerged today that appears to be showing U.S. Armed Forces on the move, possibly even the 22nd MEU, or Marine Expeditionary Unit. And here's the clip right here. We can see it's led by a police motorcade.
Oh, wow, that guy right there was sideswiped that car when he's going by. He did a little swerve at them.
Man, he did a little... And we can also see the convoy passing through. It appears to be carried by civilian 18-wheelers. And it does appear that based off of the vehicles, this highly likely does appear to be a Marine Corps unit, just based off of the vehicles that are present here. We see the police waving the car on by.
Just a lot of Connex boxes full of something.
20-foot Connex boxes, mind you. Military standard. So that is a little interesting to note as well. But one thing that I do want to point out here is that HEMTTs, or HEMTs, are fairly common amongst all of the branches, generally. But one thing that is a little bit interesting to note is that none of these appear to be in any sort... Let me check this here. It looks like tricolor SARC. It appears to me it may be the 22nd MU. We do know that at least the 22nd MU is made up of several battalions, and one of these battalions may be here inside of Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, getting any further than that would start to get into operational security issues, but it is quite clear that the U.S. Armed Forces are starting to have a wide-reaching spread and presence throughout the entirety of the Eastern Caribbean, all the way from Trinidad and Tobago, just miles from the coast of Venezuela, and all the way up to Puerto Rico. Not only that, the USS Gerald R. Ford and its carrier strike group was spotted today passing through the Strait of Gibraltar on its way into the Eastern Caribbean. The USS Gerald...
Why is it going so slow? Like, am I getting impatient here? But it seems like it's going extremely slow. I think the estimate was it was 2 weeks away, but this thing is really behind schedule.
It covered, according to, let's see here, who's this fella? I want to give him his credit. According to Swamp Ghost, the USS Gerald R. Ford, at least at the time this photograph had been taken, had covered 200 miles in 16 hours. So let's divide that down into the hours, and let's see how many knots it's going, or miles an hour at least. So 200 miles divided by 16 hours, it's going at a speed of about 12 and a half knots, or 12 and a half miles an hour, actually. That's more like 11.7 knots, if I'm not mistaken, or 11.4. But what is the top speed, or at least the supposed top speed, of the Gerald R. Ford class aircraft carrier? Let's take a look at that to get an idea. Is this thing going at all available speed? I would have a feeling the answer is no. Let's see. In excess, so it can go in excess of 30 knots or 35 miles an hour. So this thing's only going at about 1/3 power ahead. So not full all available steam. It's actually kind of just bebopping through, really. Not incredibly fast. So I don't know what's taking it so long. I do not know why it is taking it so long. That is actually a good question. Still,
it makes you wonder if it's an intentional delay, because once this thing shows up, it's like, is there any pieces of the puzzle that would be left at that point for the U.S. to, plausibly stall? Because, once this thing arrives, it's either time to take action, or we're just going to sit there and sit off their coast indefinitely. It seems like maybe it's an intentional delay. I'm obviously not a naval expert. I don't know how fast these ships are usually supposed to go, but the people that are in the know about these ships said that it was supposed to be there in about 2 weeks, and this thing is really taking a very long time to get there. So I'm seeing some people speculate that maybe it is intentional. That's my guess. It seems like it could be, but it's really weird.
It is quite weird. I don't know why it's going so slow. It's a great question, really. It's only going 1/3 of its available speed, at least from what we would know publicly, and that would lead you to believe that this is some sort of a deliberate order that's been given to the ship for it to travel at a slower speed. Have no idea why. Maybe it's the Category 5 hurricane that's still wreaking havoc down there, and so they told them no rush. Just slow down the speed and arrive on time when the hurricane's expected to be gone by then. That might be the case, but still a very interesting sort of an occurrence. Nonetheless, considering that the aircraft carrier is traveling so slowly, still, It will be bringing along with it about 80 aircraft, fixed wing and rotary wing, on board the carrier, and also 3 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, which are a part of the escort for this aircraft carrier and a part of the carrier strike group. So it's going to be bringing a large amount of additional firepower and air power into the area once it arrives. It's just that it's going to take it a good while to arrive, probably several more days, hell, probably a week and a half at this given speed for it to cross the Atlantic if it keeps up this speed the whole way. So with that in mind, I hope that does address that the best we can, at least with the current position of the carrier and where it's going to be here, hopefully within the next week or week and a half. Hopefully it'll pick up the speed and just cross the Atlantic in a very short amount of time and arrive inside the Eastern Caribbean. It's not like it's trying to handle any sort of boiler pressure or anything like that. It is, for example, like with fuel, like with oil or coal, this is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. So literally, the only thing limiting it is the bridge's inputs and commands. So they can put it all the way up to max speed and get it into the Eastern Caribbean immediately without any delay.
Yeah, I'm seeing some people say maybe 2 more weeks it'll be in Venezuela. 2 weeks is always honestly. I think maybe 2 weeks. If it takes longer than 2 weeks to get from Gibraltar to Venezuela, I'm going to be extremely skeptical at that point about what's going on with that because honestly, I'm kind of like halfway joking here. Like the 2 more weeks thing has become like a meme at this point, but it shouldn't be more than 2 more weeks, just based on my guess.
And also, I saw some people say, how fast are the escorting destroyers? Well, they're quite fast. The escorting destroyers can get up to speeds in excess of 30 knots. The actual speed is not published, but it can keep up with the speed of the aircraft carrier. So that is also something to keep in mind as well. And also, there are fleet auxiliaries present in the Eastern Caribbean, including oilers, that will be able to refuel these Arleigh Burkes once they arrive, or they can go to port at Ponce, and the destroyers can just be rotated out for a brief moment for refueling and replaced by the other Arleigh Burkes that are in the Caribbean, which can then take up the carrier strike group role and screening role for the carrier. This is entirely doable. I see some people also saying in the chat, I just saw, like, I gotta say this. I just saw some of the worst misinformation I've seen in a hot minute. Someone said the Gerald R. Ford is the only nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that the U.S. has. The rest are oil-fired. And, sir, I don't know if you think this is still World War II, but it's been about, I think, 50 years since the last time we had an oil-fired aircraft carrier. I think the last oil-fired aircraft carriers we had were the Intrepid class way back in the 60s. Since then, everything's been nuclear powered. That's been a huge thing of the U.S. Navy and our abilities is the nuclear powered aircraft carriers. They require no refueling. They require no oilers, no tenders. They require none of that. The only thing they require is resupplies of food, fuel, and munitions, food for the men, fuel for the aircraft, munitions for the aircraft, and beyond that, these ships can make all available speed and literally bust ass anywhere around the world without having to make any concerns for fuel loss or any form of breakage, because nuclear reactors and steam turbines are incredibly simple machines. Well, not simple, at least in their construction, but simple in their operation. They are wildly simple and have very few parts that can break. So they're generally made to be able to go underway at incredibly fast speeds and be practically anywhere in the world in a very short amount of time. So a little bit.
Whoever said that, honestly, it's like I guess they're envisioning like Steamboat Willie, like yanking on the little air horn and stuff like that, like steaming across the ocean at this point. I'm not sure why anybody would think that, to be honest. Like, no offense, but we've been well beyond that for a good minute.
Man, a guy out here thinking that we're still running the USS Yorktown out here, man.
I tell you what, bring out Steamboat Willie. We need him at the helm.
Man, I've seen so many people saying things in the chat about the carriers, and I got to be honest with y'all, folks. It's been snapping neurons in my head so far tonight from what people have been saying about the carriers. Some people have been saying that the carriers can't go fast because they'll break. This is not the Admiral Kuznetsov. This is the Gerald R. Ford. The Gerald R. Ford does not break. The Gerald R. Ford went through the most rigorous sea trials yet to date for a carrier, and it succeeded with flying colors. I mean, the Gerald R. Ford had amazing craftsmanship go behind it. It is not going to be breaking down at sea. It does not need support tugs. The Navy doesn't even have support tugs. Well, we do, but we don't send them out there with the carriers. So, it's just been driving me crazy, folks. I've been seeing it. I'm like, what? I'm like, no, it's like, no, these carriers, the like American carriers are the largest in the world, the most resilient in the world, the fastest in the world, the longest enduring in the world, the largest crewed in the world, and also the most capable in the world by the sort of computers, electronics, and other systems that we have on board. And also the most deadly by the amount of firepower that they can carry anywhere in the world. American carriers, this is not even propaganda from the United States, this is just the truth. American carriers are truly the best on the planet. We can get them anywhere and everywhere. Really, literally nothing is beyond their abilities. It's the closest thing we have in our timeline to a floating Death Star from Star Wars. It's truly an incredible machine. But beyond that, a lot of people have been talking about the United States and its at least supposed actions that we're wanting to conduct against Venezuela. Because we did get to hear today that at least according to the current administration, they are weighing military options to oust President Maduro, including airstrikes, special forces raids, and seizing oil fields. Legal guidance is being drafted to justify action without congressional approval, according to the New York Times. And this has led a lot of people to talk about what is going on yet and giving their 2 cents on it. Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so this is a question right here that's gotten a lot of people very, very heated, it looks like. And this is a very controversial question, but it says, the experts say the U.S. must cease military operations near Venezuela or get congressional approval, and now is the deadline for that. And what are your thoughts? The poll is almost evenly split. 40% said yes, congressional approval is needed right now, and 40% also said no, armed action is not yet started, and therefore the president does not need to seek congressional approval, and 14% said it's very complicated and much harder than the poll's making it out to be. So just to give y'all a little bit of an overview here, the governing document that governs the situation is the War Powers Resolution of 1973, which limits a president's ability to deploy armed forces into an armed conflict. So the rule is it requires the president to notify Congress within 48 hours of sending troops into hostile situations. And the big part is, this is the part that's currently up for debate, it prevents military action from continuing for more than 60 days without authorization unless Congress grants an extension. So that is the argument right now. Has armed action been taken against Venezuela right now to warrant armed action starting so far? And that's the big question. And honestly, for me, I would say the moment the first drug boat was struck in international waters after the U.S. made this major buildup off of Venezuela, that was probably the first armed action that was taken against the Venezuelan regime. But that's just my opinion. Of course, this is something that's going to be debated in court, I'm sure. So, everybody's opinion is pretty much meaningless until a court decides on it. But it looks like people are pretty much even on this one. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it's a fairly controversial topic, actually, folks, this question about whether the U.S. has to cease operations without congressional approval. And I would have to say that if I was to give an answer, I would give one simply off of the idea of maintaining checks and balances within the U.S. government. And so I'd have to lean into the 41% that say that it needs congressional approval. Even if there is an argument to be made that it does not need congressional approval, I always believe that there should always be the involvement of another branch in the action of any other. And so if the Congress is passing a bill, it should always pass over the desk of the president for final approval or for a veto. And if the president is conducting an action, it must always go through the Congress. And if any one of those two is conducting an action, it also should be up for review to the Supreme Court, or any other higher court for that matter, to see if the action is lawful or not. That is simply just the way this government works. It's overly complicated, very cumbersome, but it has worked for 250 years, and I think that it'll continue to work and endure for quite longer, as long as we keep to the original principles that it was created under. And so for that reason, I'd have to say that it does need congressional approval because the Congress, to put it this way, the president is the elected representative of the people of the United States and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces and also the leader of the executive. However, well, he is the executive as a matter of fact. However, at the same time, the Congress is elected of the people and is the elected representation of all of the peoples of the United States of America. And for that reason, I think that we should ensure that there is a synergy between the two and that we see that the Congress, the elected representatives of the people, and probably the best representation we have of the people at the moment, definitely has a say and an approval on this very matter. Even if they say no, they say no, and that's that, and we have to walk away, and that'll be a mistake. But that is what it is, and that's how democracy works. But at the same time, if they say yes, then there is the legitimacy of the Congress also being behind the action as well. So I would have to be with the 41% on that.
So do you say excuse me, I don't know something's got me like scratching too with the whole coughing thing, but anyways, back to the question, what I was about to say. Do you think that the first drug boat that was struck off of Venezuela's coast was that the armed action or the catalyst to start the 60-day clock for the president to have to seek congressional approval? Me personally, I believe, in my layman's opinion and the very little law school education that I do have, I would say that does qualify as armed action against Venezuela, because the argument by U.S. officials was that Maduro is a cartel leader and that therefore these are cartel boats heading out into international waters, and they're striking them because they're trying to stop the cartels from bringing drugs into the United States. So to me, that sounds like the start of a narco war against the Maduro regime. So I would say it seems like armed action, and that would have started the clock of the 60-day timer to begin. But what do you think?
I would actually say no, because the thing is that we are striking the narco-terrorist vessels as parts of cartels, and the cartels are declared as terrorist organizations that are external of the Venezuelan government. So I would say that striking those boats more so amounts to anti-piracy activity if we look at it in a maritime sense, more so than direct armed action against Venezuela that would require congressional approval. I would say that the 60-day timer would start once we officially strike a vessel of the Venezuelan Navy, the Venezuelan Coast Guard, or a Venezuelan merchant vessel, or a airstrike or any sort of armed strike or armed action on Venezuela on land. That's what I would say would start the 60-day timer, because what we're doing right now, if we're and I'm saying this, folks, off of the position that the executive would take. The executive is going to say, but the 60-day timer hasn't started because we declared all of these cartels in South America as terrorist organizations, and what we are conducting is anti-narco terrorist operations, aka, in a lot simpler of a term, anti-piracy activities. So we're pretty much just going around blowing up pirates, which don't really have an attachment to any government for that matter. They are they are anarchists for the large part. They are without a government.
So I'm just going off the government's argument. The government in the United States is arguing that Maduro is the head of a cartel, and they have a $50 million bounty out, and they say he's the leader of the cartel, which it appears to be he likely is, at least based on what the U.S. has presented as evidence. So I would personally say that these cartel boats or these narco boats that the U.S. keeps striking, I would say personally that that is part of the cartel that they're saying that Maduro is involved with. I would say that seems to be the case. So in my view, just in my personal opinion, I would say those are extensions of the Venezuelan government to a certain degree of these pirate boats, drug boats, whatever you want to call them, going out into international waters that keep getting struck. So I can see your side of it. I can see where you're coming from on that, but I believe Venezuela being a narco state, sending out these narco boats, I would say that personally, to me, that seems like armed action.
You know, I could definitely, I really could see it either way. But trying to be the devil's advocate there, that's why I was like, you know, these really are more so pirates than anything, you know, so they really have no affiliation to any nation. But it's actually a really tough one, because you're making a great point. I think I'm making a great point. You could really see it either way. It just depends on how you want to split the hair. And I also just saw someone in the chat say, well, I mean, let's see here. They are still citizens of Venezuela. But here's the thing about that, though, and here's what's really interesting about piracy or terrorist activities. Every single pirate and terrorist is a national of some country somewhere. But once they take up the banner of a terrorist group like ISIS or Hezbollah or Hamas or, you know, a cartel, which is now declared a terrorist group by the United States, you pretty much lose your affiliation with your nationality. You pretty much become a person with no nation, at least for how the international world is going to view you. So if you're out on the high seas, and you're in the North Atlantic, say, and you're about to hijack a ship, and that ship turns out to be a U.S. destroyer, and they see you, and they're like, aha, you're a part of that terrorist group. They're not going to look at you as a Mexican or a Cuban or a Dominican or a Venezuelan. They're going to look at you as a terrorist affiliated with that terrorist organization. You're not really provided any protections by your government. You're operating outside of your government's purview. You're operating as a lawless individual on the high seas. And so for that reason, you're going to be dealt with that way. You're going to be dealt with as a person with no nation, with no real identity. And that's how those sorts of groups are dealt with. And that's kind of the part where a lot of people miss the boat on this, because a lot of people don't say that when we hit the Houthis. Like, a lot of people don't go, well, they're also Yemeni, because they are. We never notify the Yemeni government, and we never get congressional approval when we bomb the Houthis. Biden didn't, nor did Trump. Just to say their names, not getting political here, but both of them did conduct airstrikes on the Houthis, and neither one of them had to get congressional approval for that. And we also didn't have to treat it as though it was armed action against the Yemenis. We just dealt with it as it was armed actions against piracy on the high seas and the Houthis themselves. That's generally
I just want to
the
correct you. I just want to correct you real quick, though. You said they missed the boat on this one. Actually, the U.S. did not miss the boat. They hit the boat 10 times, actually.
Yeah, a lot of times, actually. A lot of times, as a matter of fact. So they didn't miss the boat. They actually got that one dead on. But still, I hope that does address that, at least the best I can, about the deal with terrorists or anyone who's involved in piracy, which is also a form of terrorism these days. But generally, folks, I think what we're going to do on the channel, because I find this to be a lot more simple, is that terrorists, at least with how we're dealing with them right now, are not terrorists in the traditional sense as terrorists on land like we've been dealing with in the Middle East for decades now. These guys are always being hit at sea. So basically what they're doing, if we want to describe it as anything, it's piracy. We're literally fighting pirates in the Caribbean right now. We're
Pirates
hunting
in the Caribbean.
Yeah,
They're full of puns, honestly. There's some puns coming out tonight.
I mean, man, we're literally bombing Captain Crack Sparrow in the middle of the Caribbean right now. That's what we're doing. And so we're going to just collectively call all of the cartel terrorist groups or the narco terrorists. We're just going to start calling them pirates, because that's basically what they are when we're blowing them up, is that they're conducting piracy on the high seas. They're either they're not boarding any ships, which is what a lot of people think of as pirates. They're trading in contrabands and illicit cargoes, which is also piracy as well. So we're basically going up against pirates. So that's what we're just going to start calling them, is the Pirates of the Caribbean, because that's literally what they are. That's what we're dealing with right now. But anyways, yar, that crack me fine, Captain. Like,
Man, I tell you what, that's a lot of Crack Sparrow out there. I tell you what, that guy right there, he's a doozy.
Man, man, you got Captain Crack Sparrow. He goes, Can I have any crack? Like, he doesn't ask for rum, he just asks for crack. I tell you, I was looking for the black tar heroin. Man, honestly, man, I'm telling you, this whole Caribbean deal is something else. Really, folks, it cracks me up a lot, like all the puns you can make about this whole deal. But anyways, folks, it is time for us to start moving on into the other major news of the night, because we've been running the show, crazily enough, for an hour and 13 minutes. But before we get on into the rest of the news for the night, which is huge news that's been coming out of Russia today, we do want to make sure that before we get to that, we want to make sure to address a couple of questions from the chat, so that we get to talk to all of y'all, because we've hardly had a chance to talk to all of y'all since we've come back. And since we've returned to streaming, I'm so sorry I'm coughing like that, folks. I'm still trying to get over the sickness. Hopefully I'm sounding a lot better tonight. I hope I am, but I'm still kind of like with the sickness. Down with the sickness, I guess you could call it. But before we get on into the rest of our news, Matthew, let's get a couple of questions.
All right, so getting into our questions, and also, by the way, I see people that live in Utah saying they think it might be the dry air getting to us. Honestly, I think y'all might be onto something with that, because I am not ill like Andrew, so I don't know what's going on. It could be the dry air, actually, so I might have to maybe look into like a humidifier or something for the new HQ, at least where I'm at, because I don't want to be scratching all the time like that, okay? I don't want to come down with the Crack Sparrow scratches or something like that. I don't want that to happen. But anyways, jumping into our first super chat of the night. This one goes to Rainman878, and he puts an extremely generous $100 donation. And thank you very much, Rainman, for that support right there. It's very generous of you, and thank you very much to help keep our work running. And he said, "Evening, gents," and pull a question from the chat if you want.
Hey, and thank you so much for the massive support, and a good evening to you. I hope you've been doing well, and thank you for being here tonight with us, Ray. And I gotta say, we will pull a question from the chat in your honor, but a huge thanks to you all the way up You know, I got to change that. You're kind of the way up in Canada because you're not all the way up there anymore. Because we're in Utah. I'm going to be honest with y'all, folks. This whole thing of being in Utah, it isn't really mentally setting in for me. Because even when I'm on the map now, I'm almost always zooming into Alabama still. Like, we're still there. It's like the whole 40 hours of driving a Penske truck and getting spinal bifida and having my ears bleed from how loud that truck was just made the whole thing, like, meld away like it never happened, like it just melted my brain, because I still can't wrap my head around we're in Salt Lake City, and it's beautiful.
Well, we pretty much lived in the Enforcer HQ, like basically inside the entire time we were in Alabama, and we're kind of doing that right now as we're still trying to set up. So that's probably why you can't tell the difference, is we literally have not had a chance to even hardly leave the new HQ at all since we've moved. You really can't tell the difference till you actually go outside and touch the grass.
Yeah, that's true. And there's a lot of grass to touch around here, folks. Loads of it. So many public parks, it's unreal. I've never seen this many in my life. But beyond that, I've got to say, a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. Up in Canada, not all the way up in Canada anymore, just up in Canada. How far is it from Canada to Salt Lake? Let's just check from border to border. So it is that is not far at all. 570 miles north. Dang, that is crazy, Matthew, because we drove like 900 miles almost in that one day. And that's only 571 miles north. We could actually drive that in a day and make it to Canada now. From Alabama, or at least Birmingham, Alabama, in a straight line, Canada is about 1,000 miles away. Or if we were to go over here, it was about 610. So if we're measuring it like we were Utah, so that way it's fair, it's about 1,000. But if we're measuring to the closest spot, it's about 610. So I still got to say, all the way up in Canada then. And we'll do all the way up in Canada. But a big thanks to you for the support all the way up in Canada. Because folks like you who have been supporting this channel for years have been helping us to make this thing possible and keep it running. So that way we can keep our lights on, so that way we can pay our bills. And that way we can focus here on this channel on working hard to cover this news, and then we can get off air and crack open a cold coconut with the boys, and also have a $5 Costco chicken. Both of those products are available at Costco, and we're not sponsored by them, by the way. I just got to make that clear. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well, and we will make sure to get that live chat in your honor. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so the question from the live chat here is going to go to Decepticon, and he said, is Russia trying to recreate the Cuban Missile Crisis by putting the IRBMs in Venezuela?
I don't think so. I think what they're trying to do, though, is give a analogous threat to the United States that we would with the non-nuclear Tomahawks, is that they would give Venezuela non-nuclear Oreshniks, meaning that Venezuela could conduct strikes, actual strikes, on U.S. cities, but they wouldn't be nuclear in form. That's at least what I'm believing at the moment. They did state that there was nothing that Russia is a part of by treaty that would stop them from sending that, and the only way that statement would be true, if the Russians aren't lying, usually they are, but let's say they aren't, the only way that providing an Oreshnik would not be violating any treaty that Russia is a part of is as long as it's non-nuclear. So I would generally say, I don't think they're trying to recreate a Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0, but what I think they're trying to do is that they're trying to get a hand of cards to play in terms of foreign policy with the United States to see that there is an equal exchange where we don't give Tomahawks to Ukraine and they don't give Oreshniks to the Venezuelans. I think that's generally what they're working towards right now. So with that, I hope that does address that live chat well, and I got to thank you so much once again for that incredible, massive support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running and keep this thing a reality. So huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, it is time for us to move on into the next one. Before we move on into the next one, though, I do want to address this really quickly. I got to say, folks, there are no politics allowed on the channel. I haven't made a speech on this a while, but I see a lot of people feeling really free to talk about politics openly here in the channel, and I'm going to have to put my foot down on that. It is completely against the rules. I don't know why a lot of people are trying to get away with that these days. I've seen a lot of people doing that tonight. It's completely against the rules. If you do not like the current president, that's none of our business. That's none of anyone else's business. If you like him, that's none of anyone else's business either. This channel is entirely about analysis. If we say anything about foreign policy that's positive or negative, it's not to say that we love the president or hate him. It's just to say that's what it is. It's good or it's bad. We're not a political channel. We never will be. And we're also not going to be a political battleground for people on the internet so that way they can come on here and think that they really own the libs or they own the conservatives or whoever with the points that have been made 9 million times here on the internet. The Release Spring Army is a non-political organization. The Enforcer Channel, by extension, is also a non-political organization, and we're going to keep it that way. We also are going to enforce that heavily in the chat, so I'm just going to put this out there. One time becoming political, it's going to be a timeout. Second time becoming political, it is a ban. That rule has always stood. It still stands to this day. So with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our second super chat here goes to Bobby, who puts in a $100 support as well, and huge shout to you, Bobby, for that massive support yet again. And he's always supporting the channel in a very big way, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And Bobby said, "Sorry I'm late, guys, and my bad."
Hey, and it's perfectly okay, Bobby. Better late than never. That's what I always say. And a lot of people have been getting really confused because we are an hour early, apparently, for a lot of people because of daylight savings time, and which is a freaking shame. I hate that daylight savings time is a thing, and I hope that it eventually is repealed nationwide because it is very confusing for our international viewers why we're on an hour early, and it also is very confusing to us why we're now on an hour early when we're not supposed to be. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep this thing rolling well on into the future. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And so with that, we are on to the final question of the chat, well, of this segment, and then we'll be moving on to the rest of the news. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our last one here goes to Brian Sodor, and he puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Brian, for that $50 support right there, and we do appreciate that as well. And also, hopefully I'm saying your last name properly. It's I believe it's Sudor or Sodor. I'm not really sure, but let me know in the chat. But we do appreciate that, and I do not see a comment attached to it. But once again, thank you very much for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you massively for the support. You didn't throw in a comment, but we are greatly appreciative, and we thank you so much for helping this channel to keep running, because folks like you help to support this channel, help us to get our $5 Costco chickens, and help us to be able to hunker down with the lights on and keep this show running every day and put our full attention behind it. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the rest of the news. Before we do, however, I did see someone bring this up, and I just wanted to address it since I just brought it up and someone brought it up a counter. Someone said, well, it just seems like it's a fit to talk about politics here because y'all are talking about foreign affairs and foreign policy. And I get where a lot of people think that, but the difference is that foreign policy just has no impact on domestic politics. And that's where a lot of people kind of miss the train or miss the boat when it comes to that sort of a deal. Foreign policy has nothing to do with domestic politics, has nothing to do with one party or the other, here in America at least. Foreign policy is a very one-track sort of a thing. You saw it in action this year. You saw the President of the United States say that the Ukrainians were in the wrong and the Russians were, the misunderstood stepchildren of the world. They were getting beaten terribly, and that we were going to come together and end this whole thing. And now, a year later,